The world chat was buzzing with chaos, filled with bizarre recruitment calls, harassment, and love confessions that made everyone's skin crawl. Xiao Fan struggled to break through the crowded starter village, but being too frail, he was swept by the crowd into the vegetable garden behind the village. Damn, does a crappy game really need this many people? He grumbled internally. It all started a while back when everyone on Earth received a divine notification through their dreams from the heavenly Tao. December 1st, 2030, the primordial cultivation game would officially launch, consciousness-based with no equipment requirements, giving everyone a chance at immortality. Billions of people flooded in, crashing servers and overcrowding starter villages. Can't get out the front door? Then go through the back. Xiao Fan turned around and headed straight for the vegetable garden. The 10-foot wall couldn't stop him. Used his starter wooden sword to chop down all the cabbages, piling them up as steps to climb over. I'm a genius, he thought smugly, but suddenly a furious roar came from behind. Which bastard chopped down my vegetables? You little punk, don't you dare run. Looking back, he saw NPC Old Man Wong, level 50 Chi refinement, 30,000 HP, with a note. As long as you don't steal vegetables, we're good friends. Xiao Fan's scalp tingled as he quickly scrambled up the wall. Peering over the top, he saw the leveling area outside with level 3 mad rabbits hopping around. Just as he was about to jump, Old Man Wong shouted, "Sword, come." A flying sword burst through the cottage roof and pierced his chest with a thud. 8,888. You have died. His corpse tumbled down, and with a flash of white light, he respawned in the village at full health. No loss to his starter character, but getting one-shotted by an NPC just 5 minutes after server launch left Xiao Fan completely stunned. Even worse, he now had a red name. A wanted notice appeared in the starter village, and for 10 minutes, every NPC would kill him on sight. The village chief, Uncle Li, and Zhang, the young widow. 8 or 9 NPCs chased him down with fancy execution moves. Thunder from above, flying daggers from afar, magical treasures everywhere. As soon as his revival protection wore off, he'd get sent back again. It was pure hell difficulty. Other players watched in amazement. Bro, what did you do to anger heaven and earth? Did you peek at the young widow bathing? Everyone kept their distance, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Xiao Fan died so many times he went numb and decided to delete his character and quit, but the system popped up. You are currently wanted and cannot exit the game. This was basically illegal imprisonment. He died over and over at the spawn point, completely numb. After dying 100 times consecutively, the system finally showed mercy. You have died 100 consecutive times with an extremely poor experience. Here's a lucky treasure chest as compensation. Xiao Fan sneered. I wouldn't play even if you gave me immortal gear. He opened the chest. A beam of light flowed into his body, and the system announced, "Congratulations. You have obtained the unique Constitution Talent Chaos Body." What? He froze. The Chaos Body description read, the strongest constitution in the primordial world, surpassing the 10 sacred bodies, unique throughout history, unlocking new traits with each realm breakthrough. Initial effect. All skill effects increased by 1,000. Can equip any weapon regardless of level restrictions after level 10. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. Wasn't this basically invincible? The 10 sacred bodies like the innate sword body and heaven-devouring demon body would trigger server-wide announcements when they appeared, but the chaos body quietly belonged to him alone, making a fortune in silence absolutely perfect. A minute later, the wanted status ended, and Old Man Wong still threatened. Next time you destroy my garden, I'll turn you into cabbage. But Xiao Fan had no regrets. Dying at level 0 cost nothing, and he'd gotten the strongest constitution for free. Total profit. Now that the players had dispersed, he gripped his starter wooden sword and cheerfully ran toward the leveling area, ready to begin his own invincible cultivation journey. Xiao Fan checked his character information. Name, Xiao Fan. Level 0. Class, Commoner. Cultivation method, none. Talent, Chaos Body. Health, 100,100. True Chi, 00 unlocked after learning cultivation method. Attack power, 2. Defense, 1. Strength, 0. Wisdom, 0. Constitution, 0. Agility, 0. Potential points, 0. Aside from the golden text displaying Chaos Body, all his other stats were pathetically low. He only had 2 pieces of equipment. 1. Beginner's wooden sword. Attack power 1, never breaks. 2. Beginner's cloth armor. Defense 1, never breaks. Seriously? They don't even give newbies any skills. Xiao Fan opened his skill panel to find nothing but empty space. He could only use basic attacks. The Chaos Body was supposed to multiply all skill effects by 10, but without any skills to begin with, 10 times 0 was still 0. Maybe I should find an NPC to learn a cultivation method? With this thought, he jogged toward the village entrance. Village. Get lost. The old village chief glared at him furiously before he could even speak. Xiao Fan had trampled the vegetable garden 2 days ago, sending his reputation into negative territory. Great. Am I stuck with basic attacks until level 10? My chaos body is completely useless. Xiao Fan muttered to himself in frustration. The game rules were clear. Newbies couldn't create their own skills and had to learn cultivation methods first to unlock true Qi. Without true Qi, skills were impossible. At this moment, all players were stuck in basic attack mode, some hunting monsters solo, others forming teams to clear areas. On the grassland outside the village, little rabbits, wild boars, and grass spirits were being slaughtered by thousands of players as soon as they spawned. The scene was both bloody and chaotic. Xiao Fan targeted a rabbit and swung his sword down. Smack. 11. 2. Before he could land a finishing blow, another sword struck first, stealing the kill and turning the rabbit's health bar purple. A wasted effort. Hey kid, stop kill stealing. This area belongs to the Invincible Alliance. The opposing player brandished his wooden sword with a threatening tone. Xiao Fan glanced at him. ID. Invincible Overlord. Level 3. Health 176,184. For teammates, 2 men and 2 women stood behind him. The Invincible Alliance was one of the 8 major gaming powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, with hundreds of thousands of core members and tremendous influence. Xiao Fan frowned, but didn't respond, quietly moving to a different area. The other player pressed on aggressively, shouting, "Can't you understand human speech? This is Invincible Alliance territory. If you want to hunt monsters, get lost, or I'll kill you." His wooden sword whooshed through the air, his fierce expression quite intimidating. Damn it, Xiao Fan gritted his teeth silently. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wasn't stupid either. Without skills, and with his chaos body being useless, fighting 1 against 5 meant certain death. He'd endure for now. Once he learned some skills, he'd beat this guy back to level 0. He turned and left without a word. Invincible Overlord snorted. Coward. The 2 female players in the group immediately chimed in sweetly. Big Brother Overlord is so awesome. This is nothing. Back in the day, I followed our guild leader with a 1,000,000-strong army, charging in and out 7 times. His boastful voice faded into the distance. Xiao Fan found a grassy slope with fewer players and began hunting rabbits. 2. 2. 2. The little rabbit had 20 health points total, and it took him a full 10 strikes to defeat one. System notifications popped up continuously. You defeated a wild rabbit and gained 5 experience points. You defeated a wild rabbit and gained 5 experience points. After killing 2 monsters, Xiao Fan reached level 1. Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, and Agility, all 4 attributes increased by 1 point, plus 2 potential points. For Xiao Fan, that 1 point of strength meant an additional 2 attack power, making it effortless to cut down level 1 rabbits. Since he wasn't sure which cultivation technique to practice later, he decided to save his potential points for now. Solo grinding had its limits in efficiency, and since he didn't want to team up with others, he slowly grinded alone for over 10 minutes before pushing his experience bar to level 3. Upon reaching level 3, Xiao Fan had left the safe zone of the newbie village and entered the territory of level 3 monsters called wild piglets. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the rustling sound of wind through grass. Just then, a weak cry came from beneath a gray boulder half the height of a person nearby. "Young man, do you have time? Could you help me out?" Following the voice, Xiao Fan saw a middle-aged hunter lying under the rock, wearing rough cloth and animal hide, covered in blood, with a pale face and labored breathing. Hunter. Level 50 Qi Refinement. Health 160,003,2000. Note. Gets injured 100 times daily. A quest NPC. Xiao Fan's heart leaped as he quickly stepped forward. "I have time. What do you need me to do, Uncle Hunter?" The hunter gasped urgently. "I was just wounded by the Tiger King deep in the forest. Please help me gather some green silk grass for healing. I can teach you how to make hunting traps." Ding. Accept quest. Hunter's request. Quest content. Gather 10 green silk grass within 30 minutes and deliver to the hunter. Quest reward. 200 experience points. Learn skill hunting trap. Accept. Xiao Fan clicked confirm without hesitation. The hunter visibly relaxed. "Thank you so much." Ding. Congratulations. You have learned gathering technique. Gathering technique. Basic skill description. Can be used on corpses and plants. 10 chance to gather common quality items. Level 1 max level 3. Proficiency 01000. Casting cost none. Casting interval 3 seconds. The skill required no chi and could be used anytime, perfect for Xiao Fan. He secretly wondered, would the chaos body's tenfold amplification also apply to the gathering technique? He jogged a few steps away from the hunter, crouched down, and found a lush green herb among the bushes. Green silk grass can be used to make healing salve. With a thought, he activated the gathering technique. Gathering successful. You obtained green silk grass X1. He moved to another spot and tried again. Success. The tenfold amplification had boosted the original 10 success rate to a solid 100. Xiao Fan gathered continuously, succeeding every single time. Meanwhile, other players who had also accepted the quest looked miserable, facing ridiculously high failure rates. In less than 2 minutes, he had collected all 10 green silk grass and quickly returned to the boulder. Uncle Hunter, is this enough? Xiao Fan handed over the herbs. The hunter took the herbs, gratitude shining in his eyes. More than enough. Other cultivators are helping me too. Good child, go continue your cultivation. Don't worry about me anymore. Ding, congratulations. You completed the hunter's request quest. You gained 200 experience points. You learned hunting trap. Congratulations. You leveled up to 4. Xiao Fan immediately opened his skill panel. Hunting trap. Basic skill description. Creates a simple trap that deals 30 damage, ignores defense to the first enemy that passes through. Level 1, max level 3. Proficiency 01000. Casting cost none. Casting interval 5 seconds. 30 points, ignoring defense becomes 300 in my hands. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Level 5 wild piglets only have 155 health one step, and they're dead. Players can't handle it either, unless they dump all their points into constitution. He picked a level 5 wild piglet that no one was bothering with and first laid a transparent trap in the grass. Traps were only visible to oneself and party leader, causing no friendly fire. Then he launched a taunting attack, causing the piglet to charge at him with angry snorts. Snap. 300. The wild piglet immediately keeled over as the system damage numbers exploded. You defeated wild piglet. Gained 25 experience points. Drop. Tusk Dagger X1. Tusk Dagger. Quality. Common. Level 5. Attack power 8. Durability. 500,500. Not bad. Xiao Fan contentedly stored the dagger in his backpack. A simple hunting trap had instantly amplified his damage output ceiling. He initially wanted to immediately find 2 invincible overlord for PvP, but on second thought, that guy was probably only level 5 or 6 right now. Better to let him train a bit longer. When he reached level 9 or 10 and was proudly preparing to leave the newbie village, that's when he'd chop him back down to level 0 for maximum surprise. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan didn't turn back, but continued running toward the high-level monster zone. At this moment, most players in the newbie village were still grinding in the level 3 and 5 monster areas. In contrast, although Xiao Fan was alone, he possessed hunting traps that provided more stable damage output than 4 teammates combined. The level 7 forest deer only had 280 health points and would be instantly eliminated once caught in a trap. You defeated a forest deer and gained 35 experience points. You defeated a forest deer and gained 35 experience points. You defeated a giant boar and gained 46 experience points. Notifications kept flooding in as monsters fell one after another, with Xiao Fan barely pausing. When he finally came to his senses, he had already entered the territory of level 9 monsters, the giant boars. These boars had double the health at 510 points, requiring 2 traps to kill, but with only a few seconds of cooldown, he could eliminate one every 3 seconds. Occasionally getting charged by a boar, Xiao Fan would lose between 15 to 20 health points, which was completely manageable. Before he knew it, he had reached level 9. I'm already level 9, so Invincible Overlord should be around level 7 or 8, right? Xiao Fan thought to himself. Previously, he had been 3 levels behind Invincible Overlord, but now with his efficient grinding, he had surely overtaken him. By his estimation, the other players should currently be leveling at the border between giant boars and forest deer territory. Perfect timing to pay him a visit. Snort. A deep, muffled grunt suddenly came from the front left. Xiao Fan looked in that direction and saw a massive boar, standing nearly 6 feet tall, spawning in the clearing. A boss had spawned. He immediately rushed over to check its stats. Name, Boar King Elite. Level, 10. Health, 30003000. Note, die while human. 3000 health wasn't insurmountable for Xiao Fan. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, first dropping a hunting trap, then raising his blade and charging into the aggro zone. The Boar King snorted and charged toward him. Xiao Fan immediately turned and ran. Snap. 300. The massive creature stepped on the trap, instantly losing 10 of its health. The Boar King was slightly faster, so Xiao Fan didn't dare engage directly, circling around to hide behind a thick tree trunk, using it for positioning. With the tree as cover, he could adjust his direction at any time, avoiding direct collisions. If that thing hit him heat-in, he could only take 2 hits at most before dying, and respawning absolutely couldn't tank it. Once the trap cooldown finished, he precisely threw another one. Snap. 300. Ignoring defense feels amazing. Xiao Fan was in high spirits. The cycle of tree cover, positioning, and traps left the Boar King with no chance to retaliate. In less than half a minute, the elite monster's health dropped to its final 10, while Xiao Fan hadn't lost a single health point. Just then, noisy voices came from the distance. Look, there's a boss over there. Hey you, this area is reserved by our Invincible Alliance. Get lost now, or we'll kill you back to level 0. Big Brother Overlord. Hurry up, that giant boar is almost dead. The harsh voices belonged to none other than Invincible Overlord's group. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. Xiao Fan's lips curved into a slight smile as he casually threw his final trap. The Boar King charged forward with an angry snort, ultimately stepping right onto it. Snap. 300. You defeated the elite monster boar king and gained 1500 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Your level has reached the newbie village limit. You may now travel to nearby cities for higher level training. The monster crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, granting substantial experience that pushed him to the next level. A small pile of copper coins, a piece of equipment, and a book appeared on the ground. Xiao Fan bent down to examine them as the system panel popped up. 1. Wild Boar King Leather Armor. Quality, Black Iron. Level, 10. Max HP 120, Defense 10. Durability, 10001000. 2. Wild Charge. Type, Common Skill Book. Special. Can be used without chi, requires 5 minutes to learn. The freshly killed boss's loot was locked for 5 minutes, but Invincible Overlord and his crew were still charging forward, hoping to kill Xiao Fan before the timer expired and steal the rewards. Damn it, how dare you steal our boss? Brothers, take him down. Team leader Invincible Overlord brandished his blade and shouted, leading his 4 teammates in an encirclement. However, Xiao Fan was no longer the pushover he once was. Without hesitation, he donned the Wild Boar King leather armor, stuffed the skill book into his backpack, and fixed them with an icy stare. Name, Xiao Fan. Level, 10. Class, Civilian. Talent, Chaos Body. HP, 338,360. Chi, 00 requires cultivation technique. Attack, 29. Defense, 12. Strength, Wisdom, Constitution, Agility, 10 each. Potential points, 20. His stats weren't particularly impressive in a pure numbers game. Taking on 5 opponents would still be risky, but he held a true trump card. Invincible Overlord closed in first, his rusty blade whistling down through the air. Crack. 20. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player Invincible Overlord. Retaliation within 10 minutes will not increase sin value. Xiao Fan smiled inward. Light system had given him the green light. These fools were walking to their deaths. The opposing leader was level 8 with all points in strength, but only had 292 HP. To Xiao Fan, that health pool wasn't even an appetizer. Coward. Invincible Overlord sneered as he pressed his attack. Crack. Xiao Fan tossed out a hunting trap that became nearly invisible upon hitting the ground. Invincible Overlord didn't see it and stepped right on it. Snap. 300. His full health bar instantly emptied. Invincible Overlord stood there stunned before dissolving into white light and respawning. The remaining 4 players stood frozen like wooden chickens as Invincible Overlord's furious roar echoed through the team channel. Watch out. He's using hunter skills. The damage isn't normal. Unfortunately, the warning came too late. Shared team guilt had marked them all as red players. Xiao Fan's eyes turned cold as he moved in for the kill. His dagger pierced Invincible Iron Fist's shoulder. 21. Only then did his opponent realize Xiao Fan's basic attacks weren't that high. Take him down. Make him drop his gear. The burly man and 2 female players, Love Big Brother Most and Brown Sugar Macchiato, swung their weapons in unison. 4 attacks missed their mark except for the last one, which tore away a dozen points from Xiao Fan's health bar. The moment his hunting trap came off cooldown, Xiao Fan dropped another one at his feet. Invincible Iron Fist pursued closely and snap. 300. He had 5 HP left. Xiao Fan flicked his wrist, the dagger slashed across, and his opponent died on the spot. What kind of skill is that? The remaining 3 players' faces turned deathly pale. Hunter traps in their hands barely scratched enemies. How could they one-shot people? In their brief panic, Xiao Fan had already read their movement patterns, landing his traps with perfect accuracy. In less than a minute, all 5 players had fallen and respawned. Each losing a level 8 required 6,480 experience points, meaning they'd need to kill another 200 forest deer to recover their losses. Xiao Fan surveyed the empty forest clearing. He'd only lost about 200 HP and still had half his health bar remaining. Looking at the scattered white lights on the ground, he muttered to himself. Revenge felt great, but not great enough. If he didn't kill them back down to level 0, how could he properly repay Invincible Overlord's arrogant provocation? Xiao Fan pulled out the skill book that had just dropped. With his level already maxed out, continuing to grind monsters wouldn't yield any experience. He needed to head to the city first to cultivate his inner techniques and break through to the body tempering realm before he could level up again. Taking on the entire Invincible Overlord team single-handedly would still be challenging, but it wasn't impossible. This skill book was the key to breaking the deadlock. Learning skills in the Primordial Chaos game differed from other games. Players couldn't simply click to instantly master abilities. They had to comprehend them through study. Fortunately, Wild Charge was just a basic skill with a low threshold that could be mastered in just a few minutes. The journey from the newbie village to the level 9 monster zone took at least 15 minutes, providing more than enough time. Xiao Fan opened the book. Simple illustrations and brief instructions clearly demonstrated the technique. Instantly build up power, lower your head and lean forward, push off hard with both legs, then charge forward in one explosive burst. The skill relied purely on brute force, consumed no spiritual energy, and could be learned before reaching level 10. In less than 5 minutes, he had read through the entire book twice, memorizing every key point. The pages then crumbled into dust and scattered away as a system notification appeared. Through focused study, you have learned the new skill Wild Charge. Skill description: build up power and charge 5 meters, knocking back all enemies in your path, while dealing 135 of your attack power and damage. Current level, 13. Proficiency, 01000. Casting cost, none. Cooldown, 10 seconds. A knockback effect with damage exactly what he needed. With his 29 attack points, the theoretical damage would be around 391 points. However, unlike Hunting Trap, this skill had to break through the target's defense first, so the actual damage would definitely be reduced. Time to put it to the test and needed to find a wild boar to try it on. Xiao Fan looked around and spotted a boar that had just spawned nearby. Wild Charge, he called out softly, crouching slightly before pushing off with his feet. Whoosh. His speed suddenly multiplied several times as he instantly sent the boar flying through the air. But the charge was far from over. The tenfold skill amplification from his chaos body constitution not only increased the damage, but also extended the charging distance. Xiao Fan couldn't control his body as he watched a thick tree rapidly growing larger ahead of him. Oh crap, there's a tree. Bang. 55. After the thunderous impact, his head buzzed as his health dropped by 55 points. Xiao Fan rubbed his forehead and climbed to his feet with a bitter smile. The knocked-back boar also staggered upright, still retaining most of its 510 health points, and charged at him furiously. Xiao Fan casually tossed down a hunting trap. Snap! The boar stepped on the mechanism and died instantly. Ding, congratulations, your hunting trap has reached level 2. He immediately opened his skill panel. The level 2 hunting trap now dealt 45 damage, still ignoring defense, with the next upgrade requiring 2,000 proficiency points. The system's proficiency calculation was straightforward. Killing a target granted 5 points. Non-lethal hits gave 2, and complete misses added nothing. Since he could one-shot monsters every time, his skills naturally leveled faster than others. Now, Invincible Iron Fist, who had boosted his constitution and previously had some health remaining, could be killed instantly with the new damage values. Xiao Fan was secretly delighted. Fate wanted them wiped out in seconds, so don't blame me for it. He turned back the way he came. Health slowly recovered out of combat, and there was newbie protection, so the Regan was faster than usual. By the time he returned to the level 7 zone, his HP was full again. That's when he saw Invincible Overlord's squad. No, make that 3 squads. Clearly, they'd seen how hard he hit, and, worried they couldn't win, called in reinforcements. Xiao, stop right there. Invincible Overlord blocked his path, voice low. Getting team wiped had him too furious to grind. All he wanted now was to make Xiao Fan drop his gear, then kill him back to level 0 to vent his rage. Boss, this the guy? Doesn't look like much, just a bit higher level, someone beside him scoffed. Xiao Fan had 360 H, not low, but not high either. With one physique, 24 HP, a full physique build at level 7 with no gear would have 604 HP, though few people did that. Invincible Overlord snorted. He just lucked into a strong hunting trap. At most it one-shots one of us. Brothers, for the honor of the Invincible Alliance ego. At his shout, a crowd surged forward. 15 people, roughly 15 damage per hit, one volley could chunk him hard. But everyone was melee, and too many bodies would jam each other up, so not all could connect. Xiao Fan didn't strike first. He slipped 2 steps to the side. He needed an opening. The Invincible Alliance members on his left saw him drift close and swung down a blade. SHNK 18. System, you were maliciously attacked by player Invincible Longjun. For the next 10 minutes, counterattacks won't increase sin. Xiao Fan's lips curled. The moment that guy tagged him, 4 of his teammates turned red. He slashed back, tossed a trap at his feet, and darted toward the other flank. Trying to run? Iwawa, what the Invincible Longjun tried to talk big, then stepped right on the trap, ate 450 damage, and popped into white light on the spot. 2 more players from the other squads saw Xiao Fan close in and swung at him as well. 14, 13. Even lower looked like a split strength physique build. System, you were maliciously attacked by player Invincible Akue. For the next 10 minutes, counterattacks won't increase sin. System. With that, all 3 squads flipped to red names. Xiao Fan was thrilled, but he still didn't pop his ultimate. He forced one person back, sprinted out, and opened some distance. Stop! Invincible Overlord barked. The remaining 14 charged in unison. Xiao Fan ran at an angle, hunting for the line. 10 seconds later, he spotted them nearly strung out in a row. His eyes lit up. Now, savage charge. He planted his feet, dropped his shoulders, leaned forward, and burst out. Whoosh. Xiao Fan blurred into a streak and slammed into the cluster. Arc. What the damn? In an instant, he bowled through the Invincible Alliance like a wrecking ball. White light flashed 7 or 8 times, deleting more than half of them. After that tree collision lesson earlier, had learned to pull his momentum. No need to run the full 50 meters. Once he cleared 15, he could react and break early. He glanced back after scattering the pack. 3 were still full HP, and 3 were low. You're really not much, he mocked, lunging in. He ate 2 hits and cleaned up 2 of the low health players. He also tossed a trap down in front of a full health one. Snap. The guy missed it and got insta-killed, sent back to the village to respawn. Seeing his ferocity, the last 2 swallowed hard. Spare us, bro. We're not with the Invincible Alliance who just happened to be in a leveling party and got dragged along. Xiao Fan checked their names Ziyijiu, Siek Chunfeng, and Baoi Sambai. No Invincible Alliance tag. He waved them off. Go. Next time, don't let yourselves be used. Got it. Thanks, bro. The 2, shaken, immediately dropped party and sprinted off, red name debuff ticking for 10 minutes. If you hadn't killed anyone, red faded fairly fast. Kill a player, and it started at an hour. But Xiao Fan was in a defensive counterattack statino red, no matter how many he dropped. He turned to head back to the novice village and spotted an item on the ground some unlucky guys drop. A piece of jewelry, no less. How thoughtful. Xiao Fan picked it up, slipped it around his neck, and gained another 50 HP. On his way back to the village, Xiao Fan kept watching for any members of the Invincible Alliance. He walked all the way to the village entrance without spotting even a shadow of Invincible Overlord, which puzzled him. What's going on? Did they give up that quickly? He only dropped 2 levels, I haven't even killed him back to level 0 yet. He stopped people one by one to ask, hey buddy, have you seen Invincible Overlord? Are you sick? Who's your buddy? I have a chest look clearly, I'm a woman. Sorry. After awkwardly backing away, he repeated the same inquiry. Friend, have you seen? Bro, did you notice? Master, may I ask? After questioning over a dozen people, finally a young player focused on hunting rabbits looked up and replied. The Invincible Alliance? I just saw them heading to the forest west of the village, going in 3 waves with dozens of people. Thanks. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Dozens of people suddenly gathering together, and not to block him, could only mean they were fighting a boss. The western forest was in the opposite direction from where they had battled earlier, which confirmed his theory. Though the boss in the newbie village wasn't particularly formidable, the rewards were generous. The wild boar king from earlier was merely an elite monster, worlds apart from a true boss monster. Monsters in Hongmeng were divided into 8 tiers: common, elite, boss, lord, overlord, king class, spirit class, and immortal class. Corresponding equipment quality ranged from common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spirit artifacts, to immortal artifacts. Usually, only lord-class monsters and above would reliably drop silver equipment, and newbie villages would likely only have boss-class monsters at most. Lord-class monsters couldn't be taken down by dozens of low-level characters. You'd need a fully equipped 100-person team. Following the principle of, I won't mess with others unless they mess with me, but if they mess with me, I'll beat them until they call me daddy, Xiao Fan headed straight for the western forest. The monsters there were level 5 wood sprites and level 7 lynxes. The wood sprites were only half a meter tall, bouncing around quite adorably. Since Xiao Fan was already max level and in a hurry, he couldn't be bothered farming experience and pressed forward directly. Passing through the outer area, he reached the forest depths territory of level 9 wild monkeys, where player presence was sparse. Suddenly, noisy voices came from the distance. Quick, 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 fill the gap. It can't attack too many people at once. It still has 50 health. Taking it down will definitely drop bronze equipment. Brothers who disconnected, hurry back to fill positions. 500 yuan per death. I refuse to believe we can't take it down. A smirk crossed Xiao Fan's lips. He definitely found the right place. They were fighting a boss monster. He crept closer silently, and soon could see the situation ahead through the branches. Invincible Overlord was commanding from the center, with over 30 people blocking a narrow valley entrance less than 2 meters wide, facing off against a massive wild monkey. The terrain was cramped, preventing the monkey from fully deploying its attacks, so it could only strike 1 or 2 people at a time. Xiao Fan glanced at their health bars. This monster dealt nearly 200 damage points per hit, and no one could withstand more than a few strikes. The large monkey still had around 45 of its health remaining. From this distance, the exact numbers were unclear, but it was estimated to have about 2,000 to 3,000 health points left. Players from the Invincible Alliance were being killed one after another. It would take time for reinforcements to arrive from the respawn point, leaving only about 30 people on the scene. Screech, screech. The ape monster suddenly let out a strange cry, and golden fist shadows whistled forth. With a thunderous bang, they pierced through the crowd, instantly turning over a dozen players into white light and sending them straight back to the newbie village. Holy crap, it still has an ultimate skill. Invincible Overlord's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly commanded his teammates to maintain their positions and prevent the boss from escaping the battle circle. However, with their formation suddenly reduced by half, the situation became increasingly precarious. Behind the tree, Xiao Fan watched with secret satisfaction, dusted off his clothes, and stepped out. Hey, need any help? Who's there? Invincible Overlord turned around and, seeing it was Xiao Fan, flew into a rage. Xiao, what are you doing here? Xiao Fan shrugged. Coming to die, of course. Didn't you say you'd kill me back to level 0? Seeing another person fall, Invincible Overlord gritted his teeth and finally swallowed his pride. Captain, quickly call the brothers. Before he could finish speaking, that person had already been slapped into white light by the monkey's fist. Invincible Overlord looked at his team hanging by a thread, then glanced at the nonchalant Xiao Fan, lowering his voice. Xiao Fan, how about we call a truce? Oh, a truce. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. As long as you don't interfere today, I'll let bygones be bygones. If you're willing to help us, I'll even share the loot with you. Xiao Fan sneered inwardly. They were the ones who started trouble by stealing monsters, and now they were playing the victim while making empty promises about sharing spoils. Who would believe that? He glanced at the boss. Its health had dropped to around 30, clearly not lasting much longer. He nodded. Fine, I'll help you. He strode forward. Invincible Overlord's face lit up with joy as he immediately sent out a team invitation. A system window popped up. Invincible Overlord invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Teams could accommodate up to 100 people, making them more flexible than 5-person parties. Too bad Xiao Fan had no intention of cooperating. He directly clicked reject. Team up to fight monsters? What a joke. I'm here to kill people. What are you doing? Invincible Overlord's expression darkened again. As the distance between them closed to 20 meters, Xiao Fan suddenly accelerated, running while laughing. What I mean is, I'm here to help you get back to the village. Raising his Fong dagger, he charged toward Invincible Overlord. Damn it, you're asking for death. Invincible Overlord reflexively raised his blade and struck down. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player Invincible Overlord. Counterattacking within 10 minutes will not increase your sin value. Xiao Fan deliberately slowed down, allowing the rusty iron blade to graze him, losing 18 health points. At the same time, he circled around Invincible Overlord and charged toward the others, casually tossing something at his feet to set a trap. What? Damn it. Only then did Invincible Overlord realize he had become the aggressor, causing the entire team to turn red-named. He wanted nothing more than to tear Xiao Fan apart. Stop right there. He gave chase, but forgot about the trap. Snap. White light flashed, and his level dropped by 1 again. With the large monkey's health bar at 25, Xiao Fan stopped delaying and headed straight for the valley entrance. Brothers, be careful. Invincible Dragon Lord's warning rang out, but it was too late. Wild charge. Xiao Fan gathered his strength and exploded forward like a wild beast, crashing into the crowd. With several dull bang, bang, bang sounds, the 16 players originally guarding the valley entrance were sent tumbling, their numbers instantly dropping to 8. Immediately after, the large monkey raised its stone fists and pounded repeatedly, reducing their numbers by 3 more. Damn it. You dare oppose the Invincible Alliance? You're asking for death. A hot-tempered team member roared, abandoning the monkey and swinging his blade directly at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had just steadied himself when he was struck, losing over 10 health points. As the distance between them closed, he could finally see the monkey's attributes clearly. Monkey King Boss Level 10, Health 2, 35910-000. Note, a large monkey yearning to become a spirit. This health pool wasn't particularly high and was completely manageable. However, since the monster's ownership currently belonged to the Invincible Alliance, even if Xiao Fan killed it, he'd just be doing free labor for others without getting so much as a monkey hair. The higher the boss level, the longer the loot protection lasted, and he had no intention of standing around waiting for those players to regroup and surround him. After weighing his options, he decided to kill the players first. Once all the owners were eliminated, the Monkey King would immediately disengage from combat and regenerate health at 5 per second, giving him a chance to claim ownership. Hunting Trap. Xiao Fan flicked his wrist, tossing the trap at his feet. The players rushing in to deal damage were completely unprepared and stepped right into it with a snap, instantly turning into white light. Screech. The Monkey King seized the opportunity to punch a low-health player to death, leaving only 6 people on the field. Forget the monster. Kill him first, or today's work will all be for nothing. Invincible Dragon Lord roared. The others immediately stopped attacking the boss and turned toward Xiao Fan. But did they really think the Monkey King would just stop on command? The moment they turned around, its health bar still at 23 flashed angry red as a massive fist came crashing down. Bang! Another squishy player was instantly killed. Seeing how ferocious the Monkey King was, Xiao Fan didn't dare get too close. He exchanged a few brief strikes with Invincible Dragon Lord, using footwork to avoid being surrounded. When the 3-second cooldown ended, he threw another hunting trap, this time positioning it toward the player on the right. Invincible Dragon Lord alertly jumped aside, thinking he was the target, but the trap was actually aimed at the person next to him. Snap. Another flash of white light shot skyward. Damn it. Invincible Dragon Lord flew into a rage and activated his speed boost to stick close to Xiao Fan. Bang. The Monkey King delivered 2 consecutive punches, taking down another player. Only 3 remained on the field. Xiao Fan took 2 basic attacks, his health dropping to just over 300, but he used positioning to stall for 3 seconds. The next moment, the Monkey King swung again, taking out Invincible Dragon Lord's companion, leaving only 2. Anticipating that Xiao Fan's trap cooldown was ready, Invincible Dragon Lord shouted a warning. Watch your feet. His teammate tried to flank from the side, but Xiao Fan had predicted his prediction, placing the trap half a step ahead. Snap. Another target hit the ground. Damn it all. Seeing his teammates wiped out and finding himself alone, Invincible Dragon Lord felt like his chest was stuffed with an explosive. Before he could finish speaking, the big monkey went berserk and charged forward, delivering a crushing blow that sent him back to town in a flash of light. With that, all players who had dealt damage to the Monkey King were eliminated. The system determined the boss had disengaged from combat and instantly restored 500 health points. Don't you dare leave. Seeing his chance, Xiao Fan ignored his own critical health and rushed forward with a slash. 14. The damage wasn't high. The Monkey King's heavy defense lived up to its reputation, which explained how it had withstood the assault of 40 to 50 invincible alliance members for so long. Screech. Screech. The suddenly wounded Monkey King erupted in fury, swinging its massive fist at Xiao Fan. Having anticipated this, Xiao Fan rolled away to dodge. Once the new combat state triggered, the Monkey King stopped regenerating health, leaving it at 2,822. A direct confrontation was clearly unrealistic. Xiao Fan glanced at the winding valley behind the boss and formulated a plan. His wild charge had finished cooling down, so he locked onto his target direction and shouted as he charged forward. Bang! 379. The Monkey King was sent flying, its massive body tumbling to the ground. Taking advantage of this opening, Xiao Fan sprinted 50 meters in one breath, plunging deep into the valley. After stopping, he immediately placed a hunting trap in the center of the narrow valley passage. Hiss! The Monkey King scrambled to his feet, letting out an enraged roar with a ferocious expression as it gave chase. Its massive paw slammed down, landing squarely in a hunting trap, instantly vaporizing 450 health points and leaving it with less than 2,000 HP remaining. Xiao Fan had already measured the distance and immediately retreated. With about 30 meters between them, the Monkey King was slightly faster, but not by much. Within seconds, he controlled the distance to around 20 meters while raising his hand to throw a second hunting trap. Bang! The Monkey King showed no caution and lost another 450 health points. This might actually work, he thought with secret delight. The Monkey King closed in relentlessly. 14 meters, 8 meters, 2 meters. The third, fourth, and fifth hunting traps hit in succession. The Monkey King now had only 193 health points remaining. A dull sound suddenly came from behind as Xiao Fan crashed into the rock wall at the valley's end. Holy crap, that scared me, he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing he had nowhere to retreat, the Monkey King grinned maliciously and swung its fist. I'm not a one-trick pony, Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. His fully cooled, wild charge activated instantly, transforming him into a blur as he crashed into the Monkey King. Bang! 381. The Monkey King's health bar hit 0, and its massive body crashed to the ground. You have defeated the boss monster Monkey King and gained 4,500 experience points. You have defeated a level 10 boss and gained 1 reputation point. All NPCs in Newbie Village have 20 favorability. Notice, your level has reached the Newbie Village limit. Please go to a nearby city to break through the body tempering realm, or you cannot continue leveling up. Copper coins scattered with a clatter, instantly covering the ground with metallic gleam. Though his level was capped, he could still absorb experience. Level 11 required 15,840 points, and he hadn't maxed out yet. Xiao Fan collected the spoils one by one. 1. Over 1,900 copper coins, which combined with what he already had totaled 2,480 coins. The system immediately converted this to 2 silver tails and 480 copper coins. 2. 4 pieces of equipment. Boss monsters were indeed generous with drops. Golden Monkey Bracers level 10 black iron, max HP 60, defense 3. Golden Monkey Boots level 10 black iron, movement speed 20, defense 3. Monkey King Ring level 10 black iron, attack power 5, defense 2. Forest King Gauntlets level 10 bronze, attack power 18, critical rate 5, attack speed 0.2. After equipping everything, his stats improved accordingly. Max HP 520, attack power 45, defense 19. He was invincible in unknown combat in Newbie Village and could sweep groups with his skills. 3. A large pack of Medicine Healing Salve X10, restoring 50 HP per second for 20 seconds with a 60-second cooldown, useful for both monster hunting and PvP. 4. A book. Xiao Fan initially thought it was a skill book, but upon picking it up, he found the pages were damaged. The system prompted, incomplete 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, an incomplete cultivation manual. Consult the Newbie Village chief about its origins. A quest item, he frowned slightly. Though mildly disappointed, Since it was a cultivation manual, it might be reparable, and the name sounded impressive. After collecting all the loot, he was about to leave when he spotted a shoe nearby. A new shoe bought by blacksmith Zhang from Newbie Village, stolen by the Monkey King. Return it for a generous reward. A pleasant surprise, he picked it up casually, thinking that since this was the monkey's lair anyway, it counted as equipment drop. Just then, noisy voices came from the valley entrance. He's inside, he's inside. Several Invincible Alliance members rushed into the valley, calling back to those behind them. Sure enough, unwilling to let the Monkey King be stolen, they had returned. Xiao Fan remained completely calm. He unequipped his Fong dagger and put on the new gauntlets covered in monkey fur. Blue light flowed across his body as he stood confidently. Invincible Overlord and Invincible Dragon Lord also burst in. Seeing his fists glowing with power, their faces immediately darkened. Brothers, this punk stole our bronze equipment. What do you say we do? Invincible Overlord roared. Screw him. Make him drop it. Kill him back to level 0. Dozens of people responded thunderously. They still attributed their previous failure to the Monkey King going berserk, not realizing Xiao Fan's true strength and certainly not realizing that he had completely upgraded his equipment. Note: movement speed is meters moved per minute, starting at 300, with small increases from agility. Note: attack speed is normal attacks per second, starting at 0.5, also affected by agility. But now, he had upgraded his equipment. Oh my, being killed back to level 0? How terrifying. Xiao Fan deliberately hunched his shoulders with a mock, "I'm so scared" expression, but his eyes were fixed on Invincible Overlord's character panel. The guy was down to just level 5, and Xiao Fan nearly burst out laughing. The game rules were clear. Lose a level, lose an attribute point, deducted exactly how you allocated them. The result was that Invincible Overlord was now even weaker than when he first started the game. Hand over that bronze equipment if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, the Invincible Alliance's hundreds of thousands of core members and millions of regular members will hunt you down, and you'll never have a place to stand in the primordial realm. Invincible Dragon Lord's face darkened as his voice cut through the air like a blade. Being hunted by a million players was enough to terrify anyone. Even the strongest player could only take on dozens at most if thousands or tens of thousands focused their ranged attacks. Even immortals would bite the dust. But Xiao Fan wasn't afraid. In fact, his eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Being enemies with a million people sounds thrilling. It was just a game. If he died, he could respawn. If he got surrounded, he'd teleport back to town immediately. Plus, with his chaos body, others couldn't really harm him. He had no friends, no faction ties, no baggage. They couldn't even threaten him with hostages. If push came to shove, he could just log off and take a break. Who said he had to stand there and tank everything? Looks like you won't cry until you see your coffin. Seeing that neither threats nor bribes worked, Invincible Overlord finally lost his patience and coldly told his companions, "Block the valley entrance. If he dares come out, hack him to pieces. I don't believe he can hide forever." With that, he led his group in retreat. Xiao Fan curled his lip. This blockhead finally got smart and stopped waiting foolishly at the valley bottom. But did blocking the entrance really work? The outcome would be the same. He wasn't in a hurry, leisurely strolling toward the exit. Only when the enemies had retreated to the valley mouth and spread out in a fan formation did he approach them. Having been taught a lesson by his wild charge and traps, this group had learned their lesson and spread out instead of standing in a straight line. Xiao Fan stretched at the entrance and called out mockingly, "Little brothers of the Invincible Alliance, watch closely. This is how your daddy gets out." With that, he locked onto a player whose red name hadn't faded yet, and suddenly crouched, wild charge. Scatter. The frontline players turned pale, but how could dozens of people instantly spread out? Xiao Fan became a blur, charging 50 meters in one breath. White lights flashed in a chain along his path as 7 or 8 people instantly hit the ground. Surround him. Invincible Overlord roared. The remaining 40-plus players howled as they gave chase. Smack. The player in the lead stepped on a trap and instantly vaporized. The second fastest, Mighty Strength, swung his newbie wooden sword at Xiao Fan. Level 7 with all points in strength, yet he only dealt 15 damage. What the hell? How is he so tanky? He could deal over 30 damage to monsters, but against players it was halved. Mighty Strength's mentality instantly exploded. Boom. Xiao Fan countered with a punch, dealing 35 damage and nearly spinning the guy's head half a circle, and he hadn't even allocated his potential points yet, relying purely on the bronze gauntlet's power. Holy crap, how is he so strong? Mighty Strength screamed as he fell. That's the power of bronze equipment. Brothers, let's take him down. Invincible Dragon Lord's eyes turned green as he stared at the glowing gauntlets, wishing he could strip them off and use them himself. Xiao Fan kept moving while attacking, and since the crowd was slower than him, they couldn't form an effective encirclement for the moment. Damage numbers like 9, 5, 14 kept popping up above his head in quick succession. The rhythm wasn't fast, but it steadily chipped away at his health bar. Come on, little bros. Is that all the damage you've got? Give me something with some punch. he taunted continuously. The Invincible Alliance members were so provoked their teeth itched with anger, and ignoring his high basic attack damage, they rushed at him recklessly. Fists flew everywhere as Xiao Fan's punches landed on several players, causing their health bars to drop dramatically. However, his own health was visibly decreasing too, rapidly sliding from 510 down to just over 200. In just 10 seconds, the hunting traps at his feet killed 3 people. Immediately after, a savage charge instantly took out 8 more lives from the opposing side, a total of 11 players down. Seeing Xiao Fan's health in critical condition, Invincible King immediately shouted excitedly, "Brothers, keep going. 500 reward for killing him, plus another 500 if bronze equipment drops." Hearing this, Xiao Fan laughed heartily. "Making money isn't easy, so Daddy will help you save some. I won't be dying today." He pulled out the healing ointment that had just dropped from the Monkey King and applied it to himself. 50, 50, 50. 3 green numbers shot up, instantly stabilizing his health bar. At this moment, only 5 or 6 people per second could hit him, dealing a combined damage of about 45, which couldn't even match the ointment's recovery rate. Damn, how does he have a long-lasting health regeneration potion? Aren't there only 50 small healing ointments in the newbie village? Cries of surprise erupted from the crowd. "I really have to thank you guys for this. The Monkey King gave it to me without you. I really couldn't have beaten it," Xiao Fan said in an infuriating tone. "Damn, this is absolutely ridiculous." Invincible King was completely enraged and charged forward with his blade, disregarding his own life. At this moment, Savage Charge had finished cooling down. Xiao Fan casually chose the direction with the most people and charged fiercely, deliberately sparing Invincible King. Bang bang, 7 or 8 players were sent flying and respawned at the revival point. Damn it, dead again. A chorus of curses accompanied the white light as the Invincible Alliance lost more members. Xiao Fan was like a mad bull that no one could stop. When there were fewer people around, his health bar shot back up to full. When opponents regrouped to surround him, he didn't retreat. Hunting traps continued to instantly kill people, and his fists never stopped. Each punch took away at least 15 of someone's health, and a few consecutive hits meant certain death. After the ointment's 20-second duration ended, his health dropped by 300 again, so he applied another one, and his vitality climbed back up. During this time, another round of Savage Charge claimed several more lives. Damn it, he's still regenerating health. How many health potions did he pick up? Those should have been ours. The crowd was both shocked and furious, but they fought with decreasing confidence, seeing their third team wipe approaching. Invincible King still had full health. Xiao Fan deliberately avoided him, letting him watch helplessly as his brothers fell one by one. "How does it feel? Are you angry? Will you dare steal my monsters next time?" He laughed casually. Invincible King gritted his teeth and roared angrily. "Damn it. You got lucky today? Brothers, let's retreat and deal with him next time." Without getting the premium equipment and seeing that a direct confrontation was hopeless, he could only withdraw. The Invincible Alliance members had long been scared out of their wits and scattered upon hearing the order. "That's it. You're done already." Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. "All right then, Daddy will spare you today. My son Invincible King. You should head back to the village to respawn, right? Daddy will give you a ride." Thud, thud, thud. The cooldown Savage Charge suddenly activated. Before Invincible King could dodge, he was sent flying and his screen went black. Damn. Before dying, Invincible King could only let out one unwilling curse. Looking at the dozen or so surviving members of the Invincible Alliance, Xiao Fan's expression grew calm. The battle wasn't over yet, and they still held their weapons, retreating while keeping their eyes fixed on him, clearly worried he might charge again. "You can go now." Xiao Fan's lips curved slightly. Invincible Overlord was brainless and insisted on provoking me. "This has nothing to do with you, so I don't blame you." Everyone was stunned, not expecting this demon-like man to spare them. Xiao Fan continued. "By the way, here's some news for you. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion and Iron Blood Martial World have already planted spies in your Invincible Alliance's upper ranks. Within a month at most, they'll split your guild apart. The guild won't last long, so you'd better escape while you can. That's all I have to say. Farewell." With that, he turned and strode away with such casual grace, as if the bloody battle had never happened. What's going on?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. This guy suddenly being so gentle. I can't quite accept it. Heavenly Dao Pavilion and Iron Blood Martial World? Those are the first and second largest guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. Is it true or false? Don't believe him. He's definitely trying to fool us. But why would such a skilled player lie to us? Conflicting speculations exploded among the crowd, stirring up emotions that were already on edge. A bunch of idiots. Xiao Fan hummed a tune as he walked away, feeling refreshed. Dealing with despicable enemies required more than just killing you. Had to plant a psychological bomb as well. What he just said was pure fabrication. He didn't know anyone from Heavenly Dao Pavilion or Iron Blood Martial World. But delivering intelligence in a serious tone after a massacre was enough to make survivors half believe and half doubt. Right now, they were probably already speculating about which high-ranking member of the Invincible Alliance was the spy. As for Invincible Overlord, after being killed 4 times, he should only be level 4 now. Xiao Fan calculated silently. I'll go back to the village and ambush him. Since I promised to kill him back to level 0, unless he calls me daddy, I absolutely won't show mercy. He jogged back to the newbie village. The new shoes he'd obtained increased his movement speed, and the sound of wind rushing past his ears as he ran felt quite pleasant. He didn't encounter Invincible Overlord along the way. The guy had probably circled around to the other side of the village to level up. Xiao Fan wasn't in a hurry and decided to visit the village chief first. The reputation gained from killing the Monkey King had taken effect. When the old village chief saw him again, his anger was gone, and he treated Xiao Fan with the same kindness he showed ordinary villagers. Village chief, I obtained this from the Monkey King. Could you tell me about its origins? Xiao Fan took out the incomplete 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. The old village chief glanced at it and explained, a few years ago, a nascent soul stage expert passed through our village and accidentally dropped this cultivation manual. That mischievous monkey stole it and tore it up, so it can no longer be learned directly. I see. How can I restore it? Nascent soul stage was roughly equivalent to level 200 or above in the Gamia technique. Left by such a powerful expert was definitely not something you could learn in ordinary cities. That senior claimed to be from the Lingxiao sect, the village chief hinted. You might try your luck at the Lingxiao sect near Thunder City. Thank you, village chief. Thunder City, Lingxiao sect. I'll remember that. Seeing that Xiao Fan had reached level 10, the village chief proactively asked, young man, now that you've completed the initial trials, would you like me to send you to a big city to see the world? Xiao Fan shook his head. Thank you, but I'm not in a hurry. I still have matters to handle. Very well, come find me when you're ready to leave. The village chief nodded. Xiao Fan ran toward the newbie village's blacksmith shop. As soon as he lifted the curtain and stepped inside, the rhythmic clanging of metalwork filled the air. Sparks flew throughout the cramped forge, and the acrid smell of molten iron permeated the space. Zhang the blacksmith wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up at Xiao Fan. Young hero Xiao Fan, I need some white sandstone for smelting. Could you help me gather some? Ding, do you accept the quest blacksmith's commission? Quest details. Collect 10 pieces of white sandstone and deliver them to Zhang the blacksmith within 60 minutes. Quest reward, 300 experience points. Xiao Fan nodded. I accept. Ding, congratulations. You have learned mining. You have received Novice Pickaxe. Novice Pickaxe can be used to collect low-grade ores. 1 success rate, never breaks. Mining, like gathering, was an essential life skill for beginners. It cost money to learn in the city, but in the starter village, you only needed to complete simple quests. Obviously, this was the better deal. Suddenly remembering something, Xiao Fan pulled a shoe from his inventory and handed it over. Uncle Blacksmith, I found this in the Monkey King's lair. Is it yours? Zhang the blacksmith's usually composed expression instantly transformed into one of joy as he grabbed the shoe. This is my lost shoe. I finally found it. He carefully tucked it away and rushed out of the forge to lock it in his wardrobe at home, then returned excitedly. Young hero Xiao Fan, this shoe was hand-sewn by my late wife. I treasured it too much to wear, but that damned monkey stole it. Since you've returned it to me, I'll teach you my most prized forging technique. Dingzhong the blacksmith wants to teach you treasure forging arts. Do you accept? Do you even need to ask? Xiao Fan immediately nodded. Zhang the blacksmith's eyes gleamed as he pressed his finger to Xiao Fan's forehead. Ding, congratulations. You have learned treasure forging arts. Treasure forging arts treasure technique. Skill description. Use true chi to generate fire and smelt materials to forge high-quality weapons. 10 chance to create black iron weapons. 2.5 chance to create bronze weapons. 0.1 chance to create silver weapons. Upgrading increases success rate and quality ceiling. Level 1 maximum 8. Proficiency 01000. Casting cost 10 true chi points. Cooldown minimum 180-second interval between each smelting. Skill quality followed the same 8-tier system as equipment: basic skills, intermediate skills, advanced skills, spells, mystical arts, treasure arts, Dao arts, and immortal arts. Basic skills capped at level 3, with each tier adding 1 more level, while immortal arts could reach level 10. Zhang the blacksmith had just gifted him a treasure art, leaving Xiao Fan feeling like he'd been struck by a massive windfall. Unfortunately, he currently had no true chi, or he would have wanted to test it immediately. With his chaos body's tenfold effect, he'd start with at least black iron weapons. The thought made his heart race with anticipation. Thank you, Uncle Blacksmith. I'll go get those ores right away. Energized by his good fortune, Xiao Fan turned and rushed out of the village toward the mining area. The white sandstone deposits were located near the territory of level 7 monsters. Upon arrival, he drew his novice pickaxe and was about to start mining when he caught sight of several familiar figures in his peripheral vision: Invincible Overlord and his 4 teammates. Xiao Fan put away his pickaxe and casually strolled over. Well, well, leveling up, are we? Invincible Overlord's expression immediately darkened, his gaze wary, while his teammates instinctively stepped back. After dozens of players had failed to corner Xiao Fan before, these five certainly didn't dare cause trouble. The two female players were already preparing to flee. Xiao Fan smiled leisurely. Nothing much, just thought you all looked tired from grinding and fighting monsters. Let me send you back to the village for some rest. With that, wild charge. Bang. The collision was lightning fast. Although Invincible Overlord tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid it completely and was struck, instantly dissolving into white light. System notification. You have actively killed player Invincible Overlord and gained 50 kill points. Xiao Fan stepped back and turned his gaze to the four remaining players nearby. You, don't come any closer. The female player with the ID, Love Big Brother the most, said with a trembling voice. Another female player called Brown Sugar Macchiato frantically waved her hands. Overlord had a grudge against you, so killing him was fine, but don't drag us into this. Xiao Fan chuckled softly upon hearing this. I understand the principle that grievances have their source and debts have their creditor. All four players breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. However, his tone shifted. You all joined him in stealing monsters and bullied me when I was level 0 with no attributes, didn't you? The four players' faces stiffened. Later, when you saw I had defeated an elite monster, you wanted to rely on your numbers to steal the loot, didn't you? Still no one responded. Xiao Fan calmly concluded. Those who aid tyrants are equally guilty and deserve death. You're no different from him. Time to log off, here we go. His wild charge skill had finished cooling down. He positioned himself perfectly and charged 25 meters, catching 3 players off guard and turning them into white light instantly. The last player saw Xiao Fan's red name and reluctantly swung his sword, but only lasted 2 seconds before being killed by a trap. Tisk, so I'm red named after all. Xiao Fan shook his head, seeming both helpless and somewhat mocking. The system panel flashed. 5 players killed, total kill value 250 points. Red name removal requires 250 minutes of idle time, which can be accelerated by killing monsters. 2 monsters reduce the time by 1 minute. No regrets, he said quietly. In reality, he had to endure grievances, but this was just a game. How could he let people walk all over him again? They stole his monster and called him a weakling. Wouldn't rest until he killed them back to level 0. Many players were around and had witnessed him instantly killing 5 people. Bronze light gleamed on his equipment, clearly valuable drops, but no one dared make a move. Named players had an extremely high chance of dropping equipment when killed. With kill values over 100 points, at least one piece of equipment would definitely drop, plus money. The problem was, they had to be able to kill him first. With over 300 health points and the ability to one-shot people, who would dare approach? Things calmed down, and Xiao Fan pulled out his pickaxe to start mining. System notifications rolled. You obtained white sandstone 1. You obtained white sandstone 1. You obtained white sandstone 1. Like his gathering skill, his mining skill also had a 100 success rate, and he finished mining in less than a minute. Since he couldn't return to the village while red named, he turned back to head to the low-level area to kill monsters and clear his red status. When he reached the level 5 monster area, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Invincible Overlord was leading Invincible Dragon Lord and others, charging over with murderous intent. Their numbers were 15 or 16 fewer than before, probably scared off by Xiao Fan's earlier words. Invincible Overlord was now blinded by rage, not caring whether they could actually win. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone nearby, listen up. This Xiao Fan has bronze equipment on him. He's red named now. Whoever gets his equipment can keep it. Many people heard the commotion and looked over. Xiao Fan's crimson red name looked quite intimidating, with his level 10 status, 510 health points, and several pieces of equipment that made many players think twice before approaching. Invincible Overlord knew it wouldn't be easy to get the bystanders to fight for him, so he took the lead, raising his banner and shouting, Invincible Alliance members, charge first. He only has around 500 health, we can wear him down quickly. Before he finished speaking, he was already rushing forward with a beginner's wooden sword. The wooden sword looked ridiculous, but his momentum was impressive. Unfortunately, after dying repeatedly, his level had dropped so low that he could no longer wield his original rusty iron blade, forcing him to switch to the wooden sword. Snap! A crisp sound came from beneath his feet. Invincible Overlord was still several steps away from Xiao Fan when he was instantly killed by a hunting trap on the ground. A notification flashed in the center of the screen, kill value 50. Invincible Overlord's level dropped to 2. This was his 6th time being teleported back to the newbie village. On the field, over 30 Invincible Alliance members plus the surrounding opportunistic solo players formed a semicircle. Xiao Fan glanced around and said calmly, can your current attacks even break through my defense? I still have 2 stacks of health potions on me. Don't make this so easy that I don't even get a chance to use them. Several players in the front row immediately hesitated. They had already noticed that their attacks on Xiao Fan only dealt around 10 points of damage, with even full-strength builds maxing out at under 20. Dying once meant losing 3 strength points, equivalent to 6 less attack damage at this point. They couldn't even qualify as tickling him. Come on, be brave, don't be cowards. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and even lifted his hand to give them an encouraging look. The player, incredibly strong, at the very front met that gaze and immediately shuddered, shaking his head repeatedly. He didn't want to die again. Tisk, boring. Xiao Fan turned his head in disappointment and noticed a small wild boar that had just spawned nearby. He casually threw a punch. Bang! The boar's health bar instantly dropped by half. Then it stepped on a newly laid trap and collapsed. Holy crap, a basic attack took half its health? That's got to be 80 damage, the spectating bystanders exclaimed. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched slightly. That punch had just triggered his gauntlet's 5 critical hit rate, doubling the damage. But it had the unexpected effect of intimidating everyone present. With no one daring to approach anymore, and not wanting to kill innocents unnecessarily to avoid increasing his kill value, he began methodically hunting monsters one by one to clear his red name status. About 10 minutes later, Invincible Overlord came running back looking disheveled. What are you all standing around for? Attack! Seeing his guild members frozen in place, with some even going off to level up, he was furious. Boss, we can't beat him. Someone muttered quietly. If you can't beat him, then sacrifice yourselves. Keep dying to him until his kill value maxes out, then he won't be able to enter any major cities today. Invincible Overlord roared. Xiao Fan, who was in the middle of grinding monsters, looked up with amusement at the commotion. Hey, are you okay? Actually telling your guild members to throw their lives away? Your own level might be worthless, but doesn't everyone else's time matter? I'm paying them. Invincible Overlord immediately shouted back, afraid of being misunderstood. Xiao Fan scoffed. You think throwing around some dirty money can buy people's time? Don't you know that time is money? Don't you know that leveling up and ranking high gives you advantages? By making them sacrifice themselves, you're ruining their future prospects in this game. Give it up. This is Hong Ming. They're players, not your lapdogs. You. Invincible Overlord was left speechless. Xiao Fan's words had undoubtedly planted seeds of rebellion in his guild members' hearts. If he didn't strike back immediately, the guild's morale would crumble. You're the one killing them, yet you're acting like some saint? Xiao, the Invincible Alliance will fight you to the death. Even if we can't kill you today, don't think you'll ever leave this newbie village. Invincible Overlord raged. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. I have no grudge against them, so why would I kill them for no reason? His tone was lazy, yet every word hit where it hurt. Isn't it because you maliciously stole monsters and bosses? When you couldn't beat me, you got angry and dragged them into your revenge scheme. And what happened? They were all innocent bystanders who got pulled into this mess by you, each losing 3 levels. As the big boss, shouldn't you give each of them 10,000 yuan as hush money? Bullshit. Invincible Overlord exploded with rage. What about you actively stealing our boss and causing our team wipe? He had completely lost his rationality, letting Xiao Fan lead his thoughts without realizing that every accusation was a trap. Xiao Fan shrugged with a cold smile. What? So only the Invincible Alliance is allowed to monopolize areas, steal monsters, and kill people, but I'm not allowed to fight back as a solo player? Who do you think you are? Do you own primordial chaos? Damn it. Attack him. Invincible Overlord was beside himself with fury, unable to win in combat or verbal sparring. Having been completely demolished by Xiao Fan's verbal assault in front of a circle of spectating players, he finally threw caution to the wind and charged forward with his sword raised. Xiao Fan didn't move a muscle, not even bothering to set up traps. The newbie wooden sword came down. Miss 1. Miss 2. Having dropped to level 2, Invincible Overlord's attack was only 10 points, unable to even scratch Xiao Fan's 19-point defense. Xiao Fan patted his head, smiling like he was teasing a cat. Tisk, poor little thing, your face is turning green. If you knew this would happen, why did you steal my little rabbit? Light flashed beneath his feet as a hunting trap formed. Snap. Invincible Overlord was bounced back to the respawn point, his level dropping to 1. In less than 3 minutes, he came charging back with curses. Snap. Back to the village again, this time dropping to level 0. The watching Invincible Alliance members stopped following and gradually dispersed. The satisfaction they once felt from bullying newbies was completely gone, and hitting this iron wall made them reflect for the first time. Xiao Fan opened his personal panel. 395 kill points, requiring over 700 more monster kills to clear. I've lingered in the newbie village long enough, he thought. Other fast-leveling players had already headed to the main city to prepare for breaking through to the body-tempering realm. That was the threshold for unlocking the first trait of the Chaos Body, which would allow wearing equipment of any level. Quite tempting indeed. 395 kill points would take about 20 minutes to clear. He targeted level 1 rabbits, killing one with each punch at extreme speed, while also practicing the proficiency of Wild Charge and Hunting Trap. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Fan circled around the NPC aggro range at the village entrance and began his rabbit massacre. He had expected Invincible Overlord to keep coming back to make his presence known, so he prepared to completely ignore him throughout. After all, the guy couldn't break through his defense and would deal 1 damage at most. Unexpectedly, Invincible Overlord never showed up again. When Xiao Fan stopped a passing Invincible Alliance player to inquire, he learned that the guy had logged off, probably hiding in reality to nurse his wounded pride. The remaining time was simple. Punches fell and rabbits flew, with experience and proficiency rising together. Ding, congratulations. Wild Charge has been upgraded to level 2. Wild Charge has a 10-second cooldown, but the more monsters you kill with it, the more experience you gain. If you can take out 4 or more units in one charge, you can earn up to 20 proficiency points at once, making leveling incredibly fast. In contrast, the hunting trap skill gains proficiency at a painfully slow rate. The little rabbits simply refuse to hop into the traps obediently, and one punch from him kills them instantly, leaving almost no room for practice. Wild Charge is still at level 1 with a 135 damage coefficient. Once upgraded to level 2, it will increase to 145, though the range remains 5 meters. However, with an amplification scroll, it can instantly extend to 50 meters. As his kill count gradually decreased, Xiao Fan's name turned white again. He dusted himself off and returned to the village, delivering the freshly mined white sandstone to Blacksmith Zhang and collecting a modest experience reward. Technically, he could have skipped this trivial reward mining or wasn't difficult once he'd learned the basics, but Xiao Fan always kept his word. Since Blacksmith Zhang had given him a valuable technique manual, he couldn't just brush off his obligations. After completing the quest, he headed straight to the village chief's courtyard. Village chief, I've finished my training and want to try my luck in the big cities, Xiao Fan said directly. Young hero Xiao Fan, which city would you like to visit? I can send you to Iron Horse City, Jade Sun City, or Thunder City. Xiao Fan was naturally interested in Thunder City, but he asked about the differences first. The village chief stroked his beard and patiently explained. The Divine Dragon continent is overrun with demons and monsters, so our ancestors built 108 great cities to defend our lands. These 3 cities are all in the eastern region, separated by tens of thousands of miles. 1. Iron Horse City values martial prowess, with countless martial arts schools perfect for those who focus on physical cultivation. 2. Jade Sun City is scholarly and refined, with flourishing Taoist temples that emphasize inner alchemy and spellcasting. 3. Thunder City faces constant demon threats, and has both martial schools and Taoist temples. With continuous warfare, it's ideal for adventurous young people. The village chief concluded. Simply put, Iron Horse City focuses on physical combat, Jade Sun City on magic, and Thunder City offers both, plus regular battles. Thunder City it is, Xiao Fan replied without hesitation. Very well. The old village chief raised his hand, and a beam of white light descended. Once you arrive, remember to visit a martial school or Taoist temple first to break through to the next realm. Don't delay your cultivation. The light enveloped Xiao Fan as he plummeted rapidly. After a few dizzying seconds, his feet touched solid ground, and he found himself standing in the plaza outside Thunder City. The cacophony of noise hit him immediately. Since he'd spent considerable time in the beginner village, all the major cities were now packed with people. The crowd before him was bustling and lively. Xiao Fan looked around in admiration. What a magnificent city! Towering pagodas, majestic stone beasts, and golden palaces came into view. White-walled houses with blue tiles, grand mansions with vermilion gates, and endless rows of inns and taverns dotted the landscape. The main street, 30 meters wide, teemed with people, while vendors lined both sides. In the distance, several floating pavilions hung suspended in midair with cascading waterfalls, immortal runes glowing at their bases as spiritual energies swirled around them. With just one glance, the atmosphere of this cultivation game struck him to the core. Let me check out the Taoist temple first. Xiao Fan browsed the city map, locked onto the coordinates, and jogged off. Although he'd only learned close combat skills so far, he had no intention of spending his entire life fighting Facito-face flying swords that could strike enemies from 1,000 miles away, and sleeve techniques that could summon thunder and overturn seas were the true marks of an immortal. Thunder City was enormous, but fortunately the Taoist temple wasn't far from the teleportation point. 3 minutes later, he stood before a grand hall with a giant Taiji diagram carved at its entrance. The hall's doors were black with golden studs, towering and impressive, but the first thing that reached his ears was an angry shout. Get out, get out. You can't even come up with one silver tael, and you want to learn cultivation methods? Stop dreaming, you beggars, and scram. A portly NPC administrator waved his hand dismissively as more than a dozen players were unceremoniously kicked out the front door. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched as he quickly checked his inventory. Good thing he had 2 silver taels saved up. Xiao Fan walked toward the Dao Palace. Before he could finish climbing the stone steps, the short, portly NPC whose job was to turn people away had already planted himself at the entrance with his hands on his hips, glaring with his beady eyes. What do you want? Got any silver? If you don't have money, then get. Before he could finish, Xiao Fan flipped his palm, revealing a tail of silver gleaming coldly. Oh my goodness, young hero, please come right in. The fat man's voice instantly turned sweet as honey, his chubby face creasing into deep smile lines as he perfectly embodied the phrase, eyes light up at the sight of money. The NPC was named Hiduojin, a level 50 cultivator in the Qi refinement stage with combat power on par with a newbie village chief clearly designated as a gatekeeper. I want to learn cultivation techniques to break through realms, Xiao Fan said straight to the point. You've come to the right place. Hiduojin rubbed his hands together, grinning like a salesman. Young hero Xiao Fan, our palace has a dazzling array of cultivation techniques, basic techniques, spirit-opening techniques, profound mystery techniques. As long as you have silver, you can learn them all. How much for each? Xiao Fan asked. The other players outside perked up their ears at the mention of prices. The most basic technique costs just one tael of silver and can take you to the peak of Qi refinement stage, which is level 100. Hiduojin held up one finger, then extended several more. Beyond that are intermediate, advanced, spirit-opening, profound mystery, myriad phenomena, Tao treasury mystical methods, and great celestial techniques, each grade stronger than the last, with prices naturally rising accordingly. He deliberately paused, his tone filled with pride. Our palace's greatest treasure is a profound mystery technique, the Heavenly Gang Golden Thunder Scripture. Its thunder magic shakes the world, priced at 10,000 spirit stones. By the way, one spirit stone exchanges for 10,000 taels of silver. That's currency for high-level cultivators, so don't even think about it for now, but work hard for the future. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched slightly. By that calculation, learning the Heavenly Gang Golden Thunder Scripture would cost 100 million taels of silver? Truly, no money, no cultivation. A player at the entrance muttered. Surely we can get techniques elsewhere? Hearing the poverty in their voice, Hiduojin immediately became impatient. Sure, Crimson Valley, to the east. Fight those level 30 desperados. I hear there's an extremely low chance of technique drops. If you think you can handle it, go ahead. Who's stopping you? The crowd fell silent. Currently, they were at most level 10 with maxed experience, unable to break through, and couldn't even penetrate monster defenses. Moreover, killing monsters in the newbie village barely dropped any money, occasionally 2 or 3 copper coins, with most players having less than 100 copper in their pockets. At that moment, a tall female player emerged from the crowd, her gaze falling on the silver in Xiao Fan's hand. Handsome Xiao Fan, do you have extra silver? I can exchange real cash with you. Real cash. Xiao Fan's heart stirred. After being unemployed for over 6 months, his savings had dwindled to less than 1,000 yuan, and he was worried about future expenses. This game had many places requiring money in the early stage. She planned to learn techniques first, then some skills, before considering whether to sell silver. So he shook his head. Not right now. I need to break through first. The female player looked slightly disappointed but still smiled as she extended an olive branch. All right, if you change your mind, contact me first. Money definitely won't be a problem. Xiao Fan glanced at her username. Drinking alone under the moon, quite poetic, and he made a mental note. Seeing this, Hiduojin once again put on his smile, turning sideways and extending his arm. Young hero Xiao Fan, this way please. Hiduojin invited Xiao Fan inside. The Thunder Palace consisted of 5 floors, each corresponding to different cultivation realms from bottom to top. The first floor for body tempering levels 1050, the second floor for Qi refinement levels 50,100, the third floor for foundation establishment levels 100150, the fourth floor for golden core levels 150200, and the fifth floor for nascent soul levels 200300. Beyond that, cultivators no longer needed to study at the palace. The two walked through the bustling corridor and approached a middle-aged cultivator in white robes. A floating light screen clearly displayed. Technique Instructor Zhou Xiuxuan. Level 100 Foundation Establishment. Health 800 000 800 000. Note: 30 years of professional instruction, trustworthy. Master, your disciple has brought you a customer. Hiduojin beamed with pride. Zhou Xiuxuan merely responded with a faint hum, not even lifting his eyelids, and gestured dismissively. See for yourself what you want to learn. 6 cultivation manuals lay on the desk before him. Xiao Fan brushed away the dust and examined them clearly. 1. Breathing Technique, Basic Manual. Comprehension Effect. Permanent True Qi Limit 10, Qi Force 10. Cultivation Effect. Body Tempering. True Qi Limit 2. Qi Force 2 per level. Spirit Resistance 1 every 10 levels. Qi Refinement. True Qi Limit 4. Qi Force 4 per level. Spirit Resistance 2 every 10 levels. Included skill. True Qi Palm Basic. Price, 1 silver tael. 2. Dawn Glow Heart Sutra, Intermediate Manual. Comprehension Effect. Permanent true chi limit 15, chi force 15. Cultivation effect. Body tempering. True chi limit 3, chi force 3 per level. Spirit resistance 1 every 10 levels. Chi refinement. True chi limit 6, chi force 6 per level. Spirit resistance 2 every 10 levels. Foundation establishment. True chi limit 12, chi force 12 per level. Spirit resistance 5 every 10 levels. Included skills. Palm flame basic, chi sword technique intermediate. Price, 100 silver taels. The remaining 4 manuals were also intermediate level with identical attributes, differing only in their included skills. Intermediate manuals offered far superior cultivation benefits compared to basic ones, but their prices were equally steep. With his limited funds, Xiao Fan had to settle for less. I'll take this one. He picked up the breathing technique and handed over the silver. Zhou Xiaoshuan took the silver and expressionlessly pushed the book toward Xiao Fan. He Duo-jin, however, beamed with joy. I can see that young hero Xiao Fan has an extraordinary bearing and will surely achieve great things. Since you happen to be the 10th manual my master has sold today, I'll take the liberty of giving you a magical treasure. He produced an ornately carved wooden ruler. Spirit pattern ruler. Quality, common magical treasure. Equipment requirement, body tempering realm. Chi force 20. Attack range, 500. Attack cost, 1 true chi. Durability, 500,500. Magical treasures differed completely from ordinary equipment. Ordinary equipment attributes were directly added to the player's stats, while magical treasure attributes only took effect when activated. Each cultivator could wear 2 magical treasures simultaneously, one for offense and one for defense. Chi force represented magical attack power and could only be increased through magical treasures, wisdom attributes, and manual upgrades, not through ordinary equipment. Thank you. Xiao Fan solemnly accepted the wooden ruler and cupped his fists toward He Duo-jin. He Duo-jin smiled even more broadly. Young hero Xiao Fan, please follow me to the meditation chamber to comprehend the manual and break through to the next realm. Once you surpass body tempering, you'll be a Taoist of our palace, and we can address each other as fellow Taoists. He led Xiao Fan toward the side hall's meditation chambers. Cultivating the palace's manuals emphasized the magical arts path, corresponding to the Taoist profession. Studying martial arts manuals at a martial hall would follow the physical path, known as warrior. Unless one obtained special inheritance, even reaching level 500 would still leave players in these 2 basic professions, without distinctions like archer, mage, or priest. The Tao Palace actually serves many functions beyond learning cultivation techniques. Players can also purchase skill books, magical treasures, and pills from NPCs, though the prices are generally higher than those at NPC shops outside. The first floor hall features several meditation chambers lined against the walls, which normally require payment. But today He Duo-jin waived the fee for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan entered the meditation chamber, and the wooden door automatically closed behind him. A subtle fragrance permeated the small space, filling his nostrils with the refreshing herbal scent that cleansed the mind and spirit. He sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion and took out the breathing technique manual to study. The book detailed the distribution of human meridians and the circulation routes for qi, absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, circulating it through the meridians, filtering out impurities, removing the dross while preserving the essence, and finally condensing it into true qi. The mental cultivation method itself only required comprehension, not prolonged meditation practice. As long as one continued leveling up, their realm would naturally rise accordingly, essentially replacing meditation cultivation with monster hunting and leveling. In less than 5 minutes, he had fully grasped the entire manual and mastered the accompanying skills. Ding Pleasant system notifications chimed in succession. 1. Congratulations, you have learned the basic cultivation method, breathing technique. True Chi maximum permanently 10, Chi force permanently 10. 2. Congratulations, you have learned the basic skill, True Chi palm. 3. Congratulations, you have broken through to the body tempering realm. Basic growth rate increased. All basic attributes 5. Health maximum 500. 4. You have broken through to body tempering realm, awakening the first stage characteristics of chaos body. You can now equip items of all levels. Instantly, his attribute panel surged dramatically, with his health nearly doubling. Name, Xiao Fan. Level, 10. Class, Taoist. Talent, Chaos Body. Health, 12481248. True Chi, 1010. Attack Power, 63. Chi Force, 44 excluding magical treasures. Defense, 21. Spirit Resistance, 0. Magic Defense, 0. Strength, 15. Wisdom, 15. Constitution, 15. Agility, 15. Potential points, 20. After changing classes, potential points finally had a purpose. He unhesitatingly invested all 20 points into wisdom to maximize his chi force. The body tempering realm growth rate was 1 wisdom, 2.6 chi force. instantly boosting his chi force to 96 points. Combined with the 20 points provided by his magical treasure, his damage output would be devastating. Next, he examined his new skill, True Chi Palm. Description: release True Chi to deal Chi Force 135 damage to a single target within 5 meters from a distance. Power enhanced when cast through magical treasures, with no additional True Chi consumption. Level 1, maximum 3. Proficiency 01000. Casting cost 1 True Chi point. Casting interval 5 seconds. Xiao Fan was secretly thrilled. His talent could amplify numerical values by 10 times, instantly extending the skill's range to 50 meters. Combined with Wild Charge's 50-meter dash, he could strike targets 100 meters away within 3 seconds with explosive damage truly capable of slaying enemy generals amidst 10,000 troops. The only drawback was his limited True Chi reserves, which could only support 10 True Chi palm attacks or 10 Spirit Pattern Ruler strikes, with a recovery rate of merely 1 point per minute. For sustained damage output, he would need to rely on pills. Finally, he focused on his newly awakened Chaos body. After the breakthrough, it granted him the ability to equip items of any level. However, this didn't include magical treasures, as the realm requirements for magical treasures still couldn't be ignored. The next stage of the Chaos body was the Chi refining period trait. Health and spiritual energy recovery speed would increase tenfold, with the unlock condition being reaching character level 50 and mastering an advanced cultivation technique. Xiao Fan roughly calculated that just the tenfold recovery speed alone would save him a fortune on pills, and he was quite satisfied with this enhancement. With his character panel completely refreshed, he planned to immediately challenge higher-level monsters, leveling up while testing his luck to see if he could get equipment drops, skill books, or high-quality cultivation techniques, whether for personal use or sale. Everything had value. When he left the meditation chamber, Duo-jin, who had been guarding the door, had already gone to attend to other young heroes. At this time, players were streaming into the Dao Palace continuously. Although those who actually had silver were still in the minority, he could occasionally encounter a few. Each newbie village had elite monsters and boss monsters that dropped money when killed. Additionally, major factions often pooled resources to let 1 or 2 core members learn cultivation techniques first, so silver wasn't completely extinct. Xiao Fan went to the skill book sales area of the Dao Palace and frowned after looking around. The shelves were filled entirely with intermediate and advanced skills, without even the most basic ones. The prices were also frightening. An intermediate skill book cost 50 taels of silver, while advanced ones were even more outrageous at 5,000 taels, exactly half the price of the corresponding cultivation technique. Rather than buying skills, it would be better to save up a bit more and learn cultivation techniques directly. With this thought, he could only leave for now. Just as he reached the mountain gate, the female player who had previously wanted to buy his silver came running toward him. Her ID displayed, drinking alone under the moon, and her eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Fan. Handsome, how's your consideration going? I'll pay 10,000 yuan for 1 tael of silver. Xiao Fan was stunned on the spot. 1 tael of silver equaled 1,000 copper coins, yet it was worth 10,000 yuan? His monthly salary was only 5,000, but this female player dared to throw 10,000 at just 2 hours of gaming. Definitely a wealthy woman. The surrounding players were equally dumbfounded, never expecting silver to be worth such an absurd amount. Fearing Xiao Fan might refuse, drinking alone under the moon quickly added, I just checked the built-in trading house. Copper coins are being bought at 5 yuan each, but they get snatched up instantly when listed. I really can't grab any, so I had to raise my offer. 5 yuan per copper coin? Quick, list them on the trading house. Rich lady, look at me, I'm selling too. The crowd erupted in excitement, finally realizing that Primordial Chaos had plenty of players with deep pockets. To break through the body tempering realm, countless people were frantically buying up copper coins. Xiao Fan immediately opened the system's built-in trading house. Unlike the game shop or player stalls, the trading house dealt directly in cash flow. After players consigned items, buyers purchased them with Chinese yuan, and the system automatically transferred the money to linked bank accounts, only deducting basic interbank transfer fees. Minors or players who refused to link bank accounts couldn't use this function. It was worth noting that Primordial Chaos wasn't affiliated with any Earth-based company, and player identity information was strictly protected, so trading parties didn't need to worry about personal data leaks causing trouble. He browsed the interface, where categories were clearly laid out, with currency trading prominently ranked first, allowing the sale or purchase of copper coins, silver taels, and spirit stones. Just as Moonlight Solo Drinker had mentioned, if you want to buy copper coins, you need lightning-fast reflexes. Basically, every listing gets snatched up the moment it appears. There's no time to compete. Xiao Fan opened the trading house and clicked Sell Currency without hesitation. The system immediately displayed the recent transaction price, 1 copper coin, 5.2 yuan cash. By his calculation, 1,000 coins would fetch exactly 10,000 yuan, which was quite a substantial amount. All right, I'll give you 1 tael of silver for them. Moonlight Solo Drinker readily agreed. Xiaofan nodded. He was so broke he could barely afford food. This 10,000 yuan was literally a lifesaver. Besides, with his chaos body constitution, his monster hunting efficiency was incredibly high. He could farm plenty more copper coins in no time, so he wasn't worried. Fantastic. Thank you. Let's trade right now. Moonlight Solo Drinker cheerfully opened the face-to-face trading interface. Besides auction listings, the trading house also supported direct trades, avoiding getting sniped by speed demons, while maintaining the same settlement time. The trade request came through, and Xiaofan clicked accept. He entered 1,000 copper coins, while she entered 10,000 yuan cash. The system then ran 2 rounds of verification, checking bank account balance and confirming item quantities. After everything checked out, both parties simultaneously clicked finalize transaction. Whoosh. It sounded like real gold and silver flowing past his ears, followed by a system notification, cash deposited. This game is amazing. What an incredible experience. Xiaofan looked up at his balance, unable to suppress his grin. 10,000 yuan in hand meant he could finally have a proper meal tonight, instead of rice with pickled vegetables. Having gotten her copper coins, Moonlight Solo Drinker was eager to attempt breaking through to the next cultivation stage. She had barely taken 2 steps before turning back. Hey, want to add each other as friends? We could team up for boss fights sometime. Xiaofan considered for a moment, then nodded. While he didn't actively seek friendships, he wasn't opposed to adding friends either. She was clearly loaded with cash. Perhaps he could earn more money from her in the future. Definitely worth a friend slot. After adding each other as friends, Xiaofan left the Dao Palace. Having been entangled with the Invincible Alliance in the newbie village for so long, his level had long since dropped off the rankings, unable to even crack the top 10,000. While very few people in Jinglei City had actually learned mental cultivation techniques or achieved breakthroughs, the global player base was massive. Many players had frantically bought up copper coins from the trading post, scraping together 1 or 2 silver taels to complete their breakthroughs and get an early start on the leveling grind. Xiaofan opened his system panel and first checked the level rankings. The first place player had already reached level 21, while the 100th place player was at level 16. They all looked like tireless leveling maniacs. He then shifted his attention to the other built-in system rankings. The Hongmeng rankings had several pages in total. Level rankings, talent rankings, wealth rankings, treasure rankings, divine weapon rankings, sacred weapon and armor rankings, defensive gear and accessories rankings, ornament rankings, and guild points rankings. He patiently clicked through each one, only to discover the embarrassing truth. He wasn't on any of them. The weapon rankings from 23rd to 100th place were all bronze quality items. His bronze gauntlets should have qualified, but probably because he obtained them later than others, the ranking system hadn't saved him a spot. The other rankings were even more hopeless. His only noteworthy asset, the chaos body, talent, refused to appear on the rankings, leaving him with nothing else to show for himself. There really were quite a few remarkable players in this game. All 100 spots on the talent rankings were filled, while the lower positions only featured white and gray low-tier talents. Several talents at the top gleamed with dark gold and golden luster, their quality frighteningly high. The wealth rankings were even more outrageous. The top 10 accounts had all surpassed 500 silver taels, and their amounts were still fluctuating. Clearly, these big shots were mass buying copper coins from the trading post, driving the price up to 5 copper coins per piece. As for the guild points rankings, they remained blank. The threshold for creating a guild was level 30, and no one had reached that yet. Let me check the pharmacy prices first, Xiaofan calculated silently. There was a pharmacy not far from the Dao Palace, and he hurried over in quick steps. The clerk was very enthusiastic, directly projecting a list of available medicines in front of him. 1. Healing salve, 10 copper, restores 50 health points per second for 20 seconds, 60-second cooldown, shared cooldown, with similar slow recovery medicines. 2. Minor revival powder, 100 copper, instantly restores 1,000 health points, 120-second cooldown, shared cooldown, with similar fast recovery medicines. 3. Spirit grass dew, 150 copper, restores 250 health points per second for 20 seconds, 60-second cooldown. 4. Major revival powder, 1,500 copper, instantly restores 5,000 health points, 120-second cooldown. 5. Training pills, 50 copper, restores 2 chi points per second for 20 seconds, 60-second cooldown. 6. Chi boosting powder, 500 copper, instantly restores 40 chi points, 120-second cooldown. The prices were crystal clear, and Xiaofan gained a deeper understanding of just how broke he was. With only 480 copper coins left, he could at most buy some of the cheapest medicines. He still had 7 healing salves from the Monkey King's drop, so he spent 130 copper to bring his total to 20, then used his remaining 350 copper to buy training pills. With that, his pockets were empty, not a coin left. Time to level up. With his supplies packed, he immediately turned and headed for the city outskirts. Leveling was urgent. He didn't want to waste time wandering around the city, could familiarize himself with Jinglei City later when he had time. He opened the map to check the location and headed east toward the city. Duojin had just mentioned that Crimson Valley in the Eastern District might drop cultivation manuals, and currently a single manual cost a full silver coin, something most players wouldn't even dare to dream about. If Xiao Fan could obtain one, even pricing it at 800 or 500 copper coins would guarantee a bidding war. By conversion rates, one copper coin equaled $5, making this far more profitable and relaxed than any regular job, without having to deal with anyone's attitude. Crimson Valley was only 5 kilometers from Thunder City. Xiao Fan crouched low and accelerated, kicking up dust clouds along the way. Just as he was fully focused on his journey, a deafening system announcement suddenly rang in his ears. Since the server launch, the system had never issued any announcements. This was the first time. Server-wide announcement. Player, Primordial First Immortal, has displayed extraordinary talent and unparalleled prowess. Through arduous cultivation, they have awakened the strongest constitutional talent, one of the 10 sacred bodies, Immortal Sacred Body. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. The same message played 3 times consecutively, instantly stunning all players into speechlessness. Holy crap, one of the 10 sacred bodies appeared this fast. Who is Primordial First Immortal? That idiot dared to steal my constitution. I won't accept this. Damn. Quick, check the leaderboard description. Players on the street chattered excitedly, their exclamations rising one after another. Xiao Fan immediately pulled up the talent leaderboard. Unlike other rankings, the talent leaderboard not only revealed item ownership, but also forcibly displayed players' real names with brief descriptions. The rankings were color-coded from lowest to highest: white, gray, blue, silver, gold, black, orange, and red, matching equipment grades. First place, Immortal Sacred Body Red, Primordial First Immortal, Undying and Immortal, Eternally Invincible. Second place, Enchanting Body Dark Gold, Little Brother You're So Bad, damage from opposite gender reduced. Third place, Blood Calamity Bones Dark Gold, He Xiaodang, significantly increases burst power. Fourth place, Rune Mastery Gold, Please Give Me Food, increases talisman crafting success rate. The descriptions were brief, yet enough to make one's blood boil. Those 8 characters, Undying and Immortal, Eternally Invincible, were incredibly domineering. Xiao Fan couldn't help but wonder, if his chaos body made the rankings, how would the system describe it? However, the chaos body had always kept a low profile, so he could only feel secretly pleased. Now, players across the entire server were frantically searching for Primordial First Immortal's true identity, but Xiao Fan had limited interest. After glancing at the leaderboard, he resumed his mad dash. Soon, he crossed out of Thunder City. Outside the city, level 11 calves and level 13 wild wolves wandered sparsely, not densely packed, clearly not a mainstream grinding area. Xiao Fan advanced toward Crimson Valley, casually clearing any monsters he encountered along the way. The level 11 calves had 1,100 health points, exactly double that of level 10 monsters from the newbie village. However, Xiao Fan was no longer the rookie who had just entered the game. He drew his magical treasure Spirit Pattern Ruler, raised one hand, and whispered, True Chi Palm. The Spirit Pattern Ruler's inherent attack method involved releasing a stream of true Chi toward the target, dealing 100 Chi force damage as a spell basic attack, consuming 1 point of true Chi with a 5-meter range. True Chi Palm worked similarly, but when cast through a magical treasure, it could stack Chi force bonuses without additional mana consumption, still requiring only 1 point of true Chi. Combined with Xiao Fan's talent, the range extended to 50 meters with 10 times the power, far beyond what ordinary spell basic attacks could compare to. As 1 point of true Chi was deducted, he watched a blue-green energy flow shoot from the Spirit Pattern Ruler's tip, slapping the calf like a palm. Moo! Before the agonized cry faded, the calf collapsed on the spot, a massive damage number floating above its head, 1,566. As expected of me. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. Instantly killing level 13 monsters was child's play, didn't need to painstakingly position and attack like others. The calf gave him 57 experience points, and 3 copper coins, a decent haul. Xiao Fan didn't even pause, continuing his march toward Crimson Valley. Before long, he encountered another calf and crouched low, pouncing like a leopard. Bang! 892. The calf was knocked to the ground, its health bar nearly depleted, but with a sliver of life remaining. It bellowed in rage as it struggled to its feet and charged again, only to run straight into the hunting trap Xiao Fan had already set. The last bit of its health was precisely harvested. Still haven't added any strength points, so physical skills are indeed weaker. Fortunately, I can equip high-level gear. Once I accumulate enough, my physical damage output might not lose to magic. He calculated silently. Equipment mostly provided physical attributes. It would never boost Chi energy, though it might raise the maximum true Chi limit slightly. In other words, Taoist players could also build impressive martial prowess. This was completely different from traditional online games, where everyone was essentially cultivating both immortal arts and martial skills. Suddenly, Another thought struck him: this game seemed to have no healers. The body-tempering realm only had warriors and Taoists. Did that mean fighting bosses required chugging potions constantly? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that his next trait would be incredibly rare and precious. He cleared monsters while traveling, slowly gaining experience and occasionally picking up a few copper coins. True Chi recovered too slowly, so he couldn't afford to spam True Chi Palm constantly. Most of the time he relied on hunting traps and wild charge, occasionally mixing in basic attacks. Before he knew it, he had entered the territory of level 19 Cloud Leopards. Further ahead lay Crimson Valley, where level 20-30 monsters roamed. About 100 miles beyond Crimson Valley was a familiar location: the Soaring Heaven Sect. The damaged manual in his backpack related to the Soaring Heaven Sect seemed increasingly valuable after witnessing the Dao Palace's extravagant costs. If things went smoothly, he wanted to explore the Soaring Heaven Sect too. Of course, that area was level 50, making it still dangerous to venture there now. Just as he reached the entrance to Crimson Valley, two figures suddenly leaped out. Halt! What's your business here? Hee, I built this road, pay the toll. System panels instantly appeared. Bandit level, 21. Health, 2000-2000. Skills, / intercept. For their level, their health wasn't particularly thick, but their attacks and skills were formidable. More troublesome was that two had appeared at once. One had a missing eye, the other bore a scar, both wielding large sabers with an air of ruthless banditry. Xiao Fan laughed back. Don't misunderstand, we're in the same business. I'm here to rob too. Hand over your copper. Before his words finished, a True Chi palm blasted out. Smack! The one-eyed bandit's health bar instantly dropped by over 1,600. Currently, neither players nor monsters had any spiritual resistance, so True Chi palm dealt perfect damage. Hiss! This one's trouble, retreat. The one-eyed bandit turned and fled in terror. Xiao Fan hadn't expected monsters to run away. He stomped hard, unleashing wild charge across 30 meters and ramming the fleeing bandit to death. Ami brother! The scarred bandit's eyes turned red as he wildly swung his dual sabers at Xiao Fan. However, Xiao Fan experienced brief stiffness after his charge ended and couldn't dodge in time, taking a hit. A rather high physical damage of 69 popped up, which was quite uncomfortable. Xiao Fan's feet sank as he immediately threw something to the ground. A hunting trap clicked open among the gravel. The moment the scarred bandit lunged forward, he stepped right into it, instantly losing 450 health points. To avoid additional damage, Xiao Fan chose not to retreat, but instead kept his eyes fixed on the cooldown bar. As soon as the 3 seconds were up, blue-green Chi burst forth Chi Palm Strike. Ding, you have defeated a bandit and gained 115 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. Your Chi limit has increased by 2 points, and your Chi force has increased by 2 points. You have gained 4 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. Familiar white light enveloped his entire body, instantly refilling both his health and Chi bars. After leveling up in the body-tempering realm, the basic attribute feedback became more substantial. The system automatically added 2 to all 4 primary stats, and he manually invested all 4 potential points into intelligence, boosting his Chi force to 117 with visibly increased damage. Before the 2 bandits' corpses dissolved into light particles, they dropped their spoils. 19 copper coins. Martial arts leg guards, level 20 common armor, 200 health limit. The equipment had no level requirements, so he equipped it immediately, raising his health to 1,510, a full 1,000 points more than when he left the village. Xiao Fan felt excited. If only a few more martial arts technique books would drop, life would be even sweeter. Crimson Valley stretched between 2 great mountains, with the valley floor about 80 meters wide at its broadest point and extending over 5 kilometers in length. This place served as both a prime leveling ground and an official road leading to small towns around Thunder City. Xiao Fan had barely taken a few steps along the official road when a bandit emerged from the side bushes. Hee, I built this road, pay the toll. This guy was level 25 with 2,520 health points and no companions. Xiao Fan wielded his magical weapon, blue-green Chi surging forth, then seamlessly followed up with wild charge. Smack! Bang! 1850. 951. Ding, you have defeated a bandit and gained 142 experience points. The bandit fell and dissolved into light, leaving only a small booklet behind. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Holy crap! A martial arts manual dropped this quickly. He picked it up and looked. Martial arts manual fragment. Collect 10 fragments to synthesize 1 basic martial arts manual, with a small chance of creating an intermediate martial arts manual. He rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile, realizing it was only 1/10 of a complete manual. As for that minuscule probability of getting an intermediate one, he figured that after drawing the chaos body constitution, his luck for this lifetime was already spent. Next, he swept the mountains throughout the valley, specifically targeting bandits. Most bandits came in pairs, occasionally in groups of 3. With only 12 Chi points maximum, He was reluctant to use the 20 potions, so he averaged 1 chi palm strike per minute, relying on hunting traps and wild charge the rest of the time. Don't underestimate the trap's fixed 450 damage while it might seem outdated. At this stage, a full-strength player's regular attack only dealt 120,140 damage, requiring 3 strikes to equal 1 trap. Moreover, with only a 3-second cooldown, it was definitely the damage ceiling for this level. High-level monsters provided abundant experience, making leveling effortless. His chi and chi force climbed steadily, and his full intelligence build added 150 damage to chi palm strike with each level. Meanwhile, he collected 8 martial arts manual fragments, and his equipment gradually fell into place. Weapon cleaver with 52 attack power. Complete set of 6 major armor pieces: head, body, legs, hands, feet, and waist. Only ring and necklace slots remained empty. At this moment, he had 1,773 health and 107 physical attack, making farming small monsters effortless. Suddenly, accompanied by echoes from the mountain walls, a furious roar exploded in his ears. "You damn Taoist! How dare you kill so many of my brothers die?" With that, a burly bandit leaped down from the cliff top, gripping a mountain-cleaving blade with murderous intent rolling off him. Xiao Fan looked and saw it was actually a boss monster, which immediately got his spirits up. Crimson Stronghold, 3rd leader boss level, 30, health, 41, 60041, 600, skills, Leap Strike, Bloodlust, Dragon Claw Grip. This guy had 20 times the health of regular minions, a real tough opponent. Since Xiao Fan had slaughtered so many underlings, the 3rd leader was seething with rage. The moment he appeared, he leaped high into the air and unleashed a devastating leap strike. Whoosh! The cold blade slashed down as Xiao Fan dodged sideways, raising his hand to launch a true chi palm, while simultaneously throwing down a hunting trap between them. Crack! 2036. The first hit alone stripped nearly 5 of the boss's health. His damage output was solid, could easily handle what would take 2 full teams, but whether he could withstand a counterattack was the real question. "Hey, get over here." The 3rd leader's left hand formed a dragon claw, true chi surging. Xiao Fan felt a powerful pulling force as his body was involuntarily dragged toward his opponent. The blade followed immediately, 530 damage. "Damn, that fierce. And that's just a basic attack." Xiao Fan cursed silently, immediately activating Wild Charge. His form shot 50 meters away with a thunderous crash, dealing over 1,200 damage. However, the enemy's defense was astounding. The same charge that could deal 1,450 damage to ordinary bandits now fell short by over 200 points. Clearly the boss had percentage-based physical damage reduction. After creating distance, Xiao Fan quickly applied healing salve to himself. The 3rd leader staggered half a step from the impact, then raised his blade and charged again, launching another leap strike from over 10 meters away. With the hunting trap off cooldown, Xiao Fan tossed it between them and retreated, adopting a kiting strategy. 450. 2037. True Chi Palm had an extremely short cooldown, and he couldn't afford to conserve energy the moment it was ready. He fired it off. After 5 consecutive skill rotations, the 3rd leader's health bar dropped by 6,200 points. Quite efficient. Cunning little thief. The 3rd leader rushed forward. Xiao Fan's health had just recovered to 300 when another blade strike cost him 500 more. The 18-level gap was undeniable, and combined with the boss's leadership aura and incredible movement speed, only the 50-meter displacement from Wild Charge could buy him brief respite. Clang! Clang! Broadsword met dagger twice as Xiao Fan forced a block, but even blocking still dealt 50 damage. 2 strikes cost him over 500 health. The moment the 10-second cooldown ended, he charged again to create distance while maintaining his damage output. His health now sat at only 800 points. 2 more basic attacks would finish him, while the 3rd leader still had 32,000 health remaining. The 3rd true chi palm thundered out, with hunting traps deployed continuously as Xiao Fan retreated while casting skills. The 3rd leader stepped on a trap without hesitation, then leaped again from 15 meters away, his leap strike cutting through the air. Xiao Fan barely dodged, raising his hand to swing the spirit pattern ruler for a basic attack, 150 damage, but every bit counted. Swish, swish, swish. He simply switched the spirit pattern ruler to his main hand, firing once per second while maintaining positioning, weaving in true chi palms and hunting traps. The safety of ranged combat immediately felt much better, though his true chi consumption skyrocketed. He quickly swallowed a training pill and applied a second healing salve. Not bad, Kid Evie got some skills. The 3rd leader lost a third of his health and flew into a rage, letting out a low growl as his body suddenly erupted in a burst of blood-red light. As the crimson glow surged around him, his 4 core attributes instantly skyrocketed. With wind beneath his feet, he flashed forward and appeared right in front of Xiao Fan, bringing his heavy blade crashing down. Splurt. 1,100. Xiao Fan's health, which had just recovered to 1,300 points, instantly hit rock bottom. His health bar flashed red frantically as the situation became critical. He rolled away to dodge the follow-up attack, catching sight from the corner of his eye that wild charge had cooled down. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Bang! 1498. This strike also benefited from the Bloodlust effect's damage boost. Xiao Fan used the charge's linear movement to create about 50 meters of distance, then spun around sharply and unleashed a blue-green chi palm that whistled through the air. Bang! 2340. The damage increased by roughly 15, causing the third leader's health bar to plummet to the edge of half. Just then, footsteps and hushed conversation came from behind. Boss, someone's fighting the boss. Damn, one person taking on a level 30 elite? What kind of maniac? At the entrance to Crimson Valley, a 5-player team had just appeared. Xiao Fan's heart sank. Fighting the third leader solo was already challenging enough, and now with competition for the kill, he had no chance of survival. Pressed hard by the third leader, he could only retreat while maintaining distance, but this brought him closer and closer to the team. He was down to critical health while they were eager to jump in. Boss, should we go for it? Hell yeah. When has the spring and autumn 5 hegemons ever backed down from anyone? Charge! Xiao Fan's ears filled with battle cries. Seeing himself about to be caught between two forces, his mind raced, and he shouted, "Brothers, you finally made it. Quick, help me tank the boss." As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled and dove into the nearby dense forest. The 5 players who were about to steal the kill were instantly stunned. Hearing about reinforcements, the third leader's killing intent intensified. He suddenly turned and charged into the group of 5, his body wrapped in red light. Splurt! The lead assassin couldn't block in time, and took the jumping slash. Hedoni's health plummeted by 2450 points, dropping from full to 0 instantly. The system announced owes 1 life. What the hell? The remaining 4 were dumbfounded. From the bushes, Xiao Fan launched another palm strike, dealing 2,300 damage that floated above the third leader's head. Son of a bitch, this guy's even more underhanded than us. Brothers, run. The captain fled first, and the other 3 scattered. However, one melee fighter was too slow to disengage and got targeted by the boss, who caught up and delivered a single slash. Boss, don't hit me, damn. His health bar emptied, and his body hit the ground. When players in the body-tempering realm die, their corpses remain for a while. 2 bodies glowing with white light lay scattered in the grass. Having lost his targets, the third leader once again followed the aggro trail back toward Xiao Fan. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Fan recovered 500 health points. All his skills cooled down, and he launched 2 more chi palm strikes for additional damage. As the boss closed in, he picked up speed to retreat. When his opponent got within 5 meters, he used his spirit pattern ruler for a basic attack followed by a hunting trap to immobilize him briefly, then turned around on the spot and unleashed wild charge. Once more bang. Another 50 meters of safe distance, immediately followed by consecutive chi palm bombardments. After 2 such exchanges, the third leader's health bar was approaching the danger zone. Boss, get back here, the boss is almost dead. Both corpses on the ground spoke simultaneously. Player corpses could use voice chat, and this shout made the hearts of the 3 observers in the forest race. Each chi palm strike took 5 of the elite's health bar. This level of skill was absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, the red light around the third leader dimmed as his bloodlust ended. He unexpectedly used Dragon Absorbing Hand, forcibly pulling Xiao Fan back and slashing away 540 health points. His health, which had just recovered to 900, instantly dropped again. Right at this life-or-death moment, a shout rang out from the forest. "Good brother, we're here to help you." The 3 players returned to the battlefield, raising their weapons as they charged out of the trees. Xiao Fan was stunned. The 3 people who had just tried to kill him and steal his boss were actually coming back to help. Watch out for tricks. People's hearts are unpredictable, and he didn't want to pin his hopes on strangers. Without time to think too much, he rolled away to escape the monster's attack range, circling around a nearby tree while dodging and casting skills. A dark shadow swept past, leaving a charred mark on the ground where the massive blade struck. The third boss shouldered his demon-headed saber, radiating killing intent as he closed in again. Xiao Fan's health was down to mere scraps. Any single strike would finish him off, while the third boss still had a full 5,000 health points. It was despair bordering on suffocation. Clang! Cold steel flashed as a blade intercepted the attack, forcibly blocking that fatal strike. Sparks flew from the blade's spine, dealing only about 290 damage, while the defender still had over 1,300 health remaining. Could take it. It was the leader from that group of 5 from earlier. "Brother, go all out," the leader roared. Xiao Fan's reflexes moved faster than his thoughts. He landed 3 consecutive basic attacks with his spirit pattern ruler, and as his true chi palm finished cooling down, he immediately unleashed it. The training pill's effects had just worn off, leaving him with exactly 4 points of true chi, just enough for the skill. Whoosh! The ruler's shadow cut through the air. Bang! The true chi palm struck dead center in the chest. The other 2 companions flanked the third boss from behind, their blades falling in unison and dealing between 1 to 200 damage each. Hold for 5 seconds, Xiao Fan shouted, firing off 3 more spell attacks in quick succession, leaving only 1 point of true chi remaining. The third boss's health had dropped to 2200. The three continued their relentless assault, whittling it down to 2022. The leader's health bar was critical, could fall at any moment. Cooldown finished. Xiao Fan's arm trembled as he unleashed another true chi palm. Thud, 2066. The third boss groaned in pain. You're ganging up on Muhat kind of heroes, are you? Before he could finish, his massive frame crashed to the ground. You have defeated boss monster. Crimson Stronghold third boss, gained 38,600 experience points. Reputation 6. Congratulations on reaching level 13. Congratulations on reaching level 14. True Chi limit 4, Chi force 4, potential points 8. Massive experience flooded through him, instantly filling Xiao Fan's health and mana to maximum, while his body felt light as a feather. Clatter, a series of pleasant dropping sounds rang out. A pile of copper coins, 1 bronze equipment piece, 2 iron equipment pieces, and a complete book rolled across the ground. Holy crap, a big drop? All 3 men swallowed hard simultaneously. The loot didn't belong to them, and seeing Xiao Fan back at full health, they didn't dare make any moves. They could only stare helplessly. Thanks for the assistance. Xiao Fan pulled out some healing salve and handed it over. The leader accepted a portion and applied it to his wounds, grinning sheepishly. Heh, we originally planned to ambush and rob you, but you turned the tables on us instead. You're so strong we figured lending a hand would count as making amends. You won't hold a grudge, will you? Xiao Fan shook his head. It's fine, you're refreshingly honest. This man's frank admission of his intentions was actually rather endearing. He collected all the spoils into his pack, then glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground. Your 2 brothers died. How about I compensate you with some copper coins? Originally, he had barely been able to handle the third boss alone. Regardless of their motives, these people's appearance had genuinely helped him out. Moreover, they genuinely helped out afterward, so giving them some benefits was quite reasonable. The person across from them kept waving his hands. No need. No need. We're just terrible at this game. You deserve to die. By the way, want to add us as friends? We're a sworn brotherhood called the 5 hegemons of spring and autumn. I am the eldest, Bear Hegemon. I'm the second, Tiger Hegemon. I'm the third, Wolf Hegemon. All 3 simultaneously sent friend requests. 2 human-shaped corpses still lay nearby, with one of them shouting hoarsely. I'm the 4th, Dog Hegemon. The last one weakly raised his hand. I'm the 5th, Chicken. Chicken. Xiao Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking these guys' IDs weren't randomly chosen. Since Hongmeng had a friend limit of 1,000, and he couldn't be bothered to put on airs, he accepted all 5 requests. Bear Hegemon rushed over and pulled 2 pills from his backpack, stuffing them into Dog Hegemon's and Chicken Hegemon's mouths. Let me revive my brothers first. Revive? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Bear Hegemon explained. Yeah, soul return pills sold at advanced pharmacies usable out of combat. After revival, you only lose 20 experience instead of dropping a full level. But each person can only take 1 per day. The second time you have to accept the level drop. There's such a good item? How much does it cost? Xiao Fan was genuinely surprised. It only visited regular pharmacies before and hadn't seen these pills. 1 tael of silver each. Bear Hegemon shrugged. We didn't prepare many. Didn't expect to use them so quickly. Xiao Fan thought to himself. These seemingly unreliable guys are actually big spenders, spending at least 5,000 yuan per revival without hesitation. But then he realized that even if he bought soul return pills, he couldn't use them on himself since the pills could only be fed to others. If he went down, he'd have to wait for someone to save him. He casually asked, Are you guys here to level up? The newly revived Dog Hegemon stretched his neck. Yeah, we took a cleanup mission, need to kill 300 bandits here for a mid-level skillbook reward. Didn't expect to see you soloing the boss right when we entered the valley. Brother, your true chi palm damage is absolutely insane. Xiao Fan didn't want to mention his chaos body, so he simply said, Just high damage, nothing special. I'm heading deeper into the valley, still need 2 more technique fragment pages. Crimson Valley was long enough that multiple people wouldn't be crowded, so he was happy to avoid them. The 5 hegemons of spring and autumn didn't insist on him staying after all. With a 5-person team limit, grinding monsters together wasn't realistic. But as he left, they still called out loudly. Can we hire you to help with bosses in the future? We can pay. If I'm free, sure. Xiao Fan smiled. There were many ways to make money in the game, and as long as he was strong enough, being a hired fighter could support him. With that, he turned and disappeared from their sight, heading deeper into Crimson Valley. Along the way, he allocated his potential points while taking inventory of his recent loot. The third chief had dropped over 2,200 copper coins, which directly converted to 2 taels of silver. The equipment consisted of 3 full pieces of level 30 black iron and bronze gear. 1. Jianghu Battle Robe, level 30 black iron. Defense 54, Constitution 4. 2. Swift Boots, level 30 black iron. Max HP 180, movement speed 90. 3. Redstone Necklace, level 30 bronze. Max HP 336, strength 3, defense 32. With the equipment equipped, his level 14 character's health jumped to 2,418, defense broke 100, and movement speed soared to 420. Low-level characters simply couldn't catch up. Besides that, his backpack contained something even more valuable. Sealed cultivation method white can be appraised at the Dao Palace. 70 chance to appraise into a basic cultivation method, 29.9 chance for mid-level cultivation method, 0.1 chance for high-level cultivation method. Xiao Fan hadn't expected the drop to be an appraisable cultivation method. The 29.9 mid-level probability wasn't low, and while he never had confidence in his luck, he couldn't help but feel hopeful. If it really turned out to be mid-level, the price would be incredible. His true chi was depleted, but having just made a fortune, Xiao Fan felt generous with himself and directly consumed a cultivation pill to restore his energy. About 500 meters away from Xiong Ba and the others, he channeled his chi and moved swiftly, continuing to hunt monsters in Crimson Valley. The moment he stopped, a level 23 bandit burst out from the bushes, and he immediately launched a true chi palm strike. Thud, 2510. You defeated a bandit and gained 128 experience points. This damage output I can one-shot monsters at full health. I'm so powerful, Xiao Fan muttered to himself in high spirits. The magical damage boost from his full wisdom point allocation was terrifying. While others needed 10 levels to achieve such damage, he could match it with just one level up. So this kind of output wasn't surprising. Next, monsters appeared sporadically as he walked and fought his way through, quickly reaching the other end of Crimson Valley. At the same time, he had collected 10 mental cultivation manual fragments. The 10 fragments in his backpack lit up with can be synthesized text, and he clicked to use them without hesitation. Ding, congratulations. You used 10 mental cultivation manual fragments to synthesize the basic mental cultivation technique, breathing technique. No surprise came the system's small probability of dropping intermediate mental cultivation techniques still didn't occur. For Taoists, there was only one basic mental cultivation technique, breathing technique, and each book could only be learned once, still fetching a decent price at this stage. Further ahead lay a forest inhabited by level 3,040 monsters. Beyond that dense woodland stood the foot of Lingxiao Sect's mountain. Xiao Fan had originally planned to test whether he could handle higher-level monsters, but suddenly discovered a hidden trail in the grove at the valley's exit, winding upward like a sheep's path. Could this be the road to Crimson Stronghold? He immediately thought. Since all the monsters in the valley were bandits, their leader must be nearby, and he had never seen the second or first leader. They were most likely on this secret mountain path. After confirming his backpack still had enough medicine and supplies to last a while, he stepped onto the trail and began climbing. After walking several dozen meters, the bushes ahead rustled explosively as 2 mountain bandits blocked his path. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into Crimson Stronghold? The system panel instantly appeared. Mountain bandit level 33. Health 3400-3400. Skills / combined strike. The mountain path was narrow with a cliff directly behind. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with determination. As the 2 long blades came down simultaneously, he suddenly lunged forward and activated charge. Bang! Both mountain bandits' spines arched as they were knocked clean off the mountain path. Accompanied by 2 screams and the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, you defeated a mountain bandit and gained 203 experience points. You defeated a mountain bandit and gained 203 experience points. The monsters that fell from the cliff died instantly, with all experience credited to him, though the dropped equipment and money couldn't be retrieved from below. This game is so fun. Xiao Fan chuckled and continued along the mountain path. Soon, 2 more mountain bandits leaped out, and he used the same trick, sending both to the bottom of the cliff with another charge. The system flashed 2 you defeated messages as his experience points climbed steadily. Although he couldn't collect the drops, he remained unharmed and still came out ahead. The mountain road was carved along the cliff face, perfectly suited to his skills. After traveling over 1,000 meters and taking down 70 to 80 monsters, Xiao Fan's experience bar had grown significantly. At this moment, the Crimson Stronghold atop the mountain came into view. Watchtowers, wooden walls, and gates were built along the mountainside, with several wooden structures arranged in orderly rows, clearly forming a heavily fortified fortress that wasn't somewhere you could just barge into. Where did this stinking Taoist come from, daring to trespass on Crimson Stronghold territory? A sudden roar accompanied by heavy footsteps came from the side. A man standing 7.5 feet tall with muscles bulging like a bull leaped out, his meteor hammer whirring through the air. Elite monster. Crimson Stronghold Subleader, level 35, HP 163-001, 6300, skills charge, heavy strike, meteor hammer dance. With that much health, it would take several rounds to wear him down. Right beside them was a cliff that could send someone tumbling down at any moment. But Xiao Fan was eyeing the black iron equipment on his opponent and couldn't bear to let it fall cheaply over the cliff. Chi palm. Blue-green chi gathered in his palm as he struck first, simultaneously dropping a hunting trap and using the momentum to maneuver. Smack. 2510. Congratulations. Chi palm has advanced to level 2. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned. Apparently his proficiency had maxed out without him noticing. After Chi palm reached level 2, its damage coefficient increased from 135 to 145, matching wild charge. Stinking Taoist, die. The subleader roared and leaped onto the trap, swinging his iron chains with both hands as two iron hammers crashed down viciously. Bang! The ground was smashed into a crater with flying debris, but Xiao Fan had already dodged to the side. The big guy looked fierce, but moved somewhat sluggish. Lismal range positioning could avoid all his attacks. After some back and forth, Xiao Fan gathered his chi palm again, blue light exploded, and the subleader crashed to the ground. You have defeated the Crimson Stronghold subleader and gained 16,500 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. The minions Xiao Fan had pushed off the cliff along the way, plus this elite monster, provided just enough experience for him to level up. Light flashed on the ground, revealing dropped items. One piece of black iron equipment, over 700 copper coins, and a book. Heavy strike. Basic skill. Charge for 1 second to deal 165 attack damage to a single target. Consumes 1 chi point, 10-second cooldown. Warrior's Ring. Level 35 black iron equipment. 180 HP, 54 attack. Both the equipment and skill were top-tier items. Xiao Fan beamed with joy, sat down to read the book, and learned Heavy Strike in just 5 minutes. His attribute panel now showed physical attack 177, chi power 184, HP 2661. Wearing level 30 equipment, he had quietly surpassed players of the same level by a wide margin. Keep moving forward. The Crimson Stronghold lay ahead. There were no more cliffs here to exploit. Bugsit would have to be a direct confrontation. The number of monsters in the stronghold was unknown, and with the second in command and boss stationed there, he wasn't completely confident, but since he'd come this far, he had to give it a try. He quickened his pace and soon spotted a watchtower ahead with about 10 bandits patrolling below. In the tower's shadow, a bandit was giving orders. Stay alert. The boss isn't in the stronghold. Everyone covets the legendary divine weapon. If someone infiltrates and steals it, we're all dead. Understood. The bandits responded in unison. Legendary divine weapon. Xiao Fan's heart stirred. Apparently, there was treasure hidden deep in the stronghold. With the boss away and only the second in command remaining, he might have a chance. Just then, the sentry in the watchtower spotted him and shouted, "That sneaky little Taoist over there, kill him." Before the words finished, Xiao Fan waved his hand and launched a chi palm. Whoosh smack. 2958. The sentry's health bar instantly bottomed out. At the same time, he surveyed the terrain. The watchtower stood isolated, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. If he could reach the summit, he'd control the high ground. Without hesitation, he crouched down, activated wild charge, and his form became a blur, covering 45 meters instantly to the tower base, scattering the bandits along the way. While the bandits were still recovering, he stepped onto the ladder and climbed to the top in a few quick steps. "What are you doing?" the wounded sentry roared, his blade slashing down. 69. Xiao Fan raised his sword to block, then followed with a basic attack and hunting trap. 102. 450. You have defeated a bandit and gained 203 experience points. Stinking Taoist, come down and die. Below the tower, over 20 level 33 bandits roared and surrounded it, their blades gleaming menacingly, including one elite monster among them. Xiao Fan tried to push down the ladder, but found the structure too solid to budge. A bandit began climbing up first, and with nowhere to dodge on the narrow platform, Xiao Fan could only raise his sword to block. But with only one person able to come up at a time, at this pace, he wasn't worried at all. True Chi Palm. The skill had just finished cooling down, and Xiao Fan immediately unleashed it again, targeting the elite monster below with the highest health. The elite monster trapped at the tower's base roared furiously while looking up, unable to climb even a single step. It could only helplessly swing its blade at the ladder. Xiao Fan stood atop the watchtower, wielding his long sword and using melee skills to clear the bandits climbing up one by one. The efficiency wasn't particularly fast, but he knew what he was doing. Once that elite monster fell, the remaining minions would just be a matter of time. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The sturdy wooden watchtower trembled slightly beneath his feet. Even as the bandits charged forward one after another, they could only be knocked back like sitting ducks. Before long, the elite monster collapsed with a dying wail, transforming into a golden 10240 EXP, floating above its corpse. Although Xiao Fan's health bar was slowly declining, his weapon's built-in blocking effect reduced incoming damage by half. Combined with several healing salves packed in his inventory, he had more than enough to last until clearing this wave of monsters. Another bandit climbed over the tower's edge. Xiao Fan charged up for a second, then brought his blade crashing down with tremendous force. Thud! A red 2823 floated above the bandit's head. The bandit's body swayed before plummeting straight down from the ladder, taking an additional 500 damage from the fall and leaving him with just a sliver of health. Immediately, a full health bandit roared as he took the vacant spot, only to be crippled by Xiao Fan's skill and finished off with true chi palm. This is awesome. Hahi exploiting terrain for leveling is way more comfortable than fighting bosses. Xiao Fan laughed heartily. The bandits below were quickly cleared out, with over 20 corpses scattered haphazardly at the tower's base. Just as he prepared to collect the loot, the stronghold's main gate burst open. An angry roar echoed from within. Who dares to cause trouble at my crimson stronghold? A towering figure stepped through the threshold, a giant nearly 3 meters tall, carrying a 6-sided war hammer on each shoulder, with hammerheads as thick as barrels. Xiao Fan scanned the system panel from a distance, and his expression immediately stiffened. Crimson Stronghold, second in command. Boss level, 40. Health, 580-005-8000. Skills, Descending Strike, Ground Slam, Killing Spin. I don't think I can beat him. Xiao Fan's scalp tingled. Just seeing Descending Strike told him it was a jumping attack skill. If it landed, he'd probably be obliterated instantly. With a full 25 level gap, they weren't even in the same league. He could only hope the watchtower was sturdy enough to buy him some time. As the thought crossed his mind, he launched another true chi palm, chipping away a section of the second-in-command's health bar. Boom. The giant strode forward menacingly, each footstep making the ground tremble slightly, with 2 ordinary bandits following close behind. Little Taoist, die. The second-in-command roared, leaping high into the air when still 20 meters away. His twin hammers fell like 2 meteors, smashing into the watchtower's base. After a deafening crash, the previously solid tower structure split into pieces, sending wood fragments flying everywhere. Xiao Fan lost his footing and tumbled down along with the debris. Wild Charge. The moment he hit the ground, he forcibly used a displacement skill to create distance. But when his body slammed heavily into his opponent's belly, it only dealt 2,100 damage. The second-in-command didn't budge an inch. Instead, the impact sent Xiao Fan bouncing back to land hard on his rear. Damn, too heavy can't move him. Xiao Fan's eyes widened. Haiti. The second-in-command grinned wickedly, raising both hammers high as their shadows loomed overhead. Unfortunately, Xiao Fan had just used his skill and was caught in a brief moment of vulnerability, with no time to dodge. Crash. He felt as if his internal organs had been pulverized, a blood red, 25-30, floating above his head as his health bar instantly dropped to nearly empty, leaving only a thread of life. Damn it. Even his basic attack deals 2,500. Xiao Fan cursed aloud. A level 40 boss was definitely beyond his capabilities. His scalp prickling with fear, he quickly rolled away to avoid the next attack. 2 more bandits caught up, trying to finish him off, but he nimbly dodged a couple of times and bolted down the mountain. Where do you think you're going? The second-in-command roared, swinging his blade in hot pursuit. Xiao Fan dodged with a quick sidestep, abandoning the loot dropped by the monster he'd just killed, and sprinted down the slope from the stronghold entrance. He dove into the dense thicket at the cliff's edge, using the branches and leaves to conceal himself, barely escaping their line of sight. The bandits had a limited aggro range. The second-in-command and his 2 minions chased for only a few steps before stopping and returning to guard the weapon deep within the stronghold, which the system had marked as a legendary divine weapon. Phew, almost lost a level there. Xiao Fan crouched in the bushes, his heart still pounding. If the third-in-command at level 30 was that tough, the second-in-command at level 40 is no joke. The boss must be at least a level 50 elite monster, maybe even a raid boss. Good thing that guy wasn't in the stronghold, or he would have one-shotted me with a basic attack. The immediate priority was resupplying. Xiao Fan checked his inventory. 3,000 copper coins in cash, plus an unidentified cultivation manual and a breathing technique scroll. If he sold both books, his funds would exceed 4,000 copper, enough to buy a batch of high-quality potions. With enough potions and decent defense, if I can dodge the second-in-command skills properly, kiting him without taking damage isn't impossible. With the boss absent, the second-in-command was the final obstacle. Once he dealt with him and the 2 minions, the legendary divine weapon would be his. He didn't dare delay, downing a healing potion before racing down the mountain path. Crimson Valley already had players grinding levels. Besides the 5 hegemons of Spring and Autumn team, 4 or 5 pickup groups had arrived. Even with 5 people working together, they struggled against just 2 bandits, their damage output far inferior to Xiao Fan's. Watching their chaotic movements, Xiao Fan felt even more urgent, had to clear the stronghold before they did. Running at full speed, he soon reached Thunder City. As soon as the grand entrance of the Dao Palace came into view, the chubby NPC he Duojin approached with a beaming smile. Fellow Daoist Xiao Fan, we meet again. How has your cultivation been lately? This guy always wore a smile for anyone with money, and immediately turned cold toward the poor. His personality was crystal clear. Not bad. I just found a sealed cultivation manual and needs someone to appraise it. Xiao Fan got straight to the point: appraise the manual, sell the books, buy potions. Every second counted. A sealed cultivation manual. Excellent. Findit might be an intermediate or even advanced technique. He Duijin's eyes lit up as he grabbed Xiao Fan's arm and pulled him inside. You've come to the right person. My master Zhou Xiaoshuan on the first floor is the best appraiser around. The first floor of the Dao Palace served many players simultaneously, not just this master-disciple pair, but there were clearly more people coming to learn cultivation techniques now, making the hall buzz with voices. Xiao Fan approached Zhou Xiaoshuan and produced the sealed cultivation manual. Zhou Xiaoshuan maintained his usual indifferent expression, glancing once at the faint glow emanating from the pages before speaking. Appraisal fee. 200 coins. Here. Xiao Fan paid. Without hesitation, this manual was worth at least as much as a breathing technique scroll, easily sellable to players for 800 copper. After deducting the 200 coin fee, he'd net 600 in profit. It was a sure win. With the silver in his pouch, Zhou Xiaoshuan took the technique manual and drew out a fine brush, gently dusting off the cover. Sealed cultivation manuals actually came in various qualities. White ones guaranteed basic techniques at minimum, which was why the appraisal fee was so cheap. If it's gray, that's a guaranteed intermediate level cultivation manual, but the appraisal fee becomes expensive: 20 taels of silver. Zhou Xiaoshuan wielded his brush with gentle strokes, sweeping away fine dust particles as the ancient pages glowed faintly under the lamplight. After just 1 minute, the thoroughly cleaned ancient book settled back into Xiao Fan's palm, its cover emanating a steady gray radiance. Gray, not white. He Duijin's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao Fan, an intermediate cultivation manual. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. The 29.9 low probability, and he actually hit it? If this wasn't divine luck, what was? He eagerly opened his attribute panel. Flame manipulation art. Grade. Intermediate cultivation manual. Comprehension effect. Permanently increases true chi limit by 15, chi force by 15. Cultivation effect. Universal among same grade manuals. Attached skills. 1. True Chi Palm Basic. 2. Fire Burning Technique Intermediate. Note: learning a new cultivation manual will cause you to forget all skills attached to the previous manual. Duplicate skills can be retained or separated using skill books of the same name for upgraded skills. So switching cultivation manuals would lose skills. No wonder individual skill books sold for such high prices. Xiao Fan pondered silently. Skill books cost half the price of cultivation manuals, and though painful to purchase, once learned the skills remained permanently. As for cultivation manuals, if he ever managed to collect the complete 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, no matter how high he'd cultivated before, it would all be replaced. Fortunately, the basic skill of flame manipulation art was precisely the true Chi Palm he'd already trained to level 2, so he needn't worry about forgetting it, saving him an additional expense. Xiao Fan immediately sat cross-legged and spent a full 10 minutes completely absorbing the entire flame manipulation art into his mind. 100 taels of silver, just like that, gone. Converting the exchange rate, 1 copper coin 5.8 yuan, equivalent to instantly consuming 580,000 in cash. But he felt it was worth it. Money could be earned again, but if he missed this opportunity, it would truly be gone forever. Having learned this manual, his confidence in defeating the second-in-command increased to at least 90%. Ding! You have learned the intermediate cultivation technique, flame manipulation art. Your maximum true chi is permanently increased by 15, and your chi force is permanently increased by 15. Before the system notification had even faded, another line of golden text flashed across the screen. Due to the improvement in cultivation technique quality, your strength has increased significantly. Additional compensation, Chi Force 5, maximum True Chi 5. Your existing level 2 True Chi Palm is retained, and a new skill is unlocked: Fire Burning Technique. The pleasant notification sounds rang out like rapid gunfire, and Xiao Fan's character panel was completely transformed. His maximum True Chi skyrocketed from a pitiful 20 points to 40 points, and his Chi Force jumped from 184 to 204. However, what he truly focused on was the new skill information. Fire Burning Technique Intermediate, Level 14. 1. Condense true fire to attack any enemy within 5 meters, dealing 135 of Chi Force as damage. 2. Applies burning effect to target for 5 seconds, dealing fixed 50 damage per second, can be reduced by fire resistance. 3. Consumes 5 true Chi points, 15-second cooldown. It was precisely this description that made him swallow the flame manipulation art worth 580,000 cash without hesitation, because his chaos body talent would amplify all values by 10 times. Not only would the initial damage explode by 10 times, but the burning duration would also extend from 5 seconds to a terrifying 50 seconds. 50 seconds, 500 damage per second equals a total of 25,000 fixed burning damage. Plus the initial burst damage, the total damage was absolutely ridiculous. Without this advantage, he wouldn't have been willing to spend such a fortune. With fire-burning technique in hand, his damage output against the second in command would definitely be sufficient. The problem lay in survival. Xiao Fan's health was too low, and his defense was weak. One normal attack would leave him critically wounded, and one skill would send him straight to a black screen. Even switching to large health potions would hardly keep him alive. I'll head to the advanced pharmacy first to try my luck. Maybe I can find some life-saving elixir. He remembered the soul revival pill that Xiongba had used and decided to take a trip into the city. Before setting off, he needed to sell the breathing technique that had dropped from the bandits. At the Dao Palace entrance, the area was packed with level 10 players who hadn't scraped together one tael of silver, frantically buying and selling items on the spot to exchange for copper coins. Xiao Fan raised his voice. Breathing technique, 950 copper. Exactly the same as what's sold in the Dao Palace. Speak up if you want it. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then erupted into chaos. I want it. I want it. Sell it to me. I'll pay 960 copper. Someone bid higher. Xiao Fan was in a hurry and didn't want to waste more time, so he said directly to the first person who had spoken. Deal. I'll sell it to you. Let's trade. He opened the trading window. That person had just managed to scrape together one tael of silver and thought his purse was empty, but unexpectedly could still save 40 copper coins. He immediately clicked confirm with joy. After the transaction was completed, the copper coins in Xiao Fan's inventory broke through 3,900 if converted to cash. That would be over 10,000 yuan. However, he was reluctant to cash out for now. Glancing at the minimap, he rushed toward the advanced pharmacy that Xiongba had mentioned. 3 minutes later, the antique pharmacy signboard came into view. But before he could step inside, his attention was drawn to the shop next door, a talisman store. The shop wasn't large, but it looked quite interesting. Pushing open the door, he found only a shopkeeper and an assistant inside. Seeing a customer enter, both immediately approached with warm smiles. Fellow cultivator, what do you need? Let me see what you're selling here, Xiao Fan said. The shopkeeper smiled and said, these are just ordinary talismans, fellow cultivator. Please take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale blue light screen unfolded before Xiao Fan, the talisman shop interface, displaying 18 different types of talismans. Due to his cultivation level restrictions, 15 were grayed out and locked, with only 3 showing available purchase buttons. 1. Sword Chi Talisman, 500 copper. Instantly releases a sword chi, dealing 1500 fixed damage. Same type talisman cooldown, 30 seconds. Usage requirement, body tempering realm. 2. Divine Movement Talisman, 500 copper. When applied to the body, makes 1 light as a swallow, 50 movement speed for 30 seconds, 30-second cooldown. 3. Vajra Talisman, 500 copper. When applied to the body, makes flesh hard as iron, 500 defense for 20 seconds, 30-second cooldown. Excellent. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Although each talisman cost nearly 3,000 real-world currency, ridiculously expensive, they were exactly what he needed right now. With the Divine Movement Talisman, he could gracefully dodge the second in command's massive hammer. With the Vajra Talisman, his defense would instantly spike to 600 points, making him fearless of taking hits. He quickly calculated his damage output. Alternating between Flame Burn and True Chi Palm, 1 minute would be enough to wear down the second in command. Though the Vajra Talisman had a 10-second gap, he could use Wild Charge to create distance. After careful consideration, he decided to buy 3 sets of talismans just to be safe. Vajra Talismans and Divine Movement Talismans, 3 of each, Xiao Fan declared boldly. Right away, fellow cultivator. The shopkeeper personally handed over the 6 talismans. Light flashed, and Xiao Fan's funds instantly evaporated by 300 copper, leaving only 980, but it was worth it. Killing the second in command would pay for itself. With the talismans secured, he stepped into the high-grade medicine shop next door. The shelves displayed 12 types of medicines, but again, only 3 were available for purchase. 1. Soul Revival Pill, 1,000 copper. Revives 1 teammate in non-combat state. 2. Blood Jade Stone, 3,000 copper. Instantly restores 53,000 health, 300-second cooldown. 3. Spirit Heart Pill, 3,000 copper. Instantly restores 100 True Chi, 300-second cooldown. The effects were amazing, but the prices even more so. Xiao Fan could only smile bitterly and exit. Returning to the ordinary medicine shop, he spent 500 copper on 5 bottles of small revival powder that instantly restored 1,000 health, another 450 copper on 9 training pills, and added 3 healing ointments. With no change left, his purse was empty again, jingling hollowly. This game really burns through money. Xiao Fan shook his head. Just 1 trip back to town had cost him over 600,000 real-world currency, heartbreaking to think about. But the primordial realm offered many opportunities. As long as he defeated a few hardcore bosses, money would flow back in. Let's go. Time to take down the second in command and claim that legendary divine weapon. With supplies and skills ready, Xiao Fan's confidence soared. He strode out of the city and retraced his path toward Crimson Valley. The valley entrance was more crowded than before, with teams of levels 13-17 everywhere, besieging bandits. Those unfortunate brigands not only failed to rob anyone, but often got robbed themselves, a particularly tragic sight. Xiao Fan pressed forward, crossing through Crimson Valley and taking the narrow mountain path from the exit back onto the rugged trail leading to the stronghold. Along the way, small monsters respawned. A level 33 mountain bandit blocked his path, perfect for testing his new skills. He pointed his left-hand spirit pattern ruler and instantly cast Flame Burn. Bang! 3024. Followed by burn damage of 500, costing 5 true chi points. A red debuff flashed above the bandit's health bar. Burn, 500 health per second, 49 seconds remaining, non-stackable. The bandit collapsed with a wail. Another bandit charged forward, and Xiao Fan raised his palm for a true chi palm strike. Smack, 3247. The opponent was left with barely any health, which he finished off with a casual blade strike. Burn lasts 50 seconds with a 15-second cooldown, basically infinite burning. TSK, I'm already invincible. Xiao Fan's confidence reached new heights as he rapidly climbed the mountain path. You defeated the bandit and gained 203 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up to 16. Xiao Fan climbed along the mountain path, encountering another elite monster along the way that granted him a substantial amount of experience, pushing him to level 17. The mountainside was completely clean with no footprints visible, clearly indicating that other players hadn't discovered this secret area yet. The small monsters at the stronghold entrance had respawned, but the only wooden watchtower remained collapsed. Over 20 bandits patrolled back and forth on the slope. Without the high ground advantage, once they surrounded someone, their flurry of blades could kill instantly. However, the absence of the watchtower also provided Xiao Fan with natural cover. He crept into the bushes, revealing only his eyes as he quietly approached. Distance to target, 49 meters. Chi palm strike. Bang. 3522. You defeated the bandit and gained 203 experience points. After equipping the new cultivation technique, he gained an additional 19 points of chi force, causing his damage to skyrocket. Regular bandits could no longer withstand a single hit. Who's there? Seeing their companion's sudden death, the bandits looked around alertly, but only saw grass swaying in the wind. As soon as the 5-second cooldown ended, the second chi palm strike tore through the air. Smack. 3523. You defeated the bandit and gained 203 experience points. Who's there? The bandits shouted again, but came up empty-handed once more. Hidden in the grass, Xiao Fan nearly burst out laughing. A mage's burst damage, an archer's range, and an assassin's stealth, 3 classes combined into one. If only his chi recovery wasn't so slow, he would have loved to farm here for hours. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1 minute later, over 20 small monsters were completely cleared. Creak. The tightly shut gate opened once again. The tower-like second-in-command emerged carrying twin hexagonal hammers, leading 2 minions as they charged out, cursing and searching for enemies. Finding no one around, he grumbled and headed back inside. Now's the time. Xiao Fan glanced at his status bar, Chi 1243. Low, but enough for one more round. He swallowed a cultivation pill and suddenly sprang from the grass, hurling a fire technique directly at his target. Bang. 3277. 500 burn. The second-in-command's health bar dropped by a chunk and gained a 50-second burn effect. Immediately after, Xiao Fan launched a chi palm strike at the nearby minion. Smack. You defeated the bandit and gained 203 experience points. Instantly, the 3-on-1 became 2-on-1. Damn Taoist priest, die. The second-in-command roared, his footsteps shaking the ground. Not wanting to engage in close combat, Xiao Fan immediately retreated diagonally to maintain a safe distance. 500 burn. 500 burn. The continuous damage enraged the second-in-command. 5 seconds passed in a flash, and the second chi palm strike shot out again, turning the other minion into white light. The battlefield became unknown. Die. The opponent charged within 20 meters and suddenly leaped, hurtling down like a boulder from a catapult. Wild charge. Xiao Fan didn't engage directly. He turned and ran at full speed, creating a safe distance of 50 meters in a straight line while pulling out a swift movement talisman and sticking it on himself. In an instant, his movement speed skyrocketed to 850 points. Stop right there. The second-in-command's heavy footsteps thundered closer, his furious roar echoing like rumbling thunder. Xiao Fan was delighted to discover that his speed actually exceeded his opponent's by a significant margin, saving him the need to use a diamond talisman. While maintaining distance, he launched a true chi palm strike with his free hand. The spirit pattern ruler's basic attacks couldn't reach, so only his cultivation technique skills would be effective. The chi energy exploded, causing flames to flicker around the second-in-command's body as his health plummeted visibly, losing nearly 30% in an instant. Don't you dare run. Stand still, he bellowed, raising his foot for a devastating stomp. Boom. The ground immediately cracked, sending a shockwave 30 meters in diameter rippling outward with scattered debris. Caught off guard, Xiao Fan was sent flying, his health bar instantly dropping by 2,100 points as he crashed to the ground. Haha, got you. The second-in-command sneered, charging forward several steps before leaping high into the air descending jump. Wild charge. A massive shadow plummeted from above. Xiao Fan had just managed to get back on his feet when, with his swift movement talisman still active, he quickly darted 50 meters away to steady himself, hastily swallowing a minor revival pill and applying healing ointment. The second-in-command, having missed his attack, flew into a rage and began jumping frantically in place before increasing his speed to pursue relentlessly. Xiao Fan continued his Hitandran tactics, alternating between true Qi Palm and flame burn techniques. While the burning effect of flame burn only lasted briefly, its initial 3,000 points of damage were substantial, so he used it generously whenever the cooldown ended. The first swift movement talisman's effect soon wore off, and the second-in-command's health had been whittled down to just 11,000 points. Judging the timing to be right, Xiao Fan immediately crushed his second swift movement talisman. You've enraged me. Take my ultimate move, Slaughter Spinning Top. The second-in-command roared, his entire body glowing with a blood-red aura. With arms outstretched and his two hexagonal hammers spinning, he transformed into a high-speed rotating crimson top with a 2.5-meter radius, charging toward Xiao Fan at nearly 10 meters per second. From the looks of it, any contact would mean instant death. However, what an idiot. Xiao Fan remained completely calm. With the swift movement talisman's enhancement, his speed of over 12 meters per second left his opponent far behind. True Qi Palm, Flame Burn. Both skills struck home, dropping the second-in-command's health bar into the 10 range. The Slaughter Spinning Top came to an abrupt halt after 5 seconds of rotation, having dealt 0 damage. Instead, the giant was left dizzy and exhausted from all the spinning, bending over and gasping heavily. Xiao Fan followed up with another True Qi Palm strike, plus 5 seconds of burning damage, reducing his opponent's health to critical levels. Wild charge. Seeing his opponent's health below 1,000 points, Xiao Fan stopped delaying and charged forward. Bang. 2039. Ugh. No, I won't be defeated. Big Brother hasn't returned. Yet. The second-in-command collapsed with a thunderous crash, his final roar echoing. You have defeated the boss monster Crimson Stronghold's second-in-command and gained 56,700 experience points. You have defeated a level 40 boss monster and gained 8 reputation points. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 17. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 18. Your true Qi maximum has increased by 6 points, and your Qi force has increased by 6 points. You have gained 8 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. Clanged crisp sound of copper coins scattering across the dusty ground echoed through the mountain path. Music to Xiao Fan's ears. The second-in-command crashed to the ground as white light swept over him. Xiao Fan's experience bar surged dramatically, instantly gaining 2 levels. His health and Qi were fully restored, while the ground became littered with scattered loot. So much money. This was totally worth it, he thought with delight. The level 40 boss monster's death had directly dropped 4,800 copper coins, not only covering his costs, but netting him a hefty profit. Beside the pile of money, 2 pieces of equipment and a crystalline jade token caught his eye. What's this? Xiao Fan picked up the jade token and turned it between his fingers. An attribute panel materialized. Jade Spirit Talisman. Quality, mid-grade magical treasure. Equipment requirement, body tempering realm. Description, defensive magical treasure. When infused with Qi, it hovers overhead, forming a barrier that enhances spirit resistance and defense. Spirit resistance 50. Defense 20. Qi consumption, 1 point every 5 seconds. Durability, 500,500. Though a mid-grade spirit treasure only equated to black iron quality, the rare spirit resistance, a tribute that specifically countered magical damage, was extremely valuable. Xiao Fan tossed it upward, and the Jade Spirit Talisman transformed into a streak of jade light circling above his head. Now he had both offensive and defensive magical treasures complete. He turned his attention to the remaining equipment. Tiger Bear Golden Hammer. Level, 40 bronze equipment. Attack power 140. Critical rate 10. Special effect, 5 chance to cause 1.5 second stun. Attack speed 0.2. Warrior's Belt. Level, 40 black iron equipment. Max health 280. Defense 70. Both were top-tier items. The Golden Hammer was a one-handed weapon, more flexible than the second-in-command's dual hammers. Though slightly slower in attack speed, its high damage output compensated for any shortcomings. The belt further enhanced his survivability. Xiao Fan equipped everything without hesitation and pulled up his character panel on the spot. Name, Xiao Fan. Level, 18. Class, Taoist. Talent, Chaos Body. Health, 3128-3128. Qi, 4,949. Attack power, 281. Qi force, 260 excluding magical treasures. Defense, 166. Spirit resistance, 1. Magical defense. Strength, 31. Wisdom, 83. Constitution, 35. Agility, 31. Potential points, 0. Not bad at all, enough to take on level 40 minions Hedon. He nodded with satisfaction. However, the second-in-command wasn't the greatest prize of this expedition. Up ahead in the mountain stronghold lay an even more precious legendary divine weapon. The stronghold gates stood wide open, and inside, everything was eerily quiet. Xiao Fan stepped into the compound and looked around. The courtyard that once housed 30 or 40 people now lay completely deserted. Broken weapons scattered across the ground told the story clearly. The minions had been wiped out, and the second and third in command lay dead where they fell. Yet not even a single bandit's wife remained behind. He grumbled to himself as he hurried toward the main hall. In the center of the great hall stood a blue stone pedestal, upon which lay a sword in perfect stillness. The blade gleamed like daylight itself, radiating brilliant streams of light. The dazzling display nearly blinded him, and Xiao Fan almost drilled legendary grade. Absolutely legendary grade. Definitely a peerless divine weapon. As someone with a chaos constitution, he could ignore level requirements and equip higher weapons directly. If this sword were truly wielded by someone at level 1000, 2000, or even higher, they could sweep across the world with ease. Was money still a concern? With that thought, he dashed to the weapon rack, summoning his information panel. Peerless divine weapon, unknown artifact. Its brilliance was blinding, and it was untouchable. What? His face darkened like the bottom of a pove. Couldn't see its attributes? It wasn't equipment. It was most likely a quest item. Still unwilling to give up, he reached out to grab it. The moment his fingertips neared, the sword's cold light flared up. Ah! A searing pain shot through his brain, and the panel flashed 3127. His health bar dropped to just 1 point. What the heck? How do I handle this? He mumbled as he applied a healing potion and pulled out the Tiger Bear gold hammer, raising it high to strike. As the hammer came down, the cold light exploded again, 3127, and the health bar hit rock bottom once more. Wow, how considerate. It always leaves me with 1 point. He chuckled. 1 point was fine. At most he would die once. The peerless divine weapon was right in front of him. How could he leave empty-handed? He raised his hand for a third time. Stop! A sharp shout reverberated, and a gust of wind rushed toward him. Xiao Fan felt a tightness around his waist as he was bound by ropes, staggering back a few steps. Turning around, he saw a girl in red standing at the entrance of the hall. She appeared to be around 20, dressed like a martial artist. With her high ponytail flowing behind her, her features were sharp, yet exquisite. 3 long swords were neatly tied up behind her, and in her hand, she held a spirit rope that glowed with a mystical light. Who are you? Xiao Fan instinctively brought up her information. Lingxiao Sect Elite Disciple Ning Fian. Level, 120 Foundation Establishment. Health, 2400002, 400000. Just by looking at her health bar, it was clear she was stronger than Dao Palace NPC Zhou Xiuxuan by a significant margin. Do not be alarmed, fellow cultivator. I am a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, and have sensed the aura of this divine weapon. I have come to subdue it. Ning Fian bowed slightly, and the spirit rope coiled back into a fine line around her wrist. She stepped into the hall, her fingers forming seals as spiritual energy gathered atop the pedestal. Why would a perfectly fine divine weapon need to be subdued? What is this thing for? Xiao Fan asked in confusion while healing himself. Ning Fian looked up and explained calmly. Its time has not yet come. If it emerges now, it will only dull its edge and bring chaos to the world. I must take it back to the Lingxiao sect for the elders to seal away. As her words fell, spiritual light burst from her fingertips, and 9 runes successively merged into the sword blade, instantly suppressing the blinding white radiance. The light dimmed, and an ordinary-looking longsword lay quietly back on the weapon rack, no longer showing any divine properties. Seeing the divine weapon about to be taken away, Xiao Fan panicked. Wait. This is my spoil of war from risking my life to eliminate the bandits. You can't just take it with a word. Wouldn't all my efforts be for nothing? The legendary divine weapon slipping through his fingers meant a huge loss. He had to secure the quest reward. Ning Fian glanced at him and said calmly, your strength is insufficient. This divine weapon would only bring you trouble. I'll compensate you with a mid-grade magical treasure. How about that? A mid-grade magical treasure? Like the Jade Spirit Talisman? No way. That's too inferior. Xiao Fan shook his head repeatedly. I don't want magical treasures. Since you're a Lingxiao sect disciple, I happen to have something from your sect. Help me complete it. He took out the incomplete 5 Thunder Heart Sutra and handed it over. Ning Fian looked down and showed surprise. This is Master Kuanglei's cultivation method? How did you get it, and why is it so damaged? Master Kuanglei, a nascent soul stage powerhouse, the village chief, had mentioned he was 2 realms above her. Xiao Fan explained smoothly. I obtained it in the newbie village. They said it was accidentally lost by a Lingxiao sect predecessor. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fian nodded. Since this is your fortune, I'll go with the flow. She held out her hand, and a jade token materialized in her palm. This is called the Lingxiao Access Token. With it, You can enter the sect to visit Master Kuanglei. Whether you can obtain the complete cultivation method depends on his will. He have no authority to decide. Xiao Fan checked the item description and felt secretly relieved. So the Lingxiao sect required an introduction to enter. Good thing he hadn't rashly crossed that level 40 monster zone. After storing the token, he thanked her solemnly, then asked, why would the divine weapons emergence cause chaos in the world? Ning Fian explained. The divine dragon continent is overrun with demons and monsters, and human cultivators bear the responsibility of protection. Some demons are so powerful that only top-tier experts wielding legendary divine weapons can suppress them. If the blade's edge is revealed too early, it will be worn down by demonic energy and lose its power. There are no strong enemies near Thunder City for now, so this sword must continue to nurture its edge. Then how did it end up in a bandit den? And who was its original owner? Xiao Fan continued asking. I don't know either. Ning Fian shook her head lightly. Every divine weapon comes from the 9 heavens. After slaying demons, they often return to obscurity. Its appearance may foretell coming turmoil in Thunder City, and when that time comes, a strong warrior will naturally wield the sword to turn the tide. He wanted to say that warrior would be him, but Xiao Fan wisely kept quiet. Ning Fian grasped the sealed sword and turned to leave. Just then, a furious roar came from outside the cave. Damn it! I was only gone for half a day. How are all my brothers dead? Who did this? Come out and face me. The voice was rough and deep. Clearly, the bandit chief had returned. Ning Fian looked at Xiao Fan. Didn't you say all the bandits here had been wiped out? Xiao Fan shrugged with a bitter smile. The strongest one wasn't home. Otherwise I'd probably be the one dead. A slight smile curved Ning Fian's lips as she briefly said, let's go take a look. She then strode out of the hall first. Xiao Fan followed closely behind with a level 120 foundation establishment powerhouse by his side. He wasn't worried in the slightest. The two stepped into the wide clearing in front of the stronghold. Facing them stood a 2-meter tall, muscular middle-aged man glaring at them intently. The man wore blood-red robes, his body covered in knife scars, radiating fierce menace. Crimson Stronghold Chief. Lord level, 50. Health, 220, 0002, 20000. Level gap exceeds 30 levels. Unable to read skill information. Xiao Fan scanned the status panel and nodded to himself. As expected, this was a lore-type monster, a silver boss. With 220,000 health points and surely explosive attack power, he stood no chance whatsoever. So you two are the ones who killed so many of my brothers? The chief gripped a 6-foot-long thick-backed blade, murderous intent rolling off him. He clearly couldn't gauge Ning Fian's true strength. With powerful backing, Xiao Fan felt confident and shouted back defiantly. That's right, I did it. Come at me if you don't like it. He even provocatively beckoned with his finger. Damn it, you're asking for death. With that furious roar, the chief charged forward with his blade. Ning Fian didn't retreat, but advanced instead. She pressed 2 fingers of her left hand together and pointed forward. Sword. Whoosh. A sharp sword chi burst from her fingertips. None of the 3 swords on her back left their sheaths, nor did the dim legendary weapon in her hand move. She had conjured an invisible sword light purely through her cultivation. Thud. The sword chi pierced through his chest, and the chief grunted as he fell to the ground. Xiao Fan saw clearly that single strike had dealt exactly 200,000 damage, leaving only a mere 20,000 health remaining. You are a foundation establishment expert. The chief's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his bleeding wound. What shocked him even more was that the dim long sword in Ning Fian's hand was the very legendary weapon that had fallen from the sky this morning, which he had treasured as the stronghold's prized possession. Damn it! He forced his remaining true chi to seal the wound and gripped his blade again, wanting to fight to the death. However, Ning Fian didn't strike again. She simply said to Xiao Fan indifferently, I'm leaving now. Good luck to you. With those words, she transformed into a red shadow and shot into the sky, instantly disappearing into the eastern horizon. Hey, leaving so quickly. Xiao Fan still had many questions about the Lingxiao sect to ask, but she had left him with nothing but dust in the wind. However, he would soon be able to investigate the Lingxiao sect himself. The chief's breathing was now erratic, far from his peak condition. Xiao Fan chuckled gleefully, his mood greatly improved. This NPC Ning Fian really knew how to handle things, knowing he felt frustrated about not getting the divine weapon. She had simply crippled the boss and left it for him. He definitely couldn't defeat a lord with full 220,000 health, but with only 20,000 remaining and in a weakened state. It was worth a try. Flame burn. The moment Ning Fian left, Xiao Fan raised his hand and unleashed his skill. Bang. 3,720, 500. With his opening skill, he immediately dropped the chief's health bar to 16,000. This boss had some spiritual resistance, but it wasn't particularly high. You little brat, without any foundation establishment cultivators around, how dare you provoke me? The boss leader snorted angrily, veins bulging on his body as he grimaced in pain, yet showed no fear. He suddenly leaped forward, his long blade trailing a blood-red light as it slashed through the void whoosh. Crimson blade energy streaked across the sky, heading straight for Xiao Fan. Jade Spirit Talisman. Diamond Talisman. The talisman light exploded, and pale green and golden yellow shields instantly enveloped Xiao Fan as he simultaneously dodged to the side. The blade energy's range was too wide, and it still grazed him. Puff, 2988. A massive damage number appeared. If he hadn't just restored his health to full and stacked double defensive buffs, he would already be a corpse. Wild Charge. Before him was a level 50 Lord monster, still terrifyingly powerful even in its weakened state. Its full strength was unimaginable. Xiao Fan stomped his foot and charged through clouds of dust, sprinting dozens of meters toward the stronghold's main gate. Where do you think you're going? The boss leader roared, raising his blade in pursuit. Swift Movement Talisman. His last Swift Movement Talisman burned into fragments of light, and Xiao Fan's speed surged. Though the boss leader was fast, he was slowed by the initial distance and his own weakened condition. Xiao Fan turned and struck with his palm. Bang! 4,000. Combined with the previous burning damage, the boss leader had just over 10,000 health remaining. Xiao Fan didn't dare stop, running desperately around the stronghold, dropping hunting traps along the way while continuously consuming small revival powder and healing ointments. Wind whistled through the air. He caught a glimpse of a blue shadow behind him and immediately rolled sideways. The next second, blade energy swept past, cleaving the rocks ahead in two. True Energy Palm. As soon as the 5-second cooldown ended, his palm strike thundered out again. Puff, 4002. The Lord's health was nearly depleted. Give me back my brother's life. The boss leader roared, leaping high with his blade striking down. Xiao Fan only had about 1,500 health points left. Even blocking wouldn't save him, so he simply rolled away again. Yaha! The blade missed, immediately followed by a second frenzied strike. 10 seconds. Perfect timing. Xiao Fan charged again, creating distance. The boss's health was low now. A direct assault might be faster, but if it triggered evasion, all would be lost. He had to play it safe and continue running. 50 meters away, he suddenly turned back. The boss leader only had 3,000 health left. I've won. Elated, he waited another 4 seconds as the burning effect dealt exactly 2,000 damage. The boss only had 1,000 health remaining. True Energy Palm. Die! The boss leader roared, leaping high again, his 20-meter figure diving down with blade raised. Bang! 4001. Before the blade could fall, the man was already dead. The Lord was blasted through by the palm energy midair and crashed heavily to the ground. How could this be? Lord Blackwind will avenge me. The muffled groan cut off abruptly as the Crimson Stronghold's boss leader breathed his last. Clatter. A shower of copper coins scattered everywhere. Ding! You have defeated the Lord Crimson Stronghold boss leader and gained 473,000 experience points. You have defeated a level 50 Lord monster and gained 20 reputation points. Congratulations. You have reached level 19. Congratulations. You have reached level 20. Congratulations. You have reached level 21. Congratulations. You have reached level 22. Your true energy maximum has increased by 12 points. Energy force has increased by 12 points, and spiritual resistance has increased by 1 point. You have gained 16 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. The moment the boss leader's health bar emptied, Xiao Fan's health and true energy were instantly restored to full, and he gained 4 levels. Simultaneously, a thunderous announcement echoed. Regional announcement: Jinglei City. Player Xiao Fan has shown divine courage, achieving the first kill of the level 50 Lord Monster Crimson Stronghold boss leader, and earned an honor reward. Silver equipment, chest 1. Regional announcement. Regional announcement. A silver-white chest dropped into his inventory as Xiao Fan threw back his head and laughed. Amazing. 2 silver items in one go. The boss leader had already dropped 1 silver equipment piece upon death, and the system awarded another currently. The server's equipment rankings were still dominated by bronze items in the top 100, with only the very top entries being high quality. His equipment would definitely make the rankings. Xiao Fan eagerly picked up the items dropped by the bandit leader. This was a Lord-tier monster, with a drop rate far superior to the previous 2 leaders. The copper coins alone formed a brilliant golden halo across the ground. After collecting everything, the system panel displayed the final count. 11,020 Waina, full 11 taels of silver. Besides the coins, 5 pieces of equipment, a talisman, a skill book, and an ancient-looking token lay scattered on the ground. The hall was truly luxurious. He first examined the equipment and talisman. 1. Chi Spirit Talisman. Usable in Chi Refinement Realm. 500 Chi energy for 30 seconds. 120-second cooldown. 2. Bandit's Headband. Level 50 Black Iron. 1200 max health. 125 defense. 3. Warrior's Leg Guards. Level 50 Black Iron. 1200 max health. 8 constitution. 4. Swift Boots. Level 50 Black Iron. 280 movement speed. 0.2 attack speed. 5. Spirit Tempered Battle Robe. Level 50 Bronze. 2100 max health. 175 defense. 10 critical resistance. 6. Spirit-tempered bracers, level 50 bronze, 158 defense, 6 strength, 10 dodge rate. 7. Ring of the Ascetic, level 50 silver, 166 attack power, 10 wisdom, 10 strength, special effect energy return, 3 chance per attack to instantly recover 10 chi points. Level 50 equipment represents a whole new realm, completely outclassing the body tempering stage gear. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. Thanks to his level-ignoring talent, he swapped out his entire equipment set instantly. His stats skyrocketed, 7,362 health points, 512 attack power, 567 defense, and 360 chi energy. After finishing this, he pulled out the silver treasure chest from his inventory and opened it. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the level 20 silver weapon Starfall sword. Level 20? Damn it. As soon as the system notification ended, Xiao Fan couldn't help but curse. The chest was locked to his current level, and at level 22, he naturally couldn't get higher tier items. Level 20 silver isn't even as good as my level 50 black iron gear. Still, he had to check the stats. Starfall sword, level 20 silver, 133 attack power, 8 strength, 10 critical rate, special effect armor break, 10 chance to ignore target's physical defense on attack. The attack power was slightly lower than his level 40 bronze hammer, but the overall performance was better, and it didn't reduce attack speed. Looking at the equipment rankings, the Starfall sword secured 11th place on the weapon leaderboard, just missing the top 10. In contrast, the Ring of the Ascetic shot straight to 3rd place on the accessory rankings, trailing only 2 level 30 gold and dark gold rings. The final drop was a skill book. Xiao Fan opened it, and his eyes immediately lit up. Bloodlight Blade Chi. Intermediate skill, swing a war blade to deal 128 attack power damage to enemies within 8 meters in front, consumes 10 chi points, 30-second cooldown, requires blade or sword weapon. Amazing skill. He could barely contain his excitement. With his talent's amplification, the skill's range could extend to an absurd 80 meters, allowing him to mow down groups of enemies in front of him with devastating power. He could sell this to others for 50 taels of silver equivalent to 220,000 in cash, but how could he bear to part with it? After weighing his options, he tucked away the book, planning to learn it himself. To make this skill work, he couldn't sell the Starfall sword, and the level 40 hammer wasn't selling either. Xiao Fan felt both amused and frustrated. After rummaging through his inventory, he discovered that all the gear he could actually sell for money was just junk. Fortunately, he still had one last boss trophy, a guild territory token. Guild territory token, low drop rate from level 50 Lord monsters, guaranteed drop from level 100 Lord monsters. Take this token to the city hall to apply for purchasing guild territory. While the guild creation threshold is only level 30, you can't truly grow without territory. Once established, territory unlocks guild activities, guild bosses, guild quests, and massive experience gains. Guild technology, guild tournaments, faction wars, and other advanced content all require territory as their foundation. In the early game, this item is extremely rare, so prices naturally skyrocket. Without exaggeration, putting this up for auction would easily fetch 10 million with people fighting over it. Compared to the 29.9 identification rate of cultivation manuals, this token was true Emperor's Luck certification. Ding, a system notification suddenly popped up, with a friend message appearing in the center of the screen. The sender was none other than the self-proclaimed rich lady, drinking alone under the moon. Master, was that you in the announcement? You killed a level 50 lord? Her tone was full of shock. Yeah, that was me. Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Got lucky and found a low-health boss. Oh my god, your luck is absolutely insane. Our guild has several teams out hunting for lords, and after hours we only found one level 30, barely managed to kill it, and it dropped nothing but trash. Drinking alone under the moon's voice was dripping with envy. Then she lowered her voice conspiratorially. I heard level 50 lords have a chance to drop territory tokens. Did you get one? If so, I'll pay top dollar. Xiao Fan glanced at the token in his inventory and was about to ask about market prices. Well, I did get one, pretty lucky. Before he could finish, Drinking Alone Under the Moon had already made an offer. I'll pay 50 million. Sell it to me directly, don't sell to anyone else. 50 million? Xiao Fan's breath caught. 50 million? He thought 10 million would be impressive, maybe 15 million at most. But she just multiplied that by several times with her opening bid. Did this woman's family own a bank? Spending this much money just to build a guild? While he was still stunned, Drinking Alone Under the Moon sent another voice message, speaking rapidly. 60 million. We can trade right now. 60 million. Enough for an ordinary person to live lavishly for a lifetime. Xiao Fan considered himself level-headed, but seeing those numbers, his heart couldn't help but pound. Ding! His friends list flashed again. Xiong Ba, the leader of the Spring and Autumn 5 hegemons, had also guessed the announcement was about him, speaking cheerfully. Good brother. Are you selling the territory token? I'm asking for a friend who wants to build a guild at level 30 and buy territory. His budget is 20 million. Xiao Fan weakly replied. A girl just offered 60 million. Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. Xiongba laughed awkwardly and ended the chat. Xiongba was quite wealthy himself, could afford a soul revival pill that cost 1 tael of silver, so this asking price wasn't exactly low. 60 million could buy several houses in real life. But Moonlight Solo Drinking came right out of the gate with an even more outrageous number: 60 million. This price was higher than the annual net profit of many small to medium-sized companies, enough to make anyone's heart race. Besides, the guild establishment token couldn't even be used right now. There was only one level 30 player on the leaderboards. Even if they waited a few more days to buy it, there would only be 1 or 2 more people who could use it, making the time advantage negligible. Despite these thoughts, Xiao Fan was pulled back to reality by a series of urgent private messages from the other party. Deal. Meet me at the east gate of Thunder City. I'm heading over now. 60 million. The number exploded in his mind. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, thinking that even if he went and got himself killed right now, losing 2 levels that he'd have to grind back, it would still be worth it. He replied, "Thank you, master. I'm on my way too." The other side immediately responded with an excited message. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, turned around, and sprinted back down the mountain path. Along the winding mountain trail, he encountered several players around level 17. They had obviously discovered this narrow path as well and were exploring the area. Xiao Fan felt secretly relieved. Thank goodness he had moved fast enough, or that boss would have already fallen into someone else's hands. He quickened his pace, and before long, the towering east gate of Thunder City came into view. From a distance, he could see a dozen or so people gathered beneath the city gate, with Moonlight Solo Drinking pacing back and forth. When she spotted Xiao Fan, she immediately waved him over, followed closely by about 10 companions. Xiao Fan scanned the group. Every single one of them was clearly a skilled player, all sporting 4 character IDs, with a gender imbalance: more women than men, averaging around level 20, their gear glowing with gray and blue light. Not a single piece of white common equipment among them. The most eye-catching was a female warrior, cold and beautiful features, long hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing well-tailored blue light armor. Her game name was Flying Immortal from Beyond, and she was already level 23, even higher than Xiao Fan. Greetings, master. We're from the Seeking the Tao of Primordial Chaos Guild, and I'm the guild leader, Flying Immortal from Beyond, she said with a cupped fist salute, her tone carrying the formal courtesy typical of martial arts games. Yaya is my good sister. Thank you for selling the guild establishment token to us. Xiao Fan returned the salute. I should be the one thanking you all for making the purchase. Shall we trade now? Moonlight Solo Drinking opened the trade window, her voice filled with anticipation. Xiao Fan nodded and placed the guild establishment token in the trade slot, while she transferred exactly 60 million game coins into her side. Both parties confirmed, a white light flashed, and the transaction was complete. Moonlight Solo Drinking nodded and said, "Yes. We're going to be Thunder City's first guild." The two opened the trading interface and conducted the transaction face-to-face. Xiao Fan placed the stronghold token on the shelf, and Yuxia Duzhua immediately entered the long string of digits, 600000. The system prompted 2 confirmation boxes in succession, confirming the item and confirming the amount. Both parties clicked confirm, and the trade was completed instantly. Let's go, go, go. We need to hurry. We're going to be number 1 in the world. Clutching the token, Yuxia Duzhua was as excited as if he'd been set on fire, dragging his companions as they sprinted away. Xiao Fan was stunned. Aren't you guys still under level 30? Haven't you even formed a guild yet? He had assumed they were just planning ahead, but the moment they got the token, they rushed toward the stronghold administrator. Yuxia Duzhua's group ran off in a cloud of dust, leaving only Tian Y Fei Xian behind. The female player gracefully adjusted her sleeves and explained, I know someone who's first on the level rankings. She's also in Thunder City, so I asked her to establish the guild first and secure the best number. You need to be level 30 to create a guild, and right now there's only one level 30 player on the leaderboard, anonymous user. With her help, when Dao Hong Meng will get number 1, making us the very first guild on the entire server. She paused, a smile playing at her lips. Plus, what we just acquired is the very first stronghold construction token. Only then did Xiao Fan truly understand Yuxia Duzhua's excitement. With billions of players competing on the same stage, being the first to own guild number 1, combined with the first stronghold token, would create a sense of achievement that practically burst through the screen. Do you have a guild, master? Want to play together? Tian Y Fei Xian extended an olive branch. Thanks, but I don't join guilds, Xiao Fan politely declined. Having just sold them the token, immediately joining their guild would seem too opportunistic. Tian Y Fei Xian didn't press the issue. That's a shame. If you change your mind, you're always welcome. She sent him a friend request. Xiao Fan accepted with one click, unable to suppress his racing heart, and bid her farewell. 60 million in hand. How much tax would that be? His mind went blank. Half a day ago, he was still figuring out what to eat for dinner that wouldn't break the bank, and now his account balance had shot up to 8 digits. Life's dramatic ups and downs were truly thrilling. No wait, there were only ups, no downs. Up, up, up. Hong Meng forever. Back in the city, he immediately rushed to the pharmacy to stock up. The battle at Crimson Stronghold had just concluded, and his next destination was Ling Shao Sekthi. Needed to find a way to meet that Thunder Master uncle and obtain the complete version of 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. The Black Wind Master mentioned by the bandit chief before his death might hint at future plot developments, so he needed to investigate carefully. Additionally, he had to master Bloodlight Blade Chi as soon as possible. Checking his wallet, he still had nearly 16 taels of silver. With his improved attributes, Healing Ointment had become obsolete. His 7,300 health points required Spirit Grass, dew that restored 250 per second for 20 seconds. For quick healing, he chose Great Revival Powder that restored 5,000 health, instantly effective but expensive. In the end, he bought 30 bottles of Spirit Grass dew for 4,500 copper, and took 5 bottles of Great Revival Powder for 7,500 copper. For Chi medicine, he still chose training pills at 2 Chi per second. 50 pills cost 2,500 copper total. After paying, he had just over 1,000 left in his pocket. After some consideration, Xiao Fan went to the talisman shop and bought 2 swift movement talismans, once again becoming penniless. Sigh, money really didn't last long. Copper coins have consistently held their value at over 5 yuan each, which shows just how terrifying the demand is among all players. To earn some extra cash for household expenses, most players would rather suppress their levels, grind small monsters, and take on minor quests just to sell off all the copper coins they could spare. Meanwhile, those with exceptionally fast leveling speeds like anonymous users never lacked money, buying the highest tier cultivation techniques directly and leveling up without any pressure. Xiao Fan's abilities weren't weak, yet he still had to make trips back and forth to town to buy potions himself. The round trip took half an hour, plus the time he'd wasted earlier in the newbie village, so his level wasn't particularly outstanding. Fortunately, after enduring the early stages, he finally equipped level 50 gear, and the situation immediately changed. As long as he focused on leveling during the upcoming time, he would eventually catch up to those guys charging ahead. After handling his supplies, he casually picked a quiet alley, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began comprehending new skills. Both Bloodlight Blade Chi and Fire Burning Technique were blue-quality skills with moderate learning difficulty, but each attempt consumed 10 points of true Ki. With his current maximum of only 61 points, he really couldn't afford to waste much. Fortunately, the process went very smoothly, and within just a few minutes, the book in his hands crumbled into dust and scattered away. Ding, congratulations, you have learned Bloodlight Blade Chi. As the pleasant system notification sound faded, Xiao Fan was in great spirits. He patted himself off, jumped up, left the alley, and headed straight for the east gate. The Lingxiao sect was in that direction. The streets were bustling with crowds flowing like water. The east gate was much livelier than usual, with hundreds of players gathered together as if waiting for something. Several passers-by whispered among themselves, "Why are so many people gathered outside the city? Is there some event? I heard it's a guild blocking their enemies." All 4 city gates have people at least 100 players above level 18. That harsh. Must be some deep hatred. Maybe someone got cuckolded, or it's a blood feud. Though crowded, the passage remained relatively clear. Xiao Fan had no interest in others' grudges. Carrying the 60 million copper coins he'd just earned, he hummed a little tune as he exited the east gate. The Lingxiao sect was 120 li from Jinglei City. That's 60,000 meters. He glanced at the map and calculated his movement speed of 631 meters per minute. The entire journey would take about 95 minutes. It was quite far, but he still had to make the run. Outside the city gate, hundreds of people wandered around in small groups, indeed blocking someone, as the rumors suggested. However, Jinglei City currently only had one official guild called Wendao Hongmeng, and these people bore no guild markings. Look quickly, that person is called Xiao Fan. Boss, is it him? Is it him? A cry of surprised excitement erupted from the chaos. Xiao Fan looked toward the sound and couldn't help but freeze. Invincible Overlord, whom he'd previously killed back to level 0, was being surrounded by the crowd, approaching him with a grim expression. Xiao Fan has appeared. Brothers, surround him. With a whoosh, over 100 players tightened their encirclement. The bystanders near the city gate's faces changed dramatically as they hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. So he was today's main character? Xiao Fan found it both amusing and exasperating. He'd thought it was some guild's internal conflict, never expecting it to be the Invincible Alliance. Looking at the sea of black-clad figures, he wasn't panicked in the slightest. His lips even curved into a smile. Invincible Overlord, did you cry enough before logging back online? How are you only level 10? You're really too pathetic. The naked mockery made Invincible Overlord's face turn iron blue. Surname Xiao, you got lucky in the newbie village because there were fewer people, but don't think you're so great. Today the Invincible Alliance has 800 brothers. Here your death has arrived. He only learned Xiao Fan was also in Jinglei City after seeing the regional announcement. With the intercity teleportation arrays not yet open, whoever entered couldn't leave, truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. To salvage his reputation and seize the spoils Xiao Fan had obtained from killing the level 50 boss, he quickly assembled his guild members, planning to crush Xiao Fan with human wave tactics. Explode his silver equipment. So what if he's powerful? There are 800 people here. Even if an immortal came, they'd still die. Hearing the invincible overlord's boastful declaration, Xiao Fan sneered with contempt. You think a few hundred people can keep me here? His demeanor remained relaxed, showing no signs of panic. The terrifying movement speed boost from his level 50 boots, combined with his incredible health and defense, made it nearly impossible for him to die. While he might not be able to wipe out this 800-person army in terms of killing power, if he truly wanted to escape, once he activated Wild Charge combined with Divine Movement Talisman, no one could stop him. The invincible overlord didn't see it that way and snorted coldly. How do you know without trying? Xiao, hand over all the loot dropped by the level 50 lord, and I'll spare you this once. Xiao Fan shrugged. Don't be naive. Trying to threaten me over a game? If you want to fight, come on then. I'll let you make the first move. With so many people present, if he struck first, his name would turn blood red, so he simply stood his ground as the passive party. The encirclement of 800 players had already formed, layer upon layer, creating an imposing scene. Players near the city gate turned to look. That's Xiao Fan, the one who got the first kill on the level 50 lord. Over 7,300 health, that's 5 times mine. No wonder he could kill the boss. It's like he's cheating. But there are 700 or 800 enemies. Even if each person just basic attacks once, they could kill him, and he might even drop the level 50 lord's loot. Discussions arose everywhere as many people stopped what they were doing to watch from afar. Xiao Fan was completely blocked in, with the nearest enemies less than 3 meters away. With just one command, at least 30 ranged skills could simultaneously hit him, making escape from this situation no easy task. Seeing no way for him to escape, the invincible overlord threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Ha! Xiao, prepare to die. I've blocked all 4 gates. If you try to leave the city, you're dead. Today I'll kill you back to the newbie village. With those words, he swung his arm and roared, attack. In an instant, everyone who could reach Xiao Fan struck simultaneously. Xiao Fan's lips barely moved. Jade Spirit Talisman. A magical treasure rose from behind him, hovering above his head and casting down a translucent film. His defense instantly soared to 680 points, with 51 points of spiritual resistance. Swoosh. Thud. Bang. Melee player's sword struck him first, followed immediately by various basic Taoist skills like True Chi Palm and Chi Blade Technique. 140, 135. Damage numbers popped up above Xiao Fan's head one after another. No one's physical attacks could break through his defense. His full set of level 50 equipment made him like a walking boss. Kai-based attacks could deal damage, but after a full round, they only reduced his health by less than 2,000 points. He casually drank a bottle of Spirit Grass Dew, and his health bar steadily climbed back up. All the Invincible Alliance players around him had turned bright red-eyed, the perfect opportunity for his counterattack. Bloodlight. Sword Chi. He raised his hand, gripped his sword, and swept horizontally toward the densest part of the crowd. Swoosh. A crimson sword Chi, 2 meters wide and a full 80 meters long, howled forth. Thud, 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 thud. 6,539. 6,498. 13,002 critical hit. Along that straight line, every player caught in the sword Chi's path was killed instantly, clearing the screen. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, what just happened? When this move landed, all the nearby players were stunned. The Invincible Alliance members were equally dumbfounded. Their 3-layered encirclement was mowed down like a harvester cutting through a rice field, instantly clearing out a massive area. At least 40 players were killed outright from full health. Xiao Fan's character name remained pristine white, and he was in high spirits as he laughed heartily. My dear son, Overlord, Daddy's sending you back to the countryside. With that, he locked onto the level 10 Invincible Overlord at the back of the crowd and launched a devastating wild charge. Thud, thud, thud. The 50-meter sprint left a trail of damage numbers in its wake, 7,500, 15,000, claiming another 30 to 40 lives and tearing a gaping hole through the encirclement. Under disbelieving stares, Invincible Overlord dissolved into white light and was sent straight back to the newbie village, while players above level 10 could use revival pills to resurrect. Dropping below level 10 would force them back to the village. After wiping out 70 to 80 players in one go, Xiao Fan was in no hurry to leave. His health bar had taken minor damage, but was slowly recovering thanks to Spirit Grass Dew. The surrounding players, averaging level 18, were completely outclassed in speed, range, attack, and defense. After breaking through their lines, he simply strolled around leisurely. Hundreds of Invincible Alliance members gave chase, desperate to hack him down, but they couldn't match his speed. A few elites pulled out swift movement talismans to boost their speed and barely managed to catch up. Xiao Fan chuckled, instantly killing the first with a true chi palm, the second with a charged sword strike after 1 second of preparation, and the rest, even more generously a single flame burn technique, finished them off. By the time reinforcements arrived, his wild charge had already cooled down. Thud, thud, thud. Another bull-like charge sent screams echoing as bodies dropped one after another. The spectating players were dumbstruck. One person taking on 700 to 800? Nobody would believe he wasn't cheating. Some recalled rumors of him killing a level 50 lord and figured he must have exploited terrain from dozens of meters away, slowly whittling down the boss with skills. The Eastern Plaza had become a circus, with Xiao Fan as the ringmaster leading a pack of animals in a chase. 30 seconds later, his bloodlight blade chi skill lit up. He positioned himself carefully and raised his sword. Whoosh! An 80-meter sword beam sliced the crowd in half, claiming dozens more lives. He roared with laughter. Little brats, Daddy's got business to attend to, so I won't play with you anymore. Go back and practice proper light and embarrass yourselves like this next time. With those words, he launched another wild charge and gracefully withdrew at 631 movement speed from 50 meters away. Arg! Damn it! This bastard is definitely cheating. The Invincible Alliance members were nearly in tears from frustration. 800 people couldn't hold down one level 20 WoW player, and instead lost over 160 of their own. Next time we'll bombard him with talismans. 3 sword chi talismans per person. I don't believe he can withstand that. Invincible Dragon Lord snarled. At level 16, he was slightly better off than Invincible Overlord, but still lagged behind the main force. A nearby elite coughed awkwardly. Dragon Lord, maybe we should just let it go. The guy's a real expert, and we're just noobs, we can't beat him. Invincible Dragon Lord nearly exploded with rage, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand decisively. Then we'll bring in the experts. I'll go talk to Fairy from Beyond and anonymous user if those two are willing to help. This punk is as good as dead. Crimson Valley. Xiao Fan strolled over leisurely, a smile playing on his face. Making money was already enough to lift his spirits, but having someone voluntarily come to him for a beating was simply a double blessing. In that recent battle, he had taken down over 100 players without his name turning even slightly red, only consuming a health potion worth 150 copper coins and emerging virtually unscathed. If he weren't in a rush to level up and head to the Lingxiao sect for some high-tier cultivation techniques, he would have loved to wipe out all 800 plus of them right there and loot all their dropped equipment and coins. After leaving the valley, he changed direction and slipped into the deep forest ahead. This forest was called Green Pine Woods, covering a vast area that stretched all the way to the foot of Lingxiao sect's mountain. The monsters inside ranged from level 40 to 50, and since most players hadn't reached that tier yet, the area was quite deserted. As soon as he stepped into the woods, a striped tiger suddenly pounced out, its claws cutting through the air. Pine Forest Tiger. Level 41. HP 54005-400. Skills: Bite Roar. Monsters above level 40 had significantly more health than the level 37 elite bandits, but in Xiao Fan's eyes, they were still made of paper. He raised his hand and unleashed a true chi palm. Smack. 5508. A perfect one-shot kill from full health. A moment later, a second tiger spawned. Xiao Fan simply switched to melee form and launched a wild charge. 7550, another instant kill. Looking at the 2 strings of outrageous damage numbers floating on his interface, he stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "My physical damage output is way stronger than my spell damage now." Thanks to his full set of level 50 equipment, his physical attack had reached 526 points, while his chi power was only 380, even with his magical artifact included quite a significant gap. Of course, this was only temporary. He was confident that the cultivation path would be stronger in the late game. Ding! A friend message popped up. It was from Celestial Sword. Celestial Sword. Master, what are you up to? Xiao Fan. Just call me by my name. No need for Master. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm leveling up. What's up? He had never been fond of flattery. Celestial Sword. Then I'll call you Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, have you offended someone recently? Xiao Fan. Offended someone? You mean the fight I had at the city gates? That commotion had been quite significant. Probably every major and minor faction in Thunder City knew he had trampled the Invincible Alliance underfoot. Celestial Sword, exactly. The Invincible Alliance got humiliated by you, and now they're plotting revenge. They wanted to hire me to kill you a few times. I didn't think I could necessarily beat you, so I declined. Xiao Fan. Hire you? To kill me? This caught him completely off guard. Celestial Sword chuckled. Brother Xiao might not know this, but I used to be a professional esports player. I competed in professional leagues and achieved some decent results. This time in Primordial Chaos, I got lucky and obtained a profound grade cultivation technique at the start, so my stats are considerably higher than ordinary players. Profound grade cultivation technique. Xiao Fan gasped. That was the treasure he Duo-Jin had mentioned was worth 100 million silver taels. The game didn't have a cultivation technique leaderboard, so this advantage wouldn't show up on any rankings, but its effects were very real. With this in mind, he wasn't sure if he could one-shot kill the other player. After his initial surprise, he quickly calmed down and replied, "Those guys are pretty childish. If they hadn't provoked me repeatedly, I wouldn't have bothered with them. It's better that you refused. I don't want to get into conflicts with the bosses who pay me either." Tianwei Faxian spoke in a light tone, but didn't forget to add, "After I turned down the Invincible Alliance, 9 times out of 10 they'll go after the anonymous user. That friend of mine has incredible power. If she gets involved, you'd better watch out." The anonymous user, ranked first on the leaderboard, was a universally acknowledged mysterious expert. Logically speaking, someone like that should be focused on leveling up. Would they take bounty contracts to go after other players? Xiao Fan mentally rated the possibility as extremely low, but still joked, "I'm not even on the talent rankings. I only have 2 pieces of silver equipment, and one of them has a level 50 restriction. How could I possibly be worth her time?" That's exactly what puzzles me. Tianwei Faxian blinked. "You don't have good equipment, yet you can deal over 10,000 damage. How do you pull that off?" Xiao Fan burst into laughter. "It's mainly because I'm handsome looks equal damage output, unstoppable force." If he had to give a real reason, he certainly wasn't about to expose his own weaknesses. Tianwei Faxian knew when to quit while ahead and chuckled. "Makes sense. No wonder Yaya's damage output is high tier. Both people who live off your looks. Unlike me, I rely on talent." Xiao Fan quickly offered a few flattering remarks, and after some casual small talk, they ended the call. The moment he hung up, Xiao Fan remained perfectly calm with his current strength. He couldn't panic even if he wanted to. Too bad he hadn't learned any large-scale group attacks yet. Otherwise, forget 800 people, even 8,000 would have to call him daddy. With this thought, his steps grew heavier as he accelerated deeper into the Pine Forest destination, Lingxiao Sect, to learn some ultimate techniques. The Pine Forest was deep and secluded, with swaying tree shadows and wind that cut like arrows. Whoosh! A sudden gust of cold wind struck. Xiao Fan instinctively turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Just as he was wondering about it, a tiger with mottled markings burst out from the bushes ahead, growling low in its throat. Perfect timing. True energy palm. Bang! The tiger's body exploded into a bloody mist, dying instantly. 277 experience points and 5 skill proficiency points rolled into his interface, leaving only 22 copper coins on the ground. He picked up the money, and another gust of wind came. Whoosh! From behind again. Still no one there. The game world wouldn't create wind for no reason. Xiao Fan gripped his diamond talisman tightly, vigilantly searching for the source of the wind. Could the anonymous user have caught up so quickly for an assassination? Being ranked first on the leaderboard, she was definitely not someone to mess with. The forest was silent as he retraced his steps following the sound. Whoosh! The third cold wind arose, still coming from where he had just been standing. Who's there? Xiao Fan spun around abruptly. In the previously empty forest clearing, a black shadow about half a person's height had appeared from nowhere, floating half a meter above the ground. It looked like a humanoid mist, emitting an ear-piercing, sinister laugh. "Boy, so you're the one who killed the people from Crimson Stronghold." The black shadow's voice was sharp and bone-chillingly cold. Xiao Fan's gaze swept over it. Black Wind Monster Overlord. Level 75. Health 600, 000600000. Note: no physical body. Immune to all physical attacks. Level difference exceeds 30 levels. Unable to read skill information. This was the Black Wind King that the Crimson Stronghold's chief had mentioned. He had come to avenge the chief. "Are you afraid?" Hee hee. The hideous laughter exploded through the forest as the Black Wind Demon drifted toward Xiao Fan like a wisp of dark, chilling wind. Xiao Fan's scalp tingled as he instinctively stepped back, already pulling out a golden rune's swift movement talisman. If things went south, he'd bolt immediately. This was a level 75 Overlord class boss that could drop golden equipment ridiculously powerful, with 600,000 HP and immunity to physical damage. Even if it stood still, it would take forever to whittle down. As for its attacks, just thinking about it screamed instant death. Better to live and fight another day. "I'm out of here." He slapped the talisman against his chest. The charm burst with spiritual light, and a surge of nimble energy coursed through his limbs. His movement speed increased by 50, jumping his stats to 946 meters per minute, roughly 15.76 meters per second, faster than any world-class sprinter. Whoosh! His figure shot forward like lightning, covering over 10 meters in a blink. But just as the wind picked up, a black shadow flashed across his peripheral vision. Hee hee, think you can escape? The Black Wind Demon swept back in front of him like black smoke, blocking his path with a sinister grin. Its speed was at least 50% faster than Xiao Fan's. Game over. He was going to lose levels. Xiao Fan's heart sank as he silently prayed not to drop any equipment. He gripped his spirit pattern ruler tightly. Even if he was going to die, He wouldn't go down without a fight. But the Black Wind Demon didn't attack immediately. Instead, it spoke with an ominous tone. Boy, today a divine weapon descended upon Crimson Stronghold. I risked great danger to come here and claim it, only to find you'd beaten me to it and handed it over to a Lingxiao sect disciple. Tell me, what punishment do you deserve? Those words revealed everything. Xiao Fan instantly understood. This creature was a demon who feared the divine weapon might pose a deadly threat to its kind, so it wanted to destroy it preemptively. He sneered back. I don't see any problem with what I did. If you want the divine weapon, go get it from Lingxiao sect yourself. If I could go there, would I need to stop you? The Black Wind Demon's voice turned cold, radiating menace. Then it barked. I'll give you one chance to infiltrate Lingxiao sect and steal that divine weapon. Succeed, and not only will I forgive you, I'll reward you handsomely. Ding. A system notification appeared. Accept quest steal the peerless divine weapon. Quest details. Infiltrate Lingxiao sect's sacred hall, retrieve the sealed peerless divine weapon, and deliver it to the Black Wind Demon. Quest reward, unknown. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. Monsters could assign quests, and the reward was listed as unknown. This looked sketchy as hell. He scoffed. What if I refuse? The Black Wind Demon raised a finger, dark light flickering. You have no choice. Swoosh. A wisp of black energy instantly penetrated Xiao Fan's body. Ding. You have been forcibly assigned quest steal the peerless divine weapon. Complete within 48 hours or face punishment. Failure penalty. Lose 10 levels. What the hell? Xiao Fan's face turned green as spinach. Lose 10 levels? Was this some kind of joke? He'd worked so hard to level up. This old bastard had to die preferably while dropping golden equipment. Seeing him grinding his teeth in rage, the Black Wind Demon leisurely twisted the knife. You have 2 days. I'll wait here. Come late or without the divine weapon, and my curse will instantly strip away most of your cultivation. Don't think about bringing others to gang up on me even if I die. The curse remains active. Son of a... Xiao Fan felt his chest tighten, experiencing the most frustrating helplessness of his life. Go quickly and return swiftly. The Black Wind Demon issued its low command and vanished into the pine forest. What a load of crap. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes, looked up at the sky, and flipped at the bird. He'd just gotten 60 million, but his luck seemed to vanish instantly. Now he'd received a punishment quest to steal a legendary divine weapon, fail, and drop 10 levels. Succeed and face a server-wide manhunt by the Lingxiao sect. Rather than mess with those golden core and nascent soul powerhouses, Xiao Fan decisively chose to drop levels. Levels could be regained, but his life mattered more, and the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra mattered even more. Besides, if he handed the intel to the Lingxiao sect, maybe some level 120 female sword immortal could easily deal with that measly level 75 scrub. Mind made up, he sprinted toward the Lingxiao sect. A deep tiger's roar exploded through the forest as a striped tiger pounced out. Without breaking stride, Xiao Fan casually threw a trap, slashed his sword across the tiger's back, and finished with a true chi palm, squeezing every bit of proficiency as usual. The punishment quest would cost him 10 levels, but monsters still needed farming and experience still needed earning. He knew the score. The path was thick with monsters. Besides tigers, the occasional Littlewood sprites were all level 45 demons with thick hides that couldn't be one-shotted. Xiao Fan would whittle them down with basic attacks and traps, then finish with true chi palm or wild charge, his movements flowing like water. The scattered copper coins from monster drops added up to several silver ingots. He'd originally calculated 95 minutes to reach the foot of Lingxiao sect's mountain, but reality kept slowing him down with monster ambushes and terrain detours. 3 hours passed without reaching his destination. Though his level shot up rapidly, the abundant experience from level 40 monsters unknowingly pushed him to level 25. Midway, a server announcement suddenly flooded the screen. The Wenda Hongming Guild has completed the City Lord's Mansion quest, becoming the first guild server-wide to purchase a stronghold. Yuxia Duj was sent a private message of thanks. Xiao Fan politely replied and closed the chat panel. He'd always been a solo player, and if not for his conflict with the Invincible Alliance, he wouldn't even bother glancing at guild messages. As time passed, the level rankings growth generally slowed. When he was level 22, the anonymous top player was level 30. When he hit 23, they were still stuck at 30. By the time he reached 25, the top player had leisurely climbed to 31. The top 100 were all level 26, and above. Xiao Fan was confident he could catch up. Along the way, several elite monsters and even boss monsters appeared, dropping some decent equipment, but compared to his level 50 gear set, they still fell short. He simply didn't bother switching to avoid stat fluctuations. After another hour, Xiao Fan finally reached the foot of Lingxiao sect's mountain, his character level fixed at 26. The mountain peak before him stood about 3,000 meters high, towering majestically with winding paths leading upward. Beast roars echoed constantly, clearly indicating swarms of monsters. The path of immortal cultivation never had shortcuts. He took a deep breath. Let's go. Worst case, I'll run the map for another 4 hours. With that, he gathered his energy and stepped onto the mountain path. At that very moment, a system announcement thundered. Server-wide announcement. The Tao begins with primordial chaos. The law spreads through 10,000 generations. Player Duan Jianhan Shan, with unparalleled spiritual wisdom, has earned an immortal's praise and learned the ancient scripture, Infinite Primordial Sutra. The announcement was broadcast 3 times. Xiao Fan clicked his tongue, thinking this was absolutely ridiculous. Had just gotten the hang of intermediate mental cultivation, and someone had already drawn the primordial scripture, Great Luo, Immortal Method. That was the highest quality mental cultivation technique in the current version, priceless and as precious as the 10 Sacred Physiques. Especially during the early stages when leveling was rapid, the primordial scripture came with numerous built-in skills, its overall effectiveness even surpassing the Sacred Physiques. Only when the various Sacred Physiques reached minor or major completion could they potentially overtake it. There were 5 full tiers between intermediate mental cultivation and primordial scripture. Each level increase provided at least 10 times the attribute growth of intermediate techniques. If he truly encountered such an opponent, even with his chaos physique, he might not gain any advantage. At this thought, he sighed quietly and pushed harder with his feet, continuing to accelerate his climb. In the past, he wouldn't have cared what heaven-defying opportunities others obtained. But ever since acquiring the chaos physique, he couldn't help but feel competitive. Even if he couldn't become number 1 in the primordial realm, he should at least make it into the top 10, right? Otherwise, how could he be worthy of this peerless constitution? Now that one of the 10 sacred physiques and a primordial scripture had each appeared, who knew how many more top-tier physiques, techniques, skills, equipment, and treasures would emerge? If these premium resources numbered in the dozens, each one could create a super expert. To become the strongest, he still had a long road ahead. Roar! Just after stepping onto the mountain path, a monster suddenly leaped out. The creature stood half a meter tall, resembling neither cat nor dog, with blood-red patterns flickering across its body and a fierce aura. Aberrant Blood Beast. Level, 55. Health, 13, 80013, 800. Skills, Sonic Wave, Shadow Strike Combo. Description, exclusive training monster for Lingxiao Sect Outer Disciples. Quite powerful, but grants 3x experience when killed. Seeing the prominent red text, 3x experience, in the description, Xiao Fan's eyes immediately lit up. 13,800 health points, just twice that of regular monsters of the same level. What a bargain. Roar. The aberrant blood beast growled low, its sonic wave blasting toward him like a cannonball. 509. Pure energy damage. With his low spirit resistance, Xiao Fan barely reduced any of it. The next second, he charged forward with wild rush, his shoulders slamming hard into the small beast and sending it flying. The monster tumbled upon landing as a striking damage number of 7,700 floated above its head, immediately following up with true energy palm smack. 6,502. You have slain an aberrant blood beast and gained 1,341 experience points. 2 skills perfectly cleared the full health aberrant blood beast. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. 1 monster worth 3 leveling up is guaranteed. In high spirits, he continued up the mountain. Before long, another aberrant blood beast respawned. With his skills just off cooldown, he followed the same routine and achieved another flawless instant kill. 1, 2, 3. Though the mountain path was long, the ability to farm these 3x experience monsters made the journey anything but tedious. Before he knew it, his level had risen to 27, tying him with the 100th place on the level rankings. Looking at the numbers on the leaderboard, he speculated that those players leveling at godlike speed had probably found similar multiple experience monsters. Climbing along the mountain path, nearly half an hour passed without him realizing it. 1. His character panel suddenly flashed, and his level jumped to 28, ranking 73rd on the leaderboard, finally breaking into the top 100. Just as he was grinning with delight, the mist ahead parted to reveal an ancient mountain gate perched atop stone steps. A horizontal plaque bearing 3 gilded characters reading Lingxiao Sect gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. 2. He jogged forward a few steps, preparing to pass right through, but collided with what felt like a thick, elastic sponge that gently bounced him back. A system notification immediately appeared. Barrier detected ahead. Corresponding key required for entry. Xiao Fan suddenly understood and pulled out the jade token given to him by Ning Fian, an elite disciple of Lingxiao Sect, from his inventory. He reached forward with it. A flash of white light, and the barrier dissolved into ripples. Notification: you have entered Lingxiao Sect territory. Flying and combat are prohibited in this area. No flying. He raised an eyebrow, secretly speculating it seemed players really could fly once their levels got high enough. That feeling, man, just thinking about it was exciting. 3. Beyond the mountain gate lay more winding paths, surprisingly without even a gatekeeper disciple in sight. Since no monsters spawned here, he simply sprinted the entire way. After cresting the final ridge, his view opened dramatically. A vast plaza paved with bluestone slabs spread out like a canopy, with a grand hall featuring upturned eaves and intricate brackets rising at its far end. Throughout the plaza, dozens of NPC cultivators chatted or sparred, sword light and fist shadows occasionally flashing before fading away. 4. Xiao Fan rushed toward the nearest pair of NPCs, planning to ask about the whereabouts of the Five Thunder Heart Sutra. But as soon as the man and woman turned around, they both stepped back in unison. Junior sister, be careful. This person carries demonic aura. The male cultivator shouted coldly, drawing his sword to shield the female cultivator. The character information flashed before Xiao Fan's eyes. Li Chongyang, level 100 foundation establishment stage, over 800,000 health points. He was completely outclassed. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He waved his hands frantically. Who are you? Why do you carry demonic aura? And how dare you intrude into Lingxiao sect? Li Chongyang raised his sword slightly, spiritual energy subtly surging. 5. Xiao Fan had no choice but to explain rapidly. Elite disciple Ning Fian of your sect gave me a token and told me to find Senior Kuanglei to learn a cultivation method. On the way, demons intercepted me and forced me to do their bidding. I wanted to come here first to seek help from an expert. The male cultivator exchanged glances with his junior sister, who nodded slightly. Only then did Li Chongyang sheath his sword. Since your senior sister Ning's guest, I won't stop you. Master Uncle Kuanglei happens to not be in seclusion right now. Shall I announce you? With the threat of violence gone, Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded eagerly. Much obliged, fellow Taoist. 6. He expected Li Chongyang to soar through the air on his sword or form hand seals to send a light message. After all, a nascent soul expert should have impressive methods. He never imagined that the man would simply clear his throat and shout toward the great hall at the plaza's end. Master Uncle Kuanglei Somyeon's here to see you. His booming voice rolled like waves crashing on shore, echoes layering upon echoes as cultivators throughout the plaza turned to look. Xiao Fan's heart pounded, couldn't accept that immortal cultivators actually used their vocal cords as communication treasures. Even more unacceptable was the immediate rough response from the direction of the Great Hall. What's all the racket? I'm busy playing chess. Complete with a regional accent. Xiao Fan froze in place, while Li Chongyang also looked embarrassed and said awkwardly, Uncle Master Kuanglei is always focused when doing things. Right now he's playing chess with the sect master, and he doesn't like to be disturbed. Perhaps you could wait for a moment? All right, Xiao Fan replied softly. Li Chongyang still needed to discuss cultivation insights with his junior sister, so he waved his hand and hurriedly left, leaving Xiao Fan alone in the vast Lingxiao Plaza. The plaza was paved with dark blue-green massive stones, with intricate lightning patterns scattered throughout the cracks between stones, occasionally sparkling with electric arcs. There were about 20 to 30 cultivators sitting in meditation, sparring, or chatting casually, all bearing blue prefixes above their heads reading either Lingxiao Sect Disciple or Lingxiao Sect Elite Disciple. Their levels ranged from 70 to 140, with very few above level 150. In the Hongming level system, levels 50100 corresponded to the Qi refining stage, 100150 to the foundation building stage, and only 150 counted as the golden core stage. In a beginner stage main city like Jinglei City, golden core and nascent soul level NPCs were already considered the ceiling and could be counted on one hand throughout the entire city domain. This was because this area was merely an early game map. Only after players broke through level 100 would inter-city teleportation unlock, allowing instant travel to the other 107 cities of the same tier. Beyond that, 8 war cities would open simultaneously. The 108 great cities formed the foundation of the human race, focusing on livelihood and safety. The war cities, however, were built on the front lines against demons and foreign races, where bloody battles raged year-round. There, golden core and nascent soul cultivators were everywhere, with even higher tier beings countless in number. It was their day and night fighting that secured peace for the 108 cities. This setting had long been established by the developers as a crucial part of the Hongming worldview. The Lingxiao sect governed Jinglei City and had multiple nascent soul stage cultivators, making it a top-tier power throughout the entire city. Xiao Fan wandered around the plaza for about half an hour. The faint demonic aura emanating from his body caused the surrounding disciples to avoid him, with no one willing to strike up a conversation. After roughly half an hour, thunderous footsteps suddenly echoed from the direction of the main hall. A chubby figure pushed through the doors, hands clasped behind his back, booming in a thick dialect. Which little brat wants to find this old man? Xiao Fan's eye twitched. This NPC was trying to take advantage right from the start, but for the sake of the Five Thunder Heart Sutra, he could only bite the bullet and respond. Senior Kuanglei, this junior has a matter to discuss. He also raised his voice and strode quickly toward the main hall. Oh, a cultivator. Upon seeing the player identifier above Xiao Fan's head, Taoist Kuanglei's expression changed slightly. He quickly smoothed out his somewhat crooked robes, straightened his crown, cleared his throat, and switched to standard Mandarin. Young friend Xiao Fan, what important matter brings you to seek this humble Taoist? Xiao Fan was instantly speechless. This accent switch was way too professional. He grumbled internally but maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing and presenting an incomplete manual in his palm. Honored senior, I happened upon an incomplete copy of your Five Thunder Heart Sutra in the newbie village. After reading it, I found it magnificent and profoundly mysterious, but unfortunately, due to missing chapters, I cannot fully comprehend its complete essence. This junior has traveled 1,000 li to come here, hoping only that senior would bestow the complete version upon me, fulfilling a long-cherished cultivation aspiration. As he finished speaking, he presented the incomplete scroll while simultaneously opening his system panel to scan the other party's data. The basic information showed that Taoist Quanglei was an elder of the Lingxiao sect, level 270, with 64 million health points, absolutely formidable. This Taoist master was a portly priest standing less than 5 feet 7 inches with a round belly. After listening to Xiao Fan's elaborate ancient-style dialogue, he wiped away sweat and quickly calculated how to respond while maintaining his senior status. He pointed with his index finger, and a wisp of pale blue spiritual energy swept away the damaged cultivation manual. After casually flipping through a couple of pages, he spoke slowly. Your cultivation is still shallow. Learning this technique might be premature. He deliberately paused after each phrase, putting on an air of mature wisdom. Xiao Fan eagerly asked, Senior, do you mean I need to improve further? What level should I reach approximately? The fat Taoist Quanglei Taoist looped up. Qi refinement. Qi refinement stage, level 50. It's not particularly difficult. This junior understands. I will certainly cultivate diligently and reach Qi refinement soon. Xiao Fan nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken, then couldn't help but worry. When I return to level up and come back, will I still be able to see you, senior? Quanglei Taoist calculated with his fingers and said indifferently. This poor Taoist has no intention of entering seclusion recently. The meaning was clear. As long as Xiao Fan returned, he could be found. Excellent. At most 2 or 3 days, at least 1 or 2 days, I'll come to disturb you immediately after my breakthrough. Xiao Fan immediately set himself a deadline, fearing the manual might disappear. Quanglei Taoist merely nodded lightly, perfectly embodying a master's demeanor. Seeing this, Xiao Fan quickly recounted his journey. By the way, Senior Quanglei, on my way to Lingxiao sect, I encountered a black wind monster. He revealed everything about being coerced into stealing the legendary divine weapon, even honestly confessing embarrassing details like being blackmailed with compromising photos. When threatened, one naturally seeks a powerful backer, he thought. Quanglei Taoist had already sensed the demonic aura on Xiao Fan and wasn't surprised. He stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully. Black wind monster. It seems the Black Mountain Old Demon is about to awaken. The appearance of the legendary divine weapon is likely connected to him. Main storyline. Xiao Fan's heart raced as he asked eagerly. Senior, do you have any missions for me? No. Quanglei Taoist shook his head. Xiao Fan's expression immediately cracked. He had hoped to receive some reconnaissance or elimination task, but was directly deemed unqualified. Just as he secretly wondered if his level was too low, another figure emerged from the depths of the hall. This was an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard, even more ethereal than Quanglei Taoist sect master of Lingxiao sect, Xuanhua Taoist. Xiao Fan glanced at his stats. Level 280, 70 million health points. The two nascent soul stage masters exchanged glances, seemingly sharing their thoughts. Xuanhua Taoist turned to Xiao Fan, his voice gentle yet authoritative. Young friend, your intelligence is extremely valuable. This poor Taoist will immediately dispatch disciples to investigate Black Mountain. You still carry a demonic curse, you must be careful. Xiao Fan asked weakly. Senior, could you remove this curse for me? No. Quanglei Taoist's response was as blunt as chopping wood. Xiao Fan nearly cried. At merely level 10, even a nearly level 300 master couldn't remove it? Xuanhua Taoist patiently explained. Demonic power conflicts with our true essence, and curses are particularly difficult to eradicate. Forcing intervention would only trigger it prematurely, causing you immediate harm. It can trigger early? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan immediately changed his approach. Then please, both seniors, help me trigger it immediately, rather than losing 10 levels later when I've advanced further and would feel worse about it. Xuanhua Taoist hesitated briefly, then finally nodded. Very well, as you wish. Xiao Fan felt like crying, but had no tears left. Being ruthlessly stripped of 10 levels by the system for no good reason, he was probably the most miserable soul on all of Mount Lingxiao. Taoist Xuanhua stood on the stone steps with his sleeves hanging down, raising his hand as a thumb-sized crimson spiritual light gathered at his fingertips, sparks dancing around it, clearly ready to cast a spell. Seeing Xiao Fan's utterly dejected expression, he spoke unhurriedly. Young friend, there's no need to worry. I know all about your situation, first helping our sect's disciples seal the divine weapon, then bringing news of the Black Wind monster. You've been of great benefit to our Lingxiao sect. Shortly, I'll have a disciple take you to the trial's secret realm in the back mountains for cultivation. Your lost strength can be recovered within days. Really? Thank you, Senior. Xiao Fan's previously downcast face instantly brightened. He thought to himself that a trial's secret realm sounded like the perfect leveling ground. Maybe he'd come out with explosive level gains and anonymously rocket to first place on the rankings. With those words, Daoist Xuanhua pressed the red light directly into Xiao Fan's chest. The scorching energy clashed briefly with his internal spiritual power, causing Xiao Fan to feel a tearing pain as his health bar instantly evaporated by half. Immediately after, a merciless semi-transparent system notification window popped up. Your quest to steal the peerless divine weapon has failed. You receive the penalty level 10. In an instant, Xiao Fan's level plummeted from 28 to 18, with all his attributes shrinking across the board. But with Daoist Xuanhua's promise, he felt completely at ease. Daoist Xuanhua beckoned, calling over a disciple in green robes. Take this young friend to the trial's secret realm in the back mountains, and grant him a suitable magical treasure. This child doesn't even have a decent artifact. Xiao Fan nearly burst into tears of gratitude on the spot. This old gentleman was incredibly kind, helping him resolve the curse, arranging for leveling, and even giving him a free magical treasure. Daoist Xuanhua smiled as he advised, enter the Qi refinement stage soon. Once you stabilize your realm, I'll have junior brother Kuanglei take you as a registered disciple, then we'll all be family. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Fan bowed again, overjoyed inside. This treatment was even better than having a real father. If the situation weren't so formal, he'd want to become sworn brothers. Following the disciple's lead, he wound around the mountain stone path toward the depths of the back mountains. Watching Xiao Fan's figure disappear around the bamboo grove corner, Daoist Xuanhua and Kuanglei finally relaxed their expressions. Daoist Kuanglei scratched his messy hair and muttered quietly, Senior brother, why didn't you give me any warning before making me take on a disciple? He was answered by a crisp smack. Daoist Xuanhua swung a black sandalwood ruler and struck his head, lowering his voice to scold. You fool! Can't you see that boy's equipment quality far exceeds his current realm? That physique is at least a battle body. Taking him as a disciple means we'll have an indestructible super enforcer in the future. Those brats from Black Mountain won't escape a single one. Daoist Kuanglei rubbed his head and thought carefully. The more he considered it, the more sense it made, and he nodded eagerly. I understand. Then I'll definitely teach him everything, passing on all of our Lingxiao sect's ultimate techniques. Smack! The ruler fell again. Daoist Xuanhua looked exasperated. Do you understand the concept of a steady stream? If you teach him everything at once and he runs off, what then? Give him techniques 1, 2, and 3 first, then 4, 5, and 6 later, making him come back regularly. When he returns, arrange for a beautiful senior sister. Forget it. You're hopeless. I'll handle this myself. Daoist Kuanglei scratched his head again, thought it over, and agreed to his senior brother's plan. After all, he only needed to play the role of a technique-teaching master quite easy indeed. The Lingxiao sect was quite expansive, encompassing not only the main peak, but also several smaller surrounding mountains within its territory. Xiao Fan's guide was named Jiang Mingshan, a Foundation Establishment disciple at level 110 with considerable strength. As they walked along the stone steps winding through bamboo groves, he recounted the sect's history and current state to Xiao Fan. The sect was founded 8,000 years ago by a great ascension stage immortal, originally intended to enlighten mortals, teach cultivation methods, and defend against extraterrestrial enemies. During that earth-shattering war, the sect's top masters perished alongside the otherworldly creatures, and many ancient scriptures were plundered by demons in the chaos. The Lingxiao sect suffered devastating losses and had to retreat to a secondary role, focusing solely on protecting the peace of Jinglei City. Currently, the sect's strongest member was Daoist Xuanhua, whom Xiao Fan had met earlier. 3 other nascent soul stage elders also presided over the sect, Daoist Kuanglei, Daoist Ruoshui, and Daoist Yufeng. There were 20 to 30 golden core stage cultivators, either out training or holding important positions in Jinglei City's government offices and Daoist temples. The sect was primarily composed of Foundation Establishment and Qi refinement disciples, numbering in the hundreds and scattered across various peaks for cultivation. Ning Fian was among the most outstanding Foundation Establishment disciples, having surpassed many senior disciples despite joining recently. The sect often assigned her important tasks. This mission to retrieve the legendary divine weapon was under her leadership. That weapon was now enshrined in the Spirit Treasure Hall, which was their destination. After passing through a grove of ancient pines, they arrived before a modest hall. The entrance was weathered, with 2 guardian beast statues at the doorway so eroded by wind and rain that their features had become indistinct. The wooden wall panels showed their age. The main doors were tightly shut. Jiang Mingshan stepped forward and called out loudly, Master Uncle Yufeng. Disciple Jiang Mingshan comes by the sect master's order to retrieve a magical treasure as a reward for young Xiao Fan, who assisted senior sister Ning in recovering the divine weapon today. A middle-aged voice came from within the hall. What kind of magical treasure? Well, the sect master didn't specify, Jiang Mingshan answered truthfully. After a moment of silence, Taoist Yufeng responded. His cultivation level is too low. He can only use upper-grade body tempering stage magical treasures at most. As his words fell, the hall doors creaked open, and a streak of light flew out. Jiang Mingshan raised his hand and caught it steadily, offering respectful thanks as Xiao Fan quickly followed with his own bow. The magical treasure was a wooden sword only 1 foot long, its blade faintly shimmering with golden light as a dagger. Xiao Fan examined its properties carefully. Lightning strike sword. Quality: upper grade magical treasure. Equipment requirement: body tempering realm. Chi force 52. Lightning technique power 20. Lightning damage 260. Attack range 1200. True chi consumption 1. Durability 500,500. Amazing. Xiao Fan marveled silently. The chi force enhancement far exceeded that of his spirit pattern ruler, and it also provided lightning damage and lightning technique amplification. When combined with skills, the 260 additional damage could be magnified tenfold, equivalent to an extra 2,600 points of damage. The attack range increased to 12 meters, providing much more combat flexibility. Let's go. I'll take you to the trial secret realm, Jiang Mingshan said to Xiao Fan, leading him toward the other side of the main peak. The trial secret realm wasn't far from the spirit treasure hall, just a few minutes away. Following the Bluestone Mountain path, Jiang Mingshan led Xiao Fan forward at a leisurely pace. After rounding a cliff corner, a dark cave entrance came into view. Jiang Mingshan pointed ahead with a cheerful voice. Fellow Taoist Xiao Fan, that cave is the trial grounds. You can stay inside for 2 hours, and you'll be automatically transported out when time's up. 2 hours, 4 hours total. Xiao Fan quickly calculated in his mind. He'd need to reach at least level 28 to barely break even, but ideally he should push for level 30. His thoughts racing, he cupped his fists in gratitude. All right, thank you, fellow Taoist. With that, he strode toward the cave entrance. Ding! A light screen flashed, and a friend message popped up. Tianwei Feixian sent a voice message, his tone filled with concern. Brother Xiao, how did you drop so many levels all at once? Was it Ling, the anonymous user who assassinated you? Not long ago, they had discussed the Invincible Alliance's assassination bounty post, so seeing Xiao Fan suddenly drop 10 levels naturally led to that connection. Xiao Fan replied with a laugh. It wasn't an assassination. I ran into some trouble myself and lost some levels, but I'll get them back quickly. That's good to hear. I thought something had happened to you gave me quite a scare. Tianwei Feixian breathed a sigh of relief, then excitedly added. Our guild base is all set up, and the guild leader will spawn the day after tomorrow. I heard it's a level 100 king tier monster. The rewards for defeating it are incredibly generous. Want to join us, Brother Xiao? A guild leader, and a king tier 1 at that. Xiao Fan had seen posts about this on the forums. On the final day of territory construction, a level 100 boss would definitely spawn. The rewards for killing it were amazing, and there was no penalty for failure. But in 2 days, most players wouldn't even be level 50. The chances of taking down a level 100 king monster were slim. He replied, I'll see how it goes. If I'm free, I'll come join the fun. Neither agreeing nor refusing. Sounds good. Hopefully we can play together. Yeah, see you later. The communication ended, and with ghostly winds echoing through the cave, Xiao Fan stepped inside. Welcome to the Trial Secret Realm dungeon. Your remaining trial time, 240 minutes. Within this dungeon, all your skills consume no spiritual energy, cooldown times are reduced by 90, and equipment durability will not decrease. Several system notifications flashed before his eyes. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. No spiritual energy consumption and drastically reduced cooldowns. This meant he could grind skills infinitely here and max out their proficiency all at once. If only I'd brought some, or in here practicing the forging treasure art would be perfect, he muttered regretfully. The forging treasure art was his highest quality skill, but it consumed 10 spiritual energy points per use with a 180-second cooldown. Cost was too high for him to practice regularly. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, but he hadn't brought any materials or forging tools. I wonder if I can freeze the trial time. The thought crossed his mind as he clicked on the small question mark next to the countdown timer. Trial Secret Realm Instructions. 1. Only effective for disciples below the Foundation Establishment stage. 2. Destroying trial wooden stakes grants experience. Stake levels can be set manually, with a maximum not exceeding your own realm level. No items drop from destroyed stakes. 3. Trial time cannot be frozen. Leaving early will clear all remaining time. Sigh, what a waste. Xiao Fan let out a long sigh. Compared to levels, life skill proficiency is actually much harder to improve, so it looks like he'll have to practice his forging techniques on his own later. The trial dungeon was only 5 meters in radius, empty on all sides except for a single black training dummy standing in the center. Trial dummy. Level 20. HP 18001-800. Description: if it feels too weak, you can choose to switch to a better dummy. Xiao Fan raised his hand and unleashed a true chi palm strike. 4140. The dummy instantly exploded into fragments, earning him 109 experience points. 3 seconds later, a new dummy materialized in the same spot with identical stats. He stepped forward, and an interface panel appeared on the dummy's surface. Level selection: 1050 body tempering stage. Max it out. Xiao Fan dragged the slider to level 50. Crack. The original level 20 dummy silently crumbled apart, replaced by a brand new level 50 target. Trial dummy. Level 50. HP 100,001,0000. Description: if it feels too strong, you can choose a weaker dummy. This is supposed to be strong? Xiao Fan snorted coldly and raised his sword to strike. Flame burning technique. Bang. 4,603, 2,600, 500. Scorching flames and lightning crashed down from above. 3 strings of damage numbers bursting forth. The level 50 boss dummy had about 50 spirit resistance, which could only block chi attacks, but left it almost completely exposed to thunder and fire elements. The moment the skill cooldown turned from red to green, he immediately gripped the Thunderstrike sword in his left hand and Starfall sword in his right, unleashing his power frantically. True Chi Palm. The dummy exploded again, and Xiao Fan collected 380 experience points. Though this was less than a third of what the exotic beasts at the mountain's base gave, the dummy respawned every 3 seconds with no need to hunt for monsters or even standoff could level up while sitting down. Bloodlight, Sword Chi. Flame burning technique. True Chi Palm. Flame burning technique. Wild charge. Bloodlight, Sword Chi. Bang 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 crack. One dummy after another turned to dust. Since all skills here consumed no true chi and had drastically reduced cooldowns, Bloodlight Blade Chi that originally had a 30-second cooldown now only needed 3 seconds. The pace was terrifyingly fast. On average, each dummy lasted less than 2 seconds under his assault, and including respawn time, he could destroy one every 4.5 seconds, causing his experience to skyrocket. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Going from 19 to 20 required 88,200 experience, equivalent to 232 dummies, roughly 1,045 seconds, less than 18 minutes. This was amazing. Xiao Fan grinned like an idiot as he frantically unleashed skills, occasionally using Wild Charge to dash around the cramped space. Sometimes he overshot and slammed directly into the stone walls, losing half his health, but he remained enthusiastic. He focused on practicing Bloodlight Blade Chi, a skill with high true chi consumption and long cooldown. Practicing it in the outside world would cost much more. True Chi Palm. Flame burning technique. Bloodlight Blade Chi. Heavy strike. His damage output continued to explode. After more than 10 minutes, the system's pleasant notification sounded again. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Immediately after, a skill notification popped up. Ding, True Chi Palm upgraded to level 3. Your True Chi Palm has reached perfect mastery. Activating special effect. Cooldown 2 seconds. As the first skill to reach maximum level, it remained Xiao Fan's primary finishing move. He didn't have time to read the description carefully and immediately threw himself into the next round of combat. Congratulations, you. Congrat. Ding ding. The notification sounds continued endlessly as both experience and proficiency soared. Only Hunting Trap made no progress since the dummies didn't move. Before he knew it, 3 hours had passed, and Xiao Fan had reached level 27. Although he couldn't match his previous pace and failed to make it onto the level rankings, all of his combat skills had reached maximum level. Every skill that reaches maximum level gains a new special effect. Xiao Fan pulled up his status panel, his eyes quickly scanning through rows of skill data. 1. Wild Charge. 33 level sprint forward 5 meters with full force, knocking back all enemies in the path, and dealing 155 attack damage. 10-second cooldown. Upon mastery, cooldown reduced by an additional 2 seconds. 2. Heavy Strike. 33 level channel for 1 second, dealing 192 attack damage to a single target, consumes 1 chi point, 10-second cooldown. Upon mastery, inflicts 2-second knockdown. 3. Crimson Blade Aura. 44 level swing the Warblade, dealing 161 attack damage to enemies within 8 meters in front, consumes 10 chi points, 30-second cooldown. Upon mastery, attack range extended by an additional 2 meters. 4. Chi Palm. 33 level launch chi energy from a distance, dealing 155 chi damage to a single target within 5 meters, consumes 1 chi point, 5-second cooldown. Upon mastery, cooldown reduced by an additional 2 seconds. 5. Flame Burn Technique. 44 level condensed true fire to attack any enemy within 5 meters, dealing 170 chi damage with continuous burning for 5 seconds, Inflicting 80 fixed damage per second only fire resistance can negate, consumes 5 chi points, 15-second cooldown. Upon mastery, burning effect spreads to surrounding 5-meter area. Damn, Crimson Blade aura can now slash out to 100 meters, and Flame Burn technique becomes an area attack. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin widely. The additional effects of the 3 physical skills were equally practical. Chi Palm now had only a 3-second cooldown with explosive damage output. Flame Burn technique in group battles was equivalent to a continuous skill with a 10-meter diameter, lasting a full 50 seconds with 800 burning damage per second, more vicious than regular players' standard AoE attacks. Overall, not a single skill was useless. After maxing out all skills, he spent the remaining hour focused on grinding experience, no longer bothering to cycle through different skills. Xiao Fan gripped the lightning strike sword, unleashing Chi Palm strikes one after another, each hit displaying damage numbers of 78002600, instantly reducing full health training dummies to 0. His monster-killing efficiency soared to an average of 3.5 seconds per kill. However, as his level increased, experience requirements rose accordingly, and even the fastest efficiency couldn't provide instant level ups. Time slowly passed, and the 240-minute trial quietly entered its countdown phase. 2 minutes before the end, his level barely reached 29, only 1 level higher than before the curse considering the 4-hour time span. He had actually lost 12 levels. On the leaderboard, first place remained anonymous user, who had just reached level 34 a few minutes ago. The second tier mostly stopped at levels 30-31, with level 29 not even making the cut. As requirements increased, level gaps were gradually being narrowed, and it was estimated that everyone would only differ by about 1 level soon. Notice, your trial time has ended. Please exit the dungeon. As the system announcement finished, he was swept out of the cave by a white light, landing on the grass in front of the entrance. Looking at the dark cave mouth, Xiao Fan still felt unsatisfied, secretly calculating. Next time if there's a similar opportunity, he must bring a whole cart of or inside to properly work on forging. Ahem. At this moment, a woman's voice came from nearby. Xiao Fan turned around and saw a red-clad female warrior who had appeared behind him at some point, standing not far away with 3 swords on her back and her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking heroic and spirited. It was Ning Fian, who had taken the legendary divine weapon earlier. Fellow cultivator Xiao Fan, how was your training experience? Ning Fian stood with her hands clasped behind her back, a smile playing at the corners of her eyes. Pretty good. I managed to master most of the skills. Xiao Fan reflected on his gains, then added with some regret. I just wasn't prepared enough. There were still several techniques I didn't have time to practice. No worries. Just prepare the materials in advance next time. Ning Fian nodded gently. I'll have another chance. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Of course. As long as our sect disciples haven't exceeded the foundation establishment stage, they can enter the secret realm once every month. Since you were a guest this time, it naturally doesn't count toward your limit. Once you break through to the Chi refining stage and become apprenticed under Master Quan Lei, you can enter again. Excellent. Xiao Fan clenched his fists secretly. He was already planning next time he'd definitely carry a full bag of, or an upgrade, all his new skills and forging techniques. Character level was secondary. Hunting boss monsters and lord creatures outside would actually be faster. Reaching level 50 in the Chi refining stage was just a matter of time. Looking around and seeing only Ning Fian, he asked curiously, by the way, why are you here? With your cultivation level, you shouldn't need trials, right? I was waiting for you. Ning Fian shook her head. Waiting for me? What for? Master said you were coerced by the Black Wind monster to steal treasures from Lingxiao sect. This is the aftermath of the divine weapon incident, and since I didn't handle it properly at the time, Master assigned me to see it through to accompany you in eliminating the Black Wind monster. Oh, Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed. The Black Wind monster was a level 75 overlord boss that consistently dropped golden equipment. If he fought it solo, even gaining 10 more levels would be risky. But with this foundation establishment expert making a move, forget level 75, even if it were enhanced to level 100, she could crush it like paper. Should we set out now? He urged excitedly. Ning Fian nodded slightly, then added, however, in my opinion, the Black Wind monster is merely at the Chi refining stage. It might not dare to covet divine weapons on its own. There's likely a more powerful demon behind it. I want to follow the trail and eliminate the mastermind completely. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. What if that mastermind is stronger than you? If I can win, I'll fight. If not, I'll run. What if you can't escape? My sword flight is extremely fast, so I can definitely get away. As for you, it wouldn't really matter if you died, so don't worry. Ning Fian patted his shoulder with a carefree expression. Ding accept quest following the trail. Quest content. Work with Ning Fian to find the demon behind the Black Wind monster and eliminate it. Quest rewards. Level 2. Ning Fian's favorability increased. Lingxiao sect elite disciple status. The system prompt appeared, and Xiao Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was clearly a trap. What if instead of finding a melon, they uncovered a python? But the rewards were too tempting. He gritted his teeth. Accept. Elite disciple status meant access to more techniques, plus 2 free levels. Why not? As for his senior sister's favorability, that wasn't important at all. Really. You have accepted the quest, following the trail. Please proceed with Ningfian. Come on, let senior sister take you to subdue demons and eliminate evil. Ningfian turned around gracefully and strode forward. Since Xiao Fan would soon join the sect anyway, she directly called herself senior sister without any awkwardness. The two walked side by side toward the front mountain. Along the way, Xiao Fan asked curiously, "Senior sister, can't you fly?" Sect rules state that only those at Golden Core stage and above can fly within the premises. I only know sword flight, not cloud riding, and sword flight can't carry passengers. But swords are so long, couldn't 2 people squeeze on? Why can't you carry someone? Ningfian looked back at him like he was an idiot. What does sword length have to do with carrying passengers? Swords are treasures and companions who would bear to step on them with their feet. Then what is sword flight actually like? Xiao Fan scratched his head, suddenly suspecting his common knowledge was wrong, or rather, that sword flight in Hongming was different from what he'd seen in Earth's TV dramas. Ningfian explained that sword flight means pushing sword control to a profound realm, fusing with one's blade to cross the void. She raised a hand to demonstrate, her tone calm, yet assured. When you cast it, you and your sword become one, turning into a streak of sword light that tears through the sky, far faster than any other flight technique. Man and sword as one. Xiao Fan scratched his head, picturing a game cutscene. No wonder when he saw Ningfian leave Scarlet Stockade, she shot skyward as a crimson beam that was sword flight. Is it hard to learn? He couldn't help asking. Quite manageable. Ningfian smiled, eyes drifting to the clouds crowning the peak. I reached perfection in 3 years. You're a fate-bound cultivator, so you'll be faster maybe a month. A month still too long, Xiao Fan muttered. Sword flight was like an AoE upgrade unlocked by maxing sword control. You'd need level 6 or 7 to call it perfected, which felt daunting. A thought struck him. What about other flight skills? How tough are they? Flying is the ultimate temptation for almost every cultivation player. If it's out of reach, it's a letdown. Riding clouds or flying on a treasure both require the foundation establishment realm, Ningfian replied. Before that, learn lightness arts. Weaker, yes, but good enough for travel and survival. Foundation establishment mapped to level 100. Xiao Fan did the math, there was still a climb ahead. Lightness arts got it. Given his chaotic body, even ordinary lightness skills might verge on true flight in his hands. As they talked, they circled past the back mountain and took another trail downhill. The forest breeze stirred the leaves. Disciples of Lingxiao sect passed by. Upon seeing Ningfian, they bowed and greeted her as senior sister Ning, even those higher level than she was. Senior sister, is your rank that high? Why does everyone call you that? Xiao Fan asked. She smiled lightly. Because I'm the first seat. First seat? So you're the top among all disciples. His eyes lit up, securing a powerful ally. Not bad at all. Ningfian said, then added, in truth, many senior brothers and sisters are stronger than I am, but they're all pushing for the Golden Core realm and rarely appear. For the past 2 years, I've served as the chief disciple and handled external affairs. Then when I join Lingxiao sect, they'll be counting on your guidance, Xiao Fan said with a clasped fist. Gladly, Ningfian replied with a smile. My master seems to think well of you too. If you're unsure about anything, come find me. I live on Luoxia Peak, west of the main summit, just ask around. Much appreciated, senior sister. Xiao Fan was secretly delighted. Becoming a disciple of Lingxiao sect meant he could learn directly from the first seat. Advanced spells, secret arts, treasure techniques, she'd have them at her fingertips, and if he could pick up immortal arts, all the better. The mountain path wound on as they continued down. Xiao Fan made the most of time with a high-tier NPC, peppering her with questions about cultivation. Ningfian patiently answered his questions with few but concise words, always managing to clear up Xiao Fan's doubts. After passing through the sect's protective barrier, exotic beasts began appearing along the mountainside. However, upon spotting Ningfian nearby, they all fled with their tails between their legs, not daring to leave even a single growl behind. Without monster interference, their travel efficiency improved dramatically. Xiao Fan couldn't spare time for gaining experience points. His primary objective was the Black Wind monster, and leveling up could wait. The two traveled at Xiao Fan's maximum speed throughout the journey. Ningfian moved with graceful steps, maintaining perfect synchronization without ever urging him forward or falling behind. After roughly an hour, they had crossed most of the pine forest and were less than a mile from where Xiao Fan had previously encountered the Black Wind monster. At this point, Ningfian stopped and whispered, Junior brother Xiao, you'll proceed alone from here. I'll suppress my aura and follow secretly nearby. Can't let the Black Wind monster catch wind of this and hide. What should I say when I meet the Black Wind monster? Xiao Fan asked. Ningfian cupped her hand and conjured a long sword from thin air, handing it to him. This sword resembles a divine weapon. My master placed 9 layers of seals on the blade. The black wind monster won't be able to tell it's fake. Give him the sword and pretend to join his side. Try to learn about the demon behind him, and if possible, discover their hideout. Sealed sword. Quest item. Cannot be used. Xiao Fan examined the long sword, which looked identical to the legendary divine weapon he'd seen at the mountain stronghold earlier. The seals concealed all its sharpness, making it convincingly authentic. He nodded. All right, leave it to me. Putting on a surrender act shouldn't be too difficult. Remember, survival comes first. Call for me immediately if there's danger. It's fine if we can't track down the mastermind, just don't get yourself killed. Ning Fian reminded him again. Xiao Fan acknowledged her words and set off alone. Ning Fian watched his retreating figure, then formed hand seals. Her aura instantly vanished like sinking into earth, and her form disappeared into the dense forest. Without Ning Fian's protection, the mountain forest immediately came alive. To the level 40 plus tigers and tree sprites, the level 29 Xiao Fan was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Within just a dozen steps, he was intercepted. A small tiger pounced at him, and he casually struck it with a true chi palm, obliterating it completely. Next, 2 tree sprites swayed their branches at him, but he didn't bother looking closely. Another palm strike took both their lives. Xiao Fan's chi power had now reached 490 points, giving his true chi palm a base damage of 8,400. Combined with the lightning sword techniques, 2,600 lightning damage. Clearing these minor monsters was like brushing off dust, barely slowing his pace. Soon, he arrived at the clearing where he'd previously encountered the black wind monster. Pine needles carpeted the ground, and wind whistled through the trees. After scanning the area without spotting his target, he called out loudly, "Hey, black wind monster. I brought back the divine weapon. Do you still want it? If not, I'll just use it myself." Quosha's sinister wind suddenly rose. The black wind monster materialized from swirling black mist, stopping 30 meters away. Its voice turned cold. "The power I left on you, why is it gone?" Xiao Fan had prepared his explanation and immediately adopted an aggrieved tone. "Don't even get me started on that. Today, right after I entered the Lingxiao sect, those bastards captured me and beat the hell out of me, then forcibly purified your demonic power. I lost 10 levels and barely managed to train back up. Those damn Taoists are impossible to please. I am done with cultivation. Here's the divine weapon for you. How about you teach me to cultivate as a demon instead? Haha. I've long heard that those old Taoist priests from the Lingxiao sect have peculiar temperaments, and it seems that's indeed true." Standing before the eerie stone cave filled with sinister energy, the black wind demon couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh heartily upon hearing Xiao Fan's mockery, his laughter echoing and reverberating off the cave walls. After his laughter subsided, he put on a stern face and rejected Xiao Fan. "Your human body is not suitable for cultivating demonic arts. There's nothing I can teach you." Changing his tone, he raised his hand and pointed toward the depths of the pitch-black cave entrance. "However, if you truly wish to pledge yourself to the demonic path, I can take you as an emissary, letting you walk among the mortal world as our undercover agent, secretly monitoring those immortal cultivators." His eyes gleaming, he added, "The cultivation techniques you need, we have them too. We plundered them from the Lingxiao sect, Tianjia sect, and other sects years ago. Their quality is no worse than theirs." "Great, great. Being an undercover agent sounds so thrilling. I want to be a spy." Xiao Fan's face was filled with excitement, his eyes practically glowing, looking utterly eager. However, the black wind demon narrowed his eyes, secretly weighing the situation. This kid's change of heart is too quick. Is he acting, or was he really driven to defect to us by those stinking Taoist priests from the Lingxiao sect? For safety's sake, he solemnly announced, "I'm willing to believe in your sincere allegiance to the demonic path, but since you're human after all, a test is still necessary. First, I'll bind you with a strand of demonic energy. If after 7 days you remain loyal and unwavering, I'll take you to meet my master, the Bloodhand Demon." Demonic energy. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, his temple twitching. Before he could speak, the black wind demon flicked 2 fingers, and a wisp of black energy slithered into his body like a venomous snake. This scene feels so familiar. Xiao Fan's mind buzzed. The next moment, the cold system notification sounded again. "Ding, you have been forcibly assigned the task of serving the demonic path. Please follow the black wind demon's commands within 168 hours, or you will face punishment. Task failure penalty, level reduced by 10. Xiao Fan nearly jumped on the spot. Such rotten luck could actually happen twice. "What the F? Damn," he rattled off like machine gun fire. Isn't this unnecessary? I've been yearning for our demonic path. Lord Bloodhand Demon is the great hero in my heart. Immortal cultivators? I hate them the most. Beasts in human clothing, pretending to be righteous, but actually all hypocritical, cunning, and selfish. I could never betray the demonic path. This punishment is simply an insult to my character. Brother Blackwind, please take it back." He spoke with tears and flying spittle, denouncing the crimes of immortal cultivators with a face full of deep hatred and disgust. The Black Wind Demon listened with growing delight, seemingly feeling he had met a kindred spirit, nodding repeatedly. Good. The demonic path needs ambitious people like you. But the demonic energy test is the most basic procedure and cannot be withdrawn. Wait peacefully for 7 days. As long as you obey, I will naturally withdraw it and won't damage your cultivation. Well, alright then. Xiao Fan's eyes dimmed, his heart filled with 10,000 galloping llamas. Damn old demon. Once I break free, I'll definitely beat you to death and loot your equipment. Another 10 levels deducted, Sai? The Black Wind Demon extended his hand, his stubby nails gleaming coldly. Give me the divine weapon. Follow me back to my cave dwelling, and I'll explain the demonic path situation to you in detail. Xiao Fan had no choice but to hand over the fake, peerless divine weapon. The Black Wind Demon took it and examined it carefully, nodding with satisfaction. That's right, this is it. With such thick seals added, only those nascent soul old monsters from the Lingxiao sect could pull this off. Once I return and present this sword to the Black Mountain ancestor, corrupting it with demonic energy, no one around Jinglei City will be able to stop his comeback. In the Black Wind Demon's eyes, this was merely a level 75 minor demon. Compared to the nearly 300 level cultivation of Xuanhua Daoist and Quanglei Daoist, he was just a small fry, naturally unable to see through the sword's disguise. He put away the fake peerless divine weapon, stepped aside, and said to Xiao Fan, "Follow me." With a whoosh, it shot into the dense forest, flying southward. The Black Wind Demon soared through the air, wrapped in chilling winds, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan, left on the ground, jumped up and down anxiously, chasing and shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, wait for me. I can't move that fast." To complete his undercover mission, he couldn't afford to rendezvous with Ning Fian and could only lift his robes and desperately channel his spiritual power to give chase. High above, the Black Wind Demon's wings cut through the air like a streak of black light. After a moment, it circled back and hovered above the treetops, waiting for him. This pattern repeated, barely keeping Xiao Fan from being left too far behind. The two traveled one after the other through the forest, with leaves rustling loudly in the fierce wind and occasional birds taking startled flight, flapping their wings as they fled. During their journey, the Black Wind Demon looked down at Xiao Fan with casual indifference. Your foundation is terrible. You must be practicing the worst kind of cultivation method, right? Xiao Fan panted heavily and smiled bitterly. Just a tiny bit better than the worst, but still pretty awful. Humans are all so hypocritical, the Black Wind Demon sneered. You talk about supporting the weak and equality for all beings, but without silver or spirit stones, you get nothing. With your aptitude, if you had joined our demonic path earlier, you could have at least received a profound mystery method as a welcome gift. The profound mystery method. Xiao Fan stumbled, his eyes immediately lighting up. Even after repair, his 5 thunder scripture would at best reach the spirit opening level, maybe barely touching the edge of the profound mystery realm. Hearing about a ready-made high-level technique, he was instantly tempted. Brother Black Wind, it's not too late for me to abandon the light and embrace the darkness, right? Could you give me a more powerful cultivation method? The Black Wind Demon laughed heartily, its black wings causing the branches to shake violently. Of course, no problem. Cultivation methods from orthodox cultivators are useless to us. In the demonic path we use them all to win over righteous cultivators and recruit secret agents. Though you're weak, you're a heaven's chosen cultivator with limitless potential. I'll take it upon myself to give you a decent cultivation method. Xiao Fan's eyes darted around. How decent are we talking exactly? I don't have the profound mystery method in my cave. I'd need to ask the Black Mountain ancestor for that. The Black Wind Demon waved its claw. That place is far away. We'll discuss it another day. I'll first give you an advanced method to tide you over. Though it's not top tier, it's much better than what you have now. Xiao Fan weighed his options internally. All his skills were maxed out, and changing cultivation methods meant starting over from scratch. If the improvement was limited, it really wouldn't be worth it. He hesitated. But I've mastered all my skills. Changing methods would make me forget them, which seems like such a waste. The Black Wind Demon was unconcerned, flapping its wings to stir up a whirlwind. Those amateur little spells of yours? My cave has plenty more, just learn them again. This straightforward, generous attitude almost made Xiao Fan defect immediately. The demonic path was not only magnanimous, but also willing to provide resources, without all the complicated politics of the righteous path, and most importantly, it was free. However, thinking of senior sister Ning, who was quite nice to him, and Daoist Xuanhua and Daoist Quanglei, who had also treated him well, he decided to bide his time and play both sides. Becoming a double agent, having the best of both worlds, would be most profitable. He immediately cupped his hands in salute. Then I thank you, Brother Black Wind. By the way, are there many demon comrades in your cave? Should I prepare some greeting gifts? He muttered to himself. The Black Wind Demon was easy to fool, but if there were a bunch of clever ones in the cave, his identity could be exposed at any moment. The Black Wind Demon sped up as it swept over a mountain stream, then slowed down to wait for him to catch up. My cave is quite small. Jinglei City's defenses are too strong, and demon-level beings have too much demonic energy to infiltrate successfully. Right now, besides me, there are only 2 comrades in the Chi refinement stage, and the rest are juniors about the same level as you. Greeting gifts? You're the junior, they should be giving them to you. Hee, that's great. I won't be shy then. Xiao Fan grinned widely, his steps becoming lighter as his mood reached an unprecedented high. Who would have thought that being an undercover agent would have so many benefits? Senior Sister Ning had really given him a wonderful assignment. Xiao Fan followed the Black Wind Demon southward through the Green Pine Forest, and before long they emerged from that area into the Chaotic Rock Mountains to the south. The Chaotic Rock Mountains were a level 50-60 zone, teeming with stone golems and vine-type monsters throughout the wilderness. Yet now it seemed eerily empty, with very few players daring to venture here for leveling. The Black Wind Demon led the way ahead, and the wild monsters along the route seemed to recognize his status as the Lord's guest, never actively approaching to cause trouble. Xiao Fan practically strolled through the vast, rugged terrain, stepping on fallen leaves and scattered stones, leisurely making his way deep into the heart of the mountain range. Thinking about the boss he was about to face, he couldn't help but weigh his options silently. I wonder if Senior Sister Ning has followed. There are going to be 3 Chi refinement stage bosses ahead, and without her, I won't stand a chance. He could tell from the traces that Ning Fian was likely following behind, but he couldn't track back as precisely as she could, so he could only take things one step at a time. At the center of the Chaotic Rock Mountain stood a massive rocky peak, with a crevice barely half a meter wide at its midsection, completely concealed by scattered rocks. Being a gaseous demon, the Black Wind Demon swirled like a whirlwind and squeezed right through. Xiao Fan, however, had to crawl on his belly, pressing his elbows against the rock face as he wriggled forward, emerging disheveled and covered in dust. Beyond the stone crevice, the space opened up dramatically 3 to 4 meters high, spacious enough to stand upright and stretch. A new location appeared on his system minimap, Blackwind Cave, a refreshingly straightforward name. Before he could even dust off his robes, several sharp wind howls echoed from ahead. With a whoosh, several gaseous beings of different colors materialized from the cave walls, hovering in the air in semi-solid, semi-dispersed forms. Yellow Wind Demon Lord LV70 HP 320 000 320 000. Green Wind Demon Lord LV75 HP 380 000 380 000. Level gap exceeds 30 levels. Unable to read skill information. Regarding these 2 brothers of the Black Wind Demon, Xiao Fan had heard about them during the journey. They were quite capable, but only ordinary lords, a tier below overlords in quality, dropping silver equipment at best. Besides them, the cave housed several minions. Lesser Wind Demon Elite LV60 5 HP 50 00050 000. Even the weakest were elite monsters, demonstrating the true value of this mountain cave. Boss, why did you bring a human cultivator back? The Yellow Wind Demon's voice sounded like sandpaper scraping glass, immediately focusing on Xiao Fan. The Green Wind Demon chuckled wickedly, floating up and patting its belly. Do you even need to ask? Obviously it's food. This kid's got tender skin and looks delicious nom nom. With that, it suddenly lunged toward Xiao Fan, sharp whirlwind fangs forming at the corners of its mouth. Wait, you can't eat him. The Black Wind Demon grabbed the Green Wind Demon's misty tail, scolding irritably. Eat. Eat. Eat hats, all you think about. This human is a sleeper agent I brought back. He's been bullied by those old Taoist priests from the Soaring Heaven sect, and has decided to join our demonic path. I plan to cultivate him first, then send him to Master Bloodhand Demon, so the Master can arrange a position for him in Thunder City. That way he can help us with our future operations. If you eat him, are you going to be our spy instead? The Green Wind Demon quickly shrank back, shaking its head vigorously. No, no, no. I don't want to go on a suicide mission. Since boss has taken a liking to him, I won't eat him, I'll just take a sniff. It moved closer to Xiao Fan and took a deep breath. She really does smell amazing. It then circled around Xiao Fan twice, practically drooling with desire. Green gas dripping down, that must be drool. Xiao Fan felt a chill on his neck and shuddered. If the voice belonged to a female demon with a soft, melodious tone, he might have been able to tolerate it, but instead it was a rough, raspy baritone that made his skin crawl. Yellow Wind Monster turned his head to Black Wind Monster and asked, Boss, can we trust this kid? He's not a spy sent by the righteous sects, is he? Black Wind Monster looked completely confident and waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. He stole this legendary divine weapon from Yuhat spy, would go to such lengths? Besides, I'm planning to send him to infiltrate Thunder City as our spy, and he's already agreed. A spy can't very well spy on spies, can he? As he spoke, he handed the legendary divine weapon to his 2 brothers for inspection. The cold metallic gleam flickered in the dim torchlight of the cave, instantly exciting the lesser wind demons. Long live our king. Our king is invincible. The righteous path shall fall. The yellow and green wind monsters examined it carefully but couldn't spot a single flaw, causing their trust in Xiao Fan to skyrocket. Yellow wind monster heartily slapped his belly. Good lad. Making such a great contribution right after joining the demonic path, you have a bright future ahead. I don't have much to give, but I got this from a little Taoist I killed earlier. Take it and have some fun. He reached into his yellow, pudgy, mist-shrouded belly and pulled out a palm-sized umbrella, casually tossing it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan caught it and looked, causing system information to instantly appear. Mystic Mist Umbrella. Quality: superior treasure. Equipment requirement: body tempering realm. Description: defensive treasure that enlarges when activated with true qi. The umbrella surface provides powerful defensive effects, capable of withstanding damage for up to 10 seconds at a time. Umbrella shield: 20,000. Umbrella spirit resistance: 220. Umbrella defense: 400. True qi consumption per use: 10 points. Durability: 10001000. Thank you, brother Yellow Wind Monster. His joy was written all over his face. This thing had a shield value of 20,000 points. Once the umbrella opened, it became a massive shield that could even withstand a couple of boss attacks. Now this was what you called a treasure. Seeing this, Green Wind Monster felt embarrassed to remain empty-handed and scratched his head. I don't have any handy treasures, so I'll give you a book instead. A yellowed scroll floated lightly toward Xiao Fan. He thought it was a cultivation manual, but when he opened it, he discovered it was a skill book. Miraculous alchemy arts and techniques. Skill description: use true qi to refine medicinal materials, capable of creating spiritual pills and miraculous medicines of various qualities. 30 chance to create ordinary medicine. 5 chance to create medium-grade medicine. 0.5 chance to create superior medicine. Upgrading increases success rate and quality limits. Level: 1 maximum 7. Proficiency: 01000. Casting cost: 10 true qi. Cooldown: 180 seconds between each alchemy session. Holy crap. Xiao Fan nearly dropped his jaw. Were these guys really demons? They were clearly a bunch of treasure-dispensing angels. He had just learned forging arts in the newbie village, and now they were giving him alchemy techniques. In the future, he could forge his own weapons and refine his own pills, plus make money selling them. His life was about to take off. Thank you, brother Green Wind Monster. He expressed his gratitude sincerely, his tone so genuine it didn't sound like acting at all. At this moment, even if Ning Feiao suddenly appeared wanting to slay these demons, he'd have to step forward and plead for mercy. There was no helping it. They were too easy to fool and incredibly generous. If his heart hadn't already been captured by Lingxiao sect, he really would have considered switching to the demonic path. Make sure you do well. When you get to Thunder City, be a good spy and remember to tip us off about any movements so the brothers can avoid danger. The two great demons, one yellow and one green, flew around him in circles, their eyes full of expectation. Leave it to me. Xiao Fan thumped his chest and made a solemn pledge. Seeing that the gifts had been received, Black Wind Monster smiled and said, "All right, you're officially one of us at Black Wind Cave now. Next, pick out a couple of skill books and cultivation manuals, then we'll observe you for a few more days. If there are no problems, I'll take you to meet my master, Bloodhand Demon." Excellent, brother Black Wind. Xiao Fan was overjoyed. First treasures, then alchemy techniques, and now they were offering skill books and cultivation manuals. Being a demon to this extent was truly touching. Note: medicine quality follows the same 6 tiers as treasures: ordinary, medium grade, superior, ultimate, spiritual, and immortal, also corresponding to cultivation realms. High realm characters experience reduced effects from low realm medicines, while low realm characters cannot consume high realm medicines. Xiao Fan followed the Black Wind Demon deep into the cave dwelling. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing one person to duck through, but after turning a corner, the space opened up dramatically. It was about the size of a small tavern's ground floor, with the stone walls naturally divided into dozens of chambers where demons of various sizes had claimed their territories. The swirling demonic energy made the air thick and murky. The Black Wind Demon moved swiftly, leading him through winding passages to a stone chamber at the very back. The room was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Fortunately, Xiao Fan's system panel's minimum visibility setting kicked in, allowing him to barely make out the outlines. In the center of the stone chamber sat what looked like a stone vanity table, with a grayish-white stone mirror embedded in its surface. Intricate patterns crisscrossed its face, and spiritual light flickered faintly within. This was clearly not meant for grooming, but was a magical artifact capable of long-distance communication. The Black Wind Demon gestured for Xiao Fan to wait, then raised his hand and sent out a stream of dark green demonic energy. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface as it connected to the other end. "Master, I've obtained a legendary divine weapon from the righteous sect," the Black Wind Demon reported in a low voice. It's sealed with thick enchantments that probably only old ancestor Black Mountain himself could break. A deep, resonant voice came from the other side of the stone mirror. Did you alert those stinking Taoist priests from Lingxiao sect? No, no. The Black Wind Demon quickly waved his hands. I had a cultivator steal it for me. He was extremely careful and left no tracking traces along the way. I've safely returned to my cave dwelling. Those Taoists are cunning. Be careful they don't follow the trail back and wipe out your entire Black Wind cave, the voice warned. Xiao Fan pricked up his ears, secretly noting. The one on the other side of the mirror was the legendary Blood Hand Demon, with power at least at Foundation establishment level, possibly even Golden Core. The Black Wind Demon continued. That won't happen, Master. By the way, the young man who helped me steal the divine weapon today wants to join our demonic path. I've already set him a test. If he passes, we could arrange for him to be a spy in Thunder City. He could be very useful. The Blood Hand Demon snorted lightly, his voice tinged with suspicion. Don't send people my way. These are troubled times, and I don't want to be infiltrated by spies. Keep him yourself. If he truly wishes to serve the demonic path, have him kill 10 Lingxiao sect disciples first. Master, he's too weak. I'm afraid he can't defeat them. Then wait until he can, the Blood Hand Demon replied firmly. He was clearly much more cautious than the Black Wind Demon, flatly refusing any contact with human cultivators. Xiao Fan knew this was absolutely not the time to speak up and arouse suspicion. The two demons exchanged a few more pleasantries before the stone mirror's light quickly dimmed and the communication ended. The Black Wind Demon turned back to Xiao Fan and shrugged. That's just how my master is. For now, you can only work under me. I'll give you skills and cultivation methods, and you should focus on training. Once you break through the Qi refinement stage and infiltrate Lingxiao sect to assassinate a few young Taoists, my master will naturally trust you. Very well, I'll focus on improving my strength first. Xiao Fan nodded respectfully, though inwardly he was calculating. Assassinating Lingxiao sect disciples was impossible. He needed to learn the skill books first, keep the Black Wind Demon satisfied, and slowly gather intelligence about the Blood Hand Demon's lair. His real purpose was to help Ning Fian locate the higher-level demon leaders and capture them all in one sweep. This couldn't be rushed if he was too aggressive. Even this simple-minded Black Wind Demon would become suspicious. What skills are recorded in your cultivation manual? The Black Wind Demon asked. True Qi Palm and Fire-Burning Technique, Xiao Fan answered honestly. The Black Wind Demon crouched down beside the stone vanity's base, fumbled around for a moment, then pulled out two ancient books with black leather covers and tossed them to Xiao Fan, saying that these contained what he needed. After mastering the techniques, practice nearby for now don't wander too far. I have a task for you tomorrow. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Brother Hafeng. Xiao Fan beamed with joy as he received the two ancient tomes. Opening them, he saw. The first was a skill book called Flame Incineration Technique, marked with Once Learned. This skill exists independently and won't be overwritten by new cultivation methods. The second had an even more dazzling title, Wind Crossing Formula Advanced Cultivation Method. Silver patterns shimmered across the pages, detailing its attributes. Comprehension effect. Permanently increases true Qi limit by 25, movement speed 50, Qi force 10. Cultivation effects. Body tempering. 4 true Qi limit and 4 Qi force per level. 2 spirit resistance every 10 levels. Qi refinement. 8 true Qi limit and 8 Qi force per level, for spirit resistance every 10 levels. Foundation building. 16 true Qi limit and 16 Qi force per level. 8 spirit resistance every 10 levels. Golden Core. 32 true Qi limit and 32 Qi force per level, 16 spirit resistance every 10 levels. Included skills, True Qi Palm Basic, Swift Wind Step Intermediate, Fierce Wind Technique Advanced. Truly worthy of an advanced cultivation method, attributes doubled, and comes with high-level skills. Awesome. Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Black Wind Monster, annoyed that his cultivation in the cave would disturb the little wind spirits, waved him away from the entrance. Xiao Fan was delighted to see sunlight again. Squeezing through the narrow stone crevice, he found a prominent boulder to sit on, enjoying the mountain breeze and expansive view. He first opened Flame Incineration Technique and focused on comprehending it. Ding, you have learned Flame Incineration Technique. This skill exists independently of cultivation methods. Within minutes, the pages dissolved into light and scattered away. Next, he studied the alchemy wonders he'd been carrying, which took half an hour. Finally, he tackled the most challenging wind crossing formula. After another half hour, Ding, you have learned the advanced cultivation method wind crossing formula. True Qi limit permanently 25, movement speed 50, Qi force 10. Due to improved cultivation method quality, your strength has greatly increased. You receive 19 points of True Qi limit and 19 points of Qi force as a tribute compensation. Your level 3 True Qi Palm skill is retained. You have learned new skills Swift Wind Step and Fierce Wind Technique. Multiple system notifications flashed across his vision as his attributes skyrocketed. Xiao Fan was now level 29 with 126 True Qi, 519 Qi force, and 699 movement speed. Compared to players without agility bonuses or good boots, His speed was nearly doubled. He eagerly examined his new skills. Swift Wind Step 14. Effect: doubles movement speed for 10 seconds and grants immunity to slowing spells. Cost: 1 true chi per second, can be stopped at any time. Cooldown: 15 seconds. 10 seconds of doubled speed is already godlike, and the chaos body can extend it to 100 seconds. Xiaofan marveled silently. Though his current true chi couldn't sustain prolonged sprinting, once he reached the chi refinement stage and activated the chaos body's second trait-enhanced true chi recovery, could run almost indefinitely. The lightness skill Ning Fian had mentioned truly lived up to its reputation. He then checked his offensive skill. Fierce Wind Technique 15. Wave your sleeves and channel true chi to deal 122 of chi force as damage to all enemies within a 6-meter fan-shaped area ahead. Costs 20 true chi, 30-second cooldown. In my hands, that becomes a 60-meter fan dealing 1220 damage. Finally, I have an area effect skill. Xiao Fan clenched his fists. If those childish fools from the Invincible Alliance come again, I'll beat them until they call me Grandpa. Whoosh. Just as he finished speaking, a small stone flew through the air and struck his shoulder precisely. Xiao Fan frowned and picked up the pebble. Carved on its surface was a shallow character. Come. Ning Fian's signal. Time for the undercover rendezvous. The stone had flown from quite a distance, coming from the left front direction. Xiao Fan stood up and looked in that direction, seeing a chaotic forest of jagged rocks ahead to the left. Rock pillars 20 to 30 meters high stood layer upon layer, and within the narrow passages between them, a group of stone creatures wandered aimlessly. Ning Fian was obviously hiding somewhere in that rocky maze. To avoid arousing the Black Wind Demon's suspicion, he first crushed the flying stone fragment to powder and casually flicked it away, then stretched his muscles and pretended to mutter to himself. I've learned new skills, perfect for practicing on those little demons below. With that, he lightly stepped on the rock wall and leaped down from the boulder, sprinting down the slope straight toward the stone forest. Little demons, where do you think you're going? His swift wind step activated instantly, and his movement speed in the attribute panel shot up to 1,398 points. His figure moved like an arrow released from a bow, skimming across the ground. Ahead, 3 level 60 stone creatures were patrolling in a triangular formation, less than 2 meters apart from each other. Xiao Fan gripped his lightning strike sword tightly, raised his arm, and unleashed the advanced skill he had just learned, Gale Technique. The original sleeve-sweeping motion was replaced by his long sword, and the blade cut through the air with a whoosh, sending gray-white winds sweeping out in a 120-degree fan shape. ABA, Kaba Kaba, Yuba. Red damage numbers 6330, 2600, and 6331 appeared simultaneously. The stone creatures, over 2 meters tall, were torn apart by the fierce winds and crumbled into scattered pieces on the ground. Their health was only around 9,000, while the Gale Technique dealt nearly 10,000 damage, instantly killing all 3 monsters before they could even finish their death cries. System notifications scrolled across the screen. You have defeated a stone creature and gained 523 experience points. You have defeated? The 3 corpses dropped a total of 30 copper coins and granted 15 skill proficiency points. Killing 3 monsters at once with an area attack was remarkably efficient. As long as the monsters were densely packed, proficiency would skyrocket. Xiao Fan swept the copper coins into his backpack without stopping, continuing deeper into the stone forest while casually clearing monsters along the way. After rounding 2 corners and confirming he was over 100 meters from the Blackwind Cave entrance, he finally slowed down and looked around for Ning Fian. Smack! A small pebble struck him precisely on the back of his head. He turned around to see a flash of red emerge from between the rocks. Ning Fian approached with her sword, her robes flowing as she lightly leaped to land beside him. Senior sister. Well, did you find out who's behind the Blackwind Demon? She lowered her voice, her eyes alertly scanning their surroundings. The Blackwind Demon's master is the Bloodhand Devil. Xiao Fan also spoke quietly. I haven't figured out his exact location yet, but from the Blackwind Demon's tone, it seems the Bloodhand Devil could arrange for me to infiltrate Thunder City as a spy, though he doesn't fully trust me yet. Bloodhand Devil? Thunder City. Upon hearing this, Ning Fian's brows furrowed immediately. That's one of the 10 demon kings of Great Black Mountain, with nascent soul cultivation extremely dangerous. If what you say is true, he's probably already planted agents throughout Thunder City, and there must be traitors among the city's leadership. Nascent soul stage. Xiao Fan drew in a sharp breath. He had expected Golden Core at most, never imagining it would be a nascent soul powerhouse. Even the 4 great masters of Lingxiao sect were only at the nascent soul stage, so Ning Fian's strength alone would certainly be insufficient for a direct confrontation. Regarding the Bloodhand Devil's sphere of influence in Thunder City, he was actually just speculating, but judging from the Black Wind Demon's confident tone, the Bloodhand Devil's power was clearly not limited to the demonic faction alone. He had obviously infiltrated all sides. Combined with the confidence in the Black Wind Demon's words, it was evident that the Blood Hand Devil possessed tremendous power that extended far beyond just the demonic realm. However, this big boss was very cautious and not so easily fooled. Senior sister, should we continue investigating? Xiao Fan tucked away the transmission stone hidden in his sleeve and asked in a lowered voice. The night wind swept across the mountain peak, stirring Ning Fian's blue robes. She frowned, her gaze fixed on the dark end of the mountain path. This matter is probably beyond what you and I can handle. We must report it to Master and the others. The Bloodhand Demon's lair is in the Great Black Mountain, so you don't need to continue infiltrating the Black Wind Monsters group. I'll first eliminate this thorn in our side at Black Wind Cave, then plan our next move carefully to root out the spies in Thunder City. Ah, so soon. Xiao Fan was stunned. Thinking of those three simple-minded monsters in Black Wind Cave, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Though those fellows were stupid, they had given him quite a few good things. The longer we delay, the more complications arise. Ning Fian turned to look at him. Staying in that demon cave puts you at constant risk of exposure. Better to strike quickly and decisively, then return to the sect for cultivation. Also, she added quietly, we still need to figure out exactly which great demon lord has awakened this time. I know that it's the Black Mountain Old Monster. Xiao Fan simply revealed his intelligence. The Black Wind Monster said they're going to present the divine weapon to the Black Mountain Old Monster, corrupt it with demonic energy, and strip away its divine light. Once the divine weapon is ruined, no one will be able to stop his comeback. Senior sister, are there other great demon lords in the Great Black Mountain? The Great Black Mountain is the strongest demon nest within 10,000 li of Thunder City. Ning Fian nodded, her voice low. The Black Mountain Old Monster calls himself Demon Lord and has reached the spirit transformation realm as extremely troublesome. He's also allied with the Underground Flame Demon and the Nine Nether Ancestor. If those two send down avatars to assist, even if the Soaring Heaven Sect, Heavenly Tribulation Sect, Disc Lord Mountain, and Thunder City's great cultivators join forces, we might not be able to withstand them. One Spirit Transformation Cultivator, 10 Nascent Soul Cultivators, plus 2 even more terrifying wild cards. That's definitely a headache. Xiao Fan rubbed his chin. How about we delay the battle and wait for us players to grow stronger before besieging the Great Black Mountain? Ning Fian nodded approvingly. You who can resurrect after death are indeed a special force, but we may not have enough time for you to grow. Hey, don't worry. We level up super fast. When I emerge from seclusion with a legendary divine weapon, I'll take them down one sword strike at a time. Xiao Fan swung his fist boldly, bragging. Ning Fian was amused by him. Then her expression grew serious again. Come on, let's first eliminate the demons at Black Wind Cave. She reached out to pull him along. Senior sister, wait. Remembering those three monsters who had been so eager to please him, Xiao Fan suddenly hesitated. How about we don't kill them? They're not high level and won't have much impact on the bigger picture. Ning Fian raised an eyebrow, displeasure evident in her tone. You've taken a few things from demons, and now you want to follow the demonic path. I'm not. Xiao Fan quickly waved his hands. Junior brother Xiao Fan. Ning Fian's tone softened, but became more solemn. Every treasure they used to win you over was looted from the corpses of our righteous cultivators. The Soaring Heaven Sect loses hundreds of disciples to demons every year. Thunder City loses tens of thousands of citizens to slaughter annually. And at least 10 cities across the Divine Dragon Continent turn into blood-soaked wastelands each year. As a righteous cultivator and a member of the human race, if we don't slay demons and eliminate evil, should we help them harm our own people instead? This. Xiao Fan fell silent. After all, he was a player from Earth who only saw this as a game. He couldn't bring himself to hate simple-minded demons like the Black Wind Monster. But in Ning Fian's eyes, demons were mortal enemies of their race. Seeing his conflicted expression, Ning Fian sighed softly. Fine, let me take you somewhere first. She grabbed his wrist and began racing toward a certain direction. The two traveled through the chaotic rock mountain range. Ning Fian moved with focused determination, her every gesture radiating an authenticity completely different from digitized NPCs, as if she were a living guide introducing Xiao Fan to this world. Riding the wind at high speed, they crossed the entire mountain range in just 10 minutes, landing on a plain 20 miles south of the Lingxiao sect. At the edge of the plain, ruins came into view, the remains of a long-abandoned village. Ning Fian stopped at the village entrance, her voice soft and calm. We're here. Let's go in and take a look. This is where I was born. Where you were born. Xiao Fan gazed at the ruins before him, already sensing what he was about to witness. He stepped forward, crossing a crumbling stone bridge. Below, a clear stream babbled, with white bones occasionally tumbling in the current. On the withered trees along the bank, 2 or 3 crows let out harsh cries. Entering the village, he was immediately confronted by charred foundations and scorched walls consumed by fierce flames, with bleached skeletal remains scattered throughout. Xiao Fan pulled up his map. This place was marked as Shannon Abandoned Village. In the broader view, several other locations bore similar, abandoned village labels. Along the village path, he saw the remains of villagers frozen in agonizing poses. Some had fallen while crawling, seemingly fleeing from some terror. Two skeletons embraced each other, pierced through the spine by sharp weapons. Adults had spread their arms to shield children, yet still couldn't escape their fate. Ruined houses stretched endlessly, burned down to their foundations. At a rough count, there were no fewer than 200 corpses. Ning Fian remained outside the village, her expression complex, clearly unwilling to witness the devastation of her homeland again. After walking a full circle and returning to the village entrance, Xiao Fan's expression was heavy. Is this the war between humans and the demonic path? He asked quietly. Ning Fian shook her head, her tone ice cold. When two armies face each other, that's called war. This was just slaughter. Xiao Fan had no words. Ning Fian continued her explanation. The divine dragon continent originally belonged to humans. Demons from beyond invaded on a massive scale, slaughtering tens of billions down to fewer than 800 million. If not for divine weapons descending from the nine heavens, humanity would have been extinct long ago. Her gaze fell on Xiao Fan, her voice softening. You're not from this world, so you can't understand our hatred for demons. But I must tell you, something like this might happen to your world someday. When that time comes, will you still show mercy to demons? Happen to my world? Xiao Fan frowned slightly. Such demons couldn't possibly appear on Earth, and he instinctively resisted the idea. But on second thought, the mystery of Hongmeng and the near-divine existence of that master of heavenly Tao could no longer be explained by science. Perhaps this place wasn't merely a game. Maybe Ning Fian's warning wasn't empty talk. Perhaps Hongmeng was the master of heavenly Tao's warning to Earth's people, showing them in advance the horror of demonic slaughter so they could prepare early. Ning Fian sighed softly. Those not of our kind surely have different hearts. Junior brother Xiao Fan, you must understand, cultivation and growing stronger isn't about showing off or fighting recklessly, but about protecting the weak. I'm going to the Black Wind Cave to eliminate demons now. Will you come with me, or leave on your own? Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, then looked up and answered solemnly. I'll go with you. Although the demons from Black Wind Cave had given him some things, upon careful consideration, he realized their purpose in winning him over was to make him serve the demonic path. Those cultivation techniques and magical treasures meant nothing to the demons. They could casually hand them out like gifts. But Xiao Fan had originally approached the Black Wind monster to feign surrender and gather intelligence. His allegiance had always been with Ling Xiao's sect and the human race. If he were to switch sides for mere benefits, how would he be any different from a traitor? With this thought, he silently reminded himself. He must know where he stands. He was a human cultivator, and the ultimate purpose of his cultivation was to slay demons and eliminate evil. As his thoughts shifted, his gaze suddenly became resolute. Ning Fian had been watching his expression closely. Seeing this, she nodded slightly and whispered approvingly. Now you look like a righteous disciple. Ding system notification. Ning Fian's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 30. In the system window, the favorability rankings flashed by 100 to 100 points, with higher negative numbers indicating deeper hatred. 0 points meant indifferent strangers. 10 points was friendly, the initial value for most human NPCs. 30 points was familiar, enough to be considered friends. 50 points was intimate, allowing invitations to travel together. 70 points was close confidant, where borrowing money or treasures would never be refused. 90 points was inseparable, sharing life and death. The higher the score, the harder it was to increase. Reaching 30 points was already quite remarkable. Senior sister, let's go. Xiao Fan immediately drew his Thunderstrike sword and Starfall sword, with lightning and starlight illuminating both blades simultaneously. Ning Fian nodded without another word, touched her toes to the ground, and darted forward first. The two retraced their route back to Blackwind Cave. The distance wasn't far, and they reached the cave entrance in just 10 minutes. At the cave entrance, two patrolling wind sprites had just floated out. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, they immediately approached. Human boy, where did you run off to just now? Wait, this person is. They only got halfway through their sentence before spotting Ning Fian, who had concealed her aura, standing nearby. Their expressions changed drastically. Whoosh. Ning Fian pointed with her jade finger, and an icy sword light instantly pierced through the air. The two small monsters were immediately reduced to critical health, with only a sliver of life remaining. Junior brother, finish them, she reminded calmly. Xiao Fan had expected Ning Fian to kill them directly, but she had deliberately left the final blow for him. This is a great opportunity to level up, he thought happily, then apologetically said to the two wind sprites, sorry, I'm an undercover agent. He then swept his Thunderstrike sword horizontally, unleashing a howling black-gray, fierce wind. You defeated a wind sprite and gained 55,800 experience points. You defeated a wind sprite and gained 55,800 experience points. The two elite monsters fell, and his experience bar surged. though he was still just short of leveling up. At that moment, several gray-white streams of air rushed out from within the cave. What's happening? Who's fighting? Three wind sprites emerged from the cave entrance, their faces fierce. Before they could clearly see the battlefield, Ning Fian's sword light struck again. Thud, thud, thud. All three small monsters were simultaneously reduced to less than 10% health. Xiao Fan was secretly amazed. Ning Fian's control over her strength had reached perfection, consistently leaving about 10 health on each opponent for him to finish off. From over 60 meters away, he swung his Starfall sword, sending a streak of blood-red sword energy in a straight line. Great King, save us. There, Arenum. Whoosh. The wind sprites had no immunity to physical damage, and the sword energy tore through them, flying a full 82 meters and cutting down all three elite monsters at once. The ground was immediately scattered with copper coins and a piece of black iron equipment. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. With a flash of light, Xiao Fan leveled up on the spot. He frowned and muttered, "Why is the bloodlight sword energy only 82 meters? I thought it could reach 100 meters. It seemed that the additional effects after perfect mastery wouldn't be amplified by his chaos body, which was somewhat disappointing. On second thought, if even the perfect mastery effects could be stacked, with casual strikes causing 20-second stuns and all regular skills having no cooldown, would anyone else even get a chance to play? One of the small wind demons let out a desperate cry for help as it lay dying, calling to the black wind demon for rescue. The shrill plea pierced through the stone forest, and immediately a deep, furious roar echoed from the depths of Black Wind Cave. In the next instant, three surging streams of demonic energy, black, yellow, and green, burst forth from the cave entrance one after another, followed by a swarm of gray-white small wind demons pouring out in chaos. What's going on? The black wind demon strode out, glanced at the ground, and discovered several of its minions had fallen. What infuriated it even more was that the culprit was none other than Xiao Fan, who had just pledged allegiance to it moments ago. "You bastard, how dare you betray me?" It raised its claw, pointing at Xiao Fan as demonic energy roiled and cursed power surged forth. However, in the next second, its expression changed drastically. Ning Fian withdrew her concealment spell, and the overwhelming aura of the Foundation establishment stage swept out like a massive wave. The yellow wind demon cried out in alarm. "Boss, it's her, the new chief disciple of Lingxiao sect." The green wind demon panicked as well. "We're doomed. This woman is ruthlessly fierce. Wei Ri, all dead." Ning Fian's figure flashed as she landed on a rock over 20 meters high. Without unnecessary words, her eyes held only killing intent. Whoosh! Three blazing red spiritual lights shot from her fingertips. The three spirit swords floating behind her remained unsheathed. Her true chi alone was sufficient to suppress three chi refinement stage demons. The three demons, black, yellow, and green, retreated rapidly. The black wind demon growled. "Second and third, hold her off while I report to master." With that, a black shadow flashed as it dove back into Black Wind Cave. Ning Fian raised her hand to pursue, but was blocked by thick smoke spewed by the yellow and green wind demons. "Traitor, die." The four remaining small wind demons, realizing they couldn't match Ning Fian, turned to attack Xiao Fan instead. Xiao Fan raised his hand and summoned the yellow umbrella, infusing it with true chi as the umbrella instantly expanded into a shield. Bang, bang, bang. Four consecutive impacts struck the Xuanwu umbrella, reducing the shield's 20,000 points by more than half. Such high attack power. Xiao Fan was secretly alarmed, but seized the opportunity to cast fire burning technique. Boom. Blazing flames erupted explosively, with damage numbers 9998, 2600, 800, 800 appearing as the enemy in front was engulfed in flames, while the residual fire's burning effect caused the surrounding small wind demon's health to plummet. "Junior brother, be careful." Ning Fian, worried about him being isolated and helpless, divided her attention to cast a spell. Boom. A powerful spiritual strike smashed the four small wind demons into the stone forest, shattering rocks. The one that took the direct hit from fire burning technique died instantly, granting Xiao Fan over 50,000 experience points. The system rules were clear. NPC participation didn't affect player experience, and dealing over 5 damage allowed full experience sharing. The remaining three small wind demons lay severely wounded on the ground. Xiao Fan followed up with True Chi Palm and Wild Charge, finishing them off in one sweep. His experience soared by 220,000 points, just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. Taking advantage of Ning Fian's divided attention, the yellow and green wind demons roared and unleashed their demonic power. Two storms, one yellow and one green, formed out of thin air and instantly engulfed Ning Fian's figure. Just as Xiao Fan was about to come to her aid, sword light erupted from the center of the storm. Ning Fian's true chi vibrated, and dozens of sword beams tore the wind columns apart. The two demons screamed as they crashed into the mountain rocks, revealing their true forms with only 10 of their health remaining. Junior brother, strike now. Ning Fian reminded him. Her palms swiftly formed seals in front of her chest, and golden runes transformed into gilded chains that fell from the air, crashing down to suppress the yellow wind demon and green wind demon. The two demons were pressed firmly into the rubble, their limbs twitching, unable to move an inch. Excellent. Xiao Fan raised his sword, silver light bursting from its tip as he released a palm strike of true qi. Bang! 9001. 2600. Fire burning technique and fierce wind technique were still on cooldown, and both demons were immune to physical damage, leaving only chi force as the effective attack. Despicable traitor, your palm techniques are so fierce. The yellow wind demon groaned, its health bar plummeting as nearly 320,000 health points were instantly slashed away. Its remaining health was less than 10%. Just a few more palm strikes would finish it off. Vile human, I curse you to never level up again. The yellow wind demon roared, spitting yellow light toward Xiao Fan. Ning Fian was prepared, her sword light shooting forth to directly shatter the yellow beam. Xiao Fan continued his assault at a rhythm of one palm strike every 3 seconds. When his skill cooldown ended, fierce wind technique gathered around him into emerald wind blades that swept out a yellow wind demon's health bar instantly emptied. Following up, one fire burning technique plus a palm strike of true chi reduced the green wind demon to ashes as well. Ding, you have defeated Lord Yellow Wind Demon, gaining 1,001,000 experience points. Ding, you have defeated Lord Green Wind Demon, gaining 1,190,000 experience points. You defeated a level 70 Lord Monster, gaining 28 reputation points. You defeated a level 75 Lord Monster, gaining 32 reputation points. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 31. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 36. Your true chi maximum increased by 24 points. Chi force increased by 24 points. You gained 24 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. As the two Lord bosses fell, Xiao Fan's attributes instantly returned to full, his level skyrocketing 6 levels in one go, reaching the top. At the same time, system announcements rolled and echoed above Jinglei City. Regional announcement: Jinglei City player Xiao Fan demonstrates divine prowess, slaying level 70 Lord Monster, Yellow Wind Demon. Regional announcement: Jinglei City player Xiao Fan demonstrates divine prowess, slaying level 75 Lord Monster, Green Wind Demon. However, since levels 70 and 75 still belong to the same realm as level 50, there were no first kill realm or quality rewards. Aside from looking better, there were no additional benefits. The dropped loot covered the ground, copper coins forming 2 small hills, with various equipment and light orbs scattered about. Second brother, third brother. A furious roar came from deep within the cave as the black wind demon swept out of the cave entrance, black mist rolling with murderous intent. Detestable cultivators. The Black Mountain ancestor will never forgive you. My master Bloody Hand Demon has already added you to his kill list. You doomed. Before finishing his words, his figure flickered as he attempted to flee. Where do you think you're going? Ning Fian had been on guard, flinging her left wrist as thin rope transformed into spirit silk that entangled the black wind demon's misty form, binding it tightly. Damn it! Finding escape impossible, the black wind demon made a sinister threat. If you dare touch me, I'll make this boy's cultivation plummet. The curse on Xiao Fan hadn't been lifted yet. If triggered, he would drop 10 levels. Ning Fian's sword-like brows furrowed slightly. It's fine, senior sister. It's not the first time I'm used to it. Xiao Fan softly consoled her. Receiving his response, Ning Fian hesitated no longer, raising her hand to release 3 sword lights that pierced through the black wind demon, its health bar instantly dropping to 10%. Xiao Fan took over, fire burning technique rising in a crimson pillar. Bang! Level 36 with full intelligence allocation combined with thunder strike, sword amplification. Single hit damage exceeded 14,000, with burning damage of 800 per second, making the black wind demon scream in agony. Bastard! Didn't you say you were beaten half to death by Lingxiao sect? Why are you still helping them? The black wind demon roared. Actually, they treat me very well. I was ordered to investigate your lair's location. Xiao Fan replied calmly. Damn it. We 3 brothers gave you so many good things, you ungrateful wretch. The black wind demon cursed furiously. Under the continuous bombardment of true chi palms and fire-burning technique, its life force plummeted. It was at its last gasp. Before dying, the black wind demon roared with venomous hatred. I have already reported today's events to my master. Will advance his plans to slaughter Jinglei City. Your betrayal will cause the entire Jinglei City to flow with blood. Xiao Fan frowned. What does that mean? Could it be that the Blood Hand Demon plans to attack Thunder City directly? He turned his gaze toward Ning Fian. Ning Fian waved her slender hand dismissively, her expression indifferent. No matter. A single Blood Hand Demon can't stir up much trouble. But the Black Wind monster clung to this like a lifeline, shrieking frantically. Is that so? But we still have the 9 great demon kings, the demon army, and the Black Mountain ancestor. You won't have a good ending, let's all die together, huh? The hoarse, maniacal laughter mixed with the crackling flames as the black wind monster's health bar rapidly dropped to zero. Immediately after, the crisp sound of coins hitting the ground rang out continuously, followed by a barrage of system notifications. Ding, you have defeated the Overlord Black Wind Monster and gained 6,670,000 experience points. Ding, you have defeated a level 75 Overlord Monster and gained 60 reputation points. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 37. Congratulations. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 44. Your true chi maximum has increased by 32 points. Chi force increased by 32 points. Spirit resistance increased by 2 points. You have gained 32 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. Warning. Due to the failure of the Pledge Loyalty to the Demon Path quest, you have received a level 10 penalty. His experience bar shot up 8 levels, then was immediately pulled back down to level 34 by the penalty. Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Life doesn't have many ups and downs, but my level sure is thrilling. At this moment, he was tied at level 34 with the anonymous user in first place on the level rankings, only ranking second due to having slightly less experience. Regional announcement: Thunder City. Player Xiaofan has shown divine prowess, achieving the first kill of the level 75 Overlord Monster, Black Wind Monster, and receiving an honor reward 1 golden equipment chest. The same announcement scrolled repeatedly across the screen, causing an uproar in the nearby channels. Compared to the previous Yellow Wind Monster and Green Wind Monster, the Black Wind Monster was of higher quality, thus directly triggering a new first kill reward. The corners of Ning Fian's lips curved upward. Junior brother, well done. Having personally witnessed Xiaofan slay 3 demons in succession, her eyes now held a hint of appreciation. However, the quest she had issued was not yet complete. The true mastermind behind the scenes had neither appeared nor been killed, so the system had not yet distributed additional rewards. Thank you for your assistance, senior sister. Let me go see what good items dropped. Xiaofan clasped his fists in gratitude. Without Ning Fian's protection, forget about killing the boss, she would have struggled even against a group of small wind monsters. The battlefield was littered with spoils gleaming coldly. For now, he had no time to deal with the private messages flooding in from Drinking Alone Under the Moon, Flying Immortal from Beyond, and Bear Tyrant, so he rushed toward the loot area. Following the mountain path, he first swept up all the copper coins and miscellaneous drops near the small wind monster corpses, then hurried to the death sites of the Yellow Wind Monster and Green Wind Monster, stuffing all the equipment and potions into his bag. Getting 2 silver-grade pieces of equipment was already enough to make his heart race, but the real surprise came at the end. Where the Black Wind Monster had turned to ash, a necklace flowing with golden light lay quietly atop a pile of copper coins, accompanied by 2 more silver-grade pieces, several bronze-grade items, and an exquisitely carved token. Another territory construction order. Holy crap, I've struck it rich. Xiaofan's eyes lit up as he quickly stuffed all the drops into his backpack, nearly bursting his inventory slots. Looking up to take stock, he had gained 149 taels of silver alone. The money dropped by the Black Wind Monster was piled like a small mountain, 10 times more generous than the chief of Crimson Mountain Stronghold. The equipment, talismans, potions, and skill books were all top-quality items, far exceeding his expectations. Ning Fian glanced around at the dark cave entrances surrounding them and said in a low voice, I wonder if there are any clues about the demons left in this Black Wind cave. I'll go take a look inside. Junior brother, be careful out here. Ning Fian said something to him, then transformed into a streak of sword light and dove into the Black Wind cave. The sword light vanished in an instant, leaving the cave entrance as dark as a beast's maw. Xiaofan remembered the vanity table inside the cave that could communicate remotely with the Bloodhand demon, and quickly called out in warning. Be careful. The Black Wind Monster had already reported their whereabouts to the Bloodhand demon. If that nascent soul stage big boss came personally, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The thought had barely formed when deafening system announcements flooded in. Regional announcement: Thunder City. Due to the Black Wind Monster's death, the great demon Bloodhand demon is enraged and has dispatched his 4 demon generals along with numerous monsters to attack Thunder City in 24 hours. All players may participate in the city defense battle. Successful defense will yield rich rewards. Failure will shut down Thunder City for 3 days, during which no city facilities can be used and entry to the city zone is prohibited. Regional announcement. Regional announcement. The scrolling red text and thunderous notification sounds echoed throughout Thunder City's vicinity, causing countless nearby players to look up in alarm. Xiaofan stood frozen in place. So the consequence of the Bloodhand demon striking back was a monster siege? If the 4 demon generals were level 150 golden core stage bosses, players at their current average level couldn't possibly stop them. The 24-hour preparation period was too short. Even with frantic grinding for a full day, they could only reach around levels 40-42. With a gap of over 100 levels, one hit would kill them, and their damage output would be 1 or miss this event would most likely fail. His friends list flashed frantically with notification sounds coming one after another. Xiao Fan couldn't spare time to check equipment attributes and opened the private chat window first. 1. Messages from Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Congrats on killing the high-level boss. Got any strategy tips? You actually took down a level 75 overlorded it drop a stronghold token? You're on the level rankings too. Awesome. What's this about the Bloodhand demon attacking the city? 2. Messages from Flying Immortal and Bear King were similar. Congratulations first, then requests for information. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and sent a unified reply. I'm doing what seems like a main quest, relied on NPC help to take down 3 bosses. The defense battle will be extremely difficult there, might be bosses above level 150. After sending the message, the friends channel fell silent. After a long pause, Flying Immortal replied gloomily. I thought guild bosses were scary enough, but you've given the entire server an even bigger surprise. Need to stock up on potions and talismans, or being locked out of the city for 3 days will be deadly. Really sorry, I didn't expect this to happen either. Xiao Fan could only smile bitterly. Drinking Alone Under the Moon was more optimistic. Strength in numbers, maybe human wave tactics could work. By the way, you fought 3 big bosses in one go. Planning to sell any equipment? High-level gear sells better the sooner you list it. Xiao Fan glanced at his inventory. Indeed, he had duplicate equipment for several slots. He only needed to keep 1 set and could sell the rest, so he replied, yes, I have some. I'll contact you when I get back to the city later. Great. Preferably sell us that level 75 golden necklace. I saw the rankings. You're number 1. Drinking Alone Under the Moon was full of anticipation. Xiao Fan chuckled. I haven't even checked its attributes yet. But he was thinking, if he really wanted to sell, the level 30 equipment from the glory chest would be more popular since buyers could equip it immediately. The level 75 gear was better kept for himself. Ending the chat, Xiao Fan began examining the attributes of each piece of premium equipment. Wind Soul Necklace Quality, Gold, level 75. Health 3120, Wisdom 26, Constitution 26, Chi Recovery 8 per minute. Special Effect Soul of Wind, 10 chance to increase movement speed by 50 for 3 seconds when attacked, with a 5-second cooldown. Durability, 3000-3000. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the gold necklace's attributes. The health alone surged by nearly 4,000, an overall improvement of over 40, while wisdom, constitution, and chi recovery were all comprehensively enhanced, making it virtually flawless. Besides the necklace, 4 silver equipment pieces of different slots were scattered on the ground, which he picked up without hesitation. 1. Wind Shadow Belt, level 75 silver, health 2850, defense 320, constitution 14, health recovery 76 per minute. 2. Wind Shadow Gauntlets, level 75 silver, health 2850, constitution 14, strength 14, attack speed 0.3. 3. Wind Shadow Boots, level 75 silver, defense 320, constitution 14, agility 14, movement speed 570. 4. Yellow Wind Robe, level 70 silver, health 4275, defense 356, constitution 14, health bonus 10. The 4 pieces perfectly covered different equipment slots, and Xiao Fan equipped them all. The bronze equipment of the same slots that ended up in his inventory, especially the 4 pairs of boots, left him both amused and exasperated. No matter how many shoes he had, he could only wear 1 pair. In the end, he only replaced his left ring and pants with level 75 bronze equipment, leaving the other slots unchanged. The only disappointment was the weapon slot. This battle hadn't dropped a single weapon. However, he wasn't discouraged, as a gold treasure chest he had obtained earlier still lay in his inventory. The chest was locked to his current level, leaving no room for saving it until after leveling up. So he decided to open it on the spot. As the lid opened, golden light flashed, and a brilliant gold ring quietly dropped into his inventory. Demon Slaying Signet Ring Quality, Gold, level 30. Attack 98, Defense 49, Chi Limit 78, Critical Rate 7.5. Special Effect, Demon Subduing Power, 10 increased damage against demonic creatures. While the attack power wasn't exceptional, the combination of Chi Limit, Critical Rate, and Special Effect significantly elevated the ring's value, and Xiao Fan equipped it with satisfaction. After updating his equipment, he checked his character panel. Name, Xiao Fan. Level, 34. Class, Taoist. Talent, Chaos Body. Health, 240-452-4045. Chi, 224,224. Attack, 610. Chi Force, 659. Defense, 1,376. Spirit Resistance, 5. Strength, 127. Wisdom, 231. Constitution, 306. Agility, 91. Potential points, 0. With this defense, even a level 30 lord would have to call me Big Brother. Xiao Fan thought cheerfully as he looked at his attributes. He then opened the equipment rankings. His necklace topped the list with an overwhelming advantage, its score far surpassing the second-place level 30 ring. His newly equipped gold ring ranked 4th, outclassed by 2 dark gold items. Several silver pieces also made it into the top 10 thanks to their level advantage. The 3 demons had left behind more than just equipment. There were also 5 skill books, 2 of which were intermediate skills exclusive to the warrior class. The other 2 were intermediate level cultivation manuals, one for Taoists and one for martial artists. There was really only one manual he could learn immediately, but it happened to be the highest quality one. Xiao Fan's gaze swept across the screen, and those familiar golden characters appeared on the system panel. Qi sword technique. Type, spell skill. Description, condenses true qi into sword form. When released, can attack any target within 30 meters, dealing qi power 168 damage. If the qi sword kills an enemy, remaining damage continues to penetrate targets behind. Level, 1 maximum 6. Proficiency, 01000. Casting cost, 20 true qi points. Casting interval, 10 seconds. This was exactly the technique Ning Fian frequently used. For her, the power depended entirely on her will, but players could hardly imitate it. However, Xiao Fan knew clearly that once upgraded, his attack range would soar to a terrifying 300 meters, with output sufficient to instantly kill fragile players. Using it to kite monsters would be nearly unstoppable. After checking the skills, he examined the remaining loot one by one. The talismans and medicines were temporarily useless. Those were items for level 50 and beyond, after reaching the Qi refinement stage. As for the most eye-catching guild territory token, even if it couldn't sell for 60 million, it would at least bring in 10 million steadily. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Just as he was secretly pleased, a clear female voice rang in his ear. What are you muttering about? Sword light condensed into Ning Fian's figure. She looked around and frowned. Nothing's left. The black wind monster probably knew it was doomed and destroyed the important items. What a pity. Xiao Fan quickly refocused on the main topic. Senior sister, the system just announced that the Bloodhand Demon will send 4 great demon generals to attack Thunder City in one day. We players have weak foundations. Will the major sects intervene? Ning Fian pondered for a moment, withdrew her sword aura, and spoke calmly. If it's just the 4 great demon generals, Thunder City's own forces are sufficient. No need for the Soaring Heaven sect to interfere. However, Bloodhand demon spies are likely lurking in the city. When the time comes, you'll face enemies from both sides, so you must be extra careful. So you mean, as long as the Bloodhand demon himself doesn't appear, you won't draw your swords? Xiao Fan felt somewhat troubled. Fortunately, Thunder City was no ordinary place. The city lord himself was a nascent soul stage expert. The city guards were generally at Qi refinement and foundation building stages. Plus, with the Taoist Palace and Martial Hall stationed there, along with players' saturation skill bombardment, there was some chance of victory. Ning Fian sheathed her sword and turned. Business here is finished. I must return to the sect to meet my master. Junior brother Xiao, train diligently and enter the Qi refinement stage soon. I'll wait for you at Sunset Peak. Xiao Fan hurriedly asked. Won't senior sister personally warn the city lord about the spies? I'll leave such a small matter to you. She smiled gently. Someone with considerable reputation shouldn't find it too difficult to meet the city lord. If you really can't get in, just mention my master Mystic Fire Taoist's name, or your future master Uncle Mad Thunder's name. As her words fell, she transformed into a crimson sword light and soared away into the sky. Reputation? Xiao Fan was stunned. The system awarded reputation every time he killed a boss, with higher-tier monsters giving more, but he'd never known its purpose. Now it seemed that besides increasing fame, there were probably other benefits. Farewell, senior sister. He waved toward the sky, watching that streak of sword light disappear into the clouds. Ding Ning Fian's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 35. A pleasant notification sound chimed in his ears. Xiao Fan paused for a moment, then broke into a knowing smile. The NPCs in this game were incredibly lifelike, almost indistinguishable from real people. Unfortunately, the current system didn't allow friend requests, so he couldn't get remote assistance from his senior sister and had to rely on himself to grow stronger. With the monster siege just 24 hours away, he immediately decided to return to the city and meet with the city lord. This event was no joke. If the defense failed, the entire Thunder City would be paralyzed for 3 consecutive days. Buying potions, learning skills, and turning in quests would all be impossible, and even the respawn points would be sealed off. No one could predict what disasters might unfold. Moreover, his inventory was already packed with materials and equipment dropped from the chaotic rock mountains, and he needed to clear it out quickly. This was the perfect opportunity to practice his alchemy and forging life skills. With his new necklace that restored 9 points of Qi per minute, he had plenty of Qi to work with, though he wasn't sure how expensive skill upgrades would be. He sent a message to Drinking Alone under the moon, reporting his estimated arrival time back at Thunder City. In the early stages of the game, return scrolls weren't available yet, and dying to teleport back was too costly, so he had to travel on foot. He headed north from the depths of the chaotic rock mountains to Greenwood Forest, then west through Crimson Valley, and finally across the eastern plains of the city. Even with his movement speed boosted to 1020 and occasionally using swift step to increase his proficiency, the journey still took a full hour. Outside the city gates, Drinking Alone Under the Moon was already waiting. In just a few short days since they'd last met, her equipment had been completely upgraded to high-quality gear with blue glows, and she even had 2 or 3 pieces emanating silver-white auras, clearly all top-tier items. Equipment light effects could be hidden, and Xiao Fan, who preferred to keep a low profile, had already concealed all his glowing effects. Xiao Fan, quick, sell me everything the boss dropped. Drinking Alone Under the Moon called out excitedly. His kill of the level 75 boss was a rare achievement. He'd be hard-pressed to find a second successful case in a week, and with the low probability of NPC assistance, the drops were especially precious. She wanted to keep the silver equipment for herself and asked if he was willing to sell the remaining bronze gear, skill books, and cultivation manuals. Xiao Fan applied to join the party, planning to dump all the items he wanted to sell into the team channel. But once he joined, he discovered that Drinking Alone Under the Moon was actually grouped with over 80 people while she stood alone at the city gate. Behind her was a bustling large guild. As soon as Xiao Fan appeared, the channel exploded with messages. Yo yo yo, the quad kill legend has arrived. Awesome. Please carry me. Did the master get any cultivation manuals? Save one for the guild leader. Drinking Alone Under the Moon quickly explained. Ignore these chatterboxes. Let's talk business. With her leader privileges, she moved herself and Xiao Fan into the 20th squad, blocking out the noisy guild channel and keeping only squad communication. Xiao Fan immediately posted all the items he planned to sell. She looked them over and said, these level 70 bronze gear pieces are quite valuable and will last a while. I'll give you 20,000 for each piece. That's 7 pieces total, so let's round it to 150,000. Xiao Fan stood nearby with a smile, thinking to himself. As expected from a wealthy lady, she starts counting in tens of thousands. He had been planning to replace those level 70 bronze pieces anyway, never expecting they'd sell for such a high price. What he didn't realize was that ordinary players couldn't even scratch boss monsters, often getting wiped out even in teams, making the high prices perfectly reasonable. There are also these 2 intermediate skill books and 2 intermediate cultivation manuals, Yuxia Duzhua said, rummaging through her inventory and calculating the prices for him. The system price is 300 silver taels per book. Player trades get a 5 discount, so 285 taels each. Copper coins are currently 4.2 yuan each, totaling 1.197 million. Let's round it to 1.2 million. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the bull-bone strength talisman in Xiao Fan's hand. I don't know much about talismans, so you name the price. Before Xiao Fan could respond, she had already calculated the total to over 1 million. Copper coins were currently dropping in value. With the 4.2 exchange rate continuing to fall, industry experts estimated it would soon drop to just 1 yuan. Xiao Fan's mind raced, and he smiled. You made me quite a profit last time, so let's bundle everything for 1 million this round. He was referring to the 4 books, 7 bronze pieces, plus 1 level 50 talisman that temporarily added 200 strength points. He kept the high-grade potions for himself. Yuxia Duzhua was equally generous and didn't stand on ceremony. That's so embarrassing for me. Let me give you a pardon token as a return gift. She directly pulled out a gold-plated token and handed it over. Pardon token Thunder City. Effect, when wanted, immediately clears bounty and kill count. Single use only. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean I can kill people in the city without going to jail? Yuxia Duzhua explained with a smile. The city lord gave these when we established our guild. Only the first guild gets them 10 tokens total. I don't play PvP, so it's just gathering dust. Speaking of guild establishment, Xiao Fan pulled out another black token. I have a territory token here. Do you want it? Wow, another one. Yuxia Duzhua's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled as she initiated a trade. Territories can be upgraded, and these tokens are incredibly useful. Give it to me, we'll monopolize the market. Xiao Fan waved his hand. Let's go with the standard purchase price this time. He had sold the first token for 60 million and knew he couldn't expect such a high price again. Yuxia Duzhua pondered for a second, then entered 40 million in the trade window. Can't let you take a loss. Combined with the other deal, let's make it an even 100 million total. Xiao Fan silently marveled at how she spent money faster than a printing press as he clicked confirm, receiving 40 million. 2 days ago he was penniless, and now he was worth hundreds of millions. His emotions were complex. This wealthy beauty was like a descended god of fortune. He couldn't help but ask quietly, Boss, what does your family do to be so wealthy? Highway robbery. Yuxia Duzhua replied with a relaxed smile. Xiao Fan was speechless and wisely decided not to press further. If I get any silver or gold equipment drops in the future, I'll save you a piece for free, Xiao Fan promised solemnly. Such a major benefactor needed to be well maintained. Sounds great. Equipment, skills, cultivation manuals, I'll take anything. Xia Dujua's eyes curved with her smile, thinking similarly. Xiao Fan had made for kill announcements, his strength was evident, and building this relationship could only benefit her. After the trade, she stored her new equipment, her inventory nearly full. Xiao Fan then pulled out the mid-grade magical treasure Jade Spirit Talisman, along with a pile of level 3075 black iron equipment and his own replaced level 2050 bronze gear, giving it all to her, only keeping the spirit pattern ruler that he Duo Jin had gifted him for storage. This much? Just how many bosses did you farm? Xia Dujua was stunned by the mountain of equipment. Xiao Fan just smiled without explanation. After handing everything over, he cupped his hands. I'm going to explore the city and won't delay your leveling. Farewell. All right. Oh, and don't call me boss, next time it sounds like some pot-bellied middle-aged man. Then how should I address you? Whatever, just not boss. Go on then, bye. She waved her hand, applied a swift travel talisman, and instantly became a blur rushing out the city gates. Xiao Fan watched that wind-like figure and couldn't help but sigh. Truly befitting a wealthy person, even using swift travel talismans just to travel around. Thunderbolt City is in chaos right now. With the monster siege battle about to begin, discussions fill the streets and alleys. Some players are excited, feeling thrilled that such a major event is happening just days after the server launch. Others worry that if the city defense fails, all city functions will shut down for 3 whole days. In the early stages of the game, 3 days without being able to buy potions or learn skills would be crippling. Just in case, many players are gritting their teeth and spending their currently precious copper coins to stock up in advance. They know full well that if they wait until after the 3-day shutdown to buy supplies, copper prices will surely plummet. That Xiao Fan is absolutely despicable. He hogged 3 major bosses all to himself, made a fortune, and now he's caused us this huge mess. Tell me about it. If I run into him, I'll skin him alive. Ugh, my copper coins are running low again. This is painful. Xiao Fan blends into the crowd, constantly hearing similar complaints, feeling nothing but embarrassment. He hunches his shoulders, pulls his hat brim low, and tries his best to look ordinary, hiding his equipment's light effects, slowing his pace, and keeping quiet. Fortunately, the streets are crowded and pedestrians are hurrying about, so few people pay attention to others' names. After entering the city, he heads neither to the potion shop nor the Dao Palace, but goes straight to the city lord's mansion in the center of the city. It's a sprawling estate with high walls and vermilion gates, like a silent beast crouching in the most prosperous district. The Divine Dragon Continent has 108 major cities, separated by demon-infested wastelands that make it impossible to establish a unified dynasty. Thus, each city is governed autonomously by its city lord's mansion. In other words, the city lord is the supreme ruler of the local area. Even if nascent soul stage experts from nearby major sects arrive, they must show him some respect. After all, the city lord himself is also a nascent soul stage master. Outside the city lord's mansion, city defense troops patrol continuously. The patrol guards are all above level 100, including both warriors and Taoists. As Xiao Fan approaches the entrance, he's immediately stopped by 2 level 100 guards. One of them politely cups his hands in greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiao Fan, the city lord's mansion is not open to outsiders these days. Please do not trespass unless you have urgent business. Compared to those rude guards who bark orders, this attitude is practically angelic. Xiao Fan also cups his hands, speaking humbly. I have important intelligence that must be reported to the city lord in person. Please grant me this convenience. The 2 guards exchange glances, finding it difficult to decide. Just then, their captain walks over from a side door, his gaze steady. Fellow Taoist, could you first share this intelligence with me? I can relay the message for you. This matter is of great importance and must be reported personally. Xiao Fan shakes his head. The captain ponders for a moment, then finally nods. Very well. Please wait a moment while I go announce your arrival. With that, he instructs his subordinate to enter the mansion. Xiao Fan waits quietly outside the gate. Finding the wait boring, he opens the system interface and accesses the built-in forum to research the specific uses of reputation points. This forum is an official database that was opened 3 days before the game itself, containing world background, cultivation level settings, monster classifications, coordinates of major cities, and other basic guides. It even includes basic pill recipes for alchemy side professions and equipment forging formulas. Xiao Fan searched for a while and quickly found what he was looking for. Reputation value. A basic honor attribute gained by killing high-quality monsters, used to increase a player's fame among NPCs. Once obtained, it cannot be lost through any means. Many game features have reputation thresholds, such as joining sects, obtaining official positions, and even marrying NPCs. Reading this, a big question mark slowly formed in his mind. You can marry NPCs? This is quite novel. Xiao Fan quickly imagined the future spectacle. Countless players chasing handsome sword immortal brothers and gentle fairy sisters through the streets, desperately grinding favor points, throwing quests, items, and spirit stones everywhere, only to be beaten to the punch by someone else. crying and wailing in regret. TSK, just thinking about it is tragic. Fortunately, he, Xiao Fan, had no such ambitions. His heart was set on the Tao, seeking only immortality. Fellow Taoist Xiao Fan, the city lord wishes to see you. Closing the forum interface, the messenger guard had just returned. Without using the Lingxiao sect's name, he had obtained an audience. Clearly, the reputation value had indeed worked. Please lead the way. He nodded and followed the guard captain through the towering vermilion gates. The city lord's mansion was quite large, with corridors, bridges, artificial mountains, and flowing water creating a scene like a miniature city. Passing through the galleries, Xiao Fan noticed that the officials and soldiers coming and going were all quite powerful. Even the civil officials had cultivation above level 80, with level 150 experts occasionally visible. Seeing this lineup, his earlier worries about the upcoming monster siege immediately lessened. No wonder Senior Sister was so unconcerned. Jinglei City's foundation was truly formidable. Rounding a bamboo grove, they arrived at a garden. The guard captain stopped and whispered, "Fellow Taoist Xiao Fan, the city lord is inside." Meeting in a garden showed the city lord wasn't making this too formal, just a casual chat when he had some free time. Xiao Fan bowed in thanks and stepped inside. Under the shade of flowering trees, two men sat at a stone table. On the left was a middle-aged man in blue robes with scholarly features and an easygoing temperament. On the right was an elderly man in fine clothes with a meticulously arranged topknot, his half-foot-long beard touched with frost white, his expression more serious. Xiao Fan glanced at their data. Alchemy, Grandmaster Yu Wuya. Level, 230 nascent soul stage. Health, 42 million. Description, the foremost alchemist of the heavenly tribulation sect. Jinglei City, Lord Shui Wanshan. Level, 255 nascent soul stage. Health, 55 million. Description, Jinglei City's last solid barrier. Both were nascent soul stage powerhouses. Though they couldn't compare to terrifying existences like Daoist Xuanhua or Daoist Kuanglei, they were absolutely influential figures. Moreover, one was an alchemy grandmaster and the other a city lord. Their status was extraordinary. This junior greets City Lord Shui and Grandmaster Yu. Xiao Fan bowed respectfully. City Lord Shui spoke first, his tone direct. "Young friend, you said you have important matters to report. What might they be?" "The Bloodhand Demon is about to attack Jinglei City," Xiao Fan stated plainly. The two nascent soul experts exchanged glances. Yu Wuya sipped his tea lightly and smiled. "We already know of this matter. Mere 4 great demon generals, nothing to worry about." Xiao Fan assessed silently. Yu Wuya came from the Heavenly Tribulation sect, which was on par with Lingxiao sect and Panjun Mountain, and wasn't part of the city lord's mansion, making him extremely unlikely to be a spy. So he continued, "The intelligence I obtained also includes the Bloodhand Demon has planted spies within the city. If they coordinate from within and without, even if the city doesn't fall, it will cause heavy casualties." "Spies?" City Lord Shui raised an eyebrow slightly. "Where does this information come from?" "Black Wind Cave," Xiao Fan replied. "When one of the Bloodhand Demon's disciples was reporting a mission, I happened to be present and overheard from their conversation that the Bloodhand Demon has planted agents in Jinglei City." "Are you certain about this?" The moment Xiao Fan finished speaking, all traces of ease vanished from the room. City Lord Shui unconsciously leaned forward half an inch, his spine rigid and his brow furrowed with urgency. Yu Wuya also set down his teacup, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Fan. "I'm at least 80% confident," Xiao Fan replied without hesitation. City Lord Shui nodded slightly, though his expression remained grim. "No wonder our demon hunting squads have been coming up empty. Late Limey inner circle has already been infiltrated by enemies." He cursed under his breath, then asked seriously, "Young friend, do you have any more specific intelligence?" Xiao Fan spread his hands and could only shake his head. He had merely deduced the possibility from scattered conversations and couldn't even identify specific suspects. Yu Wuya pondered for a moment before saying, "No new personnel have joined the city lord's mansion recently, so this person has likely been embedded for quite some time. There may even be more than one. Now that tensions are rising, if someone can't resist revealing themselves, it would be the perfect opportunity to root them out." Shui Wanshan agreed with this assessment, then cupped his hands toward Xiao Fan. "Thank you for informing us, young friend. We will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. If there's nothing else pressing, you may take your leave." All right," Xiao Fan responded with a slight grimace, feeling somewhat deflated. "That's it? No quest rewards, no bonus experience." The city lord was certainly cold. Still, it didn't matter much since he wasn't lacking in gains anyway. Delivering this information was simply his duty and responsibility as a player. Besides, judging by the main storyline's pace, the subsequent plot would surely trigger at the appropriate time. He collected himself, rose to bid farewell, and soon walked out through the city lord's mansion gates. Time to work on life skills next. With less than 24 hours until the siege, intense combat meant potion consumption would increase exponentially. Though his purse was heavy enough to clear out any pharmacy, Saving money where possible made sense. Crafting his own pills was more economical. Once his alchemy advanced, he could create premium elixirs unavailable in shops, and that's where the real value lay. The western district of Jinglei City had been specially designated for players to develop secondary professions, with intersecting streets and workshops everywhere. To practice alchemy, Xiao Fan needed to purchase an alchemy furnace, medicinal herbs, and various containers for storing pills. Secondary professions in the Hongming world couldn't be practiced empty-handed. Alchemy required furnaces, forging needed smelters and anvils, and cooking demanded at least a decent pot. As for herbs, he'd barely encountered any while leveling, and his gathering skill had gone largely unused, so now he had to buy them. About 10 minutes later, he stopped before a stately courtyard built of blue bricks and gray tiles. 3 gilded characters adorned the entrance plaque Pil Dao Hall. Across the street stood the Thundering Fire Refining Hall, specializing in forging. To the left and right were talisman shops, tailoring studios, jewelry workshops, gourmet kitchens, and other craft halls. Further away stretched a materials market filled with ores, metals, pelts, and herbs of every description. Xiao Fan entered Pil Dao Hall. Medicinal fragrances permeated the courtyard, where dozens of players bustled around alchemy furnaces, their movements of tending flames, adding ingredients, and shaking cauldrons creating a continuous rhythm. Quite crowded here, he remarked casually, then called out, "Where can I buy an alchemy furnace?" A player focused on controlling his fire looked up and replied, "Brother, buying a furnace isn't cost-effective. Renting like we do only costs 100 copper per day. Furnaces can be rented." Xiao Fan smiled and thanked him politely, but still shook his head. Rented furnaces couldn't be taken elsewhere and could only be used here. He had no intention of coming here daily to practice his skills. Buying a furnace for personal use would allow him to refine pills anywhere, making it convenient for quick practice in Trial Secret Realms next time. With this thought, Xiao Fan stepped into the pill refining room. A middle-aged man in a green robe was just coming out, and the system panel immediately appeared. Zhang Xianming, Senior Alchemist, Level 140 Foundation Establishment Stage. HP 2 million, clearly the manager here. "Greetings, Senior. I'd like to buy an alchemy furnace. What types do you have?" Xiao Fan cupped his fists in salute. "See for yourself." Zhang Xianming raised his hand, projecting a trading interface between them. Clay pill furnace 1 silver tail breaks after 100 uses, unrepairable. Black iron pill furnace 10 silver tails durability 1000. Increases common pill success rate by 5, reparable. Mystic copper pill furnace 1000 silver tails durability 10,000. Increases medium grade pill success rate by 5, reparable. Cloud silver pill furnace 10 spirit stones never wears out. Increases success rate of high-grade pills and below by 5. Higher tier furnaces require visiting cultivation sects or defeating powerful bosses for drops unavailable for purchase here. Xiao Fan checked his balance and could barely afford the black iron price range, so he bought 2 at once as backup. "Do you need pill formulas too?" Zhang Xianming casually reminded him. Alchemy indeed required recipes, with ingredient sequences, heat control, and timing all clearly written out. However, forum guides were free, so he wouldn't waste money unnecessarily. "Thank you, Senior, but no need." Xiao Fan bid farewell, then stepped out of the pill room and walked directly into the Fireforge Hall across the way to check out smithing tools. The Fireforge Hall was filled with anvils, clanging sounds echoing continuously as over a dozen bare-chested players swung hammers. Waves of heat mixed with sparks hitting him in the face. Xiao Fan asked immediately upon entering, "How do I buy tools?" A bare-chested burly man wiped his sweat and brought up a new trading interface. Basic forging set 5 silver tails includes crude hammer, tongs, anvil, furnace, unrepairable. Intermediate forging set 50 silver tails black iron quality, reparable. Advanced forging set 5000 silver tails mystic copper quality, reparable. Master forging set 50 spirit stones never wears out. Forging costs were clearly much higher than alchemy. Xiao Fan steadily pulled out 50 silver tails, bought a set of black iron equipment, leaving him with less than 80 tails. "I need to stock up on materials too." He calculated silently with no time to gather herbs or mine. He'd have to sweep the market for supplies. The marketplace was even more bustling. At the entrance, rows of player stalls had various medicinal herbs piled up like small mountains. Those with larger quantities simply went deeper inside to find NPC wholesalers. Xiao Fan first checked the forum strategy section, confirming the material ratios for low-level pill formulas. Healing salve level 1 common green silk, grass red leaf flower. Spirit herb, dew level 10 common 100 fragrance grass, sweet, dew yellow root. Revival powder level 10 medium grade spirit ginseng whiskers cloud pine, seeds 100 beast blood red flower root. Using 5 times the herbs yields great revival powder. Training pills level 10 common yellow essence, snake, gallbladder spirit spring water. Chi enhancement powder level 10 medium grade, leopard bone 100 beast blood cloud crystal powder spirit spring water. These were basically all the common medicines used by players from levels 10 to 50. Higher-tier formulas like blood warping stone and soul return pills hadn't been officially released and could only be discovered through player experimentation or purchased from NPCs. My alchemy success rate is naturally 10 times higher, so starting directly with medium-grade medicines is most cost-effective. Xiao Fan knew what he was doing. Alchemy had short cycles and quick results, much more practical than forging weapons. As for weapons, his current level 20 silver equipment was adequate for now no rush. After browsing the stalls for several rounds, he discovered that players' old herbs were generally over 10 cheaper than system shops. So he bought 100 sets each of revival powder and chi enhancement powder materials in one go. Each set could refine 10 portions. So if all succeeded, that would be 1,000 bottles of each type. The system pharmacy priced small revival powder at 100 copper and chi enhancement powder at 500 copper. The same quantity would cost a full 600 silver taels. Yet he got all the materials for less than 20 taels. He just didn't know how many finished pills he'd produce. With everything purchased, Xiao Fan found a quiet alley and set up his black iron pill furnace. Once the furnace base was stable, he activated miraculous alchemy arts, channeling 10 points of true chi. Whoosh, flames erupted, and the furnace's outer wall instantly glowed red. Xiao Fan added spirit ginseng whiskers, cloud pine seeds, 100 beast blood, and red flower root in sequence, then covered the furnace. First intense fire to liquefy and boil the herbs, then gentle heat for slow simmering. 2 minutes later, the furnace fire extinguished itself. Alchemy in the game was just that simple. Behold my first alchemy masterpiece. Xiao Fan eagerly lifted the cauldron lid, only to have the scorching metal instantly burn his fingertips with a sharp hiss, causing his health to drop by 200 points immediately. Boom. Thick black smoke erupted from the furnace, instantly turning his entire face into charcoal. The system's cold notification followed. Unfortunately, your pill refinement has failed. You have gained 3 points of alchemy mastery. Damn it. Over 50 success rate, and I fail right off the bat. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth in frustration, tossing in the next set of materials to begin his second attempt. With the Wind Soul necklace equipped, his mana regenerated at 9 points per minute, while each alchemy session took just over 3 minutes, allowing him to recover 27 points, more than enough to avoid running out of magical power. The cauldron was sealed again, flames dancing within the runic array as the refinement process proceeded methodically. 3 minutes later, it was time to open the furnace once more. WHOS white mist billowed out as the fragrant aroma of medicine quickly spread through the alley. Xiao Fan's heart leaped with joy. Success. This time it definitely worked. Sure enough, the pleasant system notification appeared. Congratulations. Revival powder refinement successful. You have gained 20 points of alchemy mastery. Due to your exceptional alchemy skills, the quality of this batch has been enhanced. Bonus 10 mastery points awarded. He quickly reached in to retrieve the pills. Minor revival powder superior x10. Instantly restores 1200 health points, 120-second cooldown. The small text, crafted by Xiao Fan, was marked on them, providing 20 better effects than store-bought versions, truly premium quality. Let's go for a 5x dose greater revival powder. One success had sparked Xiao Fan's enthusiasm even more. This was far more interesting than grinding monsters for experience. Greater revival powder was still mid-tier with high success rates. He simply stuffed 5 sets of materials into the furnace at once and sealed it again. 3 minutes later, white smoke rose again, filling the alley with fragrance. Another success. Chaos body is absolutely amazing. Xiao Fan cheerfully collected his medicine. Though this batch didn't trigger the quality bonus, the combination of 5,000 health restoration and 10 bottles per batch was worth a solid 15,000 copper pure profit. Keep going. Materials went in continuously as flames flickered on and off. Success. Failure. Success. Failure. The same process repeated endlessly, with an overall success rate hovering around 50. White and black smoke alternated rising, gradually drawing the attention of passers-by. This guy is ridiculous. How is his success rate so high? And he's making mid-tier potions, not beginner stuff. Xiao Fan. The level 34 Xiao Fan. Isn't that the guy who got the first kill on that level 75 boss? Though the alley was secluded, it was a common spot for crafting players to purchase materials. Noticing his unusual performance, a crowd quickly formed a wall of onlookers. Xiao Fan had always been thick-skinned and paid no attention to the spectators, ignoring all friend requests while focusing solely on his alchemy. As his success count accumulated, his inventory became packed with greater revival powder, vitality powder, and special superior grade potions. The monotonous repetition eventually grew tiresome, so he opened the game forum to browse other players' posts while continuing his work. The built-in forum is incredibly lively now, with some popular posts reaching millions or even tens of millions of replies, something virtually impossible in the real world. The most eye-catching titles on the homepage flash like neon signs. Thunder City Level 40 Dungeon Complete Guide. Hidden Class Acquisition Methods Compilation. How to get the Fairies Original Scented. Xiao Fan casually clicked on Thunder City Level 40 Dungeon Complete Guide. Does Thunder City really have a dungeon? He raised an eyebrow skeptically. The post content required payment of 1 copper coin to view. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked to pay. Payment completed. The page refreshed, only to display a long string of randomly assembled characters and punctuation marks completely meaningless. Scammed. He immediately scrolled down to see over 900,000 people had paid. With more than 8 million replies, the screen flooded with scammer and refund comments. Damn, I was careless. Xiao Fan felt frustrated and made sure to remember the poster's the legendary divine thief, silently vowing to give them a good beating if he ever encountered them. Exiting the post, he continued browsing. Another post titled Hidden Class Acquisition Methods Compilation was priced at 5 copper coins, with over 1.4 million people having paid. Learning from his mistake, Xiao Fan first checked the replies. The first page contained 200 comments, all saying, OP is a good person, and thanks for sharing, nothing but flattery, making him even more curious. Eventually, he still paid the 5 copper coins. Scammed again. Turns out the first page was all fake accounts. Sigh, there are too many fools and not enough scammers to go around. He rubbed his temples with a helpless, bitter smile. In just 2 posts, the posters had made a fortune without worrying about accountability. Absolutely ridiculous. With 2 painful experiences under his belt, he became much more cautious. For every paid post, he would scroll through several pages of replies before deciding. After browsing carefully for half an hour, he finally found some genuinely useful content. A post about dungeons listed 3 types of dungeons in the primordial world. 1. Demon elimination dungeons usually triggered after level 100, long cycles, high difficulty, dropping large amounts of equipment and magical treasures. 2. Treasure dungeon centered with treasure maps, disappear after completion. 3. Main story dungeons, so-called daily experience dungeons, can be cleared once per day, rich experience rewards, decent equipment drops. To unlock main story dungeons, 3 conditions must be met simultaneously. First, be in a party of at least 3 people. Second, be in a relatively independent map area with 2 or more boss quality or higher level bosses within range. Third, trigger the main storyline. The post also provided examples of level 40 main story dungeons from 2 cities, detailing steps, boss respawn times, and drops. After reading, Xiao Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He seemed to have already cleared a dungeon long ago. The Crimson Stronghold. Crimson Stronghold had 3 bosses, with a relatively isolated map accessible only through a narrow mountain path, and it featured a divine weapon emergence storyline with monsters around level 40, perfectly meeting all the conditions for a body tempering stage dungeon. However, when Xiao Fan cleared it solo, he was judged as failed due to insufficient party members, receiving neither the first clear rewards nor unlocking the dungeon for others. He was left both amused and frustrated. While browsing the forums and grumbling about the ridiculous system, he soon spotted crucial information in another post. 1. Bosses on the world map will respawn. 2. Elite monsters respawn based on the number of regular monsters killed. 3. Sub-bosses and bosses respawn every 24 hours. 4. Overlord and King tier monsters haven't been confirmed by anyone yet, but are estimated to take at least 72 hours. 5. Story bosses either don't respawn, or if they do, only retain combat encounters without triggering storylines. 6. Higher tier spirit and immortal level bosses haven't been encountered by anyone yet, so respawn times are unpredictable. Xiao Fan immediately checked the time. It had been just over 23 hours since he defeated the first boss of Crimson Stronghold. According to the pattern, both the first and second bosses should respawn soon. He didn't have many friends he could call upon. Xiongba's group had 5 members, exceeding the limit, so he could only contact Yuxia Duzhua. Since he also wanted to repay this meal ticket sponsor, he immediately sent a message. Upon hearing about a dungeon, Yuxia Duzhua's response came faster than the wind. I want in. I want in. Save me a spot. 2 would be even better. I'll give you 4 spots and just 1 person, Xiao Fan replied with a laugh. Long live God Xiao. We're heading back to town right now. We'll be there in 15 minutes at most. Yuxia Duzhua excitedly ended the voice chat and immediately turned around to run back. Ding, your alchemy arts has advanced to level 2. Just then, a pleasant notification sound chimed, and Xiao Fan's alchemy skill leveled up as well. Xiao Fan examined the effects of his level 2 alchemy arts. Alchemy arts, level 27. Channel true chi to refine medicinal materials and craft spiritual pills of various grades. 40 chance for ordinary pills, 6.5 for medium grade, 1.2 for high grade. However, with his chaos body enhancement, the stats were dramatically boosted. 65 success rate for medium grade pills and 12 for high grade ones, which was quite impressive. At only level 2, it was already this powerful. Once the grade increased further, supreme grade, spiritual grade, and even immortal grade pills would be within reach. I'll definitely have enough pills for the defense battle. He closed the panel and looked at his backpack. After several hours of browsing forums and pill making simultaneously, His bag was now packed with over 200 portions of Great Revival powder and more than 200 portions of chi-boosting powder. With a 2-minute cooldown per pill, he could keep consuming them continuously for several hundred minutes. As for how long the siege battle would last, the system announcement didn't specify, but it would probably only be a few hours more than enough. Time to tackle the Pioneer Dungeon. After storing away the pill furnace, which had only lost 1/10 of its durability, he headed toward the East City. 10 minutes later, he arrived first at the meeting point. Less than 5 minutes passed before 3 streaks of light came gliding across the ground from the distance, 2 women and 1 man, all equipped with swift movement talismans, moving at an absurd speed. Group swift movement talismans, that's quite the extravagant display. Xiao Fan joined the team. A team invitation popped up from Drinking Alone Under the Moon. He clicked accept and glanced at his teammates' information. Drinking Alone Under the Moon, level 32 Taoist, HP 7198. Flying Immortal from Beyond, level 33 Warrior, HP 7640. Swallowing Mountains and Rivers, level 33 Warrior, HP 6892. All high level, yet none had made it onto the leaderboards. During his pill-making hours, the anonymous player at the top had reached level 36. The top 10 were all level 35, and the top 100 were uniformly level 34. Xiao Fan, let me introduce Yumi brother, Swallowing Mountains and Rivers. Drinking Alone Under the Moon pointed to the male player. The man stood over 6 feet tall with a muscular build, square face, and steel-like beard, clearly a strength-focused powerhouse. Standing next to Drinking Alone Under the Moon, they looked completely mismatched, like a bodyguard accompanying a young lady. Pleasure to meet you. Xiao Fan politely nodded. Unexpectedly, Swallowing Mountains and Rivers was even more courteous, extending a hand like a fan and saying cheerfully, "These girls keep talking about you, saying you're a peerless master. It's rare to meet you truly. One cannot judge a book by its cover." Xiao Fan felt puzzled. Isn't that idiom used incorrectly? Isn't that insulting? Drinking Alone Under the Moon also facepalmed. Big brother, don't use idioms randomly when you're not educated. It should be your reputation is well-deserved. Oh right, I misspoke. Swallowing Mountains and Rivers scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, extending his hand again. Brother, don't mind me. Come on, let's shake hands. This guy was clearly obsessed with the manly handshake ritual. Xiao Fan recalled those movie scenes where characters secretly competed through handshakes and chuckled inwardly. Is he trying to test my strength? But in this game, with his full set of level 75 equipment, what was there to fear? He smiled and stepped forward without hesitation, firmly grasping the man's large hand. Sure enough, Qi Tunshan he launched his attack the very next second. His broad palm clamped down on Xiao Fan's hand like an iron vice, muscles bulging and veins popping as if he intended to crush bone. However, he clearly underestimated the Taoist's physical attributes. At this moment, relying solely on the strength and constitution points provided by his equipment, Xiao Fan's stats already rivaled those of warriors of the same level. While Qi Tunshan he secretly exerted his full strength, Xiao Fan remained completely unfazed, making his opponent feel as though he was gripping a piece of warm, yet unyielding steel. Seeing little effect, Qi Tunshan he raised an eyebrow and circulated his internal energy with thunderous force, blood surging as the power in his palm suddenly intensified. Upon sensing this, Xiao Fan's lips curved slightly upward as he too mobilized his internal energy, 224 points of true qi and 815 points of vital force, enhanced by advanced cultivation techniques, instantly granting his palm the terrifying power to crush steel. In the next instant, Qi Tunshan he felt as if his palm bones had been struck by a sledgehammer, crying out in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Ease up, brother, go easy. Xiao Fan calmly withdrew his hand, his expression serene and untroubled. Yuxia Duzhua and Tian Wei Fei Xian, knowing Qi Tunshan he's habit of testing strength, had originally wanted to stop him but hadn't expected such a swift reversal. Both immediately burst into laughter. Tian Wei Fei Xian mercilessly mocked. Shanhe, are you getting weak? Actually getting dominated by a delicate little guy? Ahem, Xiao Fan mentally grumbled. Delicate? At most I'm just not buff enough. Qi Tunshan he awkwardly rubbed his hand. What? What domination? This was friendly sparring, right, brother Xiao Fan? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded, then casually asked. How come there are only 3 of you? Where's the 4th person? Yuxia Duzhua kept them in suspense. Coming soon, also a big shot. A big shot. Xiao Fan's heart stirred as he secretly speculated about this person's identity. Yue Xian Xian, I'm here. A tall figure burst out from the city gates. The newcomer was a girl, over 5 feet 7 inches tall, with impossibly long legs complemented by crisp shorts and delicate, pleasant features. Xiao Fan glanced at her and felt she looked familiar, though he couldn't recall where he'd seen her. Checking her information. Anonymous user, level 36 warrior, HP 8192, none other than the top player on the level rankings. So this is the legendary Xiao Fan. That HP is truly terrifying. No wonder you could take down a level 75 boss monster. The anonymous user sincerely praised him after viewing Xiao Fan's stats, but showed no other emotions toward him, clearly indicating they were strangers. Yuxia Duzhua said proudly, "Didn't I tell you? At least a top 10 players server-wide." The anonymous user nodded. "Indeed impressive. I bow to your superiority. Let's go. Time is precious. Let's head out directly." She clearly treasured her leveling time and didn't want to waste a single moment that could cost her the top spot. "Xiao Fan, you're the party leader. You lead the way." Tian Wei Fei Xian transferred the leadership privileges to him. "All right." Xiao Fan checked the countdown timer as second and first bosses of Crimson Valley were about to respawn. So he called out, "Follow me." He strode toward Crimson Valley, his high-tier boots gleaming faintly underfoot. Even without using speed talismans, he moved with startling swiftness. Yuxia Duzhua and the others hurriedly applied their talismans to barely maintain formation. Along the way, Qi Tunshan he still wouldn't give up, muttering as he ran. "I'm telling you, brother, you're a Taoist, shouldn't you be putting all your points into wisdom? Why did you add so much to strength, constitution, and agility?" He was clearly still bothered by his earlier defeat in the strength contest. Yuxia Duzhua shot him a look. "That's his personal business. Why are you prying?" "I was just asking casually." Qi Tunshan his voice immediately softened after being scolded by his sister. Xiao Fan chuckled in response. "Adding some strength lets me wield weapons properly. Adding constitution keeps me from getting killed easily, and adding agility helps with escaping." In reality, he had allocated all points to wisdom, but there was no need to reveal the truth. "Really? Then I'll copy you." Yuxia Duzhua took him seriously. Tian Wei Fei Xian's mouth twitched violently. "Little dummy, don't listen to his nonsense. He's only this powerful because of his high-tier equipment set. How could a normal person have over 20,000 HP? He must have some special talent that lets him ignore equipment level requirements." "Is that so?" Yuxia Duzhua asked with curiosity written all over her face. Xiao Fan simply smiled, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Tian Wei Fei Xian, sharp-eyed and perceptive, had already detected a hidden trait inherent to his chaos body, though only a small part of it. It was enough to prove her seasoned experience. Xiao Fan didn't mind. Being seen through was no big deal. The five of them rushed forward together and soon reached Crimson Valley. The entrance was packed with people. Almost impassable players above level 25 had flooded the area, competing for level 20-30 monsters, just like the old days of fighting over rabbits in the newbie village. Monsters were cleared out the moment they respawned. Xiao Fan led the team through the noisy valley floor to a narrow mountain path beside the cliff face. After climbing just a few steps, he noticed several players ahead already grinding monsters. "Xiao Fan, why are we going up the mountain? Is the dungeon you mentioned in Crimson Stronghold?" Tian Wei Fei Xian asked while observing the terrain. As one of the most popular leveling areas near Jinglei City, they knew Crimson Valley like the back of their hands. "Yes, there's supposed to be a dungeon triggered somewhere in these mountains, but last time I was solo and didn't meet the requirements, so I missed the first clear," Xiao Fan explained. "No party." And I Ming Yong whose eyes widened. "You mean when you killed that level 50 lord and got the territory token? You soloed a level 50 lord without even having a team?" "I can't take all the credit," Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. An NPC from the storyline intervened and left the boss with critical health. "I just delivered the finishing blow." The three girls exchanged glances, still finding it hard to believe. Qi Tunshan he sighed. "Fools have fools' lucky, our luck defies heaven itself." Xiao Fan thought to himself, "This guy's tongue is truly venomous." Yuxia Duzhua immediately exploded, kicking her brother. "Shut up, you stinky brother. You're not allowed to speak without my permission. I was wrong, I was wrong. I'll never use idioms again." Qi Tunshan he begged for mercy repeatedly. Yuxia Duzhua glared at him fiercely, grabbed Xiao Fan's wrist, and charged up the mountain. "Xiao Fan, ignore him, let's go." Left behind, Qi Tunshan he watched his sister's retreating figure and sighed deeply. Alas, when daughters grow up, they can't be kept at home. Tian Wei Fei Xian chuckled softly. "That one you used correctly." The group officially began their mountain ascent. The winding path was narrow with few monsters, so only a handful of players were scattered about. After running just a few dozen meters, they heard a rough shout from ahead. "Hey, there aren't many monsters, hurry, go somewhere else. Don't steal our spawns." Xiao Fan was about to explain they weren't there to grind monsters, but Tian Wei Fei Xian beat him to it. "Mind your own business when it comes to ladies." That single sentence, delivered with such domineering decisiveness, instantly silenced the opposing group. The five of them averaged above level 33, while the team ahead was barely level 30. With such a level gap, the other group had no choice but to slink away. Xiao Fan's team quickly ascended the mountain, ignoring the small monsters they encountered along the way, heading straight for the summit. A few minutes later, the team reached the vicinity of the mountain's steep slope. The terrain here was treacherous with sparse shrubs, and two-player teams had already claimed the rocky platforms with the best vantage points. Batches of bandits respawned on the slope every few moments, often numbering over 20 at a time. The monster density was so high it could be called a leveling paradise clearly. These two teams were camping here to farm experience. The moment Xiao Fan's group of 5 appeared, the crowd across from them stirred. A warrior wielding a large blade and bearing the Brotherhood emblem on his chest strode forward with hostility in his voice. This place has been reserved by our Brotherhood. If you want to level up, get lost and go somewhere else. If you don't listen, don't blame us for not being polite. Brotherhood? Are they famous? Tianwei Feixian looked up, her voice flat but tinged with disdain. Hey, not famous? We're just one of the top 10 guilds in Dragon Nation, with nearly 200,000 core members. The man lifted his chin arrogantly. Hearing the commotion, the other team also gathered around. 10 Brotherhood members formed a fan-shaped circle, trapping Xiao Fan's group of 5 in the center. Several players with leering gazes examined the female players like Yuexia Duzhua, their mocking laughter rising and falling. These 3 girls are really good looking, and their levels are high too. Anonymous user? First place on the level rankings? She's actually this beautiful. Those legs, that chest. TSK. She must be using seduction tactics on bosses, right? Haha, I recognize them. They're core members of the newly formed Wendao Hongmeng Guild from yesterday. Just formed a guild and already think they're #1 in the world? Ridiculous. The Invincible Alliance and Axe Gang will give them more than they can handle. Emboldened by the Brotherhood's reputation, this group of players averaging level 31 showed no restraint, their taunts becoming increasingly brazen. Xiao Fan's group's faces darkened. The first to explode was Qi Tuan Shanha, who shielded his sister behind him, veins bulging. Damn it, you bunch of ugly losers and scumbags. Haven't died before, have you? Put away those looks right now. If you dare glance at my sister one more time, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. With that, he stepped forward, his bronze battle axe flashing with cold light. The Brotherhood had superior numbers and showed no fear. The leader, Brotherhood Broken Blade, not only didn't restrain himself but deliberately stared at Yuexia Duzhua's chest, grinning provocatively. I'm looking, so what can you do about it? Your sister's not bad, 36C. Getting angry? If you've got the guts, come gouge out my eyes. Boss Blade is mighty. Others joined in the jeering. Hand over the girls, and we'll spare your lives, otherwise we'll kill you back to the city. The vulgar words poured down like dirty water. Qi Tuan Shanha's rage exploded as he swung his axe. Clang. The battle axe was blocked, and red damage numbers of 490 jumped into the air. At the same time, Qi Tuan Shanha's name turned red above his head, and Xiao Fan's group, being in the same party, were also marked with red names. Haha, he attacked first. He fell for it. Broken Blade laughed wickedly. They're all red named now, brothers attack. So much bronze equipment will make a killing if we can drop even a few pieces. Maybe we'll even get some of the girls' lingering fragrance. Hahaha. 10 players raised their weapons, both long and short, unleashing their martial energy in unison. Amid the clashing sounds, Qi Tuan Shanha was instantly focused down and lost 70% of his health bar nearly emptied. Brother, retreat. Yuexia Duzhua cried out, leaping toward the front line. Tianwei Feixian and anonymous user flanked left and right, trying to share the incoming damage. Just as both sides were about to engage in close combat, a blazing fireball swept past the 3 of them, trailing a scorching wake. Xiao Fan had made his move. The flames blazed brilliantly, dazzling and mesmerizing. A scorching fireball whistled past Yuexia Duzhua's ear with a burning hum, tearing through the Brotherhood's ranks, soaring over the front line to strike precisely at the chest of a player in the center of their formation. Boom. 14,799. Crimson 5-digit damage numbers erupted as the full health player was instantly killed, his corpse crashing to the ground. What the hell just happened? The crowd stood stunned. In a split second, something even more terrifying occurred. Whoosh. A ring of fire exploded outward from the corpse, flames roiling in a perfect 5-meter radius. 800 burn. 800 burn. 800 burn. Damage numbers rained down from above 10 Brotherhood members' heads, the burning effect lasting a full 50 seconds. Xiao Fan. Everyone spun around to see Xiao Fan wielding a wooden magical sword, his face twisted with disgust as he glared at the Brotherhood members before him. Damn, this damage is all wrong. What's going on? Xiao Fan. Could this be the guy who got the first kill on that level 75 boss? Holy crap. Why is this burn damage so high and lasting so long? The opposing players had been standing in a tight formation, all 10 caught within the 5-meter fire ring. Their health plummeted at 800 points per second, healing potions barely raised before being overwhelmed by the relentless flames, their health bars destined to hit 0 within seconds. Seeing no hope of survival, Brotherhood's Duan Dao gritted his teeth and snarled. Damn it. We've hit a brick wall today. Brothers, kill 1 to break even. Kill 2 and we profit. Before he finished speaking, he raised his sword and charged straight at Qi Tuan Shanha and Yuexia Duzhua at the front. Kill them. The remaining members desperately focused fire on the low-health Qi Tuan Shanha. At that moment, A red light slashed forward like lightning. Xiao Fan's second strike. Flash. A blood-red sword energy swept across, 2 meters wide and 82 meters long. Splurt. 10,003. 20,010 critical hit. 10,032. The razor-sharp sword energy pierced through 4 players in succession, devastating damage numbers exploding in the air as 4 corpses collapsed one after another. Jesus, what kind of skill is this? Such massive range and insane damage. Crap, 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 I dropped my boots. More than half the team was instantly wiped out. The Brotherhood members tried to drag Chi Tun Shan He down with them, but watched as he swallowed a greater revival pill, restoring 5,000 health and instantly filling his health bar. Meanwhile, they continued suffering 800 points per second of burn damage, their healing items rendered useless as they crashed to the ground one by one. You have actively killed player Brotherhood Duan Dao, gaining 50 kill points. You have actively killed player Brotherhood Can Pao, gaining 50 kill points. You have actively killed player Brotherhood Tai Eryi, gaining 50 kill points. Notification messages flooded the screen as Xiao Fan slaughtered 10 players in one breath, his kill points skyrocketing by 500, turning his name blood red to black. His teammates, having assisted in combat, were also marked red with 250 kill points each. The battlefield fell silent. With just 2 skills, Xiao Fan had eliminated 10 players, the explosive damage leaving everyone feeling like they were trapped in a nightmare. The Brotherhood members lay there in bewildered confusion, even forgetting to return to town for revival. Yuxia Duzhua and the others were equally stunned. They knew Xiao Fan was powerful, but they never imagined he was this powerful. A single skill dealing over 10,000 damage, is this guy even human? Tianwei Feixian and Yuexia Duzhua stood there with their mouths agape, staring at Xiao Fan in front of them, unable to form a complete sentence for the longest time. Even a full set of silver gear, or even gold equipment, couldn't achieve such explosive damage numbers. Anonymous user had originally planned to finish off 1 or 2 enemies, but before he could even click on his skill bar, the Brotherhood squad in front of him was instantly wiped out. Chitu and Shana's eyes went wide as his entire perception of Xiao Fan completely changed. Everyone stared at Xiao Fan, but he remained calm, casually reminding them. The second boss should respawn soon. With no one in the way, we can start the dungeon now. After saying this, completely unbothered by his red player status, he lifted his foot and walked toward the stronghold gates, his movements so composed it was as if the massacre he'd just performed was nothing more than swatting a few mosquitoes. Hey! Everyone silently complained in their hearts. He just cleared 10 people in one go and couldn't even be bothered to show off. The Brotherhood members like Duan Dao were frustrated beyond belief, but could only respawn on the spot and return to Thunder City with their tails between their legs after losing a level, not even daring to throw around any tough talk. Just then, a string of newly spawned bandits appeared on the slope. As Xiao Fan charged straight into the mob, Yuexia Duzhua was about to warn him when he had already raised his Thunderstrike sword for a sweeping attack. Whoosh. Dark gray energy swept across, and 23 ordinary bandits' health bars instantly hit rock bottom, red numbers floating above their heads simultaneously. 10234, 10866. The entire scene fell so silent you could hear the wind. Holy crap! Chitu and Shanha swallowed hard. The 3 female teammates' jaws dropped slightly, once again stunned by this display. The remaining Brotherhood members completely gave up. He's the real deal. Retreat. They picked up what dignity they could find and fled in panic. The area finally quieted down. Xiao Fan bent down to collect the scattered copper coins from the ground, dividing them equally among the 5 players. 10 each. Yuexia Duzhua wanted to ask how he managed it, but couldn't find the right words. Tianwei Feixian muttered under her breath. I thought he just got lucky stealing the boss kill. Turns out he was being modest all along. Chitu and Shanha sighed. This is insanely overpowered. Good thing I didn't randomly use skills when we shook hands earlier, or I would have lost levels by now. Anonymous user, the highest level among them, frowned in silence, clearly analyzing Xiao Fan's damage mechanics. Rumble. The heavy stronghold gates slowly creaked open as the second boss emerged carrying 2 hexagonal hammers, flanked by 2 minions. What scoundrels dare to trespass on my crimson stronghold? The guy had indeed respawned. As team leader, Xiao Fan stepped forward directly. Cut the chatter and start the dungeon. The second boss didn't understand the word dungeon and took it as provocation, snorting coldly. You little punk, causing trouble on Grandpa's turf. You won't shed tears until you see your coffin. Brothers, come out. With his thunderous shout, the air seemed to ripple like water. Everyone checked their maps and discovered they were no longer in the open world's crimson stronghold, but had been pulled into a dedicated dungeon space. It really is a dungeon. Anonymous user's eyes lit up as he positioned himself right next to Xiao Fan, ready to fight alongside him and show his worth. Main story dungeons offered rich experience. Nothing was more beloved by leveling enthusiasts. Rustle dark shadows emerged from all sides as over 40 bandits surrounded them, each with double the health of the ordinary bandits outside. The second boss snorted. Take them down. I'm going back for a nap. He then strode back into the stronghold interior, apparently having no intention of joining the fight. Xiao Fan and his teammates felt their vision blur as the system teleported them all to the bottom of the slope, which was the entrance to the dungeon. In the upper left corner, a semi-transparent interface panel suddenly appeared. Dungeon information. Name, Crimson Stronghold. Level 40 Body Tempering Realm Main Quest. Difficulty, Pioneer Mode. Double attributes, double rewards. Note, other lower difficulty levels will only unlock after successful pioneering. Personal resurrections, 0-3. Dungeon capacity, 0-5, currently 55. At the bottom was a statistics tab that allowed real-time viewing of team and individual DPS, damage taken, and aggro. This is the dungeon? There's not even a storyline. Tianhui Faxian was the first to snap out of his shock at Xiao Fan's strength, frowning as he surveyed their surroundings. I already triggered the storyline when I soloed it, Xiao Fan said, tapping the panel. The system won't make us replay it, so now we just need to clear the dungeon. The original Crimson Stronghold storyline involved a player team breaking into the stronghold, discovering the chief was absent with only a legendary weapon remaining. Then Ning Fian would appear, take the weapon, and weaken the returning chief before leaving. However, when Xiao Fan had infiltrated alone without entering dungeon mode, the system had automatically adjusted the scenario. Now that everyone was here together, to maintain world logic, Ning Fian wouldn't appear again, nor would a second legendary weapon be generated. Therefore, the objective was simplify clear all monsters like in normal times. The only thing to note was that the monsters' attributes remained at pioneer level. With so many monsters, this might be tough. Anonymous user frowned. Gripping a short sword in each hand dual wielding wasn't common among players. Xiao Fan surveyed the battlefield, 48 bandits ahead, including 2 elites. The elites were the same level as the regular bandits, but with double health and attack power. Beneath their feet was the respawn point at the dungeon entrance, where system protection made the monsters ignore them. Combat would only trigger once they stepped outside the protective barrier. We have 3 individual resurrections and a maximum of 5 team resurrections. If we all die, we'll be sent back to town, Tianhui Faxian reminded everyone after reviewing the panel, while casting his gaze toward Xiao Fan. Yuxia Duzhua immediately followed up. Xiao Fan, are you confident you can one-shot them all? His voice was filled with anticipation and admiration. I'll give it a try, Xiao Fan replied casually, though he was completely certain he could one-shot the small fries. He waited in place for his windstorm technique to finish cooling down, then took 2 steps forward. The patrolling monsters instantly spotted the intruder and roared in unison. Intruders! Kill them before charging as a group. Xiao Fan casually pulled up information on one bandit. Bandit. Level 33. Health 68006800. Skills / combined strike. Even with doubled health, they were still fragile as paper in his eyes. His lightning sword cut through the air with howling wind and thunderous roar. Whoosh. 10,593. 10,622. 10,611. 2,600. Massive 5-digit damage numbers appeared everywhere. Except for the 2 elites, all other monsters were instantly reduced to 0 health. So amazing! Yuxia Duzhua exclaimed in amazement, his eyes sparkling as he transformed into a little fanboy. Tianhui Faxian glanced at the dungeon statistics and exclaimed in shock, 490,000 damage per second. Her cry of amazement nearly broke through the channel. She quickly covered her mouth, almost bursting into curses, her cheeks flushing red from the shock. Don't just stand there, let's go. She hurriedly composed herself and resumed commanding the team. The highest level anonymous user felt a pang of jealousy. This damage gap was absolutely brutal. To make her presence known, she gripped her sword and charged toward the 2 elite monsters. Swish! Swish! 4,839. 4,901. Her twin blades carved silver arcs through the air with crisp, graceful movements as damage numbers exploded above the monsters' heads. Linger is amazing too. Yuexia Duzhua couldn't help but praise. The 2 elite monsters originally had over 32,000 HP. Though Xiao Fan's wind blast had taken out more than half their health, they still had some remaining. The anonymous user failed to finish them off and took their counterattack the next second. 2,618. 2,492. Just 2 basic attacks cut this long-legged heroine's health in half. Seeing this, Chitu and Shanha and Tianhui Faxian immediately rushed forward, each taking on 1 elite from left and right. Thud. Slash. 1,472. 1,327. Both were warriors, one wielding an axe, the other a sword. Though their damage couldn't match Xiao Fan's or the anonymous users, they were still among the best level 30 players, only overshadowed by Xiao Fan's overwhelming damage output. Linger healing you. Yuexia Duzhua pulled out a small emerald gourd and waved it through the air. A green light descended, and 1888 healing numbers appeared above the anonymous user's head. Healing spells? This game has healers. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Yuexia Duzhua explained, I bought an advanced manual. The intermediate skill is rejuvenation heals once every 8 seconds. An advanced manual costs 10,000 silver taels, a luxury ordinary people wouldn't dare dream of, yet she bought it without hesitation, revealing her true whale status. For Tianhui Faxian's trio, the two elite monsters weren't particularly challenging. Pop potions, position well, dodge skills time consuming, but risk-free. Xiao Fan simply held back, letting his teammates have their moment to shine. Soon, the first wave of monsters was cleared, and a wooden treasure chest appeared on the ground as the dungeon information updated. Dungeon progress, 13. The chest would yield equipment, while experience would only be calculated after completion. If the team wiped, they'd get nothing. Master, you open it. Everyone unanimously offered the chance to Xiao Fan. He shook his head. I've used up all my luck today. My hands are definitely cursed now. Then I'll do it. Yuexia Duzhua bent down and lifted the chest lid. Whoosh. A blue light flashed as a level 30 bronze weapon and 2 iron equipment pieces tumbled out. Not bad, not bad. Getting bronze from Elite wearer's luck is pretty good. Tianhui Faxian encouraged. The loot automatically entered the team's shared inventory. Everyone topped off their health and mana before continuing deeper. That wave was essentially the first boss. Next they'd face the second in command and the chief. The third in command was a field boss, not part of this dungeon. The stronghold gates creaked open as the second in command stepped out. A burly figure with a round, jiggling belly. Bunch of useless trash. Can't handle simple tasks, I'll do it myself. He still brought 2 minions with Hemocene, all too familiar. Crimson Stronghold, second in command boss. Level 40. HP 116 000116 000. Skills: Descend, Ground Slam, Killing Spin. The 2 followers were just ordinary mobs, nothing to worry about. How do we handle this one? Yuexia Duzhua asked. Chitu and Shanha patted his chest. I'll tank it. Even if I die, it's fine. You all focus on damage and try to burst him down. Death in dungeons didn't cost experience or levels. Only exceeding the death limit would cause level loss. Quite player-friendly indeed. Xiao Fan nodded. All right then, let's go. One full combo from me should leave him nearly dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Chitu and Shanha had already leaped forward. The minions in the dungeon will actively attack players, but the boss one tit always waits to counterattack. Katunshin he charged forward with a fierce rush, raising his axe for a strike that thunderously kicked off the boss battle. The second leader sneered coldly. Pathetic and weak. How laughable. Before his words faded, the 6-sided warhammer whistled down and slammed into Katunshin his chest with a loud thud. The stubborn tank didn't dodge, but raised his axe to block clang. The damage number, 1888, immediately popped up above his head. Without that block, he would have lost nearly half his health. Let's go. Tianhui Faxian called out as she rushed in to deal damage. From the back line, Xiao Fan took over with ranged attacks, unleashing Flame Burn and True Chi Palm in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The damage numbers, 14700, 2600, 800 burn, 13402, 2600 flashed rapidly. Just 2 skills had taken down 30 of the second leader's health. Truly impressive. The anonymous user thought with secret admiration, though with a hint of envy. She moved up to fill the gap, her twin swords flashing in lightning-fast combos, each strike dealing over 4,000 damage, while casually finishing off 2 minions. Her sharp, fierce attacks far exceeded those of ordinary players. Suddenly, the second leader erupted with power, stomping the ground and raising both hammers high before slamming them down. Boom. The 3 melee fighters were mid-attack and had no time to dodge. Tianhui Faxian barely grazed the edge, taking 2119 damage, not fatal. Katunshin he, who took the hit Hedon, showed 3998, but fortunately he had just used a potion or he would have been down for the count. What surprised Xiao Fan most was that the highest level anonymous user took an incredible 8910 damage. Her full health bar instantly vaporized. What's going on? Xiao Fan frowned while casting his spell grade Chi sword technique. Yuexia Duzhua explained while continuing his attacks. Poor Linger, her talent is attack increased 3x. Damage taken also increased 3x. No matter how high her health and defense, she's still incredibly fragile. Xiao Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a reckless talent would be fine for a priest with ranged safety, but she chose to be a warrior. One careless moment, and she'd be instantly killed. Reaching level 36 was practically a miracle. In comparison, his own chaos body talent with 10x skill effects was absolutely overpowered. Under Xiao Fan's terrifying firepower, the second leader's health bar rapidly approached 0. He roared in fury. You've enraged me. Take my ultimate move, Slaughter Tornado. Spreading his arms wide, his entire body spun into a whirlwind. Having seen this move before, Xiao Fan immediately warned. Boss ultimate attack, retreat now. Tianhui Faxian flashed backward, while Katunshin he chugged another potion and also retreated frantically. The humanoid tornado howled towards Xiao Fan, who had the highest aggro. He kite while waiting for cooldowns, immediately following up with true chi palm as soon as it was ready. Then swinging his starfall sword to unleash a blood-red sword, chi sweep the second leader, crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Clatter a shower of copper coins scattered across the floor, followed by a treasure chest that dropped down. The dungeon progress instantly updated, entering the final stage. The anonymous user respawned at the entrance with frustration, trotting back with quick steps. Yueshia Dujua laughed mockingly. Poor little thing died once. You can open the chest this time. Watch me get evasion gear, so I'll never take damage again. The anonymous user huffed lightly, her jade hand lifting the lid. Quosha blue light flashed. Even the second in command, a boss-level enemy, only dropped bronze equipment without any silver quality items. The entire battle yielded 4 pieces of gear, 2 bronze, and 2 black iron, decent quality overall, but unfortunately still none with evasion attributes. Now only the final boss target remained, a level 50 lord, universally acknowledged as hell difficulty. Xiao Fan gave his teammates a heads up in advance, telling everyone to max out their status before entering. The team finished resting, health bars topped off, and the 5 pushed open the gates of Crimson Stronghold. Inside was empty, the layout identical to before, eerily silent. Xiao Fan rushed straight ahead toward the main hall, curious whether the storyline had changed after losing the legendary divine weapon. Pushing through the doors, he was greeted by the sight of the chief bandit seated on his throne. A bunch of rats dare to invade my territory, cough, cough. The chief's face was ashen, coughing repeatedly, his breathing clearly labored. Xiao Fan immediately pulled up the data panel. Crimson Stronghold Chief Lord. Level 50. Health 220, 0004440, 000 injured. Skills: Death-Seeking Slash, Bloodlight Blade, Aura, Tyrant's Combo Strike. Half health. His teammates were thrilled after all. The final boss had lost half his life right from the start. But Xiao Fan shook his head silently. A 5-player dungeon boss was still challenging, and this injury was nothing compared to Ning Fian's sword strike. The current boss was in a protected state and couldn't be attacked immediately. The chief coughed a few times, gripped the long blade beside him, dragging its tip across the ground with a harsh metallic screech, and walked step by step to the open area outside the hall. His voice was hoarse yet still sharp. Come then, let me see what you're capable of. According to the mechanics, the boss went second. Players had to make the first move to break his defense. Xiao Fan glanced around and whispered to the group. This guy's fast. Spread out, don't let him stick to you. My burst damage is high. Hold out for 30 seconds, and I can finish him. Don't try to tank it. No worries, I've still got 5 lives. Chi Tun Shan, he patted his chest boldly. Little unlucky, still has 4 too. Someone chimed in from the side. Anonymous user raised his hand. I'll start. Since no one was backing down, Xiao Fan stopped talking and flicked his finger upward. Flame incineration crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom. 14,698. 2,600. 800. Burn. The signature 3-stage damage numbers flashed by, directly shaving off 8 of the boss's actual health. The chief snorted coldly. Nothing special. Dot. His long blade swept sideways, opening with Bloodlight Blade Aura. Everyone dodged in different directions, but Xiao Fan advanced instead of retreating, raising his Mystic Mist umbrella to block, while simultaneously unleashing True Chi Palm and Chi Sword technique in succession. Boom. Whoosh. 13,398. 2,600. Whoosh. 14,500. 2,600. Lightning Swords, Thunder Attribute Bonus. 2 skills pierced through violently with impressive damage output. The blade aura struck the Mystic Mist umbrella, still dealing 7,000 points of damage, significantly more powerful than the previous version. Based on these numbers, you'd need at least a level 40 team with full bronze iron mixed equipment to even qualify to face this boss. But Xiao Fan was tough enough even without artifacts. He could tank several hits. He sheathed the umbrella and drew his Starfall sword, pure physical sword energy surging forth. Not bad, kid. You've got some skill, the chief roared. Having lost nearly half his health in one go, he leaped up for the kill, instantly activating Tyrant's Combo Strike. His long blade whistled through the air like a tiger, each strike accompanied by Crimson Blade Aura extending 3 to 4 meters, with maxed out special effects that made it extremely difficult to dodge. Xiao Fan quickly dodged backward, evading 3 strikes before the 4th blade caught him, dealing over 5,000 damage. His 1,380 defense points proved their worth. Incredible. Yuxia Dujua immediately healed him while casting the advanced wood element skill Jumong Thorn. Emerald vines shot through the air, providing steady damage output for the team. The 3 melee fighters tried to advance, but were forced back. Their chi skills had a maximum range of 5 meters, barely scratching the boss, while not daring to get too close. Only Xiao Fan remained in the field, kiting the Lord. His movement speed matched the bandit chief's, and combined with his magical artifacts and ultra-long-range skills, he maintained a safe distance. Just as he was about to be caught, he activated Wild Charge, leaping 50 meters like a beast unleashed, kicking up dust, and leaving his teammates stunned. They had never seen such an outrageous escapability. The bandit chief's health bar visibly dropped. For a level 50 lord, this pace was almost humiliating. In just over half a minute, he let out a defiant roar. Lord Blackwind will avenge me. His words cut short as his massive body crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully completed the first clear of Crimson Stronghold Dungeon. The system will make a regional announcement. Please have the team leader name your squad. Congratulations on completing the first clear difficulty of Crimson Stronghold. You have earned the honorary title Hero of Justice. You have gained 50 reputation points. You have gained 1,382,000 experience points. With the Lord's death, the dungeon fell silent. A golden-trimmed treasure chest materialized in the center of the stronghold, and everyone simultaneously glowed with leveling light as their health and mana were instantly restored. Xiao Fan looked down at the bandit chief's corpse and shook his head gently. Lord Blackwind won't get the chance to avenge you. A thought crossed his mind. Blackwind Cave. Could that be the next main storyline dungeon? The body tempering stage corresponded to Crimson Stronghold, so the chi refining stage would likely be Blackwind Cave. In just over 2 days, those Blackwind monsters would probably respawn. He'd check it out then and claim another first clear. The massive treasure chest gleamed with golden light, and copper coins were scattered all over the ground. Standing before the chest, Xiao Fan caught a glimpse of his experience bar skyrocketing on his character panel. This dungeon run had boosted him from level 36 straight to level 36 and a half, just a sliver away from level 37. The other 4 teammates had each jumped 2 to 3 levels as well. In less than 10 minutes, over 1 million experience points had been earned, and even the most composed member of the team, anonymous user, couldn't help but whisper in admiration, incredible. Whether he was praising the rewards or complimenting Xiao Fan himself wasn't entirely clear. The system was about to announce the first clear, requiring an official team name. Xiao Fan simply tossed the naming rights to his teammates. You guys come up with a team name. Tian Wei Feixian had already prepared and blurted out. Let's call it Wendao Hongming Guild Recruiting Free Girlfriends Included. No. Chitu and Shanha quickly interjected. Not girlfriends. We're giving away hunky guys. The system prompt indicated only 8 characters were allowed. Xiao Fan glanced at it and casually typed, Wendao Hongming. Buzz. A regional announcement instantly covered Jinglei City. Player team, Wendao Hongming Guild Recruiting, has overcome countless obstacles and endured tremendous hardships to successfully defeat the level 50 boss Crimson Stronghold Chief, completing the first clear of the body tempering stage main storyline dungeon Crimson Stronghold. Team members, Xiao Fan, anonymous user, Yuexia Duzhua, Tian Wei Feixian, Chitu and Shana. After the announcement scrolled 3 times, a second system activity announcement followed. The body tempering stage main storyline dungeon Crimson Stronghold is now open. All players level 1050 may form teams and enter at Crimson Valley 147, 3615, 21 to earn massive experience and rare equipment. The news exploded, and millions of players in Jinglei City instantly erupted with excitement. Finally, a dungeon. Main storyline dungeon with tons of experience. Let's go. Wendao Hongming. This guild is so powerful. Both leaderboard experts and first kill legend Xiao Fan are there. Let's go check it out. The already overcrowded Crimson Valley saw waves of players rushing toward the coordinates. Inside the dungeon, Xiao Fan's team gathered around the third boss's corpse, everyone beaming with joy. Thanks to the first clear announcement, they had successfully given their new guild massive exposure. Although Wendao Hongming was the first faction to establish a guild and purchase headquarters, their strength had always been questioned due to having fewer members than Invincible Alliance and Brotherhood. This first clear had certainly established their reputation and significantly boosted their appeal. Yuexia Duzhua looked at her character panel, still finding it hard to believe, and turned to bow formally to Xiao Fan. Thank you so much. Without you, we couldn't have even defeated the first wave of mobs. It was nothing, Xiao Fan waved dismissively. He had already received a substantial fee from that wealthy boss lady, so this little favor was hardly worth mentioning. With that, he patted the massive chest in front of them. Come on, let's open the chest. Who wants to do the honors? Pioneer dungeon runs always had generous drops. The first 2 minor bosses had dropped bronze equipment, and this boss guaranteed at least silver gear. This chest couldn't possibly disappoint. I'll do it. Yuexia Duzhua raised her hand, brimming with confidence. My luck is off the charts today. I guarantee we'll get legendary equipment. The others were happy to oblige and stepped aside to give her space. She extended her delicate fingertip to grasp a corner of the chest lid, first closing her eyes to whisper a prayer. Please give us an awesome weapon. Click. Golden light shot skyward, making the entire cavern seem bright as daylight for an instant. When the radiance faded, a gleaming golden blade appeared on the ground, along with 2 pieces of silver glowing armor and several shining bronze equipment pieces. Wow, we got gold gear. Is it really a weapon? My sister is invincible. Everyone was stunned for a moment. never expecting a reward that exceeded boss quality to actually drop. The gleaming golden blade lay quietly on the ground, its surface reflecting a cold light that seemed capable of slicing through the air itself. Drinking alone under the moon's face lit up with joy as he bent down to pick up the blade, carefully placing it into the team inventory. The golden weapon's attributes immediately appeared in the team channel. Bloodlight Warblade. Quality Gold. Level 50. Attack Power 420. Strength 26. Ignore Defense 210. Critical Rate 12.5. Special Effect Overwhelming Force. Additional Attack Power 200. Requirement: Two-handed. Durability: 5000. So powerful. Xiao Fan's eyes widened. This two-handed blade adds 610 attack directly, plus it cuts through 210 physical defense, which is equivalent to breaking 800 attack power. Even level 80 weapons can't compare. This is absolutely ridiculous. He was shocked internally, his words filled with disbelief. Fairy from beyond the sky stared intently, her face clearly showing, "I want it." Swallowing Mountains and Rivers was also captivated, nodding repeatedly. This is simply an invincible divine weapon, so rare. How should we distribute it? You guys discuss it, let me check the other drops. Xiao Fan casually replied, crouching down to count the remaining loot. Although this blade was heaven-defying, as a Taoist, he needed to keep one hand free for casting spells, making two-handed weapons incompatible with him. He focused his attention on the two silver equipment pieces. The first was a hat, while he was currently wearing only a level 50 black iron one. Heroic Headband. Quality: Silver. Level 50. Max Health 1900. Max Chi 140. Defense 237. Constitution 12. Durability 3000. It boosted both health and chi, with attributes perfectly suited to address the current stage's awkward mana shortage. Xiao Fan's own chi was only around 100 points, but with the golden ring and this hat, it could instantly reach 372 points. The second silver item was a pair of level 75 shoes with decent attributes, but they weren't as good as the level 75 silver shoes he was wearing, so he set them aside. Drinking alone under the moon looked at Xiao Fan and tentatively asked, "Xiao Fan, this blade, are you really not considering it?" "Can't use it, I prefer this hat." Xiao Fan shook his head. After some thought, Drinking alone under the moon said, "Then give the weapon to Fairy, you take the hat, and the rest is all yours." The heroic headband was quite valuable, and everyone envied it, but Xiao Fan had contributed the most to the dungeon, so it would be perfectly reasonable for him to take everything. The only reason was that he couldn't use the two-handed blade, so he gave it up. Xiao Fan first collected the two pieces of equipment, immediately equipping the hat. His health soared to 25,385, chi to 372, and defense to 1,490, making his attribute panel suddenly shine. Fairy from beyond the sky couldn't be happy just yet. Her level wasn't high enough, so the golden blade could only sit in her inventory for now. Among the other drops, there was a high-level warrior skill book he couldn't use, and the potions and talismans weren't particularly surprising. Only one item caught his interest. Mysterious Treasure Map. Description: contains buried treasures unknown to others, suspected to be some great cultivator's legacy. He had seen introductions on the forums before. Treasure maps came in 3 tiers: ordinary, mysterious, and ancient. The higher the prefix, the more outrageous the rewards. Ancient treasure maps guaranteed dark gold or higher treasures, while mysterious maps gave at least bronze items, with good luck potentially yielding gold. "I'll take the treasure map, you guys can have the rest." Xiao Fan spoke up. "How can we accept this? We didn't contribute much, and we're already getting the golden blade. How can we take the rest too?" Drinking alone under the moon waved his hands repeatedly. Xiao Fan chuckled. "You're my big boss. The money from our previous 2 transactions is enough for me to live comfortably for a lifetime. Consider these items as a thank you gift. Let's team up for dungeons again next time. That's it for today, I'm leaving." Before his words finished, he directly left the party. "Hey, this." Everyone was about to speak when Xiao Fan had already disappeared from the dungeon space, returning to the main world. Swallowing Mountains and Rivers sighed. What a generous young man. The golden two-handed blade plus these drops are worth at least 5 million, and he walked away without batting an eye. Drinking alone under the moon corrected. "That's called treating money like dirt." "Oh right. Look at my mouth, not keeping up with my brain's rhythm again." Swallowing Mountains and Rivers scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh. After leaving the team, the space around Xiao Fan twisted, teleporting him directly out of the dungeon and onto the real map of Crimson Stronghold. The path that was once crawling with bandits now stood empty, automatically designated as a peaceful zone by the system. The wooden gate that had previously stood open was replaced by a translucent light barrier. The new dungeon entrance lay before him. He reached out to touch the light screen and immediately heard a prompt. "You are not in a party and cannot challenge the Crimson Stronghold dungeon." A status panel then appeared. 1. Dungeon level, 1050 body tempering stage. 2. Difficulty, normal 50, hard 100. 3. Party size, 35 players. 4. Dungeon rewards, 690,000 EXP, random equipment. 5. Remaining reward attempts, 0 resets daily at midnight. 6. Remaining entry attempts, 2 resets daily at midnight. Only 2 difficulty levels, Xiao Fan frowned silently. He wanted to farm more experience tomorrow, but even on hard mode, the rewards would only be half of today's first clear. However, for regular players, this difficulty system was quite friendly. Normal mode was only 50 intensity, with entrance monsters reduced to 12, the boss's health cut to 110,000, and all stats scaled down. Any elite team averaging level 35 could clear it. Though the experience was halved, it was better than not being able to reach the threshold at all. As he pondered this, footsteps echoed from the hillside. The regional announcement had just ended, and waves of players were rushing toward the coordinates. Quick, quick, it's here. Found the dungeon entrance light barrier. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Look, it's the great Xiao Fan. Wow, he's so handsome. Master, please share your strategy. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, want to find one? If you do, want another? The chattering crowd pressed, so close he could barely move. Xiao Fan raised his voice. The dungeon's pretty tough, try normal mode first. After dropping this advice, he sidestepped through the crowd and slid down the mountain path. More and more players were climbing up the mountain. The narrow dirt road was completely blocked, and the newly spawned bandits didn't even get a chance to look at the sky before vanishing in the sea of players and flashing Bladisa, truly brutal scene. On his way down, Xiao Fan encountered several members of the Invincible Alliance and Brotherhood. These guys reacted like mice seeing a cat, nearly jumping off the cliff in panic. Not seeing familiar faces like Invincible Overlord or Invincible Dragon Lord, Xiao Fan couldn't be bothered and continued on his way. There was still half a day until tonight's monster siege, and he needed to keep improving his strength. The 690,000 experience from the first clear had shot him up to second place on the level rankings. With a bit more effort, he might overtake that long-legged heroine. He also needed to find time to explore the mysterious treasure map in his possession. Alright, I got a title too. He just remembered that the system had awarded him the Evil Punishing Hero honor upon first clear. Evil Punishing Hero. 1. 10 additional favorability with all human NPCs in Thunder City region. 2. Early access to demon extermination missions normally requires level 50. Huh? What kind of gameplay is this? He immediately opened the forum to search, only to discover it was another way to farm experience, and quite important at that. Demon slaying and justice protection background. In the Divine Dragon continent, demons and monsters run rampant, bringing disasters everywhere. The common people suffer greatly and turn to the city lords' mansions for help. Though the mansions have exhausted all their resources, their manpower remains limited. They have no choice but to post notices in major cities, hoping that warriors from other worlds will step forward to uphold justice for the people. To facilitate recruitment, every city has erected a massive bulletin board beside the city lord's mansion. These wooden-framed boards are studded with copper nails and densely covered with mission documents. Players can accept tasks either solo or in teams, traveling to designated locations to subdue demons and eliminate evil. Those who complete their missions can report to the City Guard General to claim substantial experience rewards and precious demon-slaying merit points. These merit points can be directly exchanged with the General for high-tier magical treasures, cultivation techniques, or equipment. The words substantial experience practically blazed before Xiao Fan's eyes. At only level 36, he noticed the notice clearly stated that missions requiring level 50 or above offered exceptionally generous experience rewards. If he could complete one ahead of schedule, he might gain several levels in one go. With this thought, Xiao Fan immediately changed direction and raced toward the nearest city, Thunder City, like lightning. In no time, he arrived at the city lord's mansion entrance. People bustled up and down the towering stone steps, and sure enough, there stood the bulletin board. As Xiao Fan approached for a closer look, good heavens, the wooden board was plastered with new and old missions, easily over 100 of them. He browsed casually. 1. Children's Night Crying, simple difficulty, 2 merit points in White Sand Village. Children cry inexplicably at midnight. Please investigate the cause and resolve this anomaly. Time remaining, 71 hours. 2. Forest Evil Spirit, normal difficulty, 3 merit points. Demons frequently appear on the official road through Greenwood Forest, repeatedly attacking merchants and travelers. Please eliminate them immediately. Time remaining, 19 hours. 3. Empty Tomb, hard difficulty, 5 merit points. The ancestral graves in Hongnan Town have been robbed, and the remains are missing. Urgent investigation needed. Completion rewards a return scroll. Time remaining, 39 hours. Similar missions were countless, with difficulties ranging from simple to divine calamity. Xiao Fan noticed that missions were divided by player cultivation. Realm Qi refining stage players could only accept Qi refining missions, while foundation building stage and above were automatically locked. Normally, body tempering stage players couldn't accept any missions, but his Punisher of Evil title allowed him to take on chi refining stage tasks beyond his level. Difficulty was subdivided into 6 tiers: simple, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and divine calamity. The chi refining stage only went up to nightmare difficulty, while hell and divine calamity would unlock at later cultivation stages. Each player was limited to 3 missions per day and could only hold one at a time. Failures also counted toward the limit. Completing hard difficulty and above would grant an additional return scroll, allowing instant teleportation back to the main city and saving travel time. Thinking about how he had to run himself ragged every time he returned to the city, Xiao Fan's heart raced with excitement. With return scrolls, he could save tremendous amounts of time in the future. He scanned the mission board and selected the highest difficulty available for the chi refining stage nightmare level. Immortal's Remains, Nightmare Difficulty. 8 merit points. The Immortal's Remains that Old Wang's family in Snake Coil Village has worshipped for generations have mysteriously disappeared. Please help recover them and punish the thief. Completion rewards a return scroll. Time remaining, 22 hours. All demon-slaying mission descriptions were extremely brief, but their difficulty ratings were never empty labels. Nightmare level already posed a life-or-death trial for chi refining cultivators, let alone for Xiao Fan, who was still in the body tempering stage. Ding, do you confirm accepting the demon-slaying mission Immortal's Remains? Confirm. System notifications immediately appeared. You have accepted the demon-slaying mission Immortal's Remains. Please complete it within 22 hours and 13 minutes. If you exceed the time limit or fail, 5 credit points will be deducted. Credit points can only be accumulated by completing hard difficulty and above missions. If your credit falls below 100, you will be unable to accept any demon-slaying missions. Once a mission was accepted, it was no joke. Repeated failures would result in being blacklisted by the system. Xiao Fan composed himself and decided to first check the merit shop. Beside the bulletin board stood an armored general with broad shoulders and a powerful build. Though his face was covered by a full beard, his expression was gentle. City Guard General Zhang Yuan. Seeing Xiao Fan approach, he cupped his hands in greeting. Young hero Xiao Fan, what do you need? Clearly, the Punisher of Evil title had earned him the general's full favor. I'd like to see what can be exchanged with demon-slaying merit points. General Zhang nodded cheerfully and displayed an interface for him to examine. The merit shop categorizes items by cultivation realm, with the chi refining stage being the lowest tier. Behind the counter, a light screen continuously scrolled through product information. 1. Spirit Recovery Pill, 5 merit points. Instantly restores 80 true chi and 20 health upon consumption, 15-second cooldown. Usable by chi refining stage and below. 2. Demon Slaying Potion, 10 merit points. Can temper weapons or magical treasures. Increases damage against demons by 30 for 3 minutes. 3. Mid-grade Magical Treasure, 15 merit points. Randomly drops 1 mid-grade magical treasure for chi refining stage, tradable. 4. Level 80 Bronze Equipment, 30 merit points. Random slot, tradable. 5. Level 100 Bronze Equipment, 50 merit points. Random slot, tradable. 6. High-grade Magical Treasure, 45 merit points. Randomly drops 1 high-grade chi refining stage magical treasure, tradable. 7. Supreme Magical Treasure, 150 merit points. Randomly drops 1 Supreme Chi refining stage magical treasure, soulbound. One-time purchase limit. 8. Advanced Cultivation Manual, 300 merit points. Randomly grants 1 Advanced Cultivation Manual, soulbound. One-time purchase limit. Beyond these, silver equipment, gold equipment, advanced skill books, and spell skill books filled the catalog, each requiring increasingly higher merit points. Xiao Fan scanned the entire list from top to bottom. Given his current cultivation level, only the spirit recovery pills and demon-slaying potions would be immediately useful. Bronze equipment stats weren't impressive enough for him, while level 100 silver equipment cost 200 merit points, impossible to accumulate in the short term. Since that was the case, he might as well take on quests to level up first, and merit points would naturally follow. After confirming the shop inventory, he turned to leave, preparing to challenge the chi refining stage nightmare dungeon. The experience would surely be abundant. Hopefully the difficulty wouldn't be too outrageous. The main quest, Immortal's Remains, required him to first visit Xipan Village and speak with contact person Old Wang to trigger the subsequent storyline. Xiao Fan opened the system map, where a green marker had automatically highlighted Xipan Village. A full 200 kilometers from Jinglei City. No wonder the quest reward included a return scroll. Without it, the journey alone would take 2 to 3 hours. Fortunately, monster zones were distributed along the route, so leveling up along the way wouldn't be a loss. He wasted no more time, activated Wind Step, and rushed toward the north gate. While running, he pulled out the mysterious treasure map to study it again. The description was crystal clear. This map supposedly belonged to some great cultivator's legacy. The location was vague, only determinable to be near Longtu Town. Upon arrival, one would need to follow the map's guidance and dig to a depth of approximately 5 meters. To verify the route, he opened the regional map again. Within the 10,000-kilometer radius surrounding Jinglei City lay dozens of small towns and countless villages, though human activity was mainly concentrated within 1,000 kilometers. Longtu Town was located to the north, about 50 kilometers from Shipan village perfectly along the way. However, the phrase 5 meters deep troubled him clearly. He'd need to bring his own shovel. Thinking of this unexpected additional tool, he decided to inquire around the city, following residents' directions to find a blacksmith shop, where he spent one tael of silver to purchase a bronze-quality, treasure-hunting shovel with 10,000 durability. Everything was ready. It was time for demon slaying and treasure hunting. The moment Xiao Fan stepped out of Thunder City, a friend notification chimed with a ding. Yuxia Dujua sent a private message. Xiao Fan, we discovered that the evil punishing hero title allows us to take on demon elimination quests that normally require the Qi refinement stage. Want to join us? Team and solo rewards are the same, but team mode increases the difficulty to party level, which is pretty troublesome. Xiao Fan certainly wanted to repay this generous benefactor, but he couldn't possibly drag around a few burdens every day. So he politely declined. You guys go ahead. I'm going treasure hunting and leveling up. The city defense battle starts in half a day. Alright, just find me or Sienna if you want to team up. When you join a guild later, remember to consider us first. Yuxia Dujua replied with a smiley message, clearly trying to recruit him. Sure thing. Xiao Fan ended the chat, feeling conflicted. Ever since obtaining the chaos body, everyone and everything he encountered had changed completely. In the past, he was just an ordinary young man with terrible luck. Orphaned from childhood, friends would inexplicably turn against him, and whenever work showed promise, he'd be fired within 3 days for bizarre reasons. Over time, he lost the will to try hard or make friends. But in the primordial world, he was thriving. Even so, he remained cautious, unwilling to get too close to anyone or join any organization. Fate was unpredictable, and who knew if he'd lose everything again tomorrow. Thunder City had leveling areas in all 4 directions. Beyond the north gate stretched rolling hills where nearby monsters were pitifully low level. Xiao Fan activated Swift Step and sprinted forward. With his increased Qi limit, he could maintain Swift Step for a full 100 seconds, rest briefly, then continue sprinting. After depleting his Qi, it recovered slowly at 9 points per minute. As he ran, skill experience accumulated quietly. Bang Swift Step reached level 2. The speed remained unchanged, but duration extended from 10 to 15 seconds, giving him 150 seconds of high-speed advancement. He couldn't be bothered with monsters below level 30. Only after entering the level 40 monster zone did he casually cast a few skills to clear the path, accumulating experience from the small monsters. Over 2 hours, he crossed through 3 major monster zones levels 40, 50, and 60, quietly filling half his experience bar and reaching level 37. Meanwhile, the green quest marker on the world map gradually drew closer. After slaying another elite monster, he looked up. Ahead lay a massive mountain sprawling across the earth like a coiled python. Serpent Coil Mountain. Serpent Coil Village nestled at its base. More like a giant pile of crap than a coiled snake. Xiao Fan quipped mischievously, though he quickened his pace. Serpent Coil Village had only a few dozen households. Seeing the words, evil punishing hero, above his head, every villager greeted him with smiles. After asking for directions, Xiao Fan arrived at a dilapidated thatched hut and called out. Is Old Wong home? I'm a cultivator from Thunder City, here to assist with investigating the stolen Immortal Bones case. Yes, I'm here. The door curtain flew open, and out popped a short, fat old man with a scruffy beard and grease-stained clothes. He rushed forward, grabbing Xiao Fan's hands with tears in his voice. Young hero, you must seek justice for me. Those immortal bones that our Wong family has worshipped for generations, they were eaten by Lu Wangkai. Xiao Fan froze on the spot. Immortal bones, eaten by Wangkai? Old man, please be clear who exactly took the immortal's remains. Xiao Fan patted the old man's hunched back while speaking, trying to calm him down. Old Wong wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, his voice choked with emotion but not daring to delay, and immediately explained the whole story. My Wong family was originally descended from immortals, passed down through a single lineage for generations. Our ancestors relied on the enlightenment inheritance left by our forebears and produced many cultivation masters. The entire village held our family in great respect. Xiao Fan glanced at the thatched cottage before him. Cracked walls, a roof with wild grass blown askew by the wind, and even the door was only half intact. Looking at Old Wong's faded coarse cloth clothing, he sighed inwardly. This didn't look like the proper setting for immortal descendants, and the story was probably about to take a turn. Sure enough, Old Wong continued with a bitter smile. But who would have known that when my grandfather was 14, he was bitten by a rabid dog and injured in his lower body, leaving him unable to have children. The Wong family couldn't let the bloodline end, so they adopted a child, my father. Unfortunately, my father had extremely poor talent and his cultivation stagnated. After grandfather passed away, Those magical treasures and spiritual objects that had been with our family for years were all stolen by bullies from nearby villages. At this point, he let out a long sigh and pointed to the grass hut behind him. By my generation, nothing was left except one ancestral immortal bone passed down from our forebears. I hid it under my pillow and guarded it day and night. Xiao Fan's gaze moved between the grass hut and the shabby wooden bed, thinking to himself, this house doesn't even have a proper door, so hiding something under the pillow is hardly different from leaving it on the street being robbed, was practically inevitable. Old Wang cried out with tears and snot streaming down his face. But who could have expected it? 3 days ago, that bastard Lu Wangkai barged in and stole the immortal bone. Don't worry, old man. Xiao Fan comforted him. I'll get your things back. Is Lu Wangkai a person or a dog? Just take me to see him directly. My face still carries some weight. He's nothing but a dog. Old Wang gritted his teeth in hatred. Relying on his grandfather being a foundation establishment stage master, he runs rampant in several nearby villages. After he took my immortal bone, he actually said he wanted to grind it into powder, add cumin, and sprinkle it on roasted demon beast meat to eat. Young hero, you must seek justice for the Wang family. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched violently. Using someone else's ancestor's bones as barbecue seasoning, what a black heart. He patted his sword hilt. Don't worry, this matter must be dealt with. Give me the address, and I'll be back soon. Although there was a foundation establishment stage old monster backing the opponent, and Lu Wangkai himself might not be weak either, Xiao Fan wasn't inexperienced. It was just nightmare difficulty at the Qi refinement stage. As long as he didn't encounter a freak with explosive attributes like Ning Fian, he still had a chance of winning. Old Wang hurriedly said, Lu Wangcai's family is in the neighboring Snaketail village, but he's currently in the mountains hunting demon beasts. If you go directly into the mountains to find him, it would save you from fighting in the village and being surrounded by those accomplices in Snaketail village. All right, I'll go into the mountains, Xiao Fan nodded. The mountain, Old Wang referred to as Snake Coil Mountain behind them, which from a distance looked like the pile of droppings on top of a lazy sheep's head. Snake Coil Mountain covered a vast area, and villagers only dared to move around near the water at the foot of the mountain. According to the map in Xiao Fan's hand, the depths were territory of level 50 to 60 demon beasts. No one would dare venture there without real skill. Ding Demon Elimination Quest progress has been updated. The system chimed with a notification. Xiao Fan checked his quest log. Immortals remains. You have successfully made contact with Old Wang. Follow the quest instructions to ambush Lu Wangkai at Snake Coil Mountain and retrieve the ancestral immortal bones that Old Wang lost. Lu Wangkai will return to the village in 60 minutes. With clear guidance from the system, he felt more confident. 60 minutes wasn't too tight. He pushed open the door of Old Wang's humble thatched hut and headed straight for Snake Coil Mountain along the winding mountain path. As soon as he entered the mountain pass, rustling leaves announced the arrival of a golden spotted leopard that leaped out, its muscles bulging as it blocked his way. Golden spotted leopard. Level 57. Health 86008600. Skills: Claw Strike, Throat Bite. A leopard with a higher level than tigers? Xiao Fan wondered silently. The thought barely crossed his mind before he raised his hand and unleashed a true Qi palm strike. Bang! The thunderous sound echoed as the leopard died instantly. System notification: you have defeated a golden spotted leopard and gained 477 experience points. Over 20 copper coins scattered on the ground, gleaming coldly. Xiao Fan bent down to collect them and continued forward. Snake Coil Mountain's terrain lived up to its name, winding and twisting in circles like a mountain highway. Following the path slowly would definitely take too much time, so he had to climb the steep slopes directly. With Swift Wind Step activated, he stepped on loose rocks and climbed like an ape, layer by layer. Deep in the dense forest, the path was almost invisible under thick foliage. Xiao Fan paused briefly, then had a brilliant idea. He suddenly shouted with his true Qi amplifying his voice. Wangcai, where are you? A fairy maiden is looking for you. Rather than searching slowly, one shout would be far more efficient. He was certain this fishing-style call would work immediately. Sure enough, within seconds, a thunderous response rolled from the distance. Who dares summon this young master? Which fairy maiden seeks me? The voice shook the forest, echoes reverberating. Xiao Fan's lips curved slightly as he concealed himself, slipping into the densest foliage of a massive tree and hiding silently. Old Wang had said Lu Wangkai was notorious for bullying men and harassing women. Since harassing women was on the list, he was clearly a lecher. The mention of a fairy maiden was enough to lure him. Here, perfect bait. Rustline less than 3 minutes. Nearby branches swayed as 5 figures appeared. Who was speaking just now? Someone called out loudly. Xiao Fan observed through the leaves. The leader wore fine silk robes, while the other 4 were his attendants. System information appeared instantly. Tyrant Lu Wangkai. Level 70 Qi refinement. Health 2300002300000. Skills: Qi Blade Technique, Demon Suppression Seal. Tyrant's Servants 4. Level 60 Chi refinement. Health, 740-007-4000. Skills, swift sword slash, true Chi palm. The system directly labeled them with the tyrant prefix, indicating these were all scum among humanity who deserved death. Judging by their health, Lu Wangkai was the boss while the four servants were Elitesno Lord-class monsters, making the overall difficulty relatively low. It seemed there would be more phases to this quest. Lu Wangkai stepped forward into an area with clear line of sight. Xiao Fan gripped his lightning strike sword and suddenly attacked. Flame burn technique. True Chi palm. Chi sword technique. Three ranged single-target skills launched almost simultaneously, arcing through the air and striking the completely unprepared Lu Wangkai. 14,023. 2,600. 800 burn. 12,982. 2,600. 13,409. 2,600. Dense damage numbers cascaded upward. Lu Wangkai cried out in pain. Someone's assassinating me. He hastily produced a jade bowl-shaped magical artifact, inverting it over his head to form a protective barrier. The remaining four tyrant servants rushed forward upon hearing this. Young master, be careful. They followed the skill trajectories with their eyes, but were blocked by the dense forest and failed to spot Xiao Fan. Lu Wangcai's health dropped by 20% instantly, with continuous burn damage. Fury boiling over, he steadied the jade bowl with his left hand while drawing out a seal-shaped magical artifact with his right, hurling true Chi toward Xiao Fan's hiding spot and shouting, "Demon suppression seal, suppress." Was a golden magical seal, 3 meters in size, materialized out of thin air and flew toward him. Xiao Fan didn't dare take it heeding, so he flashed away and slid down from the treetops to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Wangcai's four servants immediately drew their blades and swords, roaring as they charged forward. Gale technique. The moment his toes touched the ground, Xiao Fan raised his hand and cast Thunderstrike sword, causing widespread wind and thunder to erupt suddenly. Whoosh. 1002 9 10,000 and 2100, 32, for 899. A string of 5-digit damage numbers danced in the air, mixed with one slightly lower value. The jade bowl in front of Lu Wangkai flickered with spiritual light, providing extremely high damage reduction. Xiao Fan's heart tightened. Such high spiritual resistance. That jade bowl of his must be a top-grade magical treasure. His spells are very strong. Everyone be careful, one of the bully's servants warned his companions. Although they suffered heavy hits, everyone's health bars were only reduced by a portion, far from being instantly killed. Xiao Fan's true Chi palm had only a 3-second cooldown and soon lit up again, so he simply locked onto Lu Wangkai and rapidly closed in with swift sidesteps after landing. So it's just a body-tempering little thief, you're seeking death. Sensing that Xiao Fan's aura wasn't particularly strong, Lu Wangkai waved his seal-shaped magical treasure, launching sharp Chi blades. The Chi blade technique had exactly the same damage values as true Chi palm, but with more spectacular visual effects. Xiao Fan flicked his hand to summon his Mystic Mist Umbrella for defense thud, 4828, damage equivalent to that of a bandit chief, still within bearable range. Ignoring the servants, he charged forward while gathering power, his Starfall sword gleaming with cold light critical hit. Splurt. Lu Wangkai, who had no weapon, couldn't block in time and was knocked down for 2 seconds, tumbling heavily to the ground. The four servants arrived, and Xiao Fan swept his sword horizontally, crimson sword chi erupting as another wave of 7,000 numbers appeared. This kid is uncanny. How can someone in the body-tempering stage be this strong? Horror spread in everyone's eyes. Taking advantage of Lu Wangkai being down, Xiao Fan alternated between true Chi attacks and physical attacks, each dealing a few hundred to just over 1,000 damage better than nothing. Soon Lu Wangkai rolled back to his feet, roaring, "Damn thing, die for this young master." He waved his hand to cast the demon-subduing seal again, smashing down at close range. Xiao Fan couldn't dodge in time, and the golden seal crashed down on his head stunned for 2 seconds. His health bar instantly dropped by over 8,000. When the stun wore off, the four servants also followed up with their strikes, dealing an additional 6,000 damage. With his health past halfway down, he immediately chose to disengage. Wild charge. Xiao Fan broke through the encirclement, tearing open a path, raised his hand to swallow a great revival powder special, instantly recovering 6,000 health, then down to Spirit Grass Dew, regenerating 250 points per second, stabilizing his health line. Using tree trunks for cover, he flipped his Mystic Mist Umbrella to block scattered ranged attacks, casually throwing another Fireburn technique targeting Lu Wangkai. As the five approached again, he simply activated Swift Step, using the forest terrain to kite them in circles. When Gale technique came off cooldown, he cast it with a whoosh, explosive wind, and lightning roaring as the enemy's health dropped sharply again. Ordinary cultivator's spell ranges were far inferior to his, so they could only be led by the nose, running circles in the forest. Young master, this won't work. Quickly call for the master to come help. One servant, feeling like he was about to die, but helpless to do anything about it, shouted urgently. Lu Wangcai's health had dropped by more than half, with the burning effect continuously draining his HP, and he was taking all the single target attacks he'd. Even with his magical artifact's defense, he couldn't withstand the assault. Hearing his subordinate urge him to retreat, he snarled irritably. Retreat first. We'll go back to the village and ask father to deal with him. With those words, his figure flickered as he attempted to escape. Think you can leave? Did I give you permission? Xiao Fan activated his swift wind step, shooting forward like a meteor across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he caught up and unleashed an 82-meter-long sword chi with a raised hand, immediately followed by another chi sword technique. Thud A system notification appeared. You have killed a bully's minion and gained 46,400 experience points. The nearest minion was pierced through by the sword chi and died instantly, leaving only a small pile of copper coins and a piece of black iron equipment on the ground. The excess damage continued forward, shaving off several thousand more health points from Lu Wangcai. Bastard! I have no grudge against you. Past or present, why are you trying to kill me? Lu Wangcai roared angrily as he ran frantically. Because you deserve a beating, Xiao Fan sneered, closing in and taking 2 hits from his opponent before delivering a heavy elbow strike to the face. Bang! Lu Wangcai was sent flying and crashed to the ground. The remaining 3 low-health minions rushed forward desperately. Xiao Fan used Wild Charge, targeting the middle one, and sending all 3 flying. 2 more died, leaving only 1 barely alive minion and the disheveled Lu Wangcai. He followed up with a combination of chi basic attacks and physical basic attacks, quickly finishing off the remaining minion. Lu Wangcai took the opportunity to roll over and scramble down the mountain, tumbling as he went. Father, save me. With swift wind step still active, Xiao Fan caught up in one stride and unleashed a barrage of skills, reducing Lu Wangcai's health to less than 20%. As fire burn finished cooling down, he struck with his palm, sending sparks flying. The searing burn made Lu Wangcai scream in agony. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The once arrogant village bully was now filled with nothing but terror. Xiao Fan's chi palm strikes continued to rain down, and within seconds, Lu Wangcai was down to critical health. The bully panicked and desperately screamed in the mountain hollow. Suddenly, a sharp shout echoed from below. Stop right there. Lu Wangcai's father had a Purita figure at the foot of the mountain, was charging up the slope at incredible speed. However, since the opponent couldn't fly, Xiao Fan felt no fear and continued his palm strikes. Smack! Another palm strike landed. System notification. You have defeated the bully Lu Wangcai and gained 200,100 experience points. Congratulations. You have reached level 38. Though the boss monster's experience was modest, combined with the 4 elite monsters from before and accumulated experience, it was just enough to reach level 38, instantly restoring his health and mana to full. How dare you kill my son, I'll have your life. A heart-wrenching roar came from the mountainside as Lu Wangcai's father charged up at even greater speed. Xiao Fan bent down and quickly swept the bully's dropped items into his inventory. Scattered copper coins, the black iron equipment, and a gleaming golden bone, clearly a quest item. But now wasn't the time to examine it, as a new enemy was approaching. Wuxie sword light cut through the air as a physical longsword shot toward him. Sword control technique. Xiao Fan immediately recalled the sword from the newbie village. He quickly summoned his mystic mist umbrella to block. Clang, the sword struck the umbrella's surface, instantly draining over 12,000 durability from the shield. The shocking damage made Xiao Fan's heart skip a beat. He scanned the enemy's information. Village Tyrant Lu Bubi. Level, 85 Chi Refinement Stage. Health, 320, 000, 320, 000. Level difference exceeds 30 levels. Skill information cannot be read. This was another boss monster with an even higher level, not to be underestimated. However, Xiao Fan had just leveled up with full health and mana, and his fighting spirit was at its peak. Though his opponent's sword control technique was formidable, he was brimming with confidence. The enemy might have sword control, but his movement speed was nothing to scoff at either. Fire blast. Without any warning, the battle had already begun. The blazing fireball struck Lu Bubi squarely in the chest, causing his health bar to drop noticeably as his robes turned charred black. In his furious state, Lu Bubi paid no heed to this damage. With a flick of his finger, cold light flashed as his flying sword whistled through the air. Xiao Fan raised his mystic mist umbrella to block, and with a sharp crack, the protective shield shattered. The once expanded umbrella instantly shrank to palm size, unusable for the next 10 seconds. Though Xiao Fan had just restored his health bar to full, he couldn't withstand many such heavy blows, so he immediately turned and fled. Under Lu Bubi's control, the flying sword pursued relentlessly, the sword-riding technique bringing high speed that nearly skimmed the ground. Xiao Fan weaved through the dense trees of Snake Coil Mountain, trying to break line of sight, but the flying sword pierced straight through tree trunks, sending wood chips flying. Thud! Even with its force slightly weakened by the trees, the sword tip still tore a bloody gash in his side, causing red damage numbers of 7,320 to appear. Xiao Fan spun around and launched a true chi palm, then pulled out a swift movement talisman and slapped it on his chest. Wind gathered at his feet as he instantly opened up distance. The true chi on the flying sword was now depleted, forcing Lu Bubi to recall his weapon and give chase on foot. The flying sword's range limit in the chi refinement stage was 50 meters, matching Xiao Fan's skill range. But whenever he tried to lock onto his target with sword control, he always fell just a few steps short. With the swift movement talisman's acceleration, Xiao Fan moved extremely fast. Though Lu Bubi's cultivation was higher, their movement speeds were roughly equal, and he couldn't close the gap. Activating Wild Charge, Xiao Fan dove into the underbrush, forcibly extending the distance beyond the flying sword's maximum range. Whoosh! A bloodlight blade chi slashed back at 82 meters, striking Lu Bubi hidden and dealing several thousand points of damage. Xiao Fan ran while casting skills, relying on burning effects for sustained damage output, his mind quickly calming. Short-range control versus long-range kiting, eternal gaming strategy that always worked. Lu Bubi was led around in circles, his sword strikes missing repeatedly. Logic told him to retreat, but the fury of avenging his son drove him to persist relentlessly. Fire Blast. Chi Sword Technique. True Chi Palm. Xiao Fan deliberately slowed down, bringing Lu Bubi within 50 meters and unleashing 3 consecutive attacks. Die. Lu Bubi abandoned all defense, his flying sword striking in rage. The Mystic Mist umbrella opened once more to block the fatal blow for Xiao Fan, though its frame trembled violently from the impact. Xiao Fan activated Wild Charge, stepping forward in an arrow-like advance before escaping the attack range again. The two sides fought a tug-of-war for 2 minutes, with Lu Bubi's health bar rapidly depleting under the combined assault of burning effects and scattered skills. Just as Xiao Fan's swift step ended, Lu Bubi seized the opening and lunged forward. Xiao Fan slapped a second swift movement talisman on his arm, his figure once again blurring as he pulled away. Ah, damn brat, I'll fight you to the death. Lu Bubi roared wildly, burning his true chi as his aura surged and his speed suddenly doubled. Holy crap, that fast. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat as he quickly activated Wild Charge, but Lu Bubi almost kept pace with his afterimage. Whoosh! 15,020. The flying sword fell from above, instantly vaporating more than half of Xiao Fan's recently restored health. Join my son in death. Lu Bubi's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his sword and leaped into the air, drawing down electric arcs. A bolt of lightning crashed down from above. In this critical moment, Xiao Fan raised his hand and summoned the fully cooled Mystic Mist umbrella. Boom! This close-range spell casting shattered even the Mystic Mist umbrella's 20,000 point shield with a thunderous crash. The shield fragments scattered as wisps of dark mist, and the remaining shockwave slammed hard across Xiao Fan's chest. The display instantly flashed 3027 in red letters, dropping his health to just over 7,000. One more hit, and he'd be meeting the King of Hell. Can't escape, time to go all out. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, glancing at Lu Bubi's health bar, less than 10, even more critical than his own. He suddenly raised his sword for a charged heavy strike. Thud! 7,823. The crimson numbers exploded as Lu Bubi's form shook violently, stumbling backward. Being in the chi refinement stage meant a more stable foundation than body tempering, so he only lost balance briefly without falling, the stun lasting less than a second. That split second was enough. Xiao Fan's hands moved in succession, unleashing True Chi Palm and Chi Sword Technique one after another. 2 bursts of red light exploded consecutively, 20134, 21,277. The combined damage of over 40,000 points instantly pushed Lu Bubi's health bar to the brink. Before his opponent could catch his breath, the burning effect triggered again, 817, leaving only 189 health points above his head, life hanging by a thread. Both launched their final attacks simultaneously. Lu Bubi's eyes turned blood red as his slaughter-edge flying sword traced a cold gleam straight toward Xiao Fan's forehead, while Xiao Fan raised his arm to block in what was essentially a battle of reflexes at their absolute limit. Crack! 450. Lu Bubi suddenly sank as he triggered a hidden trap planted earlier. That pitiful last sliver of health instantly dropped to 0. How is this possible? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Bubi's health bar emptied completely, and he collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. The system notification followed immediately. You have defeated the boss monster village tyrant Lu Bubi and gained 332,420 experience points. You have defeated a level 85 boss monster and gained 16 reputation points. Crash. The corpse dissolved into light and shadow as copper coins and various items clattered to the ground, scattered everywhere. Xiao Fan let out a long breath and quickly pulled out healing potions, gulping them down to stabilize his health. Still didn't level up. Experience really gets stingier at higher levels. He glanced at his experience bar. Needed 560,000 to level up, but the level 85 boss only gave 330,000. Pretty pathetic. After catching his breath, he swept up all the loot from the ground, then returned to the forest where the battle began to collect the copper coins dropped by the 4 elite servants. This battle's haul: 2 bosses and 4 elites, totaling 48 taels of silver, 3 bronze equipment pieces and various iron equipment, plus 2 magical treasures and 2 skill buxa. Truly bountiful harvest. The first magical treasure: Linglong Lamp. Quality: superior. Requirement: Chi refinement stage. Type: defensive magical treasure. Effect: activates to float overhead, forming an energy barrier. Spirit resistance 390, defense 2400, overall damage reduction 20. True Chi consumption 2 second. Durability 2000, 2000. This was the protective magical treasure Lu Wangkai had used earlier, similar to the Jade Spirit Talisman, but a full tier higher. Truly a life-saving divine artifact. The second magical treasure was even more drool-worthy. Slaughter Edge. Quality: exceptional. Requirement: Chi refinement stage. Chi force 935. Sword heart 20. Chi sect sword technique power enhancement. Strength 3. Special effect: can perform 3 consecutive strikes when launched. Flight speed 3,600 meters minute. Attack range 5,000. Consumption 5 true Chi points use. Durability 2000, 2000. This flying sword, divine weapon level. Xiao Fan wiped away his drool, but unfortunately his cultivation wasn't sufficient yet, so he could only store it in his backpack for safekeeping. As for the 2 skill books, both were learnable by Taoist classes. Opening 1 revealed: Demon Subduing Seal. Quality: intermediate. Maximum level 4. Effect: summons a magical seal within 10 meters to bombard the target, dealing 128 of Chi force as damage and stunning for 2 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Consumption 10 true Chi points. Stun for 2 seconds. Xiao Fan rubbed his chin, recalling the earlier scene when Lu Wangkai had controlled him. With his chaos body talent, his control duration was reduced to almost 0. If he cast this skill, wouldn't enemies be stunned until death? Holy crap, this is a god-tier skill. His heart raced and his breathing grew heavy. Though this was only an intermediate skill with mediocre damage coefficients, its control effect could directly achieve godhood. With excitement coursing through him, he turned his attention to the other skill book. The golden characters on the page, basic sword control, immediately caught his eye. This was an advanced skill with a maximum level of 5, requiring the Chi refinement stage to learn. It allowed the user to control a sword with true Chi, striking any enemy within 50 meters. The first strike dealt 165 damage, with subsequent strikes dealing 105 each. The number of strikes depended on the flying sword's quality, consuming 30 Chi points with a 10-second cooldown after recall. A particularly prominent note read: "This is only basic sword control and does not include sword flying." Reading this description, Xiao Fan felt both joy and disappointment. He was thrilled to finally encounter the sword control technique he had long dreamed of, which he could learn once he broke through level 50. However, he was dismayed that even at maximum level, it wouldn't allow him to fly on a sword. Since it was still early, he made up his mind. First learn the Demon Subduing Seal, then complete his quest. On his quest panel, kill Lu Wangkai was marked with a red check mark, while the next objective, deliver the immortal bone to Old Wang within 60 minutes, showed a countdown timer. Considering that Lu Wangcai's grandfather was a Foundation establishment cultivator and extremely difficult to deal with, he chose to study the skill right there in the deep forest. Xiao Fan sat cross-legged and opened the Demon Subduing Seal manual. 10 minutes later, the skill book crumbled into fine particles and scattered in the wind, while a new Demon Subduing Seal appeared in his skill list. Friendly reminder: you now have 10 combat skills. Each player can carry a maximum of 12 combat skills. Please be mindful of future combinations and swaps. The system notification echoed in his ears. He opened his panel and quickly scanned through it. Hunting Trap, Wild Charge, True Chi Palm, Heavy Strike, Bloodlight Blade Chi, Fire Burning Technique, Swift Step, Fierce Wind Technique, Chi Sword Technique, and Demon Subduing Seal. Exactly 10 skills. For fairness, the Primordial World limited each player to carrying only 12 combat skills. Excess skills were stored in a skill library and could only be swapped during non-combat states. Additionally, skill ceiling techniques would appear in the mid-game, randomly disabling several skills. If players carried too many skills, the effect would be meaningless. The limit of 12 was just right, neither too many nor too few. Since his skills weren't at capacity yet, Xiao Fan decided not to make adjustments, planning to wait until he had collected all 12 before making choices. Thinking about how the hunting trap had turned the tide earlier, he couldn't help but smile. Although the skill's fixed damage was already falling behind and would soon be relegated to storage, He would remember its crucial contribution this time. He strode quickly down the mountain path, with grass and trees blurring past him. Before long, the village entrance came into view with its low fences, cooking smoke, and familiar dirt roads. Old Wang was pacing anxiously in front of his thatched hut. Lu Bubi's earlier roar had carried far, and villagers from several nearby settlements had heard the commotion and gathered at the village entrance, chattering among themselves. Seeing Xiao Fan appear, the crowd couldn't help but gather around him. Young hero, a scholarly-looking elder stepped forward first, blocking his path. That commotion earlier, were you fighting the Lu father and son, Lu Bubi and Lu Wangkai? Indeed. Xiao Fan nodded with a calm tone. I just killed them both, ridding the people of a menace. It was nothing more than a simple task, no need for thanks. The surrounding crowd collectively gasped. The elder's face immediately turned pale as he muttered repeatedly. It's over, it's over. You've caused a disaster. They have a foundation establishment cultivator backing them up. Child, you must flee now, or it'll be too late. The village chief of Snake Coil Village had a grizzled beard, his voice trembling with anxiety. The young man Xiao Fan before him had just slain the Lu Wangkai father and son duo who had terrorized the village for years. The villagers felt both elated and apprehensive. After all, behind the Lu family stood a foundation establishment realm immortal. While urging him to leave, the village chief leaned against the wall to catch his breath, memories of the Lu family's oppression flashing through his mind. His granddaughter's tears when forced to provide grain, the whip marks on his neighbors' bodies. These scenes filled him with rage, yet he felt helpless. Now that the tyrants were dead, he felt both satisfaction and worry, fearing that Xiao Fan might perish at the hands of the more powerful being behind the Lu family. However, Xiao Fan felt confident. On his system interface, the demon elimination quest was still blinking. He understood this was just the quest's continuation and showed no panic, responding softly. It's fine. Worst case, I'll die once. Through all the fighting and traveling, he had already gained 2.5 levels. If he turned in the quest, he could probably gain another level. Even if he really died once, this trip would still be profitable. He waved casually, signaling the village chief not to worry. Young hero, your selfless sacrifice is truly moving. Here, take this. The village chief's eyes suddenly reddened as he rushed forward and stuffed a yellowed paper talisman into Xiao Fan's chest. What is this? Xiao Fan was stunned. A relic passed down through generations in Snake Coil Village, said to contain immortal techniques. The village chief said solemnly. An immortal's treasure should only fall into the hands of a hero like you to be truly useful. Xiao Fan scratched the back of his Hiata village chief, pulling out treasure without any buildup. With doubt, he opened the item information window. Immortal's record, a fragment recording ancient immortal secret arts. Gather 9 pages to glimpse one immortal technique. Holy crap, it's actually an immortal technique. Xiao Fan's pupils contracted. He had thought the village chief was boasting, but it was genuine. His strongest abilities were only high-level skills, with spells, mystical arts, treasure arts, Dao arts above that, and finally immortal techniques at the top. This fragment was only 1/9 of the whole, yet it was enough to make him so excited his palms sweated. Thank you, Elder. I will continue to uphold justice and never disgrace the identity of a cultivator. He bowed solemnly. The village chief nodded with satisfaction and urged once more. Go quickly. Any later, and you won't be able to leave. Xiao Fan stored the fragment in his backpack and rushed toward Old Wang's hut. The final step of the quest required returning the immortal bone. In front of the hut, Old Wang was already standing outside the fence, craning his neck to look. Seeing Xiao Fan appear, he hurried forward. Young hero, how did it go? Xiao Fan produced a golden bone and handed it over. The Lu Wangkai father and son have been slain by me. This is your ancestor's remains, please keep it safe. Immortal bone. Incorruptible bone of an immortal, containing traces of immortal power. Through secret refinement methods, the immortal power can be extracted and absorbed to enhance one's aptitude. Quest item, cannot be used. The item description flashed by, revealing its rarity. Mindful of the quest, Xiao Fan dared not covet it. Old Wang's hands trembled as he held the bone, weeping uncontrollably. Finally returned. Finally returned. After a long while, he wiped away his tears and suddenly pushed the immortal bone back into Xiao Fan's arms. Young hero Xiao Fan, I'm too useless. Even if I retrieve my ancestor's immortal bone, it will inevitably be coveted by tyrants again. Better to give it to you, he said excitedly, his withered hands gripping the young man's arm tightly. You are powerful and kind-hearted. My ancestor's spirit would be pleased. But this is your ancestor's remains. Xiao Fan tried to refuse, but was interrupted by Old Wang. Please don't decline. I don't have many years left. Rather than let this treasure be seized by strongmen or buried with me, better to leave it with a hero. Perhaps you can truly awaken the immortal power within this bone. Then the world would have another protector of the people, and my Wang family would have contributed to the divine dragon continent. Old Wang's voice was clear and resolute. Outside the bamboo fence, several watching villagers remained silent, but all gazed at Xiao Fan with expectant eyes. Xiao Fan's heart sank in these NPCs' eyes. He was no longer simply a player, but a hero bearing the burden of justice. First the village chief, then Old Wang. Their trust was so burning hot, it was impossible to refuse. Very well, Elder, rest assured. I will never disappoint your expectations. He solemnly accepted the immortal bone and bowed deeply. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled Ning Fian's words. Cultivating strength wasn't for fighting other players, but to protect the weak and guard this world. Perhaps this wasn't just a game. The glow from the system panel reflected in his eyes, intertwining with the grateful gazes of the nearby villagers. The fire in the young man's heart was rekindled. Even, this might not be a virtual world at all. Ding, congratulations. You have completed the demon-slaying quest, Immortals Remains. You have gained 932,000 experience points and 1 return scroll. Pleasant system notifications rang out like rapid gunfire. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 39. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 40. Please visit the City Guard General to claim your demon-slaying merit rewards. As the final notification faded, Xiao Fan's name soared to the top of the leaderboard, officially claiming first place. But before he could even smile with satisfaction, a new warning abruptly appeared. News of your killing of the tyrant Lu Wangkai and village bully Lu Bubi has reached Lu Tianjue, a foundation establishment cultivator of the Heavenly Tribulation sect. He will pursue you relentlessly for the next 30 days. If killed by him, you will lose 3 levels instantly. Please protect yourself. 30 days of pursuit. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The Heavenly Tribulation sect rivaled the Lingxiao sect in reputation, with their thunder techniques and talismans unmatched in the region. Originally a righteous sect protecting the realm, even the greatest sects inevitably harbored bad apples. The tyrannical behavior of Lu Bubi and his son clearly connected to Lu Tianjue. With his current strength, he couldn't face a foundation establishment expert Heathen. If caught, losing 3 levels would be too troublesome. Fortunately, he had reached level 40. Just 10 more levels, and he could join the Lingxiao sect as a disciple. By then, even if Master Quanlei wouldn't protect him, he could still rely on senior disciple Ning Fian. Could a mere foundation establishment Lu Tianjue possibly be stronger than senior sister Ning? This thought brought him some comfort. Uncle, I must leave now. Xiao Fan shouldered his pack, preparing to depart the village in search of treasure. The mysterious treasure map marked a location about 50 kilometers away not far with his swift wind step technique. Let me see you off. Old Wang insisted enthusiastically on escorting him to the village entrance. Xiao Fan gladly accepted, chatting with Old Wang, the village chief, and other NPCs until they reached the stone archway of Snake Coil Village. Before departing, he checked his inventory. Demon Slaying Return Scroll Thunderclap City Special instantly teleports user to Thunderclap City Plaza. Expires at 23:59. The scroll had a time limit and couldn't be stored indefinitely, but he could return to the city after finding the treasure. After bidding farewell, Xiao Fan left the village. Channeling his true chi, he activated Swift Wind Step, his form becoming a blur. The official road to Dragon Head Town occasionally hosted demon beasts, but they were only levels 40-50, weaker than the spirit leopards of Snake Coil Mountain. He had wanted to test whether his new demon subduing seal could truly stun enemies for 20 seconds, but these weaklings couldn't even survive his skill's startup animation. Swift Wind Step continuously drained his true chi, so he didn't spare his pills. 1 bottle of chi restoration powder restored 40 points instantly, combined with natural regeneration, maintaining high speed throughout the journey. More than half the time, he ran surrounded by the cyan glow of Swift Wind Step, with vegetation and scenery rapidly retreating on both sides. After about half an hour, the terrain ahead shifted from mountains and forests to plains, with a memorial arch inscribed Dragon Head, marking the end of the stone road. Dragon Head Town was far livelier than Snake Coil Village. With over 1,000 households, though not particularly large, its buildings and bustling markets clearly surpassed what a small mountain village could offer. He arrived outside the town and pulled out the mysterious treasure map to compare it with the local area map. Strangely, the terrain on the 2 maps was completely different. The treasure map showed a river forming a perfect shape around a flat clearing, while Longtu Town's waterway was just a straight line with an angle, too lazy to even make a bend. Xiao Fan suspected there was a scale issue, so he held the treasure map close to his eyes, then pulled the area map farther away, comparing them at every scale from full screen to fingertip sized, but the result remained the same. Forget about a unshipped river bend. He couldn't even find a small ditch. Could there be 2 Longtu towns in the world? He muttered. The name Longtu Town didn't sound particularly unique, so maybe there really were duplicates. He opened the system map, but his current viewing range was limited to Jinglei City's jurisdiction, with the full continental view still locked. The search function could index by place names and provide one-click navigation to any coordinates within the visible area. When he entered Longtu Town, only one location lit up on the screen, the one right in front of him, leaving him completely baffled. Unwilling to give up, he dove into the forums to conduct a server-wide search using keywords. The official compiled map data showed that among the other 107 cities outside Jinglei City's jurisdiction, there were indeed 3 more towns with the same name. But here was the problem: Crimson Stronghold was a level 40 dungeon, and its treasure map drops should correspond to the current city. Only Foundation establishment level and higher dungeons would send players to other cities, and someone like him under level 50 theoretically wouldn't be messed with by the system like this. Having figured this out, he decided to personally survey Longtu Town. Maybe what was drawn on the treasure map wasn't a river, but some kind of road. The town wasn't large, and being far from Jinglei City, the players who came here could be counted on one hand, mostly doing side quests or just wandering around. Xiao Fan held the treasure map in one hand and tapped the system mini-map with the other, walking from street corners to alley ends, then running to the base of the city walls. 10 minutes passed, then 20 minutes, and he returned empty-handed. As a last resort, he grabbed a passing NPC old man and spread the treasure map in front of him. The old man squinted at it and just shook his head, saying he'd never seen that place. Could this map be so old that the terrain has already changed? He frowned and ran to the riverside outside town to see if there were any traces of the river changing course. He didn't find any old riverbeds, but he did see golden rice fields on both sides. When the autumn wind blew, the rice released its fragrance, and the slender leaves rustled against each other, gradually calming his originally agitated mood. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something different in the depths of the fields, a terraced field whose ridges formed a shield-like a shape. Holy crap, could this be it? His eyes widened as he held up the treasure map for comparison. If he replaced the river on the map with field ridges, the curves on both sides and the central clearing almost perfectly overlapped. The only issue was the scale. A 30-centimeter-long treasure map corresponded to a real area of only about 15 square meters. Such a tiny target wouldn't even show up on the system map. No wonder he couldn't find it. This artwork, I'm really cursing the author. Xiao Fan grumbled internally, put away the map, and rushed toward the rice field, pulling out his shovel to start digging. But looking at the swaying golden rice ears before him, he hesitated again. The treasure was right in the center of that field, and if he shoveled up the rice along with everything else, the commotion would be too big, probably recreating the newbie village massacre. If he dug up the grain along with everything else, he'd probably end up like in the newbie village, beaten to death by NPCs. Xiao Fan returned to the town to ask the NPCs when the harvest would begin. The townspeople pointed at the darkening sky and helplessly told him he'd have to wait until early the next morning. While the game's day-night cycle barely affected players, they could see clearly even at night. NPCs were a different story. Once evening fell, they all went to sleep for a full 10 hours, and there was no point in waiting around. After weighing his options and spending 10 minutes tracking down the farm's owner, he sweet-talked and pleaded until the scruffy, bearded farmer finally nodded in agreement. The old man grinned as he laid out his terms. Want to dig on my land? Sure thing, just harvest all my crops first. Xiao Fan nearly broke down on the spot. Here he was, having finally made some money outside the game, only to come back and end up farming. But to maintain his heroic warrior persona and avoid losing face in front of the NPCs, he gritted his teeth and agreed, pulling out 20 copper coins to buy a sickle. As night fell and the NPCs snored away, he stood alone on the field ridge, cutting away with rhythmic swish, swish sounds. 2 hours later, the entire rice field had been neatly bundled into orderly piles. Only then did he shake out his aching arms with satisfaction and pull out his treasure-hunting shovel. Finally, time to dig, and it has to be 5 meters deep. These hidden quest designs are ridiculous, he muttered, channeling his inner energy while starting to excavate. Fortunately, the treasure shovel was absurdly durable. It didn't show even a scratch despite the relentless pounding. He carefully sorted the hard, dry soil into separate piles, taking care not to dirty the freshly harvested crops. Since his game character had unlimited stamina, he didn't even bother taking breaks to catch his breath. After about half an hour, with the pit over 4 meters deep, water began seeping up from the ground. Xiao Fan wiped away sweat and gritted his teeth. Am I really digging a well here? Even with muddy water reaching his calves, he persevered for another 10+ minutes until he finally reached the 5-meter mark. Clank! The shovel struck something hard. At the same moment, the treasure map in his inventory dissolved into sparkling fragments as a system notification popped up. Congratulations! You have discovered an ancient treasure. Though nearly exhausted, Xiao Fan's spirits soared. He scrambled and crawled to drag the old, mud-covered chest out of the pit, prying it open right on the spot. With a creaking sound, it revealed 2 items lying quietly inside: a dust-covered book and an ancient-looking ring. He grabbed the book to check its properties. Sealed cultivation manual, blue quality. Can be taken to the Dao Palace for quality appraisal. 70 chance of advanced manual, 25 chance of spirit opening manual, 4.5 chance of profound manual, 0.5 chance of myriad phenomena manual. Oh yeah, not bad at all. Xiao Fan instantly felt revitalized. An advanced manual sold for 10,000 silver taels on the market, while spirit opening quality required spirit stones to purchase. And if he actually got a profound manual, that would be hitting the jackpot. After all, even the best manual at Thunder City's Dao Palace was only that quality. If the myriad phenomena heart method were to drop, well, to put it bluntly, no one could afford it. Even the five Thunder scripture might not reach that level of quality. Unfortunately, the chances of the first two techniques appearing are too slim. High-grade or spirit-opening quality would be more realistic and somewhat worth anticipating. He then examined the other treasure. Lesser Sumeru Ring. Equipment slot. Special slot. Doesn't occupy equipment inventory. Requires binding before use. Quality. Dark gold. Level. 10. Effect. Contains 1,000 storage slots. Items never drop. Cannot be stolen. Durability. Never degrades. Hiss. Xiao Fan gasped. A dark gold quality special storage equipment that doesn't even take up a slot. With this, he'd never have to worry about insufficient bag space again. 1,000 slots larger than an entire warehouse. The moment the thought struck him, he immediately bound the ring and stuffed all valuable items like the immortal bone and immortal records inside, leaving only healing potions and immovable currency in his backpack. He then opened the ornament rankings to check. Since the ring provided no attribute bonuses, this level 10 dark gold equipment scored even lower than level 30 bronze gear, ranking beyond the top 100 and practically invisible. The Chaos Constitution didn't make the rankings, and neither did the Lesser Sumeru Ring, yet both were absolutely top-tier treasures. This was true wealth accumulated in silence. Time to head back. Having excavated the treasure, Xiao Fan was in high spirits and prepared to return to the city. With just over an hour left before the monster siege, he glanced up at the 5-meter-high cave opening, assessed his stamina, gave up on climbing, and simply pulled out a demon-slaying return scroll. The return scroll required true chi activation with a 5-second casting time. Just as the casting completed, a thunderous roar plummeted from the night sky. Stop right there, thief. Face your death. A sword beam of light followed the voice, slashing downward as the void hummed. White light flashed, and Xiao Fan vanished from his original position, narrowly avoiding the strike. What's going on? Lu Tianjue. He stood bewildered in the plaza outside Jinglei City's city lord's mansion, the mud stains on his body already cleaned by the system. He could roughly guess that Lu Tianjue, upon learning of his descendants' deaths, had rushed from the Heavenly Tribulation sect to Snaketail Village only to find nothing, then pursued him to Dragonhead Town, arriving just as Xiao Fan teleported back to the city, resulting in that sword strike. That sword technique was no weaker than Ning Fian's. If he had been half a second slower, he would have been instantly killed and lost 3 levels. The thought sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, combat was forbidden within the city. Unless one reached the nascent soul stage and feared not even the city lord, violators would face imprisonment at best, or immediate execution at worst. He was temporarily safe. Phew. The round trip actually took over 6 hours. Xiao Fan checked his experience bar level 4 achieved, leaving him quite satisfied. He opened his Lesser Sumeru Ring again. The treasure map yielded goods he had painstakingly excavated. The nightmare level quest had boosted his level dramatically, and he'd additionally obtained the immortal bone and immortal records. The spoils were ridiculously abundant. Upon calm reflection, this quest actually fell somewhere between difficult and nightmare difficulty. The 2 bosses and 4 elites had limited difficulty themselves, but the system forcibly raised it half a tier due to the subsequent Lu Tianjue pursuit trigger. If Lu Tianjue killed him once within the next month, the bonus experience would basically be deducted back. Dying twice would be a major loss, and if he died 3 or more times, he'd have to file a complaint with the system for compensation. General Zhang, I'm here to report the completion of my mission. Though that's what he was thinking, Xiao Fan was actually in excellent spirits. He crossed the cobblestone plaza and approached Zhang Yuan, the city's garrison general, speaking up to make his report. General Zhang smiled warmly and spoke first. How did it go? Was everything successful? Pretty well, Xiao Fan nodded, his tone clearly relaxed. Old Wang's ancestral remains were stolen by a local tyrant from the neighboring village. I've eliminated that scoundrel and his son, along with all their followers, and returned the immortal bone to its rightful owner. However, Old Wang insisted on giving the bone to me, and seeing his sincere attitude, I accepted it. With that, he produced the white bone that gleamed with a warm, lustrous light, showing it to Zhang Yuan. Well done. Zhang Yuan's eyes sharpened with intense approval. Scum like that who oppress the innocent deserve immediate justice. In these difficult times for our human race, it's the duty of cultivators to vanquish demons and protect the righteous. You've done excellently. Ding. The system notification suddenly chimed. You have completed the nightmare-level demon slaying and righteous protection mission. Since this is your first completion of a demon slaying and righteous protection mission today, you received double rewards and gained 16 demon slaying merit points. Getting double rewards on his first mission filled Xiao Fan with joy and excitement. This is amazing. I'll go check out some other missions, he said, cupping his hands respectfully to Zhang Yuan while mentally calculating that there was still some time left before the city defense battle. He could take on 2 more simple missions to max out his 3 daily demon slaying attempts. Hold on there, young man. General Zhang Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Do you have further instructions, General Zhang? Xiao Fan paused. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. That immortal bone old Wang gave you has quite an extraordinary origin. Don't you want to know what it can do? Xiao Fan was stunned, then immediately perked up. Absolutely. I only know it can enhance one's aptitude, but I have no idea how to extract the immortal power within it. Zhang Yuan nodded and explained. Anything related to immortals is no ordinary item. This bone contains the life essence left behind by an immortal. If you can find a divine transformation stage expert, they can extract that essence and fuse it into your body, giving you a high chance of awakening an excellent talent. If your aptitude is already exceptional, you might even upgrade to a war body. That's incredible. Xiao Fan's heart burned with excitement. Though a war body was inferior to a sacred body, it was still remarkable. But then he reconsidered he already possessed a chaos body, so the immortal bone might have limited effect on him. Moreover, the experts around Jinglei City were generally only at the nascent soul stage. Finding a divine transformation stage expert would probably have to wait until he reached level 100 and unlocked inner-city teleportation to search in the 8 major war cities. Thank you for the guidance, General Zhang. He bowed respectfully. Don't mention it. Go take care of your business. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, ending the conversation. Xiao Fan left the military camp in high spirits. The NPCs in this game were incredibly thoughtful. Some gave magical treasures, others helped with monster hunting, and still others offered precious items and crucial information. Aside from being killed 100 times in the newbie village, his journey had been remarkably smooth. Time to continue demon slaying and righteous protection. I'm going to be a great hero. He clenched his fist to pump himself up. Xiao Fan's ambitious spirit instantly ignited. Regardless of still living in a cramped, rundown rental apartment in reality, he was determined to roam the world with his sword and become a legendary, immortal hero. There were still many tasks posted on the bulletin board, but with Lu Tianjue's pursuit hanging over his head, Xiao Fan didn't want to venture too far from Jinglei City for now. Fortunately, there were several local commissions in the demon-slaying section. As he casually browsed through them, his gaze quickly settled on one particular request for help. Rat demon infestation, simple difficulty, reward, 2 merit points. Miss Chen's home in the southern residential district has been thrown into chaos by a rat demon. The creature is said to possess tremendous strength. Miss Chen humbly requests righteous warriors to capture this demon. Time remaining, 4 hours. If no one accepts this mission, the city guard will be forced to intervene. There are actually demons causing trouble inside the city? Xiao Fan found it absurd, but this job was perfect: close distance, short duration, and low difficulty. It suited his current desire to lay low and stay safe. After accepting the mission, a small green dot immediately appeared on his map, marking Miss Chen's address. However, Xiao Fan didn't set off right away. Instead, he headed toward the nearby Dao Palace. Since he was already in the city, he might as well have that dusty cultivation manual he'd just unearthed appraised. The Dao Palace stood less than 200 zhang from the city lord's mansion gates. With his current movement skills, a brief jog brought him there in moments. Fellow Daoist Xiao Fan, welcome back. What service do you need? The same money-loving fat man, He Duojin, greeted him enthusiastically. I need a cultivation manual appraised, Xiao Fan said straight to the point. Another appraisal? What quality is it this time? He Duojin's spirits immediately lifted. He still vividly remembered how the white ancient book from last time had yielded an intermediate-level cultivation manual. Blue grade. Xiao Fan produced the dusty ancient book he'd excavated from the mysterious treasure trove. He Duojin glanced at it, and his eyes immediately bulged. Good heavens! Fellow Daoist, where did you find such a treasure? A blue-grade dusty cultivation manual. Even at worst, it'll contain a high-level manual worth at least 10,000 taels. Fearing someone else might snatch this opportunity, he grabbed Xiao Fan's arm and rushed inside. Zhou Xiuquan was conversing with someone when he noticed his disciple's excitement. A hint of curiosity flickered in his usually indifferent expression. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Master, big business. Fellow Daoist Xiao Fan wants to appraise a blue-grade dusty ancient book. He Duojin was beaming with joy. Blue grade. Zhou Xiuquan raised an eyebrow and immediately extended his hand. Let me see it. Xiao Fan handed over the ancient book. Zhou Xiuquan examined it for a while, his brow gradually furrowing. Master, the profit should be quite good, right? He Duojin was already calculating the 2,000 taels in appraisal fees. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiuquan slowly shook his head. This book is too ancient. My cultivation is insufficient. Attempting to unseal it rashly would only destroy it. He Duojin was stunned. Then what level of cultivation would be required? At least the nascent soul stage, Zhou Xiuquan sighed. Xiao Fan was also dumbfounded. Appraising a cultivation manual actually required nascent soul realm cultivation. Didn't this mean its true grade far exceeded its surface appearance? Could it possibly be spirit opening level? He Duojin immediately wailed as the fortune slipped through his fingers. Master, such a heaven-sent money-making opportunity, just gone like that. According to guild rules, appraising a blue-grade manual cost 2,000 taels. Xiao Fan was short on funds and had planned to visit the trading house to scrape together the money, but now that worry was unnecessary. Zhou Xiuquan gently closed the ancient book and respectfully returned it with both hands. Fellow Taoist, please seek someone more capable. The Tao Palace's head is away, and there's currently no one in the city who can unseal this item. I cannot destroy your treasure for the sake of silver. The Tao Palace head was a nascent soul powerhouse, equal in status to City Lord Shui Wanshan, holding a position of great honor. Xiao Fan felt both shocked and delighted. Though the appraisal hadn't happened, he'd undoubtedly stumbled upon a gold mine. Sigh, such sudden wealth wasn't even mentally prepared for it. What a terrible burden to bear. The Tao Palace couldn't appraise it. Nascent soul stage experts were hard to find. Xiao Fan didn't have enough influence with the city lord, and the martial hall's chief couldn't evaluate Daoist profession books. Left with no choice, he had to suppress his impulse and plan to visit the Lingxiao sect after this monster siege event ended, asking Daoist Xuanhua to help. Under He Duijin's reluctant gaze, Xiao Fan quickly left the Tao Palace and headed straight for the residential district on the south side of Jinglei City. With the monster siege imminent, the entire Jinglei City was packed with players and NPCs rushing back to the city. The streets were completely congested, with the main thoroughfares black with crowds and vendors' calls echoing everywhere. Temporary stalls along the roadside were piled high with various equipment pieces ranging from levels 20-30, glowing faintly. Xiao Fan's backpack also contained quite a bit of equipment of the same level range, but he was too lazy to set up a stall. The trading house only accepted items of silver quality and above, while his bronze and black iron gear didn't meet the standards at all. Since his small Sumeru ring had plenty of space and these advanced equipment pieces weren't selling well anyway, he simply kept them all. He jogged along, desperately squeezing through gaps in the crowd, taking over 10 minutes to finally reach the small green dot marked on his map. Miss Chen's house was located in a relatively quiet residential area with few players around, where you could even hear your own footsteps echoing in the alley. At the alley entrance, an ancient dressed young woman in plain clothes was pacing back and forth, occasionally craning her neck to look around. As he approached, Xiao Fan immediately recognized her as his quest target. Miss Chun LV.30 HP 100, 001, 0000. Before any pleasantries could be exchanged, the young woman's eyes reddened, and she rushed forward several steps to grab his arm, crying with shaking shoulders. Hero Xiao Fan. Woo woo, you're finally here. Please help me. It's so terrifying, woo woo. Xiao Fan quickly comforted her in a gentle voice. Miss, don't panic. It's just a mere rat demon. Let me there, and I'll eliminate it for you immediately. As a hero of justice, he possessed 20 points of universal favorability, making NPCs treat him like a dear brother in daily interactions, and now he was especially eager to appear reliable. However, Miss Chun just sobbed and shook her head. I don't dare. It was understandable for a young lady to fear rats. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Fan changed his approach. Then tell me where your house is, and I'll go myself. It's at the end of this alley, the last room on the left, she said while wiping her tears and pointing in the direction. All right, miss, please wait here. I'll be right back. Xiao Fan gripped his weapon tightly and ran toward the depths of the alley. Miss Chin didn't dare follow and could only huddle in the corner with tearful eyes. Just then, a passing level 28 male player was attracted by her delicate appearance and immediately approached to probe. Beautiful miss, do you need any help? The young woman looked up coldly, her expression instantly turning icy. Get lost. Okay. The male player awkwardly slunk away. Miss Chin rubbed her eyes and resumed that pitiful expression, continuing to wait. The end of the alley was a dead end with no exit. Xiao Fan reached the end where the door on the left was closed but unlocked. He pushed open the door and stepped inside to find a small courtyard with a large water vat, a sweet osmanthus tree, and a tiny vegetable patch no bigger than 2 square meters. Moonlight fell across the roof tiles, and a mist-like frost added a touch of tranquility to the yard. Xiao Fan looked around, thinking to himself that this little sister's solitary home was quite peaceful. On the other side of the courtyard wall stood the living quarters, with a wooden door left ajar. From inside came rustling sounds, like someone sawing wood. Xiao Fan squinted. It was probably the rat demon gnawing on something. The task difficulty shouldn't be too high, so he boldly pushed the door open and walked in. Squeak. The moment he stepped through the doorway, a pitch-black shadow lunged at him, slamming into his chest with a bang. Red numbers showing 2,828 flashed up as Xiao Fan was sent flying several meters like he'd been hit by a truck, crashing into the water vat and shattering it completely. Ice-cold well water soaked through his clothes, leaving him in a sorry state. What the hell just happened? He shook the water droplets from his face and quickly got to his feet. At the doorway stood a giant rat over a meter tall, pitch black and resembling a small black bear, baring its fangs at him with tusks gleaming coldly. Its arrogant posture made his anger flare. Hey, this little demon's pretty fat. Xiao Fan muttered under his breath, looking up to check the attribute panel. Name, Vicious Rat Monster Elite. Level, 60. Health, 580-005-8000. Skills, Charge, Plague Fong, Fire Spell. Perfect for me. Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand and cast an air sword technique. Bang. 14938-2600-800 burn. The rat monster let out a piercing shriek as its health bar plummeted. It leaped out of the flames and lunged straight at Xiao Fan's face with bared fangs. Xiao Fan pressed his fingers together as golden red runes surged from his palm. Demon Subduing Seal. Bang. 10,623. A burst of golden light struck the rat's head like a heavy hammer, and a stun icon appeared with a 19-second countdown. The elite monster froze in place, unable to move. Indeed, a 20-second control effect. I am invincible in solo combat. Xiao Fan nodded approvingly. Crowd control from Taoist priests was already rare, and this hard control was nearly fatal against players of the same level unless they had dispel skills, otherwise they'd be dead within 3 seconds. Of course, Lord-level bosses and above were immune to control, but it was more than enough for bullying elite monsters. While the stun lasted, he leisurely cast several air sword techniques, taking the opportunity to level up his proficiency. The burn effect from fire spell stacked up, and before long, the giant rat was charred black all over, falling stiff to the ground and dissolving into system-wide light. Notification sounds rang out in succession. You have defeated the vicious rat monster and gained 46,400 experience points. Ding. Demon Elimination Quest Progress updated. Next stage quest available for submission. The rat monster's corpse quickly disappeared, leaving only 30 some copper coins and a piece of black iron equipment. Xiao Fan glanced at the attributes and muttered, "Trash." He casually tossed it into his small sumaru ring. After finishing everything, he stepped out through the broken door and shouted across the narrow alley to the other side. "Miss Chun, I've eliminated the rat monster. You can come back now." "Oh, all right." The young woman at the other end of the alley wiped the corners of her eyes and hurried over, lifting her skirt as she ran. In the narrow alley, moonlight stretched her shadow long. The 16-year-old girl's eyes held tears, but also joy as she ran lightly toward the young man standing at the end of the alley. In such a scene, a romantic hero would have taken her into his arms, but Xiao Fan, being completely dense about romance, didn't move a muscle. "Thank you, young hero Xiao Fan." Miss Chen stopped in front of him, bowing slightly, her voice soft and sweet, yet full of gratitude. "Don't mention it." Xiao Fan replied coolly, hands clasped behind his back, waiting for her to click and confirm the quest completion. "Please come in for some tea, young hero." With the rat demon eliminated, she was in high spirits and stepped aside to invite him into the courtyard. As soon as they stepped through the courtyard gate, they were greeted by the sight of the large water vat smashed to pieces. Water splashed everywhere, the vegetable patch trampled into pits and holes by the rat monster, and several broken branches under the sweet osmanthus tree. Miss Chen's face immediately crumpled like a bitter melon. I'm really sorry, I accidentally broke things during the battle just now. How about I compensate you with money?" Seeing that the quest wasn't completed yet, Xiao Fan figured it was probably due to the damage he'd caused, so he quickly offered. Miss Chen forced a smile and said, "It's fine, I can clean this up myself." She crouched down to tidy the messy courtyard, managing a strained smile as she looked up and waved at Xiao Fan standing by the gate. "Young hero, you're soaked through. Would you like to come in and change into some dry clothes?" Xiao Fan instinctively looked down at his battle gear, watching the drizzling rainwater drip from his shoulder guards. He quickly waved his hands dismissively. No need. The system will auto-dry it in a bit. This equipment is pretty good, I don't want to change." "Oh, all right then." Miss Chen's expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly perked up with a smile. "Thank you so much for your help today, young hero. My home is safe now, so you can go report back to General Zhang." Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the Demon Extermination Quest Rat Spirit. You have gained 46,400 experience points. Please visit the City Guard General to claim your demon-slaying merit rewards. Hearing the system notification, Xiao Fan felt relieved the quest was only officially complete after receiving her confirmation. "All right then, I'll take my leave." He clasped his fists in farewell and turned to exit the alley. The wooden door clicked shut. Miss Chen leaned against it, muttering under her breath. What's the point of someone so clueless taking on quests? Might as well have waited for the city guards to help instead. Humph. I'll catch another one tomorrow. The rain stopped and clouds cleared, leaving the stone streets glistening with water. Xiao Fan strolled back to the city lord's mansion entrance, where he spotted General Zhang in armor and holding a halberd, standing on the steps. "General Zhang, I'm here to report back." Zhang Yuan glanced at him and smiled warmly. "All taken care of." With so few cultivators accepting quests these days, he made sure to ask follow-up questions whenever possible. "Yeah, just a level 60 giant rat. Easy work." Xiao Fan replied while submitting his system records to the quest monument. General Zhang nodded with a serious tone. "As cultivators, we must not only fight against distant evil forces, but also protect the land beneath our feet. You've done well. I hope you'll continue exterminating demons and upholding righteousness, spreading the light of the righteous path. Ding. You have completed a simple level demon extermination quest and gained 2 demon slaying merit points. With that, Xiao Fan had completed 2 quests today, bringing his total merit to 18 points. He had one more chance, so he headed to the bulletin board. The 4 demon generals of the Bloodhand Demons army would arrive in about 40 minutes, and large countdown text reading, "Demons approaching," appeared in the sky above the city. Xiao Fan wasn't sure if he had enough time to complete a 3rd quest, so he carefully examined the local commissions. 1. An anonymous resident was being bullied by city guard soldiers and needed a player to meet at a designated location, then help teach those soldiers a lesson. 2. Gao Laokai suspected his wife was having an affair with a cultivator from the Dao Palace and wanted someone to secretly investigate the truth. As he weighed his options, unsure which to choose, for beams of teleportation light suddenly flashed nearby. "Hey, Xiao Fan, what are you doing here?" Yuxia Duzhua called out cheerfully. Tian Wei Fei Xian shot him a sideways glance and snorted. "You're already level 40, you must have done high-difficulty demon extermination quests to level up. When we invited you to party earlier, you wouldn't come. You definitely thought we were too weak and didn't want to carry us." No, that's not it, haha." Caught red-handed, Xiao Fan rubbed his nose tip, looking somewhat embarrassed. Qi Tunshan, he threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Even though brother Xiao Fan looks down on us, we still completed a difficult level demon extermination quest." Xiao Fan. Yuxia Duzhua. Everyone was speechless. This guy's social skills are absolutely basement level. The moment he opens his mouth, he's guaranteed to leave everyone speechless. As soon as the words left his mouth, Katunshan River realized he'd stepped on another landmine. He awkwardly raised his hand to scratch his hair, as if trying to claw away the embarrassment along with it. Yuexia Duzhua let out a long sigh, her tone melancholy. "Bro, just delete your character and quit the game. With you around, we'll never make any new friends. Come on, it's not that bad. I'm just straightforward, but I'm not mean-spirited." Katunshan River quickly defended himself. "That's not being straightforward, that's spouting nonsense and shooting poison arrows from your mouth." Yuexia Duzhua stamped her foot in frustration, wishing they weren't siblings so she could just pull out a blade and stab him a few hundred times. At this point, Xiao Fan stepped in to smooth things over. "It's fine, I don't mind." Katunshan River immediately jumped on this. See? Xiao Fan says he doesn't mind. We're all friends now, right? Xiao Fan nodded vaguely, clearly just being polite. Yuexia Duzhua clenched her fist and delivered a solid punch to her brother's arm, then turned to Xiao Fan with a completely different tone. "Xiao Fan, the monster siege is about to start and time's running short. How about we take on a simple quest together?" "Sure." Xiao Fan agreed readily. He figured 40 minutes wasn't enough for a major quest anyway, and running through some routine tasks with them wouldn't hurt. Besides, the boss lady was being so enthusiastic. If he kept refusing, their partnership might really fall through, and then it wouldn't be convenient to make money off her later. After everyone agreed, the 4 of them first went to find General Zhang Yuan to turn in the difficult group quest they'd just completed, then pulled Xiao Fan into their party. "You be the party leader." Yuexia Duzhua directly handed the leadership privileges to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had the highest level and was currently sitting firmly at the top of the level rankings. Even the anonymous user had only reached level 39 after completing the difficult quest, still a bit behind him. He didn't decline, accepting the leadership position and saying, "I only have one quest opportunity left today. There are 2 quests available locally in Jinglei City, investigating a wife's affair or dealing with some thuggish city guards." "Which one?" The affair. Yuexia Duzhua and Tian Wei Feixian exclaimed in unison, their expressions as excited as if they'd discovered a new continent. Katunshan River muttered, "It's not even about investigating a man's affair. What are you 2 so excited about?" Tian Wei Feixian chuckled. "We want to see what kind of man can make a wife cheat, and what kind of man is worth a woman risking her reputation for. Collecting data when we look for boyfriends later, we'll go straight for the latter type." Yuexia Duzhua added with mock seriousness, "We're helping people solve marital and emotional problems." "All right, that one it is." Xiao Fan confirmed the quest. A system notification immediately popped up. "You have accepted the demon-slaying quest, Wife's Secret. Please complete it before 2033. Since you have accepted a 5-person group quest, the difficulty will be increased accordingly." Katunshan River muttered quietly. "What's there to reference? Any guy who seduces married women is definitely bad news. When looking for a partner, you should obviously find someone reliable like me." Yuexia Duzhua rolled her eyes at him and snorted coldly. "Maybe first reflect on why you're still single at 28. Xiao Fan, let's go." With that, she and her 2 good sisters set off following their party leader. Katunshan shook his head with a sigh. "This just shows how reliable I am. That little girl really doesn't understand anything." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward the southeast of Jinglei City alongside Xiao Fan, Tianwei Fiction, Yuexia Zuo, and anonymous user. Gao Laocai's house wasn't far away, and after a quick sprint, they arrived in just a few minutes. The entrance was completely empty. Gao Laotsai's wife was indeed not home, as she was currently out having an affair. The group took this opportunity to speak with the dejected victim, questioning him about his wife's whereabouts while trying to deduce who exactly this other woman might be. Learning that their target might be hiding in the Taoist temple, they immediately turned around and headed for the city's famous cultivation site. Passing through corridors and stone steps, the group quietly made their way to a meditation room on the first floor of the temple. The wooden door was half open, and muffled laughter could be heard from within. The adulterous pair was having their secret rendezvous inside. Everyone expected a fierce battle to follow, but the situation turned out to be surprisingly simple, leaving them bewildered. The 2 merit points felt like free pickings. He Duo-jin provided timely support, and Xiao Fan's group quickly subdued the unscrupulous cultivator who had seduced a married woman, stuffing him into binding ropes and handing him over to the guards. With the mission complete, Tianwei Fiction held her head in her hands and sighed. I thought we'd get to see some exciting action, but they didn't even get their clothes off. Anonymous user replied coolly. If you want to see something exciting, you can ask in the guild channel. Someone will definitely send you links. That's no fun at all. I'd rather. Ahem, there are guys here. Watch your image. Tianwei Fiction was about to continue her suggestive comments, but quickly stopped herself when she noticed the 2 male companions nearby. Uxiadizo chuckled softly. I think you should hurry up and find yourself a boyfriend. Your curiosity is practically overflowing. You're no different. How dare you talk about me? Let me show you. Tianwei Fiction, hit where it hurt, flew into an embarrassed rage and pounced on her, reaching out to tickle her. The 2 girls dissolved into playful chaos, drawing curious onlookers who stopped to watch. Xiao Fan cleared his throat lightly, drawing everyone's attention back. Let's go turn in the mission, then prepare for the city defense event. Although the mission was simple, it still took over 20 minutes. With only about 10 minutes left before the 4 great demon generals attack, and another 10 minutes needed to run from the city lord's mansion to outside the city, the timing was just about right. After completing his mission, Xiao Fan had accumulated 20 demon-slaying merit points, enough to exchange for several inexpensive items. He briefly scanned the merit shop and found nothing urgently needed, so he decided to continue saving points for rarer treasures in the future. With 12 minutes remaining until the city defense battle, Tianwei Faxian and her guild members were assembling in formation at Jinglei City's main square. The woman who had been joking and laughing moments before now wore a serious expression, displaying the dignified bearing of a righteous female warrior. Xiao Fan, will you join us? Yuexia Duzhua looked up and asked. Xiao Fan thought to himself. They were an organized guild after all, and if he, a powerful solo player, joined their operation, he would only steal their contributions. Better to go it alone. He politely shook his head. No thanks. I have some trivial matters to attend to first. With that, he left the party and quickly departed the square. Hey, wait. Yuexia Duzhua reached out but failed to stop him, stamping her foot in frustration. That guy really is. Over the past few days, she had repeatedly shown interest in recruiting him, but Xiao Fan remained unmoved, leaving her both depressed and helpless. Chitu and Shanha threw back his head and laughed. Little sister's charm has lost its effect? Not all men fall for money and beauty. What does beauty have to do with anything? You stinking brother, taste my sword. Yuexia Duzhua flew into an embarrassed rage, drawing her longsword from her pack and chasing after him. Hey, sibling violence. Dad will be angry if he finds out. Stop. Chitu and Shanha dared not fight back, only running frantically around the square with pitiful screams echoing continuously. Since both were in friendly status, no damage was dealt, and the city guards simply pretended not to see. After a brief scuffle, Yuexia Duzhua finally vented her frustration and sheathed her sword. She tidied her disheveled hair and whispered to Tianwei Faxian. Xian, I really hate to let such a skilled player slip away from our guild. Any good ideas? Tianwei Faxian grinned mischievously. All recruitment failures stem from insufficient temptation. If vice guild leader you offered yourself, it would definitely work. Get lost. I think it would be more practical for guild leader to offer herself instead. Alright, stop fooling around. Anonymous user typed in the team channel, urging them on. Let's go do the event first. I need to reclaim first place on the level rankings. Few players remained in the city, as almost everyone had rushed outside to defend. They stopped dawdling, assembled their team, and sprinted out through the east gate. Meanwhile, to avoid awkwardness, Xiao Fan headed alone toward the west side of the city. The area was crowded with people, bustling like a marketplace. At this stage, most players had attack ranges within 10 meters, with 20 meters being the absolute limit, making them unsuitable for long-range archery from the city walls. They could only exit the city for close combat with demons. The defending side simply opened the city gates wide to facilitate player movement. The plains outside the city stretched about 10 kilometers wide. Groups of players spread out according to their preferences. Despite the large numbers, they weren't packed like sardines. Confident in his strength and ample supplies, Xiao Fan made his way to the outermost perimeter without fear. With less than 3 minutes on the countdown, players around him chatted continuously, everyone looking expectant. I wonder what level the demons will be in this event. It's the first major event since launch, so it probably won't be too difficult. Do you all have enough potions? I don't have enough to sell you some. Just 3 taels of silver each will do. The Brotherhood is recruiting. We have legendary masters who can take on 1,000 enemies single-handedly, someone shouted from the crowd. Before the monsters even appeared, tens of thousands of players were already chatting and recruiting each other beneath the city walls. Xiao Fan glanced around. Those brave enough to stand on the front lines were indeed fearless and confident warriors. Almost all were level 32 or above, with the strongest having broken through level 35, their bodies glowing with blue light, clearly possessing impressive equipment. But he also understood that the monsters sent by the Bloodhand demon couldn't be stopped by this level of strength alone. The real advantage lay in the sheer number of players. Ding! The system notification suddenly rang out, with only 60 seconds left on the countdown. Regional announcement. Thunder City. The demonic army of the Bloodhand demon is about to arrive near Thunder City. Please prepare for battle. Friendly reminder. Since the server has been open for less than 7 days, players who died during this event will not lose levels or equipment. Individuals and guilds with the most outstanding performance in this event will receive generous rewards from City Lord Shui Wanshan. As soon as the announcement ended, a semi-transparent interface appeared in the upper left corner of their vision. City Defense Battle. Event level. Hard Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Divine Destruction. Monster Waves. 20 waves remaining. Next monster wave. Arrives in 59 seconds. Monster count. 0 remaining. Boss count. 0 remaining. Status buffs. None. Individual contribution rankings. No data available. Guild contribution rankings. No data available. No level loss on death. What's there to fear? Let's charge. Holy crap, 20 waves total? How many monsters is that? With tens of millions of players, what's to worry about? Brothers, let's climb the rankings. Axe Gang is the best. Chaotic voices rose and fell. Xiao Fan opened the individual contribution explanation. The calculation method was simple and brutal. Every 10,000 points of damage dealt, healed, or absorbed counted as 1 contribution point, with no room for exploitation. For him, this was perfect. With his 10x damage multiplier, multiple area effect skills, and 10x range extension, he was virtually guaranteed to secure first place on the individual rankings. The sky quickly darkened. As soon as the system announcement appeared, dark clouds swallowed the sky above Thunder City, and rolling demonic energy surged like a tide in the distance. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Here they come. Prepare for battle. The countdown reached 0. The demonic army of the Bloodhand demon has appeared. In the distant horizon, a massive black shadow rushed toward them like a swarm of sky-covering bats. Everyone quickly checked the event interface. Monster waves. 19 waves remaining. Next monster wave. Arrives in 600 seconds. Monster count. 1 million remaining. Boss count. 0 remaining. Only 1 million? Who are they looking down on? We have 10 million players. While many players scoffed, some remained silent. After all, this was only the first wave. Whoosh, swarms of vampire bats swept through the low airspace outside the city, diving down. Holy shit, their levels are so high. Vampire bat. Level 80. Health. 17. 80017. 800. Skills. Pounce. Blood Drain. For current players, level 80 was indeed frighteningly high, but 17,800 health was still within acceptable range. With concentrated firepower and group attacks, they weren't impossible to defeat. Windstorm. Xiao Fan swept his Thunderstrike sword with his left hand, sending dark gray winds in a 120-degree fan shape across a 60-meter area. 10,023. 10,105. Neat damage numbers over 10,000 appeared above the bat swarm, with 15 monsters instantly losing most of their health bars. Holy crap, who is that? Players only saw the dark wind sweep past, instantly reducing the front row of bats to critical health. A warrior, thinking the monsters were too fragile, shouted confidently. These small fries are weak, they die in 1 hit. He leaped forward with his blade, striking a bat with a skill. 288. The pathetic yet ironic number left him stunned on the spot. Suddenly, a bat pounced at him, followed by Blood Drain, directly taking away over 3,000 of his health. Before he could react, the bat monster's pounce and Blood Drain combo completely drained his 3,000 health, instantly turning him into a corpse. Holy crap! The fallen players were completely bewildered, unable to understand why their damage was so pathetically weak compared to others. Damn, these monsters are insanely tough, we can barely scratch them. Screams echoed everywhere as waves of players got knocked around like ragdolls. The level 80 vampire bats were like an impenetrable fortress, sky-high defense, devastating attacks, and they could one-shot players left and right. Taoists, at least with their rare spirit resistance, occasionally managed to deal a few hundred or even over 1,000 damage. Meanwhile, swordsmen had superior gear stats compared to Taoists, but the monster's ridiculous defense completely shut down their damage output. Holy shit, half my health in one hit. Screw this. I'm done teleporting back to town. In just one heating clash, the bat swarm wiped thousands of players into white light. With a total of 1 million monsters 250,000 at each of the 4 city gates, they should have been overwhelmed by the million-player army, yet they maintained the upper hand. Check the individual contribution rankings. The leaderboard scrolled rapidly, with ranks 2,100 refreshing every half second, while first place remained fixed like a nail. Xiao Fan, 57 contribution points. What the hell? He's at 57 while we haven't even hit 1. At that moment, Xiao Fan was unleashing his full arsenal. Gale Technique, Bloodlight Sword Chi, and Flame Burn Technique poured out in succession, with damage numbers popping up like raindrops. His Chi Sword Technique whistled through the air, first finishing off the bats he'd weakened, then piercing through to chainkill others behind them. Both his damage frequency and intensity dominated everyone else, but all the aggro was focused squarely on him. Even he couldn't clear the screen with one AoE round against level 80 monsters, and the surviving bats swarmed toward him frantically. Mystic Mist Umbrella, the magical artifact, opened, swirling mist into a protective shield. Thud, thud. 1892, 1920, 1888. The bats swooped in for Hitandran attacks. The umbrella's shield could withstand a few hits with its 20,000 durability, but it wouldn't hold up indefinitely. With the cramped space and crowd, he couldn't kite effectively, only small repositions and frame-perfect dodges. After his combo finished, his health bar remained solid, while some unlucky players got caught in the crossfire. Crap, how did I die? This guy's toxic, stay away from him. Surrounding players grumbled with complaints. Nobody wanted to boost Xiao Fan's ranking, wishing he'd just log off immediately. Seeing him as the primary threat magnet, everyone scattered. Sigh, what poor sportsmanship. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. With his movement speed, he could easily stick close and redirect the monsters back at them, but to avoid getting flamed in world chat, he held back. Wild Charge. With fewer people on the outer edge, he directly knocked back several incoming bats while advancing and finishing them off. System notifications flooded the screen. You defeated a vampire bat, gained 925 experience points, 31 copper coins. You defeated a vampire bat, gained 925 experience points. In special events, monsters had no ownership restrictions. As long as you landed a hit, you'd receive full experience, just like in a party. Item rewards go to the player who deals the highest damage to monsters, automatically entering their inventory without needing to be picked up. The vampire bats spread their wings and swooped down, diving into the dense crowd like ink dissolving into clear water, rapidly infiltrating the entire Western Plains. Players became locked in prolonged combat with them. The monster wall that Xiao Fan had been hoping for never materialized, leaving him somewhat disappointed. After clearing the bats at his feet, he could only chase after the monsters himself. Several bats broke through the defensive line, diving toward Jinglei City. The guards on the city walls had already taken their positions, all elite soldiers ranging from Chi refinement to Foundation establishment stages, fully armed. The moment these small monsters approached, they were instantly eliminated. Demon Subduing Seal. Fire Burning Technique. True Chi Palm. Various colored lights formed a continuous chain along the city walls. To maintain output efficiency, Xiao Fan occasionally consumed a Chi restoration pill to replenish his true Chi, while his main attack remained the True Chi Palm, fired once every 3 seconds. The shrill screeches of bats rose and fell, but were completely drowned out by players' shouts and the explosive sounds of spells. Since death resulted in neither level loss nor equipment drops, everyone simply threw caution to the wind, focusing solely on maximum damage output. The contribution leaderboard updated in real time. Xiao Fan held first place steadily, with contribution points more than 10 times higher than second place. The second place player, I'm Invincible You Do Whatever, gained 1 contribution point every 5 or 6 seconds at a decent pace. If not for Xiao Fan's wide area skills, his advantage would probably only be 2 or 3 times greater. Third place was an anonymous user whose equipment was clearly impressive, still outputting 3 times that of ordinary players. However, the moment Xiao Fan glanced at the leaderboard, her ranking began plummeting. Most likely she'd been swarmed and killed by bats, then respawned back in the city. Hiss! A bat pounced on Xiao Fan's head, draining 2,500 health points. He countered with a Chi Sword technique, instantly finishing off the low health bat, while also reducing another bat behind it to half health. The next second, another bat dove down, taking another 1,600 health points. That really hurts. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, downing another greater revival powder, grateful that his Mystic Mist umbrella had blocked several fatal bites. This was only the first wave, yet he already felt enormous pressure. 19 waves remained, and he had no idea how he'd survive them. Even with his nearly 1,500 defense, he was being torn apart. Other players lost most of their health from a single hit and simply couldn't withstand it. Corpses piled up across the battlefield, and the respawn points in the city were probably already overcrowded. The number of bats visibly decreased, with thousands upon thousands falling every second. Though they possessed blood-draining abilities, the frequency wasn't high, and under multiplayer assault, their health bars dropped rapidly. 2 minutes into the battle, large numbers of low-health bats appeared, triggering an immediate killing spree. Deaths per second climbed from thousands to tens of thousands. 1 million bats were completely cleared in just 3 minutes. The efficiency was commendable, though player deaths probably exceeded those of the bats. Xiao Fan checked the statistics panel. After the first wave, he had contributed 540 points. The monsters scattered in the later stages, limiting AoE harvesting and slowing his growth rate slightly. Second place, I'm Invincible You Do Whatever, had 107 contribution points, narrowing the gap. Third place, Jiang Haoyu had 89 points, with decent output. As for that anonymous user, she was probably still making her way back from the city after respawning. Thinking of the nickname Chi Tun Shan he had given her little unlucky, Xiao Fan couldn't help but mentally comment. Well, actually, she's quite substantial, should probably be called big. Unlucky instead. Everyone waited in place for 3 minutes, taking the opportunity to fully restore their true chi and health. The second wave spawned. Still 1 million monsters, still no boss, but this time they weren't flying units. The ground began to tremble slightly, with increasingly clear vibrations approaching. Suddenly, overwhelming black shadows burst from the distant forest. Black bulls. Level 85 raging bulls, 21,000 health, so tanky. Players with better vision exclaimed. With such health pools, even Xiao Fan felt helpless. Instant kills were simply impossible. 250,000 raging bulls charged forward in a thunderous stampede, their momentum terrifying. Other players' legs went weak, instinctively retreating, unwilling to be the unlucky ones to take the bull's initial charge. Except for Xiao Fan. Moo. The raging bulls let out thunderous roars, lowering their curved horns as they charged straight toward the player formation. Mystic Mist Umbrella. Xiao Fan made a split-second decision, deploying his magical artifact. The translucent canopy opened above his head, enveloping his entire body. When the herd closed to within 10 meters, both his Thunderstrike sword and Starfall sword shot into the air simultaneously. The metallic blades reflected cold light as they sliced through the howling dust clouds. Blood Light, Sword Chi. Gale Technique. Chi Sword Art. 3 skills followed in rapid succession. Crimson Sword energy intertwined with pitch black winds, carving out a 60-meter fan-shaped killing zone. The frontline bulls instantly lost half their health bars, while monsters in the direct path ahead were slashed to critical health. The Chi Sword art transformed into a piercing beam that shot straight into the bull formation. The first bull dropped immediately, followed by the second and third. After claiming 4 critically wounded monsters, the beam finally dissipated. The fallen corpses in the front ranks became obstacles, causing the charging herd behind to lose control. Hooves flailed wildly as bulls crashed into each other in a chain reaction, turning the scene into complete chaos. Safe now. Xiao Fan grinned and raised his hand to cast Flame Burn. Boom. A system notification appeared. You have defeated a raging bull and gained 1,054 experience points. The flame's aftershock also applied burn effects to several nearby bulls, quickly roasting the wounded monsters to ash. Holy crap, this guy's insane. He single-handedly stopped an entire bull charge. Incredible. Hee, lucky I'm standing behind him. This is comfortable. Players positioned directly behind Xiao Fan were beaming with joy, while those on his left and right flanks looked grim. The herd continued thundering forward, shaking the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Many players tried to copy Xiao Fan's strategy of killing frontline bulls to slow the charge, but their damage output was insufficient. The raging bulls might not hit hard, but they were incredibly tanky and nearly impossible to cut down. The bull stampede was more spectacular than 1,000 galloping horses, like a tsunami or landslide. As soon as the collision began, screams echoed from the player ranks. Massive horns sent people flying as the entire formation instantly crumbled. Damn, that hurts. Crap, this is ridiculous. We're getting steamrolled. The herd pushed the crowd back hundreds of meters before finally slowing down due to the buffer of corpses and human walls. Bulls in the rear ranks were still accelerating, and the intense pressure between humans and beasts crushed many players to death outright. Survivors found themselves trapped among the monsters with nowhere to run. In contrast, Xiao Fan had used the small group of bulls he'd stopped to create a narrow but safe buffer zone. With his overwhelming damage output, he began systematically clearing the surrounding monsters. Since these bulls couldn't fly and were packed tightly together, his AoE abilities could finally unleash their full potential. As the raging bulls crowded closer, a single Gale Technique sweep sent his contribution points skyrocketing by dozens. You have defeated a raging bull and gained 1,054 experience points and 38 copper coins. Kill notifications kept refreshing. His experience bar jumped frantically, and copper coins along with common equipment poured into his inventory. He couldn't be bothered to examine the trashed gear, casually tossing it at his feet. Xiao Fan fought as he moved, occasionally using wild charge to test his strength against the massive bulls. Obviously, he fell far short compared to the bulls. The 50-meter charge skill would immediately stop upon encountering the raging bulls, at most knocking one bull away before coming to a complete halt when meeting the second. Despite the limited effectiveness of his charge, Xiao Fan's contribution points were skyrocketing. Within just 1 minute of the second wave spawn, he had already unleashed 2 Gale spells, 2 Bloodlight Sword Chi attacks, for Flame Burn techniques, 6 Chi Sword arts, plus countless True Chi palms and heavy strikes, earning over 400 contribution points with the numbers still climbing. Each Chi Sword art consumed 20 points of True Chi, and after firing several consecutive shots, his Chi bar was clearly running low, forcing him to reluctantly stop. By this time, after the initial chaos, the bull herd had been surrounded by players and could barely move. The raging bulls were only terrifying during their stampede. Once they lost charging space, they immediately became ordinary monsters, completely slaughtered by millions of players. After just over 3 minutes, 1 million wild bulls were completely cleared. Xiao Fan calculated the time on his fingers at normal speed. Anonymous users would just be leaving the city now. Thunder City was so vast that players who respawned would miss at least one entire monster wave trying to return to the battlefield. Those who died in the first round often had to wait until the second round was half over before rejoining the fight. He consumed recovery potions on the spot, waiting for the third wave of monsters. Just then, a blazing light streaked across from the northern sky, carrying murderous intent. Players on the west side of the city heard an angry roar. Xiao Fan die. Xiao Fan whipped his head around to see an elderly man descending from the sky on a boat-shaped magical treasurite. Was Lu Tianjue. The old man wielded a precious sword and struck down from 200 to 300 meters away. The sword light tore through the sky like lightning, leaving no room for evasion. Xiao Fan hastily summoned his dark mist umbrella, but the shield instantly shattered, and the remaining sword chi struck him, taking away 25,000 health points. I actually didn't die? He clicked his tongue in amazement, understanding that his opponent hadn't used full strength, but he definitely couldn't withstand a second strike. The Thunder Strike sword trembled as he counterattacked with Chi Sword art, its 300-meter range just reaching Lu Tianjue. The old man in the air didn't dodge and struck down again, intending to cut Xiao Fan down. Both sword lights hit almost simultaneously. Xiao Fan's health bar instantly emptied and he fell straight down. 902 floated above Lu Tianjue's head foundation establishment against body tempering. With 2 realm suppression, Xiao Fan's damage was reduced to 1/10. The system's cold notification appeared. You have died. However, Xiao Fan was surprised to discover he hadn't lost a level. The system protection during the defense battle had saved him. At the same time, Lu Tianjue's health bar suddenly turned red, and the city defense battle information page refreshed. Remaining leaders, 1. Holy crap, awesome. Xiao Fan stared wide-eyed while lying on the ground. The system had determined that Lu Tianjue attacked a player during the defense battle and forcibly classified him into the attacking monster faction. Brothers, that old man has immortal artifacts and immortal technique skills. Let's blow him up and get rich together. What? Seriously? Damn. A level 140 old geezer, who could possibly beat that? Holy crap, 2 million HP. Even if he just stood there and let me hack away, it'd take me 3 years. Xiao Fan grumbled while frantically typing in the team channel. The third wave of monsters hadn't spawned yet, leaving a large, empty area below the city walls. Nearby players heard his shouts and looked up to see a massive red health bar floating in midair. Lu Tianjue level 140 HP 2 million. Everyone compared it to their own stats and instantly felt deflated. Forget about dealing damage. They couldn't even reach the guy. 100 meters up in the sky wasn't exactly within range of just any skill. At this moment, Lu Tianjue hadn't realized the system had classified him as a siege monster. He was solely focused on his son's killer. His sword light tore through the clouds, instantly killing Xiao Fan in a flash of white light. Then his cold voice echoed across Jinglei City. Get up. I know you don't die that easily. The blood debt for killing my descendants cannot go unpaid. Today, old man swears he won't rest until he's killed you 1,000 times over. The system ruled, defense battle in progress, revival pills prohibited. In his corpse state, Xiao Fan couldn't communicate with NPCs, so he could only flood the player channel with ha. He chose to respawn nearby, and in a flash of green light appeared at the city center. Activating swift steps beneath his feet, his movement speed instantly tripled. The main street was packed with players who'd been cleared out by monsters and were rushing back to the front lines. He dodged left and right like an arrow from a bow, managing to reach the west gate just as the 30-second countdown warning sounded. High above, Lu Tianjue surveyed the entire city, patiently guarding the gate and waiting for his prey. Seeing Xiao Fan emerge, he dove down. Villain, die. The first sword beam tore through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing toward the ground. Xiao Fan was ready. With a quick step, he turned and sprinted, darting into the gate tunnel where the thick stone walls of the city provided complete cover. He turned back and flipped him off. Old fool. Come into the city if you dare. A system notification appeared on his interface, no experience lost for deaths within the city. This made Xiao Fan even more confident. At worst he'd miss one wave of monsters. But once the monster difficulty ramped up, the battle line would eventually be pushed back to the gates anyway, and he'd still be able to deal damage. Besides, the garrison troops on the city walls were elite forces, not just for show. Lu Tianjue's sword light struck empty air. Furious, he roared from above. Come out here. What? Scared of you? I'm coming out what now? Xiao Fan stepped out of the gate, puffing out his chest dramatically and making a dismissive downward gesture at the sky. Arrogant. Seeking death. The second sword beam fell with thunderous force. Hee, I'm back inside. Xiao Fan shifted his footing and flashed back into the tunnel. The 200-meter distance gave him plenty of reaction time. Leaning against the stone wall to avoid the sword light, he popped back out before the dust settled. Lu Tianjue, I'm out again, come down here. Hey, I'm back again, what can you do about it? If you're so tough, come into the city and kill me. He kept darting in and out of the gate while taunting wildly. Lu Tianjue gnashed his teeth in rage above, his sword trembling, but he didn't dare step foot within the city walls. He understood Jinglei City's rules. Killing outside the city might earn some infamy, but anyone who dared enter the city to commit murder, even a disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation sect, would be executed on the spot by the city lord's forces. Xiao Fan exploited this ruthlessly. The city garrison's arrow formations lined up on the walls, their dark crossbows gleaming coldly as they aimed at the sky. Seeing the heavily fortified walls while being repeatedly provoked by Xiao Fan, Lu Tianjue's chest heaved violently as his anger finally boiled over. I refuse to believe you can hide in that city forever. He roared angrily while hovering in the air, neither descending nor departing. Xiao Fan looked up at the figure and shot back without courtesy. I don't believe you can stay outside the city forever. I couldn't care less about quitting this damn game. I've already made enough money. The real world is so much more exciting, with fine dining, drinks, and beautiful models, a different one every day. You can just hang there in the sky like an idiot. Before his words finished, he added another jab. Damned scoundrel. Lu Tianjue's face darkened with rage, his whole body trembling. Though he had no idea what beautiful models meant, he instinctively knew the boy wasn't saying anything good and was clearly trying to provoke him. The hatred of losing his son and grandson was irreconcilable. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned toward the city guards, cupped his fists, and shouted, Fellow cultivators of Thunder City, I am Lu Tianjue, an inner disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation sect, here today for revenge. This man brutally murdered my only son and grandson, ending my family line. If I don't avenge this wrong, I'm unworthy of being a father. Please allow me to enter the city and slay this villain. His powerful voice echoed between the city walls and valley, sounding so passionate and righteous as if he were the victim. Many nearby players, unaware of the truth, began whispering among themselves, their words filled with accusations against Xiao Fan. But Xiao Fan wasn't one to back down. Seeing the tide turning against him, he stepped forward and raised his voice even louder. Old fool, stop playing the victim. Don't you know what kind of people your son and grandson were? They bullied men and violated women, committing every evil imaginable. They oppressed thousands of innocent people in the villages around Snake Coil Mountain. Unmarried girls were assaulted, elderly men in their 70s were beaten, and they even wanted to grind people's ancestral bones into seasoning. Countless innocent lives were lost to that father-son duo, their bodies never found. Those two beasts of yours were worse than demons. Evil people meet there just and heaven itself punishes them. A father is responsible for his children's failings. Since you failed to teach your descendants properly, don't blame me, Xiao Fan, for carrying out heaven's justice and taking their worthless lives. Lu Tianjue, I was helping you by enforcing family discipline. Instead of kneeling in gratitude, you want to kill me? You ungrateful, shameless wretch. Considering your grief over losing your son, I won't pursue this matter today. Get back to the Heavenly Tribulation sect immediately and reflect on your mistakes. If you dare cause more trouble, neither heaven nor humanity will tolerate you, and your blood will surely be spilled here. This barrage of accusations fired like a machine gun, delivered in one breath so eloquently that no one could interrupt. The surrounding players fell silent instantly, then erupted in low exclamations of amazement. Damn, what a waste not to have this guy play Zhuge Liang. Boss, I bow down to you. Please teach me. I always end up crying when people insult me. With skills like this, I'd never have to suffer injustice again. Wow, playing a game and getting to witness such hardcore verbal combat awesome. While the commotion continued, ghostly red light appeared in the wilderness outside the city. The third wave of monsters had spawned. Still no boss in sight, but a pack of level 90 demonic hounds came charging. They had high attack power, but less than 18,000 health, much more fragile than the previous bulls. The Hound army was immediately intercepted by frontline players, with flashing blades, fireballs, and lightning creating a chaotic battle. The sounds of combat were deafening as experience bars shot upward. Players in the rear remained relatively relaxed for now, watching the excitement while waiting for the next wave. After enduring Xiao Fan's verbal assault, Lu Tianjue finally reached his breaking point. He suddenly dismissed his flying artifact and plummeted from the sky, landing with a cloud of dust. The old man stepped forward, positioning himself 100 meters outside the city. His sword emerged from its sheath with cold light gleaming. His clouded eyes fixed deadly on Xiao Fan as his voice turned ice cold. You represent neither heaven nor humanity. If you want my blood spilled here, let's see if you're worthy. As his words fell, a sharp sword beam shot from his blade tip, crossing the 100-meter distance straight toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan remained on high alert, and the moment he saw the old man raise his hand, he knew a skill was coming and immediately dodged to the side. Whoosh! The sword light tore through the air like lightning, barely missing him. The players who had just rushed to the city gate didn't even have time to scream before being skewered by that streak of sword light, like human kebabs. A straight line stretching 150 meters was painted crimson with blood. What the hell? What's happening? Damn it! I barely made it out alive. The fleeing players cursed endlessly, but could only watch as their characters instantly turned to ash. Despite causing collateral damage, Lu Tianjue showed no remorse. Instead, he sneered and prepared his second skill. Xiao Fan crouched low and rolled forward as dust kicked up, the sword energy once again grazing over his head. Damn it. Bro, give us a heads up before you dodge. We're innocent here. This boss is ridiculous. Why aren't the city guards doing anything? The sword light struck again, and another wave of players fell dead. Cries of anguish rose and fell as the ground became sickeningly stained with blood. Xiao Fan glanced back at the guards flanking the city gate. Those armored soldiers with great swords across their chests stood motionless, as if none of this concerned them. He couldn't help but cup his fists and shout, City Guard brothers, don't just stand there watching. I'm the #1 contributor in the defense battle rankings. That old man won't let me leave, but what if the monster army attacks? Quickly help me slay this old villain. The captain of the city guards responded in a deep voice. Young hero Xiao Fan. The city lord has ordered that we only defend against invading demons. This fellow cultivator is not a demon, and though he has grievances with you, it's not our place to interfere. The system has already classified him as a monster. Xiao Fan wished he could shove the event information page in the NPC's face, but unfortunately the function didn't support it. My apologies, but this falls outside our jurisdiction, the captain said with regret. Unless he enters the city to cause trouble, we don't handle matters outside the city. Damn, so inflexible. Seeing the guards wouldn't budge, Xiao Fan had a flash of inspiration. He rushed forward a few steps and simply hid behind the captain. The shield-like armor blocked the direct line between him and Lu Tianjue. If Lu Tianjue attacked again, he would hit the city guards first. Sure enough, the old Taoist's raised hand froze midair, and his sword energy dissipated. Come on, old fool, don't chicken out now. Keep going. Xiao Fan poked his head out from behind the captain's shoulder and made a face at him. The guard captain coughed awkwardly. Young hero Xiao Fan, this puts me in a very difficult position. Well, I'm in a difficult position too if you don't act, Xiao Fan sighed. General Zhang Yuan said that Lu Tianjue's descendants deserve to die. I'm eliminating evil and protecting the righteous path. There's nothing wrong with that, yet I'm obstructed by this calamity. Good brother, you're under General Zhang's command, so we should be on the same side. This old man bullies me because I'm young, and as a city guard, you should stand up for me. When my strength improves in the future, I'll repay Jinglei City and protect you all from demon invasions. General Zhang Yuan's reputation carried significant weight, and the guard captain's expression shifted slightly, though he still hesitated. But killing a heavenly tribulation sect disciple would have serious consequences. Lu Tianjue laughed maniacally in the distance, pointing his sword at the ground. Little bastard, stop hiding behind others and come out like a man to meet your death. Xiao Fan completely ignored him and continued persuading the captain. What's there to fear? He's a heavenly tribulation sect disciple, but I'm also a Ling Shao sect disciple. My credentials are no worse than his. Besides, my master is the Mad Thunder Taoist, who's just short of reaching the Qi refinement stage, and we haven't completed the formal apprenticeship ceremony yet. You all help me subdue him, and I'll handle all the subsequent matters regarding the heavenly tribulation sect. What? You're a disciple of the Mad Thunder Taoist? The guard captain's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Yes, what's wrong? Xiao Fan sensed an opportunity and quickly pressed for more information. The captain composed himself and lowered his voice. Young hero, you may not know this, but 16 years ago, Master Mad Thunder ventured alone to the Western Wasteland. With just himself and his sword, he fought against 8 great demon generals and hundreds of demon spawn, saving tens of thousands of people from 3 towns and 17 villages in the West. My elder brother and I were just children then, and we only survived because of his protection which is why we can live peacefully in Thunder City today. If you're truly Master Mad Thunder's disciple, then to repay this blood debt of gratitude, I, Zhao, would stand shoulder to shoulder with you against any enemy, even if it means breaking the rules. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's heart trembled so that short, plump old master with the Shu dialect had accomplished such heroic deeds. His expression grew solemn. A cultivator's primary duty is to vanquish demons and protect the common people. What my future master did is exactly what I aspire to achieve in my lifetime. Good brother, if you can help me out of this predicament today, we shall join hands in the future to suppress demons and uphold the righteous path. Captain Zhao's blood was stirred, his nose tingling with emotion as he clearly recalled the bloody storms of the past and the tragic fate of his loved ones. He took a deep breath but remained cautious. However, please first prove your relationship with Master Mad Thunder. Xiao Fan immediately produced the incomplete 5 Thunder Heart Sutra and a Ling Xiao sect token. It was because of this manual that I formed a connection with the Mad Thunder Taoist. He promised to take me as his disciple once I achieved success in Qi cultivation. This token was personally given to me by Senior Sister Ning, the chief disciple of Ling Xiao sect, and can also verify my identity. Captain Zhao examined the token carefully, confirmed its authenticity, and respectfully clasped his fists. In that case, I, Zhao Tianjun, along with the 4th Squad of Company A, am willing to help you capture the evil cultivator Lu Tianjue. Should General Zhang hold us accountable afterward, I hope you'll put in a good word for us. As his words fell, he drew the long sword from his waist, its blade flashing with cold light as he pointed it at the distant Lu Tianjue. Brothers of Company A's 4th Squad, take this man down. Yes, Captain. 12 city guards responded in unison. This elite guard unit specifically stationed at the city gate consisted entirely of Foundation establishment cultivators. 8 martial sect practitioners shot forward like lightning. 3 Dao sect practitioners summoned their magical treasures to form a protective formation, and Zhao Tianjun himself had reached level 140. After giving the order, Zhao Tianjun didn't rush to attack, but turned to Xiao Fan. Young hero, I am Zhao Tianjun. When you meet Master Mad Thunder in the future, please convey this message for me and my elder brother Zhao Rongjuan. We will never forget his great kindness, and we will follow his example to save more people. Very well, I will certainly deliver this message. Xiao Fan nodded solemnly. Clang. The sound of metal rang out as Zhao Tianjun and his 11 comrades attacked simultaneously, their sword light and magical treasures weaving together as they pressed toward Lu Tianjue. Lu Tianjue had been cursing at Xiao Fan, trying to force him out of the city to face death, but he never expected the situation to change, so suddenly the city guards were actually attacking him directly. He roared in anger. How dare you? You actually dare to disregard the friendship between Thunder City and the 3 great sects by attacking me. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly tribulation sect's wrath? Zhao Tianjun responded coldly. Lu Tianjue, you are a righteous path cultivator, yet you allowed your son to harm the people, committing a heinous crime. Today you've also harmed an innocent heavenly mandate cultivator outside Thunder City, adding to your sins. Since the heavenly tribulation sect has failed to discipline you properly, I, Zhao, will capture you on behalf of your sect. Surrender now and you can avoid physical suffering. Otherwise don't blame us for using heavy force. Lu Tianjue's strength was considerable, equivalent to a level 140 overlord boss, but facing the combined assault of over 10 elite city guards, he still found himself overwhelmed. His failure to defeat Xiao Fan had already made him agitated, and now facing this siege, his fury exploded completely. If that's how it is, then let's see whose skills are superior. All of you can die here. Heaven-breaking sword chi. Clang. The sword sang with a piercing cry as a brilliant beam of sword light shot skyward. Lu Tianjue erupted in complete fury, unleashing his ultimate technique as his entire form transformed into a cold gleam, stabbing viciously toward Xiao Fan's position. Though his savage killing intent nearly overwhelmed his reason, he still remembered that his true enemy was Xiao Fan, not the surrounding city guards. This strike was terrifyingly fast, far beyond what Xiao Fan's current cultivation level could evade. At the critical moment, Zhao Tianjun stepped forward and hurled a golden talisman jade from his right palm. Whoosh! The jade transformed into a light shield to intercept the sword beam. Crack! The light shield shattered inch by inch. Lu Tianjue's power sent shockwaves that left Zhao Tianjun's face deathly pale, his form swaying as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The backlash from his destroyed magical treasure was clearly severe. The instant the talisman jade shattered, 11 city guard soldiers unleashed their coordinated techniques. Spiritual energy crashed down like a hurricane, pinning Lu Tianjue firmly in place. He tried to take flight, but 3 Dao sect soldiers joined forces to suppress him with their magic, forcibly slamming him back to the ground as blood sprayed everywhere. Immediately after, 8 Xia sect soldiers rushed forward, their fists, feet, and weapons raining down like hail with endless dull thuds. After spitting out a second mouthful of blood, Lu Tianjue's aura instantly weakened as he was brutally nailed to the dust, unable to move an inch. The battle outside the city remained fierce. Demonic hounds tore at the frontline players, causing massive casualties. However, the formation was so deep that players in the rear hadn't even glimpsed the monsters yet. With nothing else to do, they all turned their attention to the dramatic combat unfolding around Xiao Fan. Seeing Lu Tianjue suppressed, several bold players crept closer and casually tossed skills, hoping to steal some damage and test for experience. Xiao Fan didn't waste the opportunity either, flashing forward to get close as his skills rained down on Lu Tianjue. 1,239, 260, 982, 80. Burning, splash damage, and slashing attacks came in waves, but the suppression across two major cultivation realms was too terrifying as damage was only 1/10 of normal. Lu Tianjue possessed a full 2 million health points, while Xiao Fan's damage per second was less than 2,000. Trying to grind him down with player damage alone would clearly take until the end of time. The other players were even more useless, either dealing pitiful 1 damage or missing entirely. Even the occasional expert only managed a few dozen points. Fortunately, the city guard's firepower was fierce. One concentrated barrage had already stripped away 800,000 of Lu Tianjue's health with frightening efficiency. Still pinned down, Lu Tianjue refused to submit, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Zhao Tianjun, excellent. This old man remembers you. Before long, you'll regret what you've done today. Still dare to act arrogant? Keep attacking." One guard, seeing his captain insulted, immediately bellowed in rage. All 11 soldiers struck together as the second round of bombardment fell. Bang, 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 bang. Fresh blood gushed from Lu Tianjue's mouth and nose again as his health bar dropped to less than 300,000. Xiao Fan's spirits soared as he quickly accelerated his sustained assault. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Lu Tianjue's body suddenly erupted with blinding white light. A bowl-shaped magical treasure burst from his body, instantly expanding to envelop his entire form. Mysterious repulsive force rippled outward, forcing all the guards to stagger back several steps. Immediately after, the bowl carried Lu Tianjue as he broke through the air and fled, becoming a cold star in the blink of an eye before disappearing into the western horizon. Damn, he just ran away like that. Xiao Fan and the other players looked at each other in bewilderment, never expecting the cooked duck to fly away. However, the next second, the system's pleasant notification chimed. You have repelled Lu Tianjue and received 5-kill reward, gaining 2,249,500 experience points. This notification was different from usual. It said, repelled, rather than defeated. Lu Tianjue had been identified as a demon from the attacking forces, so rewards were definitely in order. The system only calculated 5 of the full experience, but even so, the massive experience from a level 140 Overlord boss was still staggering. Xiao Fan had already accumulated nearly half the experience needed for his next level up, and when the reward hit his account, his level instantly jumped 3 times in a row, shooting straight to level 43 before stabilizing at around 10 progress. As light flashed around him, his health and mana were fully restored, and his character stats rose accordingly. The surrounding players were buzzing with excitement. Just landed a few hits on the boss and got more experience than killing hundreds of small monsters. 4 levels straight. Lu Tianjue is awesome. Master Xiao Fan, this bonus is incredible. Damn, I didn't touch him, what a loss. In just a few seconds, only 30 to 40 people successfully managed to get credit from Lu Tianjue, each earning over 2 million experience points, while the rest could only watch helplessly, stomping their feet in frustration. Guard Captain Zhao Tianjun gazed in the direction where Lu Tianjue had fled and sighed regretfully. Young hero Xiao Fan, my apologies for failing to capture him for you. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. No matter. After suffering such heavy injuries, he won't dare show his face again anytime soon. Once we break through to the Qi refinement stage and join the Lingxiao sect, we naturally won't fear him. He shifted topics. Rather, you should be concerned that old man will likely complain to the Heavenly Tribulation sect when he returns. Give General Zhang a heads up to avoid any trouble. Zhao Tianjun laughed heartily. The city guard holds a special position. Even if the Heavenly Tribulation sect master himself came, he wouldn't dare touch us. Young hero Xiao, rest assured. The city guard was Jinglei City's most important defensive force, carrying more weight with the common people than disciples from the 3 major sections. Unless they broke the law or oppressed the innocent, no one dared move against them easily. Hearing this, Xiao Fan felt relieved and clasped his fists. Thank you for your assistance today, Captain Zhao. I'm heading to the front lines to clear monsters. When I meet Taoist Quanlei someday, I'll definitely convey your regards. With that, he pushed through the crowd and charged straight into the demon army. Ding! Zhao Tianjuan's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 2010. The notification chimed in his ear, and Xiao Fan paused slightly. The Punisher of Evil title automatically added 10 to all relationships, so Zhao Tianjuan's actual favorability of 30 meant he now considered Xiao Fan a friend. The NPCs in Hongming all think independently, Xiao Fan mused to himself. Whether cultivation disciples, city guards, nascent soul masters, or young women in the streets and lonely housewives in the markets, everyone had their own beliefs. Players could genuinely befriend them rather than just treating NPCs as quest tools. When he had time, perhaps he could invite Zhao Tianjun for drinks or take senior sister Ning shopping. The front lines were awash with blood and light as demonic hounds tore back and forth. Players fell in waves, and dog corpses littered the ground. Though Xiao Fan had sat out an entire round, his contribution still held steady at first place, with second and third place trailing far behind. When he arrived, a few spiritual techniques finished the job and cleared the battlefield. Sigh, why haven't any boss monsters appeared yet? How many waves will it take? Someone complained. Xiao Fan chuckled inwardly. These minions were all heading toward level 100 and above. If a level 100 boss actually showed up, these players would probably cry. The fourth wave of monsters appeared quickly. This time, level 95 reedy giant lizards spawned creatures that resembled crocodiles, but had elongated hind legs, and didn't use the signature death roll of their reptilian cousins. These beasts had thick hides and ridiculously high defense, though their attacks were mediocre and their movement sluggish. Despite having higher stats than the previous buffalo herd due to their level 95 status, they were actually easier to handle, and combat player deaths occurred in an orderly fashion rather than the chaotic stampede that flattened entire front lines. Against the lizard's absurd defense, ordinary players' damage output was pitiful, with most attacks dealing only a few hundred damage and barely any breaking the 1,000 mark. As a result, clearing the 250,000 giant lizards took an extraordinarily long time. After a full 10 minutes of fighting with no end in sight, the fifth wave monsters impatiently made their entrance. Xiao Fan leisurely farmed contribution points while observing the battlefield. His inventory was well stocked with health potions, his chi consumption was perfectly manageable, and every few moments he'd cast a gale technique. Watching his contribution and experience values climb steadily, the grinding experience was practically perfect. When the fifth wave refreshed, a notification on the activity panel caught his eye. This round finally featured boss monsters. The first 4 waves had merely been appetizers. The real battle began with wave 5. Boss count, for remaining. With 4 attack directions total, each front line would face one major threat. Xiao Fan quickly finished off the remaining giant lizards nearby, then looked toward the distance. At the edge of the plains, emerging from the treeline, a formation of humanoid monsters advanced with heavy, deliberate steps, slow but radiating murderous intent. These were human corpses corrupted by demonic evil demon soldiers, having undergone a second death to become zombies. Their movements were stiff, and both their movement and attack speeds were sluggish, yet their attributes were terrifyingly high. Demon Soldier, level 100, HP 32, 00032, 000, skills, slash, toxic grasp. Siege battle monsters displayed their skills directly to help players prepare countermeasures. As the demon soldiers closed to within 100 meters, Xiao Fan raised his hand and cast Chi Sword technique to test the damage. Whoosh! 16,029. 2,860. The damage numbers exceeded his expectations. Xiao Fan's heart leaped with joy. Of course, his demon-slaying badge ring dealt an additional 10 damage to demonic creatures. The demon soldiers continued their advance as he swung his sword, unleashing Gale technique with thunderous force. Whoosh! Dark winds raged as several blue-gray energy blades swept across like razors, damage numbers ranging from 11,000 to 12,000 flashing continuously, while his contribution points surged by dozens. Simultaneously, a crisp notification chimed. Ding, congratulations! Gale technique has advanced to level 2. The skill description immediately updated. Level 1 Gale technique had a 122 damage coefficient, now increased to 132 at level 2. The demon soldiers wielded weapons cobbled together from scrap metal and rusty iron, roaring as they charged into the player formation. Roar! Their withered throats could only produce bestial snarls. Thud! 3,102. Xiao Fan deliberately took the hit without dodging. Even with his 1,493 physical defense, he lost over 3,000 health, demonstrating the ferocity of level 100 monsters. Ordinary players wearing level 30 equipment would basically be instant corpses if struck. The pressure intensified dramatically, especially with boss monsters still bringing up the rear. Xiao Fan retreated several steps, gripped his sword, and swung in a wide arc, sending a crimson sword chi slashing outward. Swish! A large group of demon soldiers was left crippled by his attacks, followed by his fire incineration technique that killed one and ignited the surrounding enemies. During a brief lull in combat, his eyes swept across the battlefield, desperately searching for the leader he could leech experience from. Only one spawned per wall section, and he didn't want to miss it. The front lines were empty, with no sign of any leader-like figure. Soon, he spotted his target at the very back of the enemy formation, a nearly 3-meter monster wreathed in black, demonic energy, blocked by rows of demon soldiers and unable to advance for the moment. Damn, these monsters are way too strong. We can't beat them, someone cursed loudly. One hit, and you're dead. Even healers can't keep up with the damage. How are we supposed to fight this? If we actually lost levels when dying, we would have all retreated to the village ages ago. Level 100 monsters were practically a disaster for players in their 30s. They couldn't deal meaningful damage, and getting caught in the crowd meant taking unavoidable hits, leading to countless frustrating deaths. Bro, help me out. I'm about to die. The player next to Xiao Fan screamed in terror as a rusty iron blade was raised high above him. Bang! A true chi palm strike slammed down, and the low-health demon soldier collapsed instantly. Master. Thank you, Master. The young player had barely caught his breath when another demon soldier suddenly slapped him with poisonous hand. His entire body turned dark green instantly, toxic fumes swirling around him as he died on the spot. Damn it. These demon soldiers are way too overpowered. We demand a nerf. Curses echoed continuously from the respawn point. Even Xiao Fan couldn't handle the level 100 demon soldiers. Well, a few more hits would definitely kill him, let alone ordinary players. Despite this, countless players fearlessly threw themselves into the fray, and the number of demon soldiers visibly decreased. 10 minutes later, the sixth wave of monsters spawned. The leader that had been blocked in the back finally pushed to the front lines, and simultaneously, the event information updated. The leader count changed to 8, meaning the sixth wave had spawned another one. Holy crap, this boss is insane. There's no way to beat it. Exclamations erupted from nearby. Xiao Fan moved closer to look and was also shocked. Demon Soldier Vanguard Commander. Level 100 Chi Refinement Stage. Health 561, 000561000. Skills: Great Cleave, Demonic Chi Slash, Whirling Blade Dance. Magic Resistance 30. This thing was even tougher than those two lords from Blackwind Cave, almost matching the Overlord class Blackwind monster. Great Cleave was a single target execution attack. Demonic Chi Slash penetrated in a straight line for 20 meters, and Whirling Blade Dance created a 7-meter radius whirlwind that killed both near and far. Even Xiao Fan couldn't withstand many hits. Thank goodness it's not Foundation Establishment stage, or this would be completely unplayable, he thought with relief. Fire Incineration. Xiao Fan relied on his 40-meter range to maintain suppression no matter how fierce the Demon Soldier Vanguard was. Its attack range was only 20 meters. Bang! 10,532. 2002. 616 burn. The 30 magic resistance still caused significant pain when faced with the demon-slaying badge's damage boost and his chaos body constitution. Roar. The leader's furious roar locked onto its target as it charged forward with a tumterlong ghost head greatsword. No one dared stand in its path. With one strike, a full health player instantly dropped to 0, and unlucky bystanders were cleaved in half. Xiao Fan maintained a distance of over 40 meters from it. Their speeds were roughly equal, so he could neither pull away nor close in. Even at 40 meters, it remained enraged, violently unleashing Demonic Chi Slash. The black-red blade energy swept through, instantly vaporizing several players. It continued its relentless advance, and when smaller monsters blocked its path, it casually slaughtered them with a single stroke. Holy shit, this guy's ruthless. He's even killing his own allies. Xiao Fan Master. Keep leading him to kill the small monsters, players shouted excitedly. Got it. Xiao Fan immediately adjusted his positioning, ensuring there were always a few demon soldiers between himself and the leader. This fighting style made him more likely to get surrounded by demon soldiers, forcing him to occasionally deploy his Mystic Mist umbrella for defense or consume potions to restore his health. The demonic soldier Vanguard charged like a madman, slashing at anyone who dared stand in its way. Xiao Fan unleashed a barrage of long-range attacks, hurling waves of fire-burning technique, true chi palm, and fierce wind technique one after another. Though the demon subduing seal and chi sword technique packed more punch, they drained his mana too quickly for him to spare right now. He'd tried hitting the boss with the demon subduing seal earlier, but couldn't even manage a 1-second stun. The level gap triggered the boss's control resistance, making it completely immune. The demonic soldier's numbers rapidly dwindled under the onslaught of flames and chi energy. Xiao Fan kept the demonic soldier Vanguard at bay with Hitandran tactics, steadily whittling down its health bar until only a sliver remained. But just then, the sixth wave of monsters arrived as reinforcements, this time demonic wolves, still level 100 Chi refinement stage, but far faster and more vicious than the soldiers, making them much harder to handle. Xiao Fan continued kiting the boss, while fearless players rushed in to land a few hits, desperate to claim participation rewards. 20 seconds later, just as the demonic wolf army was about to clash with the player forces, Xiao Fan finally ground down the last bit of the demonic soldier Vanguard's health. Roar. The monster let out a defiant roar before crashing to the ground. Brilliant leveling up light immediately enveloped numerous players. System notifications flooded the screen. You have defeated the demonic soldier vanguard and gained 531,000 experience points. You have defeated a level 100 boss monster and gained 30 reputation points. Congratulations, you have reached level 44. Your maximum true chi has increased by 4 points. Chi energy has increased by 4 points. You have gained 4 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. The experience from a level 100 boss wasn't particularly impressive, but Xiao Fan had accumulated plenty of experience from clearing smaller monsters earlier, which perfectly topped off his level bar. The next level required 955,200 experience points. While ordinary level 100 monsters only gave 1,520 points, the leveling difficulty was becoming increasingly insane. Primordial World treated leveling as a cultivator's spiritual journey, where higher realms became progressively harder to achieve. In the late game, grinding small monsters simply wasn't viable. Players had to seek out bosses, tackle high-difficulty dungeons or demon-slaying quests, or discover currently unknown gameplay mechanics. The moment the demonic soldier vanguard fell, the Wolf Legion pounced. Xiao Fan turned and ran without looking back. "Hey, why are you running, master?" A nearby player looked completely bewildered. They were counting on Xiao Fan to carry them further. "Wait up, I'll be right back," Xiao Fan called out. He wasn't being cowardly. After leveling up, his health and true chi were fully restored, and he could easily fight for another 300 rounds. The key issue was that the demonic soldier vanguard had dropped equipment. Disengaging from combat now would let him change gear, and he didn't want to waste time being forced into battle by the wolves. Loot from the defense battle automatically went into his inventory. Since he'd personally dealt almost all of the vanguard's 560,000 health points, all the drops naturally belonged to him. Retreating to the back of the crowd, he opened his inventory. His bag was always kept tidy, containing only a few stacks of potions and talismans, while everything else was stored in his small samurai ring. Now, 3 new pieces of equipment lay quietly in his bag. Demon Dance Blade quality, bronze grade, level 100. Attack 1050, strength 43, critical rate 10, attack speed 0.3, durability 2000. Holy crap, this thing's even more brutal than the Bloodlight Saber. Xiao Fan's eyes widened as his heart skipped a beat. This level 100 weapon before him was equivalent to 3rd-tier equipment in regular MMORPGs. Each advancement tier dramatically boosted its stats, capable of dealing over 1,000 attack damage in a single strike. He glanced down at the level 21st tier silver weapon in his hand, the Starfall sword with its measly 133 attack points. The gap was so massive that he didn't hesitate to swap them out. Equipment confirmed Demon Dance Blade equipped. His attribute panel surged dramatically. Physical attack 1670, nearly matching a warrior of the same level with max strength stats and full premium gear. 2 more pieces of black iron equipment lay in his inventory. Berserker Ring level 100 blue black iron. Attack 315, strength 11. Berserker Ring level 100 blue black iron. Attack 315, strength 11. The 2 rings were identical. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment. Equipping both rings would massively boost his attack, but he'd lose the 10 bonus damage against demons from his demon-slaying signet ring, which would hurt his Taoist skill output. In the end, he only equipped one. The level 75 bronze ring went into his backpack as his stats jumped again. Physical attack 1857, an absurdly high number. "Brothers, I'm back." With a clear shout, he gripped the blade in his right hand. The crimson heavy saber stretched 4 feet long, its surface gleaming with flowing light like devouring flames. The attack speed dropped by 0.3 due to the blade's weight, but this was offset by his bracer's bonus, maintaining 0.7 attacks per second, not that he relied on basic attacks anyway. Bloodlight Blade Chi. The long blade swept horizontally, shooting out a crimson arc of light. True blade chi sliced through the air, extending in a straight line for a full 82 meters. Damage numbers exploded across the screen. 24,959, 25,029, 50,002 critical. At this moment, Bloodlight Blade Chi's theoretical damage approached 30,000 points. Even after being reduced by the high defense and physical absorption of level 100 Chi refinement stage demon beasts, it remained terrifying. Holy shit, Master's incredible. One strike nearly killed it? What's going on? Isn't that the weapon the boss was holding? No level restriction. Surrounding players stared in shock. Oh woo. Demon wolves howled as packs charged forward. They ran like the wind, breaking through the mystic mist umbrella's protection after just a few blocks. Whoosh. A demon wolf bit into Xiao Fan, directly tearing away over 4,000 health points. Damn, that's brutal. The pain made his muscles tense as he struck back with a heavy blow. Where the blade landed, the demon wolf with 34,000 HP was instantly reduced to 0 under the 192 damage heavy attack. More demon wolves surged forward. Xiao Fan cast Gale Technique, whirlwind sweeping up the wolf pack, then used Wind Step to retreat while fighting. His damage output was explosive, but if surrounded by hundreds of level 100 monsters, he'd be back at the respawn point within 3 seconds. He knew clearly. Staying alive was prerequisite for dealing damage. Now wasn't the time for desperate heroics. The event page showed 7 bosses remaining. Except for the demon vanguard he'd slain, no one could handle the others. The nearly 70-level gap crushed everyone's spirits, and this was only the 6th wave, 14 more to go. Almost everyone accepted that the defense would fail, only hoping to farm experience frantically before the city fell. In this moment of despair, a commanding voice echoed from afar, seeming to pierce directly through everyone's eardrums. By the city lord's command, activate the city protection formation to assist the chosen adventurers in resisting the demons and protecting the citizens. Immediately after, the city guards roared in unison, acknowledged. They triggered some mechanism, and 8 kilometers outside the city, a massive golden arc of light suddenly rose, expanding into a bowl-shaped barrier that enveloped the entire city. The moment the formation activated, all players' interfaces flooded with notifications. Their previously low morale instantly skyrocketed. You have entered the protective formation range of Jinglei City. A system notification flashed, and cascading light screens unfolded before everyone. Max health 5,000, attack 500, defense 500, chi 300, magic resistance 300. Damage against demonic creatures increased by 30, damage received from demonic creatures reduced by 30. Auto-recover 5 health 1,000 points every 5 seconds. Within moments, everyone's stats skyrocketed dramatically. Holy crap, I'm so powerful now. Long live the city lord. Brothers, charge. Let's go go go. These stats are absolutely insane. The level 30-something players saw their attributes nearly double, instantly boosting morale. Xiao Fan was already wearing high-tier equipment, and this wave of enhancement made his attack power completely off the charts while others gained just 500 points. For him, it was equivalent to a 10-fold increase in damage output. He quickly calculated in his mind. The real core of this formation is the second effect. The first one becomes less useful in the mid to late game, but right now in the early stages, it's especially potent. A few hundred points might have limited impact on level 50 players, but that 30 damage increase and reduction plus auto-healing, that's truly devastating. With my total health after the buff, I'm essentially getting 2,500 points for free every 5 seconds. As long as I don't get surrounded, I'm basically immortal. Attack. Players charged at the Demon Wolf Legion with nearly 10,000 health points and massively boosted offense and defense. However, their foundation was still too weak. Once caught in a Demon Wolf combo, their health bars would shatter into white light just as they started regenerating. Corpses littered the ground as someone complained bitterly. Brothers, don't get cocky. These monsters are still brutal. I am living proof. Damn it, got careless. This buff totally screwed me over. Xiao Fan couldn't be bothered to respond and focused on dealing maximum damage amid the chaos. The formation's enhancement increased his attack and chi by about 1/3, and stacking the 30 bonus damage against demons, his combat power sword. Gale technique. His magic sword pointed forward, and dark winds roared across more than 20 demon wolves. 22,720, 22,689, 22,702. A string of red numbers appeared as the wolf pack dropped below half health. A woo. The enraged demon wolves all pounced at once. Xiao Fan dodged and retreated swiftly, creating distance. Once they clustered together, he suddenly unleashed Wild Charge. Bang! Over 40,000 damage exploded uniformly above the wolf pack's heads, instantly killing any wolf that was hit. Damn, that was overkill. What a waste. He couldn't help but mock himself, then was secretly amazed by how devastating his physical damage had become. Bloodlight blade chi finished cooling down. Xiao Fan gripped his blade and swept horizontally, the blade light streaking like a crimson rainbow. Swoosh. 44,594. 45,093. 90,023 critical. Whether at low health or full health, every demon wolf in the blade chi's path was instantly slain. Nearby players stared wide-eyed and shouted in disbelief. Holy shit, whose skill was that? How can it be so incredibly powerful? Nearby players were startled, thinking an NPC had joined the fight. Master, go fight the boss, someone in the crowd shouted urgently. Xiao Fan looked up to see a gray shadow charging from the distancia, demonic wolf leader, over 2 meters tall. Its steel needle-like black fur lay flat against its body as it sprinted, eyes blood red and radiating murderous intent. Its stats were similar to the previous demonic vanguard, but its movement speed was significantly higher, promising a tough battle. While the demonic wolf hadn't noticed him yet, Xiao Fan struck first with flame incineration. Bang! 29091, 3718, 1144 burn. The demonic wolf leader had no magical damage reduction, only physical resistance. The blazing fire instantly tore away a chunk of its health bar, removing a full 5 of its life. With aggro locked, the giant wolf roared and charged forward. Well prepared, Xiao Fan raised his hand again, unleashing a true chi palm strike before turning to run. The giant wolf howled and charged, sending players tumbling wherever it passed. Bro, can you kite the boss somewhere else? Sorry. I didn't mean to. Xiao Fan apologized while turning back to cast a series of skills. Now practicing both immortal and martial arts, he alternated between chivalrous and Taoist techniques, dealing damage approaching that of a peak 100th level Qi refinement cultivator. No matter how strong the demonic wolf leader was, it couldn't withstand such bombardment, its health bar plummeting rapidly. Dozens of seconds later, the high-damage combo finally ended. A woo! With a final exhausted howl, the demonic wolf leader crashed to the ground. System notification appeared. You defeated the demonic wolf leader and gained 531,000 experience points. You defeated a level 100 boss monster and gained 30 reputation points. Nearby players who had assisted in the kill glowed with level up light, but Xiao Fan's experience bar was still short of filling. He opened his inventory to find only 2 drops, 1 piece of equipment and 1 skill book. Demonic Wolf Leggings Bronze Level 100. Health 4200. Defense 490. Constitution 14. Durability 2000, 2000. The stats weren't as overpowered as the Demon Dance Madblade, but they were significantly better than his current level 75 Bronze Panshi could swap them out once combat ended. As for the gray glowing, unopened Chivalrous Sect skill book, it was at least intermediate level, though unfortunately he couldn't learn it and would have to sell it instead. After killing 2 bosses consecutively, Xiao Fan had figured out the rhythm. As long as he secured first damage on subsequent bosses, level 100 bronze, or even higher quality equipment would keep flowing in. The thought of being fully equipped with level 100 gear made his blood boil with excitement. The battle continued. The city protection formation operated steadily, dramatically boosting overall player damage output. In less than 10 minutes, they cleared the new wave of monsters. Teams at other gates also reported victories, with 2 or 3 more leaders fallen. The 7th monster wave surged forward level 105 demonized gorillas. Their bodies were as muscular as boxers, their cultivation directly reaching the foundation establishment stage. Logically, current stage players could barely break their defense, just like when facing Lu Tianjua earlier, where Xiao Fan could only deal around 1,000 damage despite his best efforts. However, when these gorillas entered the city protection formation, the cultivation suppression mysteriously failed, and player damage returned to normal ranges. The Foundation establishment monsters themselves had terrifying constitution though, with minions having over 50,000 health, double the previous amount. Even so, with the city protection formation's enhancement, players continued their relentless assault. When they died, they simply respawned in the city, quickly clogging the 4 main thoroughfares with revived players. Xiao Fan was also forced to occasionally retreat to the back of the crowd to create distance before attacking again. Fortunately, all monsters so far had been melee types without ranged interference, keeping the battles from becoming too chaotic. Wave after wave of event monsters kept spawning, with their levels increasing by 5 every 2 rounds, making them progressively stronger and the battles increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, experience points and copper coin rewards scaled up accordingly, igniting the passion of all players since death didn't cause level loss. As long as you kept dealing damage, you'd earn experience, which was much faster than grinding monsters solo in the wilderness. As a result, the top 10 spots on the server's level rankings were firmly dominated by Thunder City players, and this city was advancing at breakneck speed. It was not only the first to trigger a city defense battle, but it also ranked 4th server-wide when pioneering the level 40 dungeon earlier. With these 2 advantages combined, dominating the leaderboards seemed inevitable. The most dazzling figure in the crowd remained Xiao Fan. With his overwhelming damage per second, he encountered a boss monster on average every 10 minutes, consistently claiming his full share of experience and loot each time. By the end of the 12th round, having slain 6 bosses plus countless minions, his level shot straight up to 49, just a few experience points away from reaching level 50, at which point he could learn advanced cultivation techniques and break through to the Qi refining stage. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. The defense battle was only halfway through, with 8 more rounds to go. Leveling up felt absolutely exhilarating. Outside of combat, he also took time to equip several pieces of bronze and black iron gear ranging from levels 105-115, causing his attributes to skyrocket once again. Even several pieces of level 75 silver equipment were stripped off and tossed into storage. Just as he was savoring his spoils of war, the 13th wave of monsters spawned this time. 1 million level 120 corrupted giant toads. These creatures were a meter long with bellies swollen like black air sacs, spewing corrosive demonic energy from their mouths, the first spellcasting monsters to appear in the defense battle. Xiao Fan followed his usual routine of opening with a powerful attack. After changing equipment, his health and defense had noticeably improved, while his attack power mainly benefited from level-based bonuses. However, the poisonous mist sprayed by the level 120 toads dealt over 6,000 magical damage per tick, forcing him to retreat to the back of the crowd and rely on ranged skills to chip away at their health. With over 80,000 health points, he could no longer clear waves in one go like in previous round. She now needed 3 full skill rotations to take down a single toad, causing pressure to spike instantly. What about the remaining 6 waves? He frowned. At this point, the rate of reinforcement players entering the city was barely keeping up with battlefield casualties, and the number of participants was slowly dwindling. Add to that the possibility of Bloodhand demon spies lurking within Thunder City, and the situation looked far from optimistic. Scanning the battlefield, he spotted a much larger toad hopping forward in the distance. Each time it landed, it splashed mud everywhere, then opened its mouth to spray purple-black demonic energy in a straight line over 100 meters long, instantly felling any players in its path. Xiao Fan's heart sank as he approached for a closer look. Corrupted Giant Toad King Lord. Level 120 Foundation Establishment. Health 1, 450, 0001, 450, 000. Skills: Lick, Body Slam, Breath of Corruption, Poison Mist Spread. Physical damage resistance 30. The boss quality had upgraded to Lord, with 1.45 million health points, nearly equivalent to 3 Magic Soldier Vanguards combined. Even Xiao Fan's burst damage would struggle to break through such defenses. After a brief assessment, he suddenly raised his hand. Flame Technique. He cast the skill, dealing quite impressive damage. At the same time, he was locked onto by the boss's aggro. The Toad King let out a thunderous croak, and its massive body suddenly launched into the air, its towering frame of over 2 meters casting a shadow as it crashed down right in front of Xiao Fan. Bang! The ground cracked with fine fissures from the impact. Xiao Fan barely managed to dodge to the side, but before he could catch his breath, a tongue over 20 meters long whipped toward him like a lash, striking him square in the chest. 29,822. He felt as if he'd been hit by a locomotive, his ribs going numb as his health bar instantly dropped to less than 10. Holy crap! He gritted his teeth and downed a potion while deploying his basic Mystic Mist Umbrella. Green-black poisonous fog immediately sprayed forth, instantly depleting the umbrella's 20,000 shield points and forcing him to retract it. Xiao Fan's heart sank. Too powerful, can't mess with this thing. He immediately activated Wind Step and turned to flee. The Toad King relentlessly pursued, hopping after him. Xiao Fan simply charged straight for the city gate. Brother Zhao, come help me. At the city gate, Zhao Tianjun was leading the guards in defense. Scattered small monsters occasionally broke through the player's defensive line, only to be instantly eliminated by them. Seeing Xiao Fan leading over such a terrifyingly powerful monster, they immediately coordinated their attack. Thunderstrike. A level 120 Foundation Establishment elite soldier raised his lightning sword high, and purple lightning tore through the sky. The Toad King tried to dodge sideways, but the attack was perfectly predicted, striking it directly on the head and instantly vaporizing half its health. Xiao Fan looked back to see the boss's health bar showing a dark chunk missing, the power so overwhelming it made his scalp tingle. The city guard is this strong? The city should be safe now. He quickly assessed the situation while channeling his true chi and unleashing several skills to finish it off. The Toad King's aggro had been completely drawn by the guards, and its ultimate poison fog spread all around. Zhao Tianjun pulled out a pouch-shaped magical artifact, aimed it at the poison fog, and sucked it up, instantly clearing all the mist. Then several guards flashed their blades in succession, cutting the boss down to critical health. Brother Zhao is awesome. All you brothers are awesome. Xiao Fan secretly rejoiced and rushed in to deliver the finishing blow. You have defeated the corrupted Toad King and gained 4,692,000 experience points. You have defeated a level 120 Lord Monster and gained 72 reputation points. Congratulations, you have reached level 50. You have reached the level cap. Please break through to the next realm first, or you cannot continue leveling up. Messages flooded his screen as he finally reached the level 50 milestone. Since the Toad King was so venomous, most players who tried to loot the corpse died from poison halfway through, so he absorbed all the experience. Checking the leaderboard, he stood alone at the top, with second place only at level 46, a clear gap. Young hero Xiao, can you all still hold out? Zhao Tianjun asked. We can manage for now, but the monster leaders are too powerful. I need to break through to the next realm first before I can tank them, Heiden. Xiao Fan replied. Zhao Tianjun nodded encouragingly. I look forward to seeing you turn the tide. Though it was just pleasantries, Xiao Fan still felt pleased to hear it. The siege outside was still in a stalemate and wouldn't collapse entirely anytime soon, so he decisively retreated to Thunderbolt City's safe zone, disengaged from combat, sat cross-legged to meditate, and prepared to break through to the next realm. Once he broke through to the Chi refinement stage, the second trait of his chaos body would activate, increasing his health and true Chi recovery speed by 10 times. Instead of recovering 9 points of true Chi per minute, it would skyrocket to 90 points, allowing him to use true Chi skills without restraint. Swimming against the crowd, Xiao Fan made his way back into the city and found a quiet alley nearby where he sat down cross-legged. To break through to the Chi refining stage, One must first master advanced cultivation techniques, a daunting challenge for most people, but he had already learned them previously, saving himself the trouble of searching around. Only sparse footsteps echoed from the alley entrance as he closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness inward while his cultivation technique began to operate silently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. True chi flowed slowly through his meridians, with breakthrough progress much slower than expected. After 5, then 10 minutes passed, the sounds of battle outside grew increasingly fierce. Clashing weapons, roars, and screams rose and fell in waves, yet he could only suppress his restless emotions and focus on cultivation. Just outside the alley lay the main thoroughfare, where countless players shouted as they rushed toward the battlefield, trying to stop the demons from breaching the city. The city guard's horns sounded repeatedly as soldiers began taking action with demons approaching the walls. Any further delay would spell disaster. True chi flowed through Xiao Fan's limbs and body, carrying a warm sensation as it slowly gathered in his dantian. Deep within his purple mansion, streams of warmth converged, gradually forming a small vortex of true chi. The vortex spun faster and faster, nourishing every inch of his dantian's walls, as if about to tear through some thin membrane. After half an hour, a crisp system notification rang out. Congratulations! You have broken through to the chi refining stage. Basic growth rate increased. All basic attributes 10, maximum health 1000, chi force 50, attack range 4000. You have broken through to the chi refining stage, awakening the second phase characteristics of your chaotic body. Your health and true chi recovery speed increased by 10 times. Your stored experience has been released, level increased to 53. Your maximum true chi increased by 24 points. Chi force increased by 8 points. You have gained 24 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, and the world seemed to have gained several shades of vibrancy. The true chi within his body moved as nimbly as fish, with its speed through his meridians suddenly skyrocketing. The vortex at his dantian's center now resembled an insatiable black hole, continuously drawing in external energy to accelerate recovery. With recovery speed increased tenfold across the board, equipment providing 1 point of recovery would now grant 10 points, while 100 points would instantly jump to 1000 points. First to break through to chi refining stage, yet no extra reward. How stingy. He muttered to himself while pulling out the new equipment he'd just acquired from his inventory, swiftly changing gear. Demon Breath Boots level 120 silver, maximum health 3420, agility 17, movement speed 1360, immunity to all slowing skills. Poison-resistant headband level 120 bronze. Maximum health 50-40. Defense 588. 10 chance to resist poison attribute attacks. Though the headband provided less true chi than his previous level 50 silver hat, the massive health and defense boost more than compensated for any shortfall. He also equipped several other pieces of level 100 gear from his inventory, making his attribute panel absurdly impressive. Name: Xiao Fan. Level: 54. Class: Taoist. Talent: Chaotic Body. Reputation: 402. Health: 420-004-2000. True Chi: 312312. Attack Power: 2186. Chi Force: 1617. Defense: 1965. Magic Resistance: 9. Strength: 253. Wisdom: 373. Constitution: 349. Agility: 145. Potential points: 0. His health sat at exactly 42,000 points, and with the city defense formation's temporary health bonus, that made 47,000 points total absolutely tanky. This breakthrough to the chi refining stage enhanced the conversion rates of his 4 basic attributes. Originally, 1 point of constitution only granted 31.2 health points, but now it jumped directly to 46.8 points. The intelligence gains were even more dramatic, with each point providing 3.9 chi force. Adding the 50 chi force bonus from the breakthrough itself, and the 24 chi force from leveling up 3 times, his chi force instantly reached a new peak. But that wasn't all. The chi refining stage meant he could wield higher-grade magical treasures. Xiao Fan eagerly retrieved the flying sword, Sure Foam, and the defensive treasure, Lin Lang Zhan, from his storage ring. Sure Foam contained an impressive 935 chi force, and when combined with his internal chi force, the total broke through the 2,500 barrier. Even he couldn't estimate how devastating his attack power had become. Lin Lang Zhan's protection was equally impressive, consuming only 2 points of true chi per second. It could be maintained throughout even prolonged battles. Additionally, he possessed a basic sword control technique, manual, which he planned to study when time permitted. Xiao Fan had originally intended to master the new skill before leaving the city, but the activity panel showed the battle had entered its 17th round. Any further delay would end the event. He reluctantly abandoned his studies and rushed toward the city gates. Upon stepping outside, he was startled. In just half an hour, the number of players outside had plummeted to less than half. The main street was packed with people desperately pushing outward, hoping to kill a few more demons before the event ended. However, the monsters outside grew increasingly fierce, and players could barely hold their ground, relying heavily on the city guards for support. High above, the Dao-class city guards wove nets of magical treasures and spells. Thunder roared, heavenly fire rained down, and sword light flickered in and out of existence. On the ground, the martial-class city guard soldiers wielded blades, spears, swords, and halberds with tiger-like ferocity. Long swords slashed furiously, sending sword energy sweeping across dozens of meters. Spears thrust forward, their gleaming tips piercing through masses of demons. Each city guard fought like a martial arts grandmaster, every casual strike carrying boss-level power. Though numerous, the demons could never breach this iron defense line. At the city gate, Zhao Tianjun remained motionless, controlling a lightning-wreathed flying sword with both hands. It shuttled back and forth within a 100-meter radius, slaying monsters and eliminating demons on sight. Seeing Xiao Fan, he called out cheerfully, "Young hero Xiao, congratulations on your breakthrough." "Thank you." Xiao Fan cupped his fists in salute, then asked, "Brother Zhao, given the current situation, does this count as a failed defense?" "I can't say for certain, it depends on the city lord's judgment." Zhao Tianjun shook his head. In truth, this defensive battle was virtually guaranteed to succeed. With the city guards stationed and nascent soul stage experts commanding, Thunder City could never fall. Players had already gained massive experience, so even if they couldn't use city facilities for the next 3 days, it wasn't a loss. When the event ended, no longer mattered. Everyone just wanted to squeeze out a bit more experience while they could. Yet all of this left Xiao Fan with mixed feelings. The demon army had been drawn here by his story quest, but now only NPCs could finish it, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. He checked the activity information. The 4 city walls still had 280,000 small monsters and 7 large ones remaining. The western wall still harbored a level 130 Foundation Establishment stage zombie boss. Using techniques from its previous life, the zombie controlled a massive drum-shaped magical treasure, killing players with sonic attacks. Each thunderous beat could instantly eliminate waves of people. "I'll use you to test my chi refining stage power." Xiao Fan's gaze turned sharp as a flying sword materialized in his left hand. With a forward thrust, a chi sword technique shot forth. The zombie lord roared in fury after being struck, spinning around abruptly as the drum sound condensed into a pitch-black line that shot straight toward Xiao Fan. The 300-meter attack range of the Foundation Establishment stage was enough to terrify anyone. Xiao Fan immediately summoned the Linling lamp, letting it hover above his head. Bang! The drum sound struck him solidly, sending his entire body flying as the 19,919 damage cut his health bar nearly in half, yet he stubbornly remained standing. Though this zombie lord wasn't as fierce as Lu Tianjue, it was still a boss after all. Fortunately, Xiao Fan now had 700 spirit resistance, 30 demonic damage reduction, and an additional 20 overall damage reduction. Even without the Xuanwu Umbrella's 20,000 point shield, he wouldn't be killed instantly. The distance was too great. Aside from the Chi sword technique, all other skills were out of range. The additional 40-meter attack range from the Chi refining stage only extended the original skill ranges by 40 meters. The Chaos Body could amplify skill effects but couldn't change these base values, and spells like Wind Blast with fixed ranges remained completely unchanged. Since he couldn't reach the target, he'd get closer. With the Linlang lamp protecting him, Xiao Fan was full of confidence and boldly charged out of the city gate safe zone. Wind Blast. Whoosh. Dark winds swept forth as numbers around 45,000 floated above the zombies' heads. His magical damage output had completely overwhelmed physical techniques. Despite not attacking for half an hour, his contribution still topped the leaderboard, and this wave of bombardment widened the gap even further. Bang bang bang. The surrounding magical zombie minions also began focusing fire, dealing damage in the 2,000s and 3,000s in waves, causing his health to plummet rapidly. But immediately after, a massive green 10,000 appeared above Xiao Fan's head. The city protection formation's healing was also being amplified by the Chaos Body. Holy crap, this second trait is way too overpowered. Xiao Fan gasped in amazement. The first trait allowed him to easily crush peers of the same level by wearing high-grade equipment, and now with healing and mana recovery 10 times faster, it was simply unfair to others. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his attribute panel to check the detailed information about the Chaos Body. Chaos Body description: the strongest constitution in the primordial world, surpassing the 10 sacred bodies, unique throughout all ages. Each breakthrough to a new realm unlocks a new trait. Unlock progress. Second stage. Current effects. 1. All skill effects increased by 10 times. 2. Can use equipment of all levels. 3. Health and chi recovery speed increased by 10 times. Next stage. Foundation establishment trait. All skill level caps 2, maximum level 10. Unlock conditions. Level 100, chi limit of 5,000 points. Master at least 3 mystical art skills. This trait is absolutely ridiculous too. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Skill level caps were originally determined by quality, basic level 3, intermediate level 4, and so on. But after unlocking this new trait, he could change this fundamental rule. The true Chi Palm technique instantly upgraded to its level 5 maximum, while the treasure grade forging technique skyrocketed to level 10, transforming into an immortal art. This meant Xiao Fan no longer needed to compete with others for high-quality skills. Any treasure technique he obtained would become an immortal art, and any mystical technique would become a Dao technique. Although genuine immortal arts were certainly stronger than the pseudo-immortal arts he forcibly enhanced with his chaos body, the terrifying potential of his chaos body's next stage had already filled him with fighting spirit. Demons and monsters, meet your doom. With a flying sword in one hand and a great blade in the other, he charged into the monster horde. Sword light and blade energy swept across the battlefield as massive damage numbers erupted everywhere, his output nearly matching that of the city guard soldiers. The boss monster attacked with drum-like intensity, though not very frequently. Under the protective city formation that restored 10,000 health every 5 seconds, he could easily withstand the assault. Xiao Fan fought in close combat, while the city guards provided covering fire, and within moments, the boss crashed to the ground. You have defeated a high-level demonic puppet and gained 5,798,000 experience points. You have defeated a Foundation Establishment Stage Lord monster and gained 78 reputation points. Congratulations, you have reached level 54. Congratulations, you have reached level 55. Your true Chi maximum has increased by 16 points, and your Chi force has increased by 16 points. You have gained 16 potential points. Please allocate them promptly. A level 130 Lord monster only gave me 2 levels. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly, realizing it would indeed become increasingly difficult. Opening his attribute panel, he allocated all 16 potential points to wisdom, boosting his Chi force to 1,727 points. Gaining 55 points per level was remarkable growth. With monsters still remaining, he continued grinding. The small monsters provided negligible experience compared to bosses not even 1/10th, but he patiently harvested them nonetheless. In the 18th wave, another million level 130 Foundation Establishment Stage monsters surged forward, forcing all players to huddle within the city guard's firing range in cramped formations. Xiao Fan continued charging forward, competing for boss damage in the front lines. The 18th wave pushed him to level 58, and the 19th to level 60. Before the 20th wave monsters had fully materialized, a system notification suddenly rang out. The 4 great demon generals under Bloodhand Demon have appeared. Beware of letting them approach the city walls. From each of the 4 city wall directions emerged a colossal demon general. On the western side, a creature resembling a 2-horned bull demon king stood most prominently. 20 meters tall with black-red skin like molten lava, dragging a massive axe behind it that carved deep furrows in the ground, sending rolling waves of pressure toward them. Demon General Infernal Bull Demon Overlord. Level 165 Golden Core Stage. Health 9, 800, 0009, 800, 000. Skills: Cleave, 100 Demon Axe Strikes, Earthquake Combo, Infernal Hellfire, Bull Demon True Form. Holy crap, 9,800,000 health. Good lord, even a hair falling from it could crush me. I'm out of here, can't even get close to that thing. Not just the players, even city guard commanders like Xiao Tianjun felt intimidated. Xiao Fan recalled that the 2 nascent soul stage experts from Lingxiao sect had less than 30 million health. Yet this golden core stage overlord possessed nearly 10 million, demonstrating that demon races were far more resilient than humans. Without realm suppression within the protective city formation, it would take him ages to whittle down that health bar, not to mention any random skill from the creature could send him back to respawn. So this battle was clearly still the NPC's time to shine. A 250,000 level 135 Minotaurs thundered forward, their overwhelming presence suffocating the air. The thunderous hoofbeats of these massive beasts echoed like rolling thunder, while clouds of dust surged forward, blotting out half the sky. Xiao Fan squinted as he estimated the distance, gripping his weapon tightly, hoping to snag some experience points the moment these monsters reached the city walls. His damage output was utterly insignificant against this ferocious tide. He could only hope that the general-level experts of the city guard would hold the front lines. However, before any Golden Core Stage city guard commander could appear, a figure suddenly materialized in the sky above the western wall. There was no flash of light, no spatial distortion. The man simply appeared as if he had always been standing there. He was a middle-aged man in luxurious robes, with graying temples and a short beard about half a foot long. He stood suspended in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Facing over 200,000 Foundation Establishment Stage demons and 1 Golden Core Stage demon general, he showed neither anger nor fear. The Infernal Bull Demon leading the army in the distance tensed every muscle upon recognizing the newcomer, his eyes turning blood red as he suddenly halted like a predator spotting its natural enemy. Roar! Shui Wanshan, you dare to intervene personally? The bull demon bellowed, forcibly stopping his charge. The armored Minotaur Legion also came to an instant halt, their earth-shaking stampede ending abruptly. This powerful figure who had suddenly appeared was none other than the Lord of Thunder City Shui Wanshan, a level 2, 55 nascent soul stage powerhouse. Standing high in the air, his voice was calm, yet carried clearly across the battlefield. Whether I intervene depends on whether you are worthy of my attention. With those simple words, the infernal bull demon fell silent. The chasm between golden core and nascent soul stages was unfathomably deep. Demon generals like him were a dime a dozen in the Great Black Mountains, but someone of Shui Wanshan's caliber was rare within 10,000 miles of Thunder City. If this man truly intended to kill him, it would likely take only one move. After a few seconds of tense standoff, the infernal bull demon snorted coldly. Fine. You win this time, but we'll be back. Children, retreat. With that, he began backing away step by step, his crimson eyes never leaving Shui Wanshan, not daring to turn his back on such a formidable opponent. Rumble. The 250,000 Minotaurs turned around in unison, dust clouds rising once more, but this time they were retreating into the distance without hesitation. What just happened? They're leaving already. Holy crap, is this guy Zhang Fei? Scared off a million-strong army with just one sentence. The players on the city walls stood dumbfounded. They had hoped to get in some last hits on the final wave of monsters, only to watch the boss retreat in defeat before even approaching. Shui Wanshan remained suspended in the air. The players were too far away to see his detailed information and didn't realize he was Thunder City's lord, but the name, Shui Wanshan, was now deeply etched in everyone's memory. As the dust from the retreating monsters had yet to settle, Xiao Fan's emotions were conflicted. He was happy that Thunder City remained unharmed and its citizens were safe, but frustrated that this defensive battle had forced even the city lord to appear, which the system would likely judge as a failure. According to normal progression, monsters of this level should only appear when the average player level reached 80. However, when the event launched, everyone was only in their 30s, and even after completing it, they were barely level 36, most hadn't even reached level 40. Ding, a friend message popped up. Xiao Fan, did the monsters retreat on your side too? Yuxia Duge was sent a brief inquiry. Yeah, Thunder City's lord intervened and convinced all the monsters to withdraw, Xiao Fan replied. Yuxia Duge quickly responded. Our side had the Martial Hall's headmaster appear, also a nascent soul stage powerhouse. He didn't actually fight either, just scared the monsters away. We're still too weak. The city guards did most of the fighting in the later rounds. Xiao Fan sighed. It's okay, you're already amazing. Wait, you're level 60. Yuxia Dujua first offered comfort, but when she saw Xiao Fan's level, her tone carried a hint of complaint. You leveled up so fast without helping us. Xiao Fan scratched his head awkwardly. To avoid getting too close, he had deliberately chosen routes opposite to theirs. As a result, Yuxia Dujua's group was relatively weak and barely gained any experience from boss monsters. Now she and Tian Wei Xian were stuck at level 44, while Ni Mingyong, who was only level 46, even surpassed by those clever ones from West City who specifically followed Xiao Fan around. Sorry about that. I'll take you guys to dungeons when I have time. He quickly apologized with a smile, not daring to upset this big boss. Yuxia Dujua wasn't really angry, just frustrated about not being able to recruit skilled players. Seeing his softened tone, she immediately pressed her advantage. Not just dungeons. You must come to our guild's boss fight the day after tomorrow. Alright then. Send me a message beforehand the day after tomorrow. Xiao Fan nodded. The guild boss was a level 100 king tier monster, far more terrifying than the bull demon king they just fought, which was only overlord tier. By then, most players probably wouldn't even reach level 50, so winning would definitely require massive casualties. However, defense battles didn't cause level drops either, so helping them would be profitable regardless of the outcome, with generous rewards. That's more like it. Yuxia Dujua was finally satisfied. Xiao Fan glanced at his inventory and asked tentatively, do you still need stronghold tokens? During the recent battle, he had participated in almost all the final kills and highest contributions for bosses. Rounds 13, 17, 18, and 19 had 4 lord-tier monsters. Total lords above level 100 always dropped tokens. Now 4 tokens lay quietly in the corner of his inventory, waiting to be monetized. Yes. Did you get more? Yuxia Dujua instantly perked up. Yeah, I have 4 tokens here. Xiao Fan told her honestly. What? This? She almost cursed, standing stunned outside East City for quite a while before snapping back to reality. No wonder you leveled up so fast. You got all the boss kills and highest contributions. Xiao Fan grinned sheepishly, unsure how to respond. After brief discussion, Yuxia Dujua relayed Tian Wei Xian's opinion. Too many tokens dropped from this event. Xian says we can't buy them at high prices anymore. Only 10 million each. Her tone carried apology, as the price cut was quite steep. Xiao Fan wasn't short on money now, so he nodded immediately. No problem, we'll trade later. I'll also give you some equipment I've replaced. With the level 50 era approaching, his discarded silver equipment would make good favors. As for himself, except for his weapon which was still level 100, everything else had been upgraded to level 100 equipment. The level 30 gold ring, demon slaying sigil ring, could also be considered for storage, leaving only the level 75 gold, wind soul necklace, below level 100 on his body. After leaving combat, he equipped all the high-level gear that dropped in the final rounds. Health, 51,663. Defense, 2,500. Attack, 2,492. The only loss was 10 increased damage against demonic creatures. At this moment, monsters retreated like a tide from outside the city, and the protective city formation closed accordingly. In midair, City Lord Shui Wanshan's phantom suddenly vanished. The monster count on the activity panel returned to 0, and all contribution data froze. The system announcement echoed above the city. Unfortunately, during this city defense battle, the player legion's contribution ratio was lower than the city guards. The activity result is determined as defense failed. As punishment, all city functions in Jinglei City will be unavailable for the next 3 days, including but not limited to Dao Palace, Martial Hall, Pharmacy, Guild Creation, Revival, Demon Slaying Quests, and other functions. The top 100 players by contribution are exempt from the punishment mechanism and may still use all functions. The top 3 players and top 3 guild leaders on the contribution rankings. Please proceed to the City Lord's Mansion to claim your outstanding contribution rewards. The event had finally come to an end. The suspected traitor never showed up clearly. The siege monsters were too weak, and seeing no opportunity for glory, they chose to remain hidden. However, Xiao Fan knew that according to the storyline, that person would eventually reveal themselves. Inside and outside Jinglei City, voices filled the air, though most were sighs of disappointment. Damn it, the level gap was too huge. If they'd started the event a few days later, we definitely could have held the city. Players grumbled while consoling themselves. Although they'd lost the city, everyone had gained significant levels. For the next 3 days, the city's functions would be shut down, leaving them to grind monsters and run dungeons on their own. Fortunately, everyone had stockpiled supplies before the event, so they could manage to get by. As the system announcement ended, Xiao Fan turned toward the city gate. 6 players from this siege event were permitted to visit the City Lord's Mansion to claim their rewards. He glanced at the individual rankings. First place was himself over 100,000 contribution points with cumulative damage in the billions. Second place, Sister Please Spare Me, with just over 20,000 contributions. Third place, I'm Invincible, You Do Whatever, with nearly 20,000, not far behind second place. 4th through 8th places were also close, but with only 3 reward slots available, the rest could only watch from the sidelines. The guild rankings surprised him even more. He'd expected Wendao Hongming to make the top 3, but the top 3 spots went to Brotherhood, Invincible Alliance, and Axe Gang respectively, with Wendao Hongming ranking 4th, trailing by tens of thousands of contributions. New guilds had weak foundations and poor organization. No matter how much money boss Yuexiao was willing to spend, there was only so much he could do. Xiao Fan nodded to himself in understanding. Roughly calculating, if he transferred all his contributions to Wendao Hongming, they could shoot straight to second place. Thinking about how Yuexia Duzhua would surely try to recruit him again during the token trade later, he smirked slightly. First, I'll see the City Lord for the rewards, then complete the token trade, and finally head to Lingxiao Sect. The thought of joining Lingxiao Sect and obtaining the perfect version of the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra filled Xiao Fan with excitement. As for the rumored senior sister's protection, that was just a bonus. He quickened his pace, jogging through the crowd straight toward the City Lord's mansion. This time, the guards didn't stop him but smiled warmly instead. Young hero Xiao Fan, young hero sister, please spare me. The City Lord is waiting for you both in the council chamber. Just as the guard finished speaking, the second-place player arrived at the entrance. Xiao Fan turned around to see that Sister Please Spare Me was actually a young man around 20 years old, short in stature with a round, fair face. At first glance, he looked like an obedient junior student, though his username suggested otherwise. Xiao Fan, my idol. My god. Please add me as a friend. The young man's voice was as exaggerated as a fan chasing a celebrity, shouting while lunging forward, clearly intent on latching onto his coattails. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Young man, please control yourself. I am not that kind of person. Xiao Fan jumped behind the guard in alarm. Sister Please Spare Me failed to grab onto the coattails and instead tumbled to the ground. He got up, scratched his head, and smiled sheepishly. Big brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of person. I just think you're amazing and want to seek your protection. Come on, you're strong too. I just level up a bit faster, that's all. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, but when the other players sent him a friend request, he still clicked accept. Having more god-tier players as friends would be useful for calling on help in really tough dungeons later. Big brother, how did you level up? Did you get to all the bosses earlier? The young player with the ID, "Sister, please spare me," asked curiously. At this moment, Xiao Fan was level 60, while he was only level 53. Clearly, he had also broken through his bottleneck during the event, but hadn't managed to snag many more bosses afterward. Even so, level 53 still secured him third place on the level rankings. The second place, "I'm invincible, you do whatever," at level 55 wasn't unfamiliar to Xiao Fan. Pretty much, got 7 or 8 of them. Xiao Fan didn't elaborate, stepping toward the city lord's mansion. "Come on, let's see what good stuff the city lord has for us." Before he finished speaking, messy footsteps came from behind as other outstanding contributors arrived. The gate guard captain warmly greeted them. "Brothers, just come kill me, hero. I'm invincible, you do whatever, hero. Brother Cohen, hero. The city lord is waiting for you all in the council hall." Xiao Fan and "Sister, please spare me" turned around to see 3 people walking shoulder to shoulder, looking quite close. What surprised Xiao Fan even more was that "I'm invincible, you do whatever" had the title Invincible Alliance Guild Master above his head. When did the Invincible Alliance change leaders? As he wondered, "Sister, please spare me" explained in a low voice. "That guy is Invincible War God, just changed his name. I fought him before, he's pretty good." "Oh, what was the result?" "I could have won. But there was this girl next to him who was so seductive. She actually cheered, 'Little brother, you can do it,' right there on the spot. It made me so weak in the knees that I got killed in one hit." Xiao Fan. He thought to himself that this kid really said whatever came to mind, a total pervert, and also realized he wasn't on good terms with the Invincible Alliance internally. Well, if it isn't the #1 Xiao Fan and the second place contributor, "Sister, please spare me." The leader, Axe Gang's guild master, Brother Cohen, spoke with roguish charm, though his tone wasn't annoying. "Greetings, big brothers. Please take care of this little brother when you get the chance." "Sister, please spare me" put on an honest act. Xiao Fan just nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's go in. This time Brother Ruthless Guild was the fiercest. Wonder what rewards we'll get." Brother Cohen gestured for them to enter, and the 5 walked into the city lord's mansion together. The Brother Ruthless, he mentioned, was the Brotherhood Guild Master. Originally named Feng Wuching, he had recently made a high-profile announcement about changing his name to "Brothers, just come kill me," transforming overnight from a literary youth to a Chinibya youth, though his appearance remained literary. The mentioned "Brothers, just come kill me" added calmly. "Right now the city districts are scattered, and the guild's main forces haven't regrouped yet. We just got lucky having more Brotherhood members assigned to Thunder City. The 108 cities had forcibly split up all the major factions. The Brotherhood and Invincible Alliance in Thunder City had less than 1/10 of their complete strength." Brother Cohen looked at Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan seems to not have a guild yet. Interested in picking one from our 3? Xiao Fan shook his head. "I don't join guilds." "I'm invincible, you do whatever," also chimed in. Brother Xiao Fan had quite an unpleasant conflict with one of our hall masters. The guild is still clamoring for revenge. If you join any guild, we might have to become enemies." He spoke in a very calm tone, as if stating an irrelevant fact, but his attitude was resolute. Whichever guild Xiao Fan joined, they would attack that guild. "Invincible War God, you've got quite the attitude. You've offended me, and now you dare to offend my big brother?" Jie Raoming let out a cold snort, clearly harboring no goodwill toward the leader of the Invincible Alliance. Invincible War God replied coolly, "If any random woman can handle you, what right do you have to be my opponent?" "Ay, damn it." Jie Raoming's round face instantly flushed red, yet she couldn't find words to retort. Xiao Fan shook his head inwardly, finding this quarrel utterly childish. Invincible War God frowned, his mood darkening slightly. Feng Wuching burst into laughter, steering the awkward atmosphere back on track. "Brother War God, you and I are still caught up in factional struggles, but Master Xiao has long transcended such matters. Compared to him, we are indeed childish." Invincible War God pursed his lips, but didn't continue the argument. The group entered the city lord's mansion. Towering eaves and stone-paved grounds displayed grandeur at every turn. Guided by soldiers, they passed through corridors and arrived outside the council hall. The entire mansion resembled a miniature palace, with the council hall standing as an independent great hall, its doors now wide open and brightly lit. As Xiao Fan and the others stepped onto the stairs, several NPCs emerged from within the hall. Leading them was none other than City Lord Shui Wanshan. Standing beside him were Yu Wuya, the alchemy grandmaster of the Heavenly Tribulation sect, and 2 other powerhouses at the nascent soul stage. On the left stood a figure in white martial attire with a single blade at his waist, his expression sharp and fierce. Nie Qingping, the martial hall's chief instructor, level 240 nascent soul stage. Though appearing young, his combat prowess was formidable. On the right was a black-robed elder, his face half hidden in shadow, his identity mysterious. Known as the ink-colored elder, he was level 230 and equally formidable. As for the Dao Palace's chief instructor, he was not present, reportedly stationed outside the city. City Lord Shui declared loudly, "Distinguished young heroes, Your contributions during this demonic invasion have been most outstanding. Though your cultivation levels still have room for improvement, you have already shown your potential and will surely become regional powerhouses in the future. I have summoned you here today to bestow modest gifts as recognition of your achievements. Feng Wuqing quickly cupped his hands in salute. City Lord, you flatter us. Our guilds merely have numbers on our side. The true masters are Brother Xiao Fan and his two companions. The complimented Xiao Fan also cupped his hands. In fighting demons, numbers are indeed an advantage. Guild leader Feng need not be so modest. I was merely fortunate, hardly worthy of being called a master. City Lord Shue's gaze carried approval as he nodded. Good. Neither arrogant nor impatient, all fine prospects. Come, choose from these items as you wish. Young hero Xiao Fan, you may select first. With a sweep of his sleeve, 6 treasures floated in midair, radiating spiritual light for the 5 to choose from. The Invincible Alliance leader hesitated to speak. Kung Er from the Axe Gang, reading his thoughts, spoke on his behalf. City Lord, Brother Invincible ranks 3rd on the individual contribution board and 2nd on the guild contribution board. Might he receive double rewards? Naturally so, Shui Wanshan readily agreed. Only then did Invincible War God smile. Everyone gazed at the 6 treasures floating in midair, all appearing to be extraordinary items. 3 were related to guild development: a guild skill book, a guild guardian beast, and heavenly crafting scrolls. The other 3 were more suitable for individual use. Xiao Fan carefully examined the specific details. The true fire of 3 realm scripture is a Dao sect profound mental cultivation method that can be practiced up to the peak of the unity realm. The Heart River Sword Embryo serves as a universal natal treasure that doesn't occupy equipment slots, can be cultivated to improve its quality, and can be enhanced up to the nascent soul stage's spiritual grade. The Great Dao Tribulation Light is a Dao sect treasure technique that can be practiced during the Qi refinement stage, but its full power can only be unleashed after breaking through to the Golden Core stage. All 3 items are extremely precious. He stared at the jade platform before him, his heart torn in an internal struggle. These 3 treasures were all once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, and he wished he could take them all. After brief consideration, he weighed their values in his mind. 1. Mental cultivation methods were important, but could be ranked last. He already possessed the 5 Thunder Heart scripture and had another unidentified ancient cultivation method. 2. Both natal treasures and treasure techniques could fundamentally transform combat power. The former often provided tenfold amplification during spellcasting, while the latter carried inherent tenfold might and could evolve into immortal arts after foundation establishment. 3. The Heart River Sword Embryo only reached the nascent soul stage, but with his chaos body constitution, his future aspirations lay in achieving immortality. With his decision made, he resolutely raised his head. At that moment, Marshall Hall's first seat, Nie Qingping, gently reminded him, if you cannot use Dao sect items, you may exchange them with me for chivalry sect mental methods, and Techniquest no need to feel troubled. Xiao Fan smiled and cupped his hands. This junior belongs to the Dao sect, so I'll take this Great Dao Tribulation Light treasure technique. Many thanks for City Lord Shue's generous gift. As his words fell, City Lord Shui raised his finger and guided the ancient tome, which transformed into flowing light and landed steadily in Xiao Fan's palm. Wow, a treasure technique. Even more impressive than forbidden spells and online games. Big brother, please protect me in the future. Sister, spare me, cheered from the side. Invincible War God secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't what he wanted. City Lord Shui looked around at everyone and gestured to continue. Young hero, sister, spare me. It's your turn. The selection order was individuals first, then guilds, though individuals could also choose guild items, which made all 3 guild leaders secretly nervous. Sister Spare Me glanced over the remaining 5 Dao artifacts and pointed to the jade platform. Uncle City Lord, I want this mental cultivation method. The true fire of 3 realm scripture was immediately handed over by City Lord Shui. After the 2 independent cultivators finished their selections, Invincible War God showed joy on his face, had long set his sights on the Heart River Sword Embryo natal treasure, and indeed obtained it as wished. Subsequently, Feng Wuqing chose the Guild Guardian Beast, and Invincible War God made his second selection, taking the Guild Skill Book. Finally, it was Brother Kuen's turn, with only the Heavenly Craftsman Scroll for improving guild facilities remaining, which he accepted with a bitter smile. The black-robed elder surveyed the 6 people, his voice hoarse and deep. The items City Lord has bestowed upon you are all rare treasures of the world. I hope you will use them to strengthen the human race and fight against demons and monsters, though not engage in internal strife. Xiao Fan immediately cupped his hands. Senior, please rest assured. We will certainly take eliminating demons and protecting the righteous path as our duty, guarding the peace of this region. The others also responded in unison. Though conflicts between guilds were inevitable, they still spoke these ceremonial words with conviction. The black-robed elder paused slightly, then added, there is one more matter. Please speak, Senior. Xiao Fan said respectfully. The elder didn't answer, but looked toward Nie Qingping instead. First seat, Nie stepped forward, her tone grave. Our Marshall Hall scouts have just reported that Jinglei City's greatest enemy, the demon lord of Great Black Mountain ancestor, is about to awaken. This person is a divine transformation stage, demonic cultivation giant. And even if we all joined forces, we wouldn't have complete confidence of victory. You are all heaven's mandate cultivators with immortal bodies. When your strength permits, we hope you will infiltrate Great Black Mountain to investigate his weaknesses or military forces, paving the way for future battles. Except for Xiao Fan, no one else knew this information. The other several people exchanged glances, all seeing shock and determination in each other's eyes. Where is Mount Dahe? Sister Spare Me asked in confusion. Nie Qingping raised her hand and pointed, sending 6 beams of light shooting into everyone's foreheads. A bright red marker simultaneously appeared on all their maps. Xiao Fan immediately opened his map. Mount Dahe was over 8,000 kilometers away from Thunder City, with vast gray areas surrounding it where even monster-level information couldn't be seen. So far away. Looks like we'll have to wait until our strength improves before going there. Sister Spare Me shook her head. Xiao Fan's expression was resolute. Rest assured, seniors. We will definitely go to Mount Dahe eventually, and when that battle comes, we will surely emerge victorious. Based on the main storyline he had encountered earlier, he deduced that Mount Dahe was a crucial point in the Thunder City region, destined to witness an epic battle that they could only win, not lose. Nie Qingping nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. We'll be counting on you all in the future. With quest rewards in hand and clues obtained, everyone immediately bid farewell and left the City Lord's mansion. Just as they stepped out the main gate, Sister Spare Me continued pestering Xiao Fan. Big brother, do you know more about Mount Dahe? Tell us about it. Xiao Fan shrugged. I don't know much more than what Master Nie told us. Oh, by the way, the Bloodhand demon who launched this siege is a demon king under the Black Mountain ancestor, at the nascent soul level. There are many similar demon kings in Mount Dahe. Everyone fell silent instantly. If one demon king could trigger such a massive siege, how could their current strength possibly shake the entire Mount Dahe? Wind Ruthless waved his hand. We'll explore it when we get the chance. This is probably content for level 150 and above. By then, intercity teleportation will be available, and with more people, the difficulty will be lower. Brother Kuan waved. I'm going back to develop my guild. He then sped away. I'm going to level up too. Invincible War God and Wind Ruthless followed suit. So what are you doing next, big brother? Sister Spare Me continued asking. Learning skills and leveling up, Xiao Fan replied. Young guy shamelessly approached. Take me along when you level up. Xiao Fan waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it. With your strength, you don't need me to carry you. Young guy looked disappointed. Just as the two stepped out of the City Lord's mansion gate, they saw a burly man and 2 stunning women blocking their path. It was swallowing mountains and rivers, drinking alone under the moon, and flying immortal from beyond. With anonymous user probably busy leveling up since dropping out of the top 10 on the level rankings had hurt his pride. Xiao Fan, drinking alone under the moon, waved in greeting. A fairy. Sister Spare Me's eyes lit up, nearly drooling. Xiao Fan awkwardly kept his distance to maintain his innocence. Drinking alone under the moon quickly approached. We guessed you'd be at the City Lord's mansion and came here specifically to wait for you. Thinking of something, she pouted with a hint of complaint. If only you'd join our guild, we could have gotten top 3 in guild contributions. Sigh. What will it take to get you to come over? Just let the lady offer herself in marriage. A lecherous face suddenly appeared nearby. Damn, who the hell is this? Flying immortal from beyond kicked out, protecting drinking alone under the moon behind her. Kitunshan glared with his tiger-like eyes and grabbed the scrawny teenager by the back of his neck, lifting him up as he snarled menacingly. Keep your perverted eyes to yourself, or I'll destroy you offline. The boy dangled in midair, his thin arms flailing desperately. Hey, big brother, take it easy. I wasn't being perverted, I was just appreciating the lady's beauty. Please spare me, sister. His rapid-fire explanations were completely unconvincing. Kitunshan was protective of his guild sister and wouldn't tolerate anyone harassing her. He delivered 2 merciless punches without hesitation. Bang, bang, one to the left eye, one to the right. 1829, 1798, 2 bright red damage numbers floated above the boy's head, instantly turning his face into that of a panda. The red name warning immediately lit up as the system flagged Kitunshan with a red ID. Stop. How dare you cause trouble in front of the City Lord's mansion? Arrest them. The city guards on both sides had been watching like hawks and now brandished their spears, surrounding Kitunshan and the 2 ladies completely. It's a misunderstanding. Don't arrest them, it's my fault. The boy covered his eyes with both hands, gasping from pain, but still rushed forward to defend the group. However, in the guard's eyes, a red name meant guilt, and explanations were useless. The soldiers stepped forward, ready to subdue the 3 on the spot. Kitunshan snorted coldly, pulled out a palm-sized golden token from his chest, and tossed it into the lead soldier's arms. You blind fools. This little brat was inappropriate first. I only gave him 2 punches, which was letting him off easy. Take the token and get lost. Don't bother me. A golden tokena pardon order. The city guards stood stunned for a moment, then had no choice but to sheath their weapons. They left with a grumbled, be more careful next time, and scattered dejectedly. You little punk, don't think I won't hit you just because you're level 53. Get lost. Katanshan cracked his knuckles threateningly. The boy looked sheepishly at Xiao Fan, hoping the big shot would say something fair on his behalf. Xiao Fan shrugged and advised helplessly, you'd better leave quickly. If their whole guild comes after you later, you'll be in even worse trouble. Sigh. The boy reluctantly stared at Uxizo and Tian Facian, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and finally turned to leave. Watching his behavior of being unable to move when he saw beautiful women, Katanshan spat in disgust. Bah, what bad luck. Then he immediately put on a smiling face for Xiao Fan and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Xiao Fan is still the most reliable. Both your character and personality suit my taste. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. Just don't develop a taste for me. Haha, brother, you're so humorous. Katanshan laughed heartily, and the tense atmosphere completely disappeared. After this little episode, everyone's relationship had clearly become much closer. Seeing this, Uxizo immediately seized the opportunity. Xiao Fan, join our guild. I'm begging you, any amount of money is fine. Her voice was soft and sweet, her eyes sparkling with moisture, making her devastatingly charming. Unfortunately, Xiao Fan was a straight-laced guy who shook his head in refusal. Sorry, I don't like being constrained, and I don't want to cause you trouble. We won't constrain you. Uxizo became anxious. You can do whatever you want, just having you in the guild for appearances is enough. Besides, you're so capable. How could you cause us trouble? Even if you did, we'd be happy to deal with it. Xiao Fan sighed. The problem isn't you guys, but Wudi Zhanshan said that whichever guild I join, the Invincible Alliance will fight to the death with that guild. Why? Your grudge isn't that deep, is it? Uxizo was puzzled. Tian Facian pondered briefly before explaining. The Invincible Alliance lacks opponents. Both the Brotherhood and the Axe Gang have good relationships with them, so without external enemies, they can't train their members. They've probably noticed recently that Xiao Fan has been getting close to us, so they're simply using Xiao Fan as a banner to declare war on Wendao Hongmeng. Katanshan got fired up upon hearing this. A bunch of grown men with all these twisted schematics did annoying? Xiao Fan, just go ahead and join the guild without worry. If they dare come, I'll call people to destroy them offline. No, it's really not a big deal. I'm just playing a game. Just give me a shout whenever you need help. It doesn't matter if we're in the same guild or not. Xiao Fan quickly said. He muttered to himself. What exactly do these siblings do in real life? One throws money around like it's nothing, and the other keeps talking about taking people out offline like some kind of mob boss. If I get too close to them, who knows, maybe one day when I want out, I'll have to chop off my own pinky finger. For the sake of keeping all my limbs intact, Xiao Fan decisively refused once again. Yuxia Dujua's pretty face fell, her voice turning pitiful. How can you say it makes no difference? With you, we'd be in the top 3 and could leech experience. Look, you're already level 60, and we're only halfway through her sentence. She simply raised her hand to rub her eyes, tears welling up. I don't care, you have to come. Otherwise I'm going to cry. When reasonable persuasion failed, she pulled out her trump card as a woman. Tian Facian quickly followed up. It's fine, Xiao Fan. We're not afraid of the Invincible Alliance. Occasional fights make things more interesting anyway. Plus our guild has tons of beautiful women. Come join us, and pick anyone you want as your in-game partner. If you want to meet up in real life, I'll even pay for the plane ticket. As he spoke, he kept winking at Yuxia Dujua, willing to sell out even his good friend to recruit someone. Qi Tunshan, he listened with growing alarm and quickly raised his hand. Anyone else is fine, but not my sister. She's still young. He was terrified someone might steal Yuxia Dujua away. Xiao Fan was amused but still shook his head. I really don't want to join a guild, and I'm not interested in PvP either. Thanks for thinking so highly of me. Here, take these 4 tokens, maybe we'll play together again sometime. With that, he used the give function to hand over the 4 territory construction tokens directly to Yuxia Dujua, then turned and bolted. Hey, don't leave. Even if you don't want to join the guild, we can still chat. Wait for me, hey. Wait, you haven't taken your money yet. Seeing him turn and run, Yuxia Dujua desperately wanted to chase after him, but Xiao Fan's speed had already reached 1981. When he activated Swift Step, he shot forward like a race car, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Watching that figure grow more and more distant, Yuxia Dujua clutched the 4 free tokens, her face flushed red with frustration. This guy is really hard to recruit. Tian Facian sighed softly. Yeah, he is. Yeah, my ass. Yuxia Dujua whirled around, her delicate eyebrows bristling with anger. Qi Tunshan, he, caught in her fierce glare, hastily stepped back. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? You stupid brother. Do you know how hard it is to recruit someone? How dare you ruin my plans? I'm going to beat you to death. The girl who had been tearful just moments before instantly exploded with rage, throwing a punch at Chi Tun Shani's chest, then following up with a flurry of punches and kicks. After a couple of hits, she found using her bare hands unsatisfying and pulled a black iron quality spiked club from her inventory. Ow, stop hitting me. I was wrong. That really hurts. Wait. Help. Someone's going to die? No, don't. A brutal scene immediately unfolded in the city lord's mansion plaza. A burly man being chased and beaten by a young woman wielding a spiked club, his screams echoing 3 blocks away. The city guards pretended to be deaf and blind, not even glancing in their direction. Watching Yuxia Duju's furious tantrum, Tian Wei Feixian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Dao Palace. Xiao Fan hadn't actually gone far. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he turned down 2 alleys and slipped into the nearby Dao Palace. The precious technique skill book he'd just obtained was extremely high level, and he estimated it would take considerable time to comprehend. Rather than showing off on the main streets, he decided to come directly to this peaceful sanctuary. While all other players in the city had been stripped of their access to functional buildings, he alone retained unrestricted passage thanks to his exemption as first in contribution points. He paid a small amount of spirit stones at the front desk and rented a meditation chamber, pushing open the door to enter. As the wooden door closed behind him, the room's light dimmed considerably. The incense in the central bronze burner sparked with a soft puff, releasing a wisp of ethereal blue smoke that drifted through the air. Xiao Fan crossed his legs and settled onto the meditation cushion, his breathing gradually steadying with the fragrant smoke as his mind sank into crystal clarity. Who would have thought I'd ever have a day when people actually sought me out? He chuckled to himself. Images flashed through his mind, Yuxia Duju's sincere eyes and Tian Wei Feixian's subtle recruitment attempts, filling him with a sense of absurdity. After all, he had once been the jinx that everyone avoided, treated like a plague rat in the streets. Those memories were too painful to revisit, but being able to enjoy a few peaceful days in this game was more than enough for him. As for joining a guild, he remained completely unmoved, not only due to the game mechanics, but because he knew his cursed constitution all too well. Anyone who got too close to him usually met a bad end. Even in a game, he needed to maintain a safe distance. Focusing his thoughts, he pushed aside these distractions and pulled out 2 skill books from his robes, Basic Sword Control and Great Dao Tribulation Light. He opened the latter first to examine its details. Great Dao Tribulation Light Precious Technique. Effect: summons heavenly might and resonates with the Great Dao to deliver a fatal strike against enemies. Damage: Chi Force 440. Additional: if the enemy survives, skill cooldown is reduced by half. Realm Requirement: Chi Refinement. Level: 1 maximum 8. Chi Refinement can reach level 4, Foundation Building level 6, Golden Core level 8. Proficiency: 01000. Casting cost: 200 true Chi, increases with level. Cooldown: 180 seconds. Now this skill has some real bite, Xiao Fan muttered in amazement. This was his first encounter with a combat-type precious technique. At just level 1, it boasted a terrifying 440 multiplier. Couldn't imagine how outrageous it would become at level 8. The only drawback was the cooldown time. Having to wait a full 3 minutes between uses meant it would take an eternity to max out the proficiency. Steadying his emotions, he slowly unfolded the pages to study them. Learning precious techniques was far more difficult than intermediate skills. The text was interwoven with obscure runic patterns, each one seemingly containing the power of thunder itself. Word by word, he carefully analyzed the content, spending over an hour before finally imprinting all the incantations and hand seals into his memory. Great Dao Tribulation Light was fundamentally a lightning-based killing technique. When cast, it required channeling violent true Chi within the body to resonate with heavenly thunder, calling down divine lightning from the 9 heavens to reduce the target to ash. It was a single target lock-on spell with a range 5 times his basic casting distance. With his current 40-meter base range, he could eliminate targets anywhere within 200 meters. As his cultivation advanced, this distance would continue to expand. However, compared to long-range sword attacks, its coverage area was still somewhat limited. After finally mastering the complex text completely, the skill book dissolved into points of flowing light that gradually faded in his palm. Next, he pulled out Basic Sword Control. This high-level skill had a much lower learning threshold, taking only about 10 minutes to fully master. Basic Sword Control Advanced. Effect: control sword with true Chi to attack any enemy within 50 meters. Damage: first strike, Chi Force 165, subsequent strikes, Chi Force 105 each. Number of strikes, affected by flying sword quality. Realm Requirement: Chi Refinement. Level: 1 maximum 5, does not include sword flight. Proficiency: 01000. Casting cost: 30 true Chi. Usage interval: 10-second cooldown after sword return. This skill, combined with his flying sword Slaughter Edge, Could attack 3 times per cast, meaning 1 strike at 1680 damage plus 2 strikes at 1050 damage each. Not bad, finally starting to look like a proper cultivator. Xiao Fan closed the attribute panel and turned his attention to the densely packed skill slots. All 12 slots were fully lit up. Learning any new abilities would require sacrificing existing skills and storing them in the skill vault. Fortunately, once he switched cultivation methods, True Chi Palm, Swift Wind Step, and Fierce Wind Technique would automatically be replaced by new skills, so he could weigh his options then. I need to get to Lingxiao sect quickly, he calculated in his mind. Lu Tianjue could return at any moment, and at only level 60, he stood no chance against that Foundation establishment stage powerhouse in a direct confrontation. Rather than wait for disaster to strike, it would be better to seek a master and improve his strength first. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I completely forgot about delivering that equipment to Boss Yuexia. He had been forced to leave hastily during the interrogation, and the equipment he'd changed out of was still gathering dust in his storage ring. He quickly opened his friends list. Yuexia Duzhua showed as gray offline. Fortunately, Tianwei Faxian still had a green light. He immediately sent a message. Boss Faxian, are you free? The reply came instantly. I'm free. What do you need, Master Xiao Fan? Where are you now? I'll come find you. I forgot to bring the items I wanted to give Boss Yuexia when I was at the City Lord's mansion. Faxian sent back a chuckling emoji. You weren't avoiding her because you're afraid she'd cling to you. Waiting until she left to find me. Were you? Nothing like that. It was all accidental. I was just studying a skill book. Xiao Fan quickly clarified, refusing to give anyone ammunition for gossip. Faxian believed him and replied, I just finished my 3rd demon-slaying quest. I'm at the plaza. Okay, coming right over. Xiao Fan pushed open the door and left the meditation room, striding quickly down the corridor. Within half a minute, he reached the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. In the plaza, a female warrior in heroic attire with a high ponytail was casually swinging her sword. Tianwei Faxian was clearly getting bored waiting. You already gave us 40 million. What are you planning to give this time? She looked Xiao Fan up and down curiously, as if trying to read his motives for pleasing Yuexia Duzhua from his expression. Xiao Fan ignored her speculation and directly opened his storage ring, dragging all equipment level 75 and below, except for the Wind Soul necklace, into the trade window. Your levels are catching up quickly. These should come in handy. Equipment rained down like drops, golden light, and silver radiance interweaving. Faxian's eyes nearly popped out. This much? Wait, you're even giving away the golden ring? Are you sure that's not a marriage proposal item? Xiao Fan shrugged. Don't tease me. I just earned too much and felt guilty about it. So I wanted to give Boss Yuexia more in return. VIP treatment, you understand. He then pulled out an unidentified gray-skill Buka warrior class cultivation method dropped by the demon wolf leader. Oh, and this is for you. Faxian raised an eyebrow, grinning. Oh, so you know how to sweet-talk the goddess's best friend too. All right, I get it. I'll put in some good words for you when I see you later. Give me a break, I am into guys. To avoid further misunderstandings, Xiao Fan was even willing to slander himself. The celestial fairy's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Wait, are you saying you're into landscapes? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from exasperation at her twisted logic. I'm done talking to you. So childish. With that, he couldn't be bothered with the celestial fairy any longer and turned to leave. Hey, wait. The celestial fairy hurried after him for a couple of steps. What now? Nothing much. Just wanted to remind you that your moonlight boss has been single her whole life. You've got a great chance, so go for it. She pumped her fist in the air a couple of times, adding a meaningful wink. Xiao Fan was completely speechless and immediately activated Wind Step, transforming into a blur. The celestial fairy watched his gray streak of a silhouette and burst into laughter. Calling me childish? You're the childish one. Too scared to even date a rich lady. How pathetic. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Xiao Fan kept Wind Step active the entire way, racing at full speed. With the Wind Soul necklace and his Chaos Body's Chi recovery stacking, he could now maintain seamless transitions 150 seconds of maximum sprint, 15 seconds cooldown, then back to full speed again. His map traversal efficiency was off the charts. Just as he burst through Thunder City's gates, he received a friend message. Xiong Ba from the Spring and Autumn 5 Hegemons sent a private chat. Bro, can you help us buy supplies? Our team's out of potions. You've got high contribution points and can access the system pharmacy. Could you help us buy some health potions? No time, find someone else. Xiao Fan was flying along and had no intention of turning back. Whoa, I should have stocked up more. I didn't notice the system notification when I logged off. Xiongba's message was filled with pitiful wailing. Xiao Fan chuckled but didn't soften. Besides, even if the system pharmacy was out of stock, player shops would have potions available at cheaper prices. Once outside Thunder City, he pushed his speed to the limit, heading straight for Lingxiao sect. Previously, with all the stopping and monster grinding, the journey took nearly 4 hours. Now with Wind Step boosting his movement speed to over 3,900, covering almost 4 kilometers per minute, Even with occasional monster clearing, he reached the foot of Lingxiao Sec's mountain in less than half an hour. To his surprise, there were still players leveling at the mountain's base. The monster siege had only ended an hour ago, and these people clearly hadn't bothered with Thunder City at all. It made sense though. Three major sects of Lingxiao, Heavenly Tribulation, and Panjun Mountain were self-sufficient systems with nearby small towns offering pharmacies and talisman shops for supplies, completely independent of the main city. The players grinding aberrant blood beasts at the mountain's base were only around level 40, quite a gap below his level. Xiao Fan didn't pause. Pulling out the token Ning Fian had given him like swiping a card to open the gates, rushing all the way to the plaza outside the main hall. This place used to bustle with voices, but now only 2 or 3 cultivators remained, sitting cross-legged on stone platforms with eyes closed, contemplating the laws of heaven and earth. Seeing them deep in cultivation, he quietly circled around and headed straight for the open hall doors. Inside the hall, neither Daoist Xuanhua nor Daoist Kuanglei were present. Only a young Daoist stood at the entrance. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting. "Fellow Daoist, may I ask if Senior Kuanglei is in the sect?" The young Daoist nodded with a smile. "Yes, he is. Master Uncle Kuanglei and Master Uncle Xuanhua are currently with Master Aunt Ruoshui in the back mountain meditation area. Having hot pot. Fellow Daoist Xiao Fan can find them there." "A hot pot?" Question marks practically appeared above Xiao Fan's head. These seniors really knew how to live it up. He almost blurted out, "Don't cultivators have dietary restrictions?" But thought better of it, afraid of getting beaten up. The so-called back mountain actually covered a vast area, encompassing basically all regions of the main peak except for the front plaza and the Great Hall. Xiao Fan walked around the towering hall and proceeded along the stone-paved mountain path. The wind whispered clearly through the forest, and occasionally disciples of the Lingxiao sect would pass by, each possessing impressive cultivation. Even the weakest among them would be considered a boss-level figure in the outside world. Most merely glanced at him before hurrying on their way, with only the more outgoing ones nodding in greeting. Clearly, while the title Hero of Justice was quite popular among common folk, it only earned him the system's default 10 points of basic favorability with these cultivation disciples. Venturing deeper, behind a stretch of quiet, profound cliffs appeared the main peak's meditation retreat. This was where the sect's elders resided. Even the most outstanding young disciples could only occasionally come here to seek guidance, clean, or show off their culinary skills. At this moment, the wooden house at the very back had its windows wide open, with the rich aroma of hot pot mixed with the clear fragrance of spiritual wine wafting out. "Pour more, pour more. Senior brother, you're being way too stingy. This little bit isn't even enough for me to rinse my mouth." "You're the stingy one. Your whole family's stingy. This is 300-year-old sword-dwelling spring. It's older than you are. All right, stop embarrassing yourselves in front of the junior sister is right. Senior brother, don't be such a miser. Give me that bottle. I'll pour it myself. Hey? You dare fight me for it." From several yards away, the lively argument inside carried clearly. Immediately after, a playful female voice laughed lightly. "Uncle Kuanglei, my master's wine is quite precious. If you drink this much, he'd need to take on 5 disciples just to break even." The voice was crisp and clear. It was none other than the chief disciple, Ning Fian. Xiao Fan was secretly delighted. The people he was looking for were indeed gathered together. He stepped back half a pace, cleared his throat, and called out loudly, "Disciple Xiao Fan, after 2 days of arduous cultivation, has finally broken through the Qi refinement stage. I've come specially to pay respects to Master, Senior Uncle, and Junior Uncle, hoping the honored teachers will accept me." Having spoken, he faced the wooden house and bowed deeply. "Junior brother Xiao Fan is here." Ning Fian responded cheerfully, pushing open the door to welcome him. Inside the house, the 3 nascent soul stage seniors who had been sitting around eating hot pot, Daoist Xuanhua, Daoist Kuanglei, and Daoist Rusha, immediately froze in their movements. Xuanhua and Kuanglei quickly set down their chopsticks and sat up straight. Daoist Ruoshui, who was already dignified by nature, merely looked up and nodded. The only one who could arrange meals before these 3 was Ning Fian, the Lingxiao sect's most outstanding disciple. Always lively, seeing that Xiao Fan was still maintaining his bowing posture, she urged, Uncle, stop focusing on your wine. Hurry up and accept a disciple to boost your performance. 1 formal disciple counts as 2 registered ones, and a core disciple counts as 3. Daoist Kuanglei looked down at the 300-year-old fine wine in his cup that he hadn't yet tasted, and coughed helplessly. Performance metrics were already a headache, but since the sect master had specifically instructed him to accept this demon-slaying tool, no matter how reluctant he felt, he could only endure it. He supported himself on the table edge and stood up, quietly adjusting his belt that had loosened from eating too enthusiastically, puffed out his round belly, and walked outside. Daoist Xuanhua and Daoist Ruoshui also emerged together, both having cast cleansing spells to remove every trace of grease and hot pot aroma from their bodies. Excellent. Daoist Kuanglei clasped his hands behind his back, looked up to appraise Xiao Fan, and stroked his nearly invisible goatee while adopting the demeanor of a master. Breaking through to the Qi refinement stage in less than 2 days, what promising material. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan immediately bowed respectfully. Master once said that if I reached the Qi refinement stage, you would accept me as your disciple. To meet this requirement as quickly as possible, after parting with senior sister at Blackwind Cave, I continuously ran dungeons and completed quests, even participating in Thunder City's Demon Invasion event where I was fortunate enough to claim first place. Now that I've finally broken through, I humbly request that Master grant me immortal techniques and guide my cultivation. Hearing modern terms like running dungeons and completing quests, Daoist Quanglei felt completely bewildered, though he maintained his masterful expression and simply responded, very good, before falling into silence. Xiao Fan remained bowed with lowered head, stealing glances at the 3 seniors from the corner of his eye, unsure what to do next. After several moments of awkward silence, Ning Fian immediately sensed the strained atmosphere and quickly nudged him. Silly junior brother, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and kowtow to acknowledge your master. From now on, you'll be Uncle Quanglei's personal disciple. She rushed into the house, grabbed the cup of wine that Daoist Quanglei hadn't had time to drink, and thrust it into Xiao Fan's hands as an impromptu ceremonial wine. Personal disciple? Xiao Fan's heart trembled. A personal disciple was clearly several levels above the nominal disciple status previously promised. With such an opportunity right before him, why would he wait for Quanglei to speak? He immediately dropped to his knees, raised the cup above his head, and declared loudly, Disciple Xiao Fan pays respects to Master. Today I take you as my teacher, wishing only to learn the Dao arts, subdue demons and eliminate evil, protect the weak, bring glory to the Lingxiao sect, and uphold righteousness. Should I ever betray the righteous path in the future, may I be struck by heavenly lightning and have both body and soul destroyed. This solemn oath made Daoist Quanglei's heart skip a beat. He looked toward Daoist Xuanhua, whose wrinkled old face bore a satisfied smile. Daoist Quanglei could only complain through divine sense. Senior brother, this child is too earnest. You've set me up. Daoist Xuanhua sighed softly in response. Such an excellent disciple is rare to encounter. Stop complaining about your good fortune and help him up. Daoist Quanglei took a deep breath, walked solemnly to Xiao Fan, and helped him to his feet. Disciple Xiao Fan, from today forward, you are my personal disciple under the Quanglei lineage, ranked 6th. You have 5 senior brothers and sisters, but sadly they have all sacrificed themselves for the righteous cause. I'll take you to pay respects at their memorial tablets later. Hearing that all 5 personal disciples had died in battle, Xiao Fan's heart grew heavy. He silently reflected that despite his master's cheerful exterior, he harbored such tragic history. But Xiao Fan remained silent and simply nodded solemnly. According to seniority, he then respectfully kowtowed to Daoist Xuanhua. Disciple Xiao Fan pays respects to Uncle Xuanhua. Daoist Xuanhua gently helped him up with a kind smile. Good child, the path of cultivation is difficult. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek guidance from your elders. He then produced a jade bottle. This is a small meeting gift from your uncle, please accept it. The bottle felt warm and smooth, and a system notification appeared before his eyes. Marrow cleansing spiritual liquid increases all 4 basic attributes by 100 points when consumed, effective only once per lifetime. Knowing how precious this item was, Xiao Fan immediately raised both hands above his head. Disciple thanks Uncle Master. He quickly accepted it with both hands and expressed his gratitude. And there's your Uncle Master Ruoshui, Daoist Quanglei added. His tone grew solemn. The status of a personal disciple is extremely significant. It's not simply a matter of teaching a few techniques and calling it done. On the path of cultivation, the bond between master and disciple is no different from that between father and son in the mortal world, so all proper etiquette must be observed. Now you need to pay your respects to each of your elders one by one. Greetings, Uncle Master. Xiao Fan immediately bowed deeply, performing another formal salute to Daoist Ruoshui. Daoist Ruoshui reached out to help him up. You also have Uncle Master Yufeng, who bestowed a magical treasure upon you earlier in the Lingbao Hall. Do you remember? I remember. I'll go pay my respects to him shortly, Xiao Fan replied. Good. When you meet him, have him bestow another new magical treasure upon you. I don't have anything particularly impressive on hand at the moment, so this talisman will have to do for now. With that, Daoist Ruoshui handed over a talisman with intricate patterns and a faint spiritual glow. Shadowless talisman can conceal one's tracks for 60 breaths. Cooldown of 120 breaths. Consumes 50 points of true chi per activation. Quality comparable to a magical treasure. Can be used infinitely without ever breaking. Thank you, Uncle Master. Xiao Fan solemnly accepted it and bowed again. Seeing the apprenticeship ceremony come to a perfect conclusion, Ning Fian smiled warmly. Junior brother Xiao, from now on we're all family. Once you've learned the immortal arts from Uncle Master Quanglei, you can cultivate alongside me. Daoist Quanglei also nodded. Indeed, your two senior brothers have left the mountain to cultivate, so for now you'll train with little Yin. Yes, I'll trouble senior sister to look after me from now on. Xiao Fan couldn't hide his joy. Having just entered the sect, he was already apprenticed to a nascent soul stage powerhouse, and receiving personal guidance from the sect's top disciple. This treatment was absolutely explosive. If Lu Tianju had dared to cause trouble again, when the Lingxiao sect disciples saw a fellow inner disciple being threatened, they probably wouldn't even need their master to intervene. Each could take a punch at beating him down. Come inside, I'll transmit the cultivation method to you. After the apprenticeship came the teaching. The cultivation method couldn't be leaked outdoors and could only be taught inside. However, the copper hot pot was still bubbling away in the room. Daoist Quanlei had barely taken a step when he caught sight of the rolling hot oil, his plump face stiffening slightly as he forcibly turned his head away and walked toward another quiet chamber nearby. Daoist Xuanhua smiled as he instructed, "Junior brother, take your time guiding little Fandant, leave out even the slightest detail." Hearing this, Daoist Quanlei felt secretly depressed. By the time he finished explaining the cultivation method, the meat in the pot would probably be long gone and the wine would be cold. He had drunk that earlier toast too hastily and hadn't even had time to savor the flavor. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. But in front of his new disciple, he could only suppress his cravings and glumly walk into the quiet chamber that originally belonged to his senior brother. The room with the hot pot next door was actually his own. "Sit down," he said, settling cross-legged on a meditation cushion. Xiao Fan didn't dare be impolite. After waiting for his master to sit properly, he slowly took his own seat. The quiet chamber was extremely simply furnished. Two meditation cushions facing each other, a green lamp in the corner, its flame flickering. Daoist Quanlei began. "Before transmitting the cultivation method to you, I'd like to ask, what do you understand about cultivation?" This, Xiao Fan pondered for a moment before answering. Disciple has only been exposed to cultivation for a short time and knows very little. "I only understand that cultivation is the process of borrowing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself." Correct. Humans are originally very weak, but become strong because of their wisdom. The most important aspect of cultivation is using your mind. You cannot blindly follow the methods of your predecessors, because what worked for the ancients may not necessarily suit you. Quanlei Daoist stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice deep and powerful, like rolling thunder echoing through the hall. His words carried both instruction and warning. Xiao Fan bowed slightly and responded earnestly, "This disciple will keep it in mind." Before formally beginning his teachings, Quanlei Daoist deliberately placed these words at the forefront, his tone so solemn it could not be ignored. The meaning was crystal clear. Existing cultivation methods could only serve as a starting point. Without thinking, one would only be trapped within the confines of books, ultimately limiting future achievements. He paused for a moment before speaking again. "Earlier, I mentioned teaching you the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. Now, Master will give you another chance to choose. Under our Lingxiao sect, we specialize in the 4 great celestial paths of thunder, fire, wind, and water, plus 1 path of killing sword techniques. Each cultivation path has a corresponding profound mystery heart method to learn. Among these 5 profound mystery heart methods, you may choose any one. Which would you like to learn?" Such treatment truly demonstrated the weight of being a personal disciple. Any single profound mystery heart method was worth 10,000 spirit stones, and in the player's world, it was a priceless treasure. Yet now they lay before him for his choosing. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering with the wildness of flames, the sharp coldness of sword light, and the carefree nature of swift winds. But in the end, he slowly raised his head. "I formed a connection with Master because of the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, and you too excel in thunder techniques. Since I am your disciple, I should naturally follow this path in my cultivation." His answer came without the slightest hesitation. Though sword control was elegant, fire manipulation dazzling, and wind control exhilarating, deep down he felt destined to be connected with thunder techniques. Moreover, his treasure technique, Great Dao Tribulation Light, also belonged to the thunder element, making it a perfect match. "Excellent." Quanlei Daoist's face broke into a smile, clearly extremely satisfied with this choice. His earlier offer had merely been out of respect. Had Xiao Fan truly chosen another path, it would have been somewhat embarrassing for him, and future guidance would have been inconvenient. By choosing the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, master and disciple shared the same path, putting his mind much at ease. As he spoke, he withdrew from his sleeve a bamboo scroll with a black cover, the complete version of the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. Spiritual light faintly danced across its surface. He handed the scripture to Xiao Fan. "Read it first." Xiao Fan took the book and examined it. The 5 Thunder Heart Sutra's mystical mind method comprehension effect permanently increases true chi limit by 500 and chi force by 200. Cultivation effects, body tempering, 8 true chi limit and 8 chi force per level, for spirit resistance every 10 levels. This technique cannot be cultivated during body tempering stage, but attribute effects will be compensated according to these values. Chi refining. 16 true Chi limit and 16 Chi force per level. 8 spirit resistance every 10 levels. All lightning type spell power increased by 15. Foundation building. 32 true Chi limit and 32 Chi force per level. 16 spirit resistance every 10 levels. All lightning type spell power increased by 20. Golden core. 64 true Chi limit and 64 Chi force per level. 32 spirit resistance every 10 levels. All lightning type spell power increased by 30. Nascent soul. 128 true Chi limit and 128 Chi force per level. 64 spirit resistance every 10 levels. All lightning type spell power increased by 45. Spirit transformation. 256 true Chi limit and 256 Chi force per level. 128 spirit resistance every 10 levels. All lightning type spell power increased by 70. Unity. 512 true Chi limit and 512 Chi force per level. 256 spirit resistance every 10 levels. All lightning type spell power increased by 100. Accompanying skills. Lightning strike intermediate skill. Palm thunder advanced skill. 5 elements true lightning spell skill. Divine punishment thunder mystical skill. Hiss. Xiao Fan stared at the panel, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The dense data seemed to transform into streaks of lightning flickering before his eyes, so brilliant they nearly stung his retinas. Too powerful. His heart pounded wildly, fingertips trembling slightly. Just the line, permanently increases true Chi limit by 500, Chi force 200, was more than 10 times higher than common high-grade cultivation methods. The enhancement from each level up was double that of ordinary high-tier techniques, equivalent to directly elevating an entire realm. With this thought, Xiao Fan quickly calculated in his mind. Though the body tempering stage couldn't formally cultivate this technique, the system would compensate attributes according to 8 true Chi limit, 8 Chi force per level, for spirit resistance every 10 levels. Upon entering Chi refining, true Chi and Chi force improvements doubled to 16, 8 spirit resistance every 10 levels, with lightning spell power immediately surging by 15. At foundation building stage, all values doubled again, with lightning enhancement at 20. Golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation continued climbing, with spirit resistance jumping geometrically and lightning power increasing by 30, 45, and 70 respectively. Until unity stage, with 512 true Chi limit and 512 Chi force per level, 256 spirit resistance every 10 levels, and all lightning spell power directly doubled 100. This terrifying growth curve could truly be called heaven-defying. Not to mention the 4 accompanying skills. 1. Lightning strike intermediate. 2. Palm thunder advanced. 3. 5 elements true lightning spell. 4. Divine punishment thunder mystical. Any one of these would be enough to make cultivators of the same realm pale with fear. Xiao Fan swallowed hard, his mind involuntarily conjuring an image. Himself manipulating the great Dao's tribulation light, combined with the destructive thunder unleashed by the mystical mind method. Dark clouds rolling across heaven and earth, 10,000 thunders roaring, enemies ground to dust before they could even react. TSK Tisk. He gently caressed his storage ring, blazing battle intent flashing in his eyes. If I continue studying this, I might really need to change my name too. The Lightning Spell King was about to be born. Huanglei Daoist told him to study the manual first, and Xiao Fan didn't hesitate. He earnestly opened the book and began to grasp the fundamental knowledge of this cultivation method. The heavy, ancient tome lay spread on the desk, its pages slightly yellowed with age, and the corners bore traces of lightning burns, as if silently recounting the storms it had weathered. As Xiao Fan's fingertips brushed across the cover, a subtle electric current rippled through his chest. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and turned to the first page. The book first explained the origins of the 5 thunders. The 5 elements of metal, water, wood, fire, and earth reflected the fundamental nature of heaven and earth, and when fused with thunder techniques, they formed the 5 elemental true thunders. The cultivation method broke down the true thunder into 5 major techniques: metal thunder, water thunder, wood thunder, fire thunder, and earth thunder, each with pure lightning as its essence. The book specifically warned, water thunder was not some fishing explosive, fire thunder was not a common grenade, and earth thunder was certainly not a buried landmine. All of these were different manifestations of thunderous power. Following this, dense text began explaining the precise rules of the 5 elements generation and restraint cycles. All things in heaven and earth possessed elemental attributes, and the human body was no exception. If one could accurately identify a target's attributes and strike with the restraining thunder, the power would increase dramatically. Wood demons feared metal. Once metal thunder struck a pure wood constitution, it could add up to 40% additional damage. However, wood demons in reality often mixed water and earth properties, so the bonus typically fell between 20 to 30%. If one mistakenly struck a pure fire attribute enemy with metal thunder, then due to fire restraining metal, the damage would be reduced by 40%, making it difficult to achieve even normal effectiveness. The book specifically noted, this only calculated restraint, not generation. Each element corresponded to only one generation and one restraint modification. If an enemy's internal ratio was 50-50, such as half wood and half fire, Metal Thunder would only deal standard damage. The more Xiao Fan read, the more absorbed he became. He seemed to hear rolling thunder crashing in his ears, and every line radiated a sharp, killing intent. The core of the cultivation method was summarized in 4 characters: Thunder's Wrath. It didn't preach self-cultivation or seek moderation and peace, but advocated hatred of evil and explosive ferocity. The page bore thick, black ink. When encountering demons, show no hesitation, strike with thunder. When seeing injustice, kill decisively, didn't drag your feet. Thunder cultivators needed to cultivate not just techniques, but also their hearts. Those who were indecisive could hardly master this cultivation method. Only those who could make instant decisions with unwavering determination could harness thunder and achieve greatness. His fingers never stopped, pages rustling as they turned. With each page, it felt like another electric arc coursed through his body. With each line read, a deeper longing accumulated in his chest. Xiao Fan wanted to become stronger. This desire was clearer than ever before. He wanted not just the numerical advantage of character levels, but to become a true righteous cultivator in this world. In reality, he had no financial worries and few attachments. Since that was the case, why not immerse all his time in the Hongmeng world? Whether this was another universe or a grand virtual experience, Xiao Fan was willing to seriously manage this second life. And the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra was undoubtedly the key guiding him onto the path of the strong. Beside the desk, Quanglei Daoist stood with his hands behind his back, his robes billowing without wind, faint electric light dancing around his sleeves. He said nothing, yet remained ready to answer Xiao Fan's questions at any moment. To outsiders, the difficulty of the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra was hellish. Even though Lin Xiao sect possessed such a top-tier cultivation method, very few disciples actually dared to study it. It wasn't that they didn't want to learn, but knowing the difficulty, they didn't dare to try. The Tongxian cultivation method has an extremely high threshold and is incredibly difficult to master. It's not something anyone can simply pick up and learn. Every breakthrough to a new realm brings countless trials and tribulations. The 5 Thunder Heart Sutra within this method is particularly demanding. Cultivators must endure lightning tribulation with each advancement, getting struck by heavenly thunder at every breakthrough. Any ordinary cultivator would have been reduced to ash long ago. Though the Lingxiao sect has hundreds of disciples, fewer than 10 dare to practice this method. Thunder Daoist has achieved the highest level among them, but precisely because no fellow disciples dare to learn it, he rarely gets the chance to guide others, leading a rather leisurely existence. Now that Xiao Fan has become his disciple, Thunder Daoist finally feels he has found his purpose. Sitting cross-legged on his meditation cushion, he quietly reviewed all the difficulties he had encountered over the years and the insights he had gained, preparing to share everything without reservation. Yet after Xiao Fan received the jade slip containing the cultivation method, he asked no questions at all. Instead, he lowered his head and began reading, completely absorbed in the text, turning page after page with such fluid movements it seemed like he was reading basic knowledge. Thunder Daoist raised his eyebrows as he observed, could this young man possess extraordinary talent? 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Xiao Fan's brow would occasionally furrow, then smooth out again, clearly having grasped another section. Time quickly exceeded an hour, and the clinking sounds of dishes being cleared from the neighboring room drifted in, along with the splashing sounds of Ning Fian busily washing pots and bowls. Thunder Daoist clicked his tongue twice, his thoughts already wandering to dinner. Today's mutton was indeed a bit tough. Next time, he'd have his newly accepted disciple go down the mountain to catch a tender sheep, half for hot pot and half for barbecue, and bring back some Sichuan peppercorns too, as the spicy numbing combination would be perfect. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he became, and his mind completely drifted away. About 2 hours later, a surge of powerful energy suddenly exploded outward, startling the distracted Thunder Daoist into sitting upright. The jade slip in Xiao Fan's hands cracked inch by inch, crumbling into dust that scattered away. Thunder Daoist was stunned. He had learned it? This quickly? It had taken him an entire day to comprehend it back then, and his master had praised him as a once-in-a-generation genius. Could this young man be some kind of prodigy? Crackling sounds filled the air as fine lightning arcs sparked from Xiao Fan's sleeves. This was the sign of initial mastery of the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. Thunder Daoist instantly deflated. He had gone through great trouble to accept this unkillable disciple, planning to make a good impression, yet he hadn't gotten to say a single word. Being a master like this was utterly embarrassing. His chubby face was written all over with dejection. Xiao Fan, however, was filled with joy. System notifications kept appearing. Ding! You have learned the Tongxian cultivation method, 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. True Qi maximum permanently increased by 500. Qi force increased by 200. Cultivation method quality improved. Attribute compensation gained. True Chi maximum 240. Chi force 240. Skills True Chi Palm LV3, Swift Wind Step LV2, and Fierce Wind Technique LV2 have been forgotten due to conflict with wind crossing formula. You have learned new skills Lightning Strike Technique, Palm Thunder, and 5 Elements True Thunder. Upon breaking through to Foundation Establishment stage, you will automatically comprehend Divine Punishment Thunder. Congratulations on becoming an inner disciple of Lingxiao sect and gaining the corresponding title. Favorability with all sect NPCs increased by 10. In an instant, his true chi value surged by 740 points, nearly tripling his maximum reached 1,030, while his chi force soared to 2,441. Combined with the magical treasures he carried, his physical attack power instantly surpassed cultivators of the same level by a huge margin, reaching an unreasonably fierce level. Xiao Fan looked up excitedly. Master, what's wrong? Why do you look so troubled? He had originally wanted to share this delightful surprise with Thunder Daoist, but only saw his master's gloomy expression. Just moments ago, he had seemed so enthusiastic. Could it be that his comprehension was too slow, his aptitude too poor, and he had displeased his master? Quanglei Daoist remained silent. Xiao Fan lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, master. The text in the manual is too obscure. In my world, we use vernacular language, so these classical texts are difficult for me to read. That's why I'm slow to comprehend them. But please don't worry, I may lack talent, but I'll work hard in my cultivation and won't bring shame to you. Quanglei Daoist was stunned inwardly and cursed to himself. Is this kid messing with me? He grasped the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra in just 1 hour and still thinks he's slow? With talent like this, you couldn't find a second person like him in all of Jinglei City, let alone the entire Divine Dragon Continent. Why don't you just ascend to heaven? Seeing that the young man genuinely didn't understand, he simply waved his hand, signaling for him to leave if he didn't get this prodigy out of here soon. He feared he might not be able to hold back his profanity. Seeing this, Xiao Fan assumed his poor performance had displeased his master. He sighed helplessly. Then this disciple will take his leave. He stood up, bowed, and retreated from the meditation chamber with a dejected expression, closing the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, Quanglei Daoist's expression immediately turned peculiar. Holy shit, how was such a monster born? And he delivered himself to my door to become my disciple? I must have used up all my good luck for this lifetime. Despite his internal complaints, he couldn't help but smile. Hee, my senior brother is going to cry now. This little disciple is even more outstanding than that girl. It won't be long before he surpasses Xiaoyan. It would be best if these two kids became cultivation partners, then I could drink wine every day. Come on, little disciple, master's good days are all counting on you. On the bluestone path outside, Ning Fian had finished cleaning up the dishes but hadn't left. Instead, she was practicing swordwork nearby, waiting for her junior brother to come out. Hearing the door open, she quickly sheathed her sword and looked up. Junior brother looks unhappy. Did Master Quanglei scold you? Seeing Xiao Fan's dejected expression, she hurried forward with concern. Xiao Fan shook his head. It's not Master's fault. I'm just too incompetent. Ning Fian immediately understood must not have fully absorbed the new cultivation technique from their master uncle. As someone who had been through this before, she gently patted the young man's head and comforted him softly. Don't be sad. Master Quanglei has a quick temper, but he's not blaming you. Cultivation is inherently difficult. Who can learn everything at once? Stop brooding. Come on, I'll take you to see Master Yufeng and have him bestow a natal treasure upon you. That'll cheer you up for sure. All right. With his senior sister's persuasion, Xiao Fan's mood visibly improved. Ning Fian simply took his hand and ran toward the treasure hall deeper in the back mountains. Having just comprehended the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, the favorability of all the Lingxiao sect NPCs toward Xiao Fan had increased simultaneously. Ning Fian's favorability had now reached 45 points. The two held hands without any concern for propriety between men and women, walking briskly along the way. Passing through corridors, the vermilion eaves and jade tiles of the treasure hall gradually came into view. Along the way, Xiao Fan suddenly remembered the 5 senior brothers and sisters he had never met and couldn't help asking. Senior sister, my master's 5 former disciples. How did they all perish? Ning Fian met his gaze and gently shook her head. I'm not really sure about that either. I hadn't joined the sect yet when it happened. Hearing from my master, all of the direct disciples under Master Quanglei are righteous heroes who despise evil. Back in the day, they faced multiple demon generals without retreating, all to save the people of a small town. By the time their fellow cultivators received the news and rushed over, they had already exhausted themselves and perished. Xiao Fan sighed. It was such a pity, and his master must have been heartbroken. It is said that after hearing the tragic news, Master Quanglei locked himself in his room for 3 days without coming out, not even seeing my master and the others. When he finally emerged, the sorrow had faded, leaving only anger. He set off alone with his sword to Dahe Mountain. where he killed 2 demon kings at the nascent soul stage and also eliminated many demon generals in the western wilderness, saving numerous civilians in the process. My master followed him the whole time, but did not intervene, allowing him to vent his emotions before bringing the unconscious master back. Ning Fian recounted the events of that time. Xiao Fan suddenly understood. It turned out that Zhao Tianjun and the others were the ones saved by Master Kuanglei back then. He only knew that Master Kuanglei had once rampaged through the world, defeating many powerful demons, but he never expected such a sorrowful story lay behind it. What happened afterward? Xiao Fan asked. Ning Fian replied. After he woke up, it was as if he had become a different person. He seemed to have forgotten his hatred and pain, smiling every day. By the way, you probably don't know this, but he used to be very strict, rarely smiling, and always had a stern face. He wasn't as heavy-set back then, and everyone was quite afraid of him. After that incident, his personality changed dramatically, and he gradually became the way he is now. However, he might just be putting on a happy facade. Deep down, he is still troubled. Since then, he has not taken in any formal disciples, let alone direct disciples. You are the first in 16 years. Xiao Fan pondered this. No wonder Master Kuanglei didn't give off any of the violent energy one would expect from the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. Thunder symbolizes anger and decisiveness, but neither of these qualities could be found in Master Kuanglei. It wasn't that he lacked them. Rather, they had been buried deep after immense sorrow. I will work hard in my cultivation, not to bring shame to my master, and I will slay more demons to avenge my fallen senior brothers and sisters. Xiao Fan clenched his fist, filled with determination. Although his talent was lacking, it wouldn't hinder his diligence. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. He believed that effort could make up for shortcomings, and he would eventually become a strong cultivator. After we finish meeting with Master Yufeng, he'll take you to pay respects to your senior brothers and sisters. Their spirit tablets are enshrined in the sect, and each one of them is a hero, Ning Fian said. Xiao Fan naturally had no objections and was eager to see the spirit tablets of his senior brothers and sisters to pay homage to their legacy. Soon, the two arrived at the Lingbao Hall. The last time he came, senior brother Jiang Mingshan hadn't taken him inside, only waiting outside. This time was different. Ning Fian called out, Master Yufeng, I've brought Master Kuanglei's new disciple to see you. She then ascended the steps and pushed the door open. Come in, junior brother, she beckoned. Xiao Fan stepped forward and entered the grand hall with her. The Lingbao Hall was a sacred place, and ordinary disciples were not allowed inside. There were no statues within. Instead, the words heaven and earth were enshrined in the center, surrounded by racks filled with magical treasures, some exuding a restrained aura while others were quite domineering. The entire hall felt like a massive formation, with a strong righteous aura. If any demons were to intrude, they wouldn't even need Master Yufeng to take action. The magical treasures would activate on their own and could eliminate Golden Core stage demons. In the center of the hall, beneath the words heaven and earth, sat a Taoist in a blue robe, facing away from the entrance, engaged in quiet meditation. Xiao Fan glanced over and saw a line of information appear above the Taoist. Master Yufeng, level 260, nascent soul stage, health 145, 000, 145, 000, description, a powerful protector of Lingxiao sect, a being to be revered. Although Yufeng Taoist level wasn't as high as Xuanhua Taoist and Kuanglei Taoist, his health points far exceeded those of his 2 senior brothers. The system's annotations were never wrong, which meant his overall strength actually surpassed both of his senior brothers. In the Great Hall, candlelight flickered as disciple Xiao Fan stepped inside and bowed respectfully. Disciple Xiao Fan pays respects to Master Uncle. Yufeng Taoist sat cross-legged in meditation, his wide Taoist robes draped over the jade steps. His back remained perfectly still, yet he responded with a gentle voice. The successor of second senior brother, do you know the deeds of your senior brothers and sisters? I have some understanding. Senior sister Ning just told me about them, Xiao Fan replied, raising his eyes. Yufeng Taoist nodded slightly, his tone remaining calm. I would rather not urge you to follow in their footsteps, but you are a destined cultivator with an immortal body, free from worries. I hope you can be like them, protect the weak, save the people, and don't waste all your abilities on petty conflicts with others. Disciple will remember Master Uncle's teachings. Xiao Fan responded respectfully. He had never been interested in PvP with other players anyway. Unless someone provoked him first, otherwise, he couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge them. Ning Fian stood nearby, smiling as she spoke for him. Master Uncle, Uncle Kuanglei hasn't taken disciples in a long time. You should be generous and bestow a powerful natal treasure upon junior brother Xiao. Yufeng Taoist looked back with a smile. Very well. What kind of treasure would you like, nephew? Natal treasures required blood essence refinement and cultivation bonding with one's life force. They didn't conflict with the 2 treasures already in his equipment slots and could be used simultaneously. The Heart River Sword embryo previously gifted by City Lord Shui belonged to the killing category and could greatly enhance chi power. He also possessed the Shifeng sword for attack and the Linlane cup for defense, both with excellent attributes. How should I choose a natal treasure? Xiao Fan felt troubled and looked to Ning Fian for help. What treasures do you currently have? Ning Fian asked. He presented the Shifeng sword and Linlane cup one by one. After examining them, she nodded. Both are quite good, sufficient until the foundation establishment stage. The sect has no shortage of offensive and defensive types, and you won't need to worry about those after reaching foundation establishment either. How about choosing a support type? Support type? Like control-based. Xiao Fan pondered. His offense and defense were already formidable, but he still struggled against high-quality foundation establishment stage bosses. If he could restrict their movements, he would undoubtedly have a greater advantage. He cupped his fists solemnly. Master Uncle, this disciple would like a treasure that specializes in controlling and restraining enemies. Upon hearing this, Yufeng Daoist pondered for a moment. True essence surged as he raised his hand in a guiding gesture, causing a treasure rack in the corner of the hall to tremble lightly. A golden ring shot away from the rack with a whoosh and hovered before Xiao Fan. The Qianjin bracelet. Ning Fian exclaimed softly, her eyes brightening. Xiao Fan looked and was also greatly delighted. Qianjin bracelet quality. Supreme grade magical treasure equipment requirement. This natal fusion realm quality will strengthen as the wielder advances, potentially ascending to nascent soul stage treasure effects. Vajra Break. Attacks enemy magical treasures, causing them to lose their spiritual radiance and become unusable for 60 seconds, with a 60-second cooldown. Ineffective against treasures of higher quality and realm than the wielder. Qianyuan Bind. Enlarges to ensnare enemy bodies, restraining them and preventing true chi usage. The weaker the opponent's strength, the longer the control effect lasts, with a 60-second cooldown. Vajra Break cannot be used while Qianyuan Bind is active. Spirit Protection, when not actively used, passively increases spiritual resistance by 200 points as realm advances. Attack range, 500 of wielder's base range. Consumption, 50 true chi points per use. Durability, never wears out. This treasure is incredibly powerful. It feels even more formidable than the Heart River Sword embryo. Thank you, Master Uncle. Xiao Fan hurriedly expressed his gratitude and accepted the precious item. Daoist Yufeng clasped his hands behind his back, his voice calm. This item was originally your eldest senior brother's natal magical treasure. He perished 16 years ago. I hope that with its assistance, you can continue our sect's glorious legacy. This disciple will not disappoint your expectations. Xiao Fan's heart burned with emotion, understanding this was not merely a magical treasure, but a weighty inheritance. Ning Fian leaned closer to remind him. Junior brother, perform the blood refinement. The refinement process in the game was extremely simple. A single drop of blood would complete the bonding. Xiao Fan bit his fingertip, and 5 damage appeared above his head as his blood dropped onto the golden bracelet. In the next moment, the Qianjin bracelet absorbed the blood and transformed into a flowing light that automatically wrapped around his left wrist, resting there quietly like a spiritual pet. Feeling the surging power within the bracelet, and recalling the amplification of the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra and the explosive force of Great Dao Tribulation Light, he estimated he could now contend with some foundation establishment stage cultivators with only 1 realm difference. He would no longer be suppressed to the point of immobility. He suddenly remembered the ancient text in his inventory and quickly looked up. By the way, Master Uncle, I obtained a cultivation manual from an ancient treasure chest. I don't know its origins. Could Master Uncle help identify it? Earlier, when Daoist Kuanglei's expression was grim, he hadn't dared risk taking it out. Now, with Daoist Yufeng's gentle demeanor, he mustered the courage. Hearing ancient artifact, Daoist Yufeng raised his eyes, showing interest. With tacit permission, Xiao Fan respectfully presented the dust-covered ancient text with both hands. Daoist Yufeng's long hair, partially draped, concealed most of his face, but a hideous scar visible on one side made Xiao Fan's heart skip. What terrible injury had this Master Uncle suffered? Taking the ancient text, Daoist Yufeng flipped through a few pages and raised his eyebrows slightly. It indeed bears traces of antiquity. Judging from the residual aura, this should be a relic from a great vehicle stage, immortal quite high in grade. Great vehicle stage? Ning Fian's eyes widened. Junior brother, where did you unearth this treasure? Dug it up from a treasure map. Xiao Fan's voice wavered, though he couldn't suppress his inner pride. The treasure's origins were so significant that even nascent soul stage powerhouses couldn't take it lightly. Daoist Yufeng showed no negligence either, channeling his true essence to steadily support the ancient text while gently peeling away layers of surface dust. With the dust completely removed, a bright yellow cover was revealed, its patterns ancient and simple. Ning Fian blinked. Master Uncle Yufeng, what cultivation method is this? Daoist Yufeng didn't immediately respond, opening to the title page. Whoosh golden light burst forth from the book, brilliant and dazzling. Immediately after, a passage of ancient script floated in the air. Xiao Fan couldn't understand its meaning, only sensing its profound and distant aura. Taoist Yufeng quickly scanned it twice and said in a deep voice, an incomplete ancient spirit cultivation formula, vastly different from today's mainstream cultivation methods. However, anyone can practice it. He then turned to Xiao Fan and asked, Nephew Xiao, this item holds extraordinary significance. Would you be willing to contribute it to our sect? Xiao Fan was stunned. Was it really that precious? The moment it was appraised, it had to be handed over to the nation. No, to the sect? In the spacious stone chamber with flickering lamplight, his surprise was written all over his face. Worried that his disciple might feel shortchanged, Taoist Yufeng added, you can learn it yourself too, right now. This humble Taoist simply wishes to make multiple copies and store them in the scripture pavilion. Xiao Fan immediately pressed further. This spirit cultivation formulate won't conflict with my mental cultivation method? These are two completely different things that can coexist, Taoist Yufeng replied with certainty. With this definitive answer, Xiao Fan felt relieved. Since it could coexist with the Five Thunder scripture and he could cultivate it himself, there was nothing to hesitate about in donating the formula to the sect. Besides, he had received so many benefits from Lingxiao sect today that he should give something back. He nodded. All right then, I'll hand it over to the sect. Ning Fian had been listening intently from the side. Upon hearing this, her brows furrowed slightly. Master Uncle, what does this spirit cultivation formula do? You seem to value it highly. Given Taoist Yufeng's level of cultivation, ordinary mental methods wouldn't even catch his eye. Yet the moment this incomplete spirit cultivation formula appeared, he was eager for Xiao Fan to donate it. Clearly, it held extraordinary significance, with quality probably no less than the profound mystery mental method. Taoist Yufeng slowly explained, it has great utility. When facing powerful enemies, it possesses the power to reverse the tide of battle. Reverse the tide? Both Xiao Fan and Ning Fian exclaimed simultaneously. Master Uncle, could you teach me as well? This disciple also wishes to learn. Ning Fian's desire for strength surpassed everything else. Even though this trip was originally just to bring Xiao Fan to meet their master uncle, she would never miss any opportunity to become stronger. Taoist Yufeng looked toward Xiao Fan. The scroll belonged to Xiao Fan, so whether to share it was his decision. Otherwise, with Ning Fian's current cultivation level and contributions, she wouldn't meet the threshold for learning this method. Xiao Fan immediately understood and nodded. Of course. Senior sister and I have a good relationship, we'll learn together. Taoist Yufeng nodded slightly. Since we have nothing pressing right now, I'll teach you both. However, this method inflicts 1,000 wounds on the enemy while causing 800 to oneself. Unless it's a matter of life and death, never use it recklessly. With these words, he swept his sleeve, closing the stone door from a distance. The chamber immediately fell silent. He then explained in detail the cultivation method for the incomplete spirit cultivation formula. Though the formula was brief, its cultivation difficulty was even more complex than an entire mental method manual. The two focused intently, listening quietly. Time passed bit by bit, and only after a full 3 hours did they barely memorize the key points. Xiao Fan summoned his attribute panel and saw a new line added to the mental methods section: Divine Calamity Curse incomplete. It was on the same level as mental methods, and though it didn't directly boost attributes, it occupied an equally central position. This was an actively triggered curse, used like a skill, but it wouldn't be amplified by his chaos body constitution. He examined the curse's effects carefully and couldn't help but marvel silently. Truly powerful, but the side effects are indeed terrifying. As a player, he could use it occasionally without major issues, but if an NPC like Ning Fian employed it, her very life would be at risk. Master Uncle, this Divine Calamity Curse, can you use it? Ning Fian asked curiously after learning it. Taoist Yufeng nodded gently. Ning Fian let out a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. The Taoist looked at his two junior disciples with a smile playing at his lips. Are you thinking that with my level of power, using this curse could directly wipe out the entire Great Black Mountain? Ning Fian nodded and quickly explained, I didn't mean for you to do that, Master Uncle. It just suddenly occurred to me. Master Yufeng raised his hand to indicate it was fine, his gaze sweeping back and forth between her and Xiao Fan, his tone steady. Though this curse is powerful, the Black Mountain ancestor is equally formidable. We have our secret techniques, but he surely has his contingencies too. Without absolute certainty, we mustn't take such risks lightly. Put it out of your mind for now, or with that stubborn temperament of yours, you'll fight every demon lord until you're completely drained. Yes, Master Uncle. I'll keep your teachings in my heart and won't dare use it recklessly. Ning Fian quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Master Yufeng then looked toward Xiao Fan, frowning slightly. And you, don't think being a heaven's chosen cultivator means you can ignore lifespan. The Divine Calamity Curse doesn't consume spiritual energy or life force, but the years of your existence. Use it carelessly, and you'll die just the same. What? I can't use it either. Xiao Fan looked dejected. He had thought that as a player, he had no lifespan limitations and could use ultimate abilities freely, only now learning that his character could also die of old age. This is such a scam. Enough, go now? This humble Taoist must cultivate. Master Yufeng waved his sleeve, and the hall doors burst open with a thunderous sound, clearly dismissing them. The two didn't dare disturb him further, rising to bow before hurriedly leaving the hall. Just as they crossed the threshold, Xiao Fan's ears were suddenly filled with a familiar electronic notification sound. Ding, you have submitted the heaven-penetrating level technique, Divine Calamity Curse Incomplete Volume, to Lingxiao Sect, gaining 1,000,000 sect contribution points. Xiao Fan froze on the spot. What the hell? Sect contribution? 1,000,000 points. Junior brother, what's wrong? Ning Fian noticed him standing motionless and turned back with confusion. Senior sister, what are sect contribution points? Xiao Fan asked weakly. Look at my memory, I almost forgot to explain this to you. Ning Fian lightly tapped her forehead. Sect contribution points are merit points we disciples earn by serving the sect. The treasures in the spiritual treasure hall and the texts in the scripture pavilion all require contribution points to exchange. As Master Kuang-Lei's direct disciple, you get a free set of techniques and magical treasures when you join, but if you want better ones later, you'll have to earn contribution points yourself. Xiao Fan understood. Sect contribution points were a type of premium currency specifically for exchanging high-end items within Lingxiao Sect, far more valuable than silver. So what could I exchange with 1,000,000 contribution points? He pressed. Ning Fian laughed and tapped his forehead. What silly talk is that? Who could possibly have that many contribution points? Unless, halfway through her words, she blinked, her voice suddenly dropping. Don't tell me you already have them? Xiao Fan nodded. This? Ning Fian stood frozen, complex emotions crossing her delicate face. After a long moment, she said quietly, since my chi refining stage, I've worked for the sect, slaying demons, cooking, cleaning. I've only saved up tens of thousands of contribution points. Junior brother, you. Her voice carried unmistakable bitterness. Xiao Fan scratched his head. How about I share some of my contribution points with you? Whatever senior sister wants, I'll help you exchange for it. That won't do. Ning Fian quickly waved her hands. Sect contribution points can only be used by the person who earned them. Inner disciples who break this rule get punished. After a pause, her smile brightened. But you little rascal have heaven-defying luck, so you'll have to treat me to a good meal later, or senior sister won't forgive you. Absolutely. Xiao Fan grinned foolishly, noticing that Ning Fian's attitude toward him was becoming increasingly warm. He figured going to Jinglei City together and sharing meals would definitely be possible now. The two left the spiritual treasure hall, walking down the stone steps toward Lingxiao Sect's ancestral shrine. Along the way, Ning Fian carefully explained how to use sect contribution points to Xiao Fan. There are 3 places in Lingxiao Sect where you can use contribution points. First is the Pill and Talisman Hall on the left side of the front mountain, where you can exchange for pills, talismans, and even spirit stones suitable for various cultivation levels, though there are daily exchange limits. Second is the Scripture Pavilion, and third is the Spiritual Treasure Hall, but these last two only allow exchanges for techniques and magical treasures matching your cultivation level. Xiao Fan currently had sufficient techniques, magical treasures, and skills, so only the consumable items in the Pill and Talisman Hall held real value for him. He calculated silently with 1,000,000 contribution points. He couldn't spend them all even if he tried. The ancestral shrine of the Lingxiao sect was located on the side of the front mountain, conveniently close to the Pill and Talisman Hall. On ordinary days, the shrine's gates remained tightly shut, with Uncle Master Xuanqi, a level 190 golden core cultivator, sitting in silent guard at the entrance. When Ning Fian led Xiao Fan to arrive, Uncle Master Xuanqi only opened a narrow gap for them. The heavy bronze doors emitted a soft grinding sound that made one dare not breathe loudly. Stepping across the threshold, the scent of sandalwood rushed toward them as smoke swirled among the towering pillars, filling the entire hall with solemnity and tranquility. Looking ahead, layer upon layer of offering platforms rose in succession, with hundreds of spirit tablets of varying sizes standing quietly. However, at the center of the main platform stood not a wooden plaque, but a broken sword fragment nearly 1 foot long. Though its blade was jagged and incomplete, it radiated brilliant spiritual light, as if ready to pierce through the heavens at any moment. Ning Fian explained in a low voice that the broken sword belonged to the founding patriarch, Master Zixiao, and was the only immortal artifact he left behind, containing immortal power within. Years ago, when Ancestor Huangquan, the master of Black Mountain Ancestor, launched a massive invasion against the Lingxiao sect, plundering and destroying at will, it was this very sword fragment that activated itself and forced him to retreat. Though only weak immortal power remained within it now, should the nascent soul demon Lord Black Mountain Ancestor return, it could still slay him. A mere sword fragment can kill a nascent soul demon lord. Xiao Fan exclaimed in amazement, then asked, Senior sister, Do you mean the founding patriarch has already ascended to the immortal realm? Ningfian nodded. The patriarch was already at the great vehicle stage when he established the sect and ascended shortly after, so he didn't leave behind much complete doctrine. The cultivation methods we practice now mostly originate from the third-generation patriarch, Master Chiyuan. She raised her hand to point at the spirit tablet below the broken sword. That is Master Chiyuan. The offering platforms were arranged with great order. The broken sword stood alone, symbolizing the sole founding patriarch. On both sides of the fragment, for spirit tablets of second-generation patriarchs were arranged. The second row contained third-generation patriarchs, 12 in total, with Master Chiyuan written in the center. Further down, the fourth, fifth, sixth generations, extending to the 24th generation, arranged layer by layer. In terms of seniority, Xiao Fan and Ning Fian both belong to the 24th generation of disciples. 8 spirit tablets of their generation already stood in the shrine, representing 8 fellow disciples who had made great contributions but died young. The names of other 24th generation disciples were carved on stone walls on both sides, while masters and disciples with close relationships would privately carve wooden plaques and place them in corners of the side halls. Following the stone steps to the side hall, Xiao Fan saw the spirit tablets of 5 personal disciples of his master, the Mad Thunder Taoist. All 5 senior brothers and sisters had distinguished themselves in battle during their lifetimes, yet all had died young, their wooden plaques still gleaming with fresh gold paint. Xiao Fan felt deep respect and, together with Ning Fian, bowed to the patriarchs of all generations and their senior brothers and sisters, kowtowing in reverence before quietly withdrawing without disturbing the eternal rest of their predecessors. Just a few hundred steps from the shrine stood the Pill and Talisman Hall. Xiao Fan, carrying a full 1 million contribution points, was planning to exchange them for the pills and talismans he needed. Pushing open the door, he saw pill furnaces arranged in formation inside the hall, with talisman scrolls hanging on wall racks, and the fragrance of medicine floating with faint spiritual energy. Elder Xuanrui of the Pill and Talisman Hall was over 100 years old, also of the Uncle Master generation, at level 200, yet had never managed to break through and remained at the Golden Core stage. With a calm expression, he waved his sleeve and said, "Choose whatever you need yourself." After speaking, a pale golden light screen appeared in the air before them. After their conversation, Daoist Xuanrui opened an interface for Xiao Fan to examine. The history of the sect's contribution shop shows a total contribution of 1 million, with a current contribution of 1 million. As a Qi refinement stage player, he can exchange for various items, including 14 trial secret realm tokens, which can be purchased for free once every 12 hours. The items available include small recovery pills 20 for 3 contributions, instantly restoring 15,000 health points with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Sheep fat elixir 20 for 5 contributions, instantly restoring 1,000 Qi points with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Qi spirit talismans for 10 contributions, providing 500 Qi strength for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Great strength talismans for 10 contributions, increasing attack by 750 for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Golden bell talismans for 10 contributions, boosting defense by 3,000 and spirit resistance by 300 for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Thunder fire talismans for 10 contributions, dealing 15,000 damage with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Gale talismans for 10 contributions, increasing movement speed by 100 for 30 seconds with no cooldown. Return talismans for 10 contributions, allowing immediate return to the sect, limited to the Thunder City area. Spirit stones for 100 contributions, limited to 10 per day during the Qi refinement stage. All these items are consumables for the Qi refinement stage, with the return talismans and spirit stones being universal resources that can be exchanged later. The exchange interface was filled with item information. Xiao Fan scanned through the long list and clicked on the Trial Secret Realm token. This token is free and can be purchased once, allowing for a 4-hour trial, which is perfect for a player who has just learned a new skill. Ding successfully exchanged for Trial Secret Realm, Token 1. Next, Xiao Fan opened the Spirit Stone section. Spirit Stones, 100 contributions, limited to 10 per day during the Qi refinement stage. 1 Spirit Stone, 10,000 taels of silver. This was practically a giveaway, and without hesitation, he maxed out the limit taking all 10 Spirit Stones. Then, he checked the recovery potions. Small recovery pills 20, 3 contributions, instantly restoring 15,000 health points with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Sheep fat elixir 20, 5 contributions, instantly restoring 1,000 Qi points with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Considering his bag space, he exchanged for 2 sets of each, totaling 40 small recovery pills and 40 sheep fat elixirs, just for backup. As for the talismans, he assessed his inventory and made the following decisions. 1. He already had 1 Qi spirit talisman, so he exchanged for 9 more, totaling 10. with the effect of 500 chi strength for 30 seconds, cooldown of 120 seconds. 2. Gale talismans are essential for quick escapes, so he also exchanged for 10, providing 100 movement speed for 30 seconds, no cooldown. 3. Return talismans are crucial for instantly returning to the sect while training outside, so he bought 10, limited to the Thunder City area. After tallying up all the expenses, Trial Secret Realm token, 0 contributions free. Spirit Stones, 10 100 1000 contributions. Small Recovery Pills, 40 0.156 contributions. Sheep Fat Elixirs, 40 0.25 10 contributions. Chi Spirit Talismans, 9 10 90 contributions. Gale Talismans, 10 10 100 contributions. Return Talismans, 10 10 100 contributions. Total, 1,306 contributions. His historical contribution remained at 1 million, while his current contribution dropped to 998,694. It's really frustrating to have contributions that can't be spent, he sighed dramatically. Ning Fian, standing nearby, clenched her fist and widened her eyes, as if ready to punch someone. Haha, just kidding. Xiao Fan quickly waved his hand. Sister, where are we going next? Ning Fian playfully punched him on the shoulder and replied cheerfully, we'll take you to get a place to stay. After that, you can either train in the Trial Secret Realm or arrange your own cultivation and demon-slaying activities. Once we complete this process, you won't have to stay in the sect every day. Xiao Fan, being a player and not a true disciple, knew the system wouldn't require him to meditate every day. He nodded in agreement. A place to stay that's perfect for when I need to refine pills. The two left the main peak. Due to the sect's rule that internal disciples are prohibited from flying, they could only walk along the mountain path. They first descended the western side, crossed a clear stream, and then climbed up the adjacent Falling Sunset Peak. Unlike the solemnity of the main peak, this area was bustling with life. Wooden houses scattered in the mist, with disciples from the 24th generation walking, meditating, or practicing swordplay, all greeting them politely. In the sect system, Xiao Fan's public favorability was at 20, which was considered above average, so most people were friendly towards him. After walking along the winding mountain path for a while, they arrived at a secluded small slope. The grassy area in front was flat, with a gentle stream flowing beneath the grass, and a small forest in the distance. 3 connected wooden houses stood there. On the far left was Ning Fian's residence, while the other 2 were vacant. The chief disciple lives too close, so everyone keeps their distance, Ning Fian explained half-jokingly. Since she needed to personally supervise her junior's training, Xiao Fan had no choice but to select one of the remaining 2 houses. Considering it might be awkward to be right next to the chief, Xiao Fan chose the one on the far right. As he pushed the door open, a system prompt immediately appeared. Detected that you already have a fixed residence in the sect. Would you like to set the return coordinates of the return talisman to this residence? The return talisman originally defaulted to return to the Squarian open area that would be convenient for gathering a large number of players in the future. Since he now had his own little house, there was no need to return to the crowded place. Xiao Fan decisively chose to confirm. After arranging Xiao Fan's accommodations, Ning Fian said to him, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. For cultivation matters, you can consult your master. I need to go practice now, so you can arrange your own schedule for the rest of the time. As they say, the master leads you through the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Don't be lazy or slack off. Yes, thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Xiao Fan replied respectfully. Ning Fian nodded, gently pushed open the wooden door, and disappeared into her small house. The surroundings immediately fell quiet, leaving only Xiao Fan alone. He first walked around the courtyard, memorizing the surrounding entrances and exits, before pushing open the door to enter the wooden house assigned to him. This was truly his first property since stepping into the Hongming world. Although the sect owned it, he could live there permanently as long as he didn't betray them. The house was less than 20 square meters, divided in half by a wooden partition. The front room had blue stone floor tiles with a small tea table, and 2 meditation cushions in the center. It could serve for receiving guests or as space for practicing in alchemy. The back room was extremely simple, containing only a hardwood bed and a cabinet as tall as 2 people. He opened the cabinet door and discovered it was actually a storage warehouse, with 100 storage slots, heavily sealed against theft. However, since Xiao Fan possessed a small Sumeru ring with 1,000 slot capacity, he had no need for this benefit. The bed was also extraordinary, with a nourishing formation inscribed beneath the bedboard. Simply lying on it would restore both life force and true chi at a rate of 20 per minute, regardless of level full recovery, in just 5 minutes. With his chaos body constitution, he only needed 30 seconds to reach full health and energy, making him like a mobile supply station. After a brief inspection, he took out the marrow cleansing elixir given by Taoist Xuanhua and drank it in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat like ice cold cola flowing into his organs, instantly transforming into streams of clear energy that washed through his muscles and bones. In moments, his status panel flickered with changes. Strength, wisdom, constitution, and agility each increased by 100 points, bringing substantial qualitative improvements. His level remained at 60, but his health soared to 58,527, attack power to 2,960, chi force to 2,831, and maximum true chi to 1,030. The impressive numbers were truly formidable. Xiao Fan was secretly delighted. All the accumulated rewards from grinding monsters to level 60 combined weren't as generous as this single reward from joining Lingxiao sect. From just one initiation, he had received the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, the Qianjin bracelet, a bottle of marrow cleansing elixir, plus the shadowless talisman inscription gifted by Master Uncle Rashui, the divine calamity curse identified and taught by Master Uncle Yufeng, and 1 million sect contribution points. These benefits meant he wouldn't need to worry about resources for quite some time. Being a personal disciple of a nascent soul stage master truly came with exceptional treatment. However, thinking of this, he frowned slightly. His profession. Though he had become Taoist Kuang-Lei's disciple, his profession remained at the basic Taoist level, with no hidden profession triggered. This once again proved how difficult it was to obtain hidden professions in the Hongmeng world. About 10 minutes passed as the spiritual energy in the room dissipated. He put away the empty bottle, pushed open the door, and headed straight toward the back mountain of the main peak. 4 hours in the trial secret realm. Let's see what level I can grind my new skills to. At this point, he still possessed 12 skills. The 4th skill, Divine Punishment Thunder, from his heart method remained uncomprehended, and the Divine Calamity Curse didn't count as a regular skill, so his total remained unchanged. There were quite a few skills to practice this time. The Demon Subduing Seal, Chi Sword Technique, Basic Sword Control, Lightning Strike, Palm Thunder, and 5 Elements True Thunder. Xiao Fan roughly calculated on his fingers and found his schedule packed to the brim, with no time to spare for the secondary professions of alchemy and forging, not to mention his materials were clearly insufficient. With this in mind, he decided to focus on improving his primary combat abilities first and gradually work on the secondary professions later. In no time, he reached the dark cave that housed the trial's secret realm. Wisps of mist swirled around the entrance, and the stone walls gleamed with a dark, oily sheen from years of age. As he stepped inside, the familiar notification echoed in his mind. Welcome to the trial's secret realm dungeon. Your remaining trial time is 240 minutes. Within this dungeon, all your skills consume no spiritual energy, cooldown times are reduced by 90, and equipment durability will not decrease. A solitary wooden post, about 10 feet tall, stood in the center of the cave. The light screen above it displayed selectable levels from 50 to 100. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan set the pointer to level 100. Training dummy. Level 100. Health. 300, 003, 0000. Description. If it feels too strong, you can choose a weaker dummy. Level 100 common monster strength. Provides 15-20 experience points. Experience was meaningless to him now. What mattered most was grinding skill proficiency like crazy. He didn't summon any magical treasures, simply raised his hand and pointed casually. 3 meters above the wooden post, a brilliant blue lightning bolt suddenly struck down. Crack. 48,800. The thunder wasn't deafening, but the charred wood chips scattered in all directions. Lightning Strike Intermediate. Description. Unleashes a lightning bolt that deals 150 of chi power and lightning damage to enemies. Level 1 maximum 4. Proficiency 01000. Casting cost 10 spiritual energy points. Casting interval 10 seconds. Lightning Strike was already renowned for its high damage multiplier, and combined with the 15 lightning damage boost from the 5 Thunderheart Sutra, he had cultivated to the chi refinement stage. Even barehanded, his output remained terrifying. The wooden post instantly turned to charcoal before regenerating in a shower of light particles. For the second round, Xiao Fan clenched his 5 fingers, instantly forming a thunder orb wrapped in purple electricity in his palm, which shot forth with crackling sounds. Boom. 49,802. Blazing white arcs filled the entire cave in an instant. Palm Thunder Advanced. Description. Launches a lightning orb to attack any enemy within 30 meters, dealing 153 of chi power and lightning damage, and causing 45 of chi power and arc bounce damage to other enemies within 10 meters. Level 1 maximum 5. Proficiency 01000. Casting cost 30 spiritual energy points. Casting interval 30 seconds. The original 10-meter explosion range had expanded tenfold under his chaos body enhancement, stretching to a full 100 meters. If thrown into a crowd of players, that single muffled blast would be enough to crush all the fragile ones. The wooden post was once again reduced to fragments before restoring itself. For the third thunder technique, Xiao Fan prepared to use his trump card, the 5 Elements True Thunder. This technique could manifest 5 different elemental thunders without needing separate training for each branch. Only the main skill level needed improvement. Since the wooden post had no attributes, he randomly selected one. Bringing his palms together, his chi suddenly converged. After a 1-second incantation, a gold-and-white intertwined lightning bolt crashed down from the cave ceiling. Rumble. 78,202. The thunder was deafening, and debris flew everywhere. 5 elements true thunder spell. Description: summons elemental thunder to strike any enemy within 50 meters, dealing 198 of chi power 1200 lightning damage to the target. Damage increases if elemental restraint applies. Level 1, maximum 6. Proficiency 01000. Casting cost 50 spiritual energy points. Casting interval 30 seconds. As a single target spell, this strike was already quite fierce. If wielded with the soul-slaying sword, the damage could approach 100,000, and with elemental restraint stacked on top, the result would be self-evident. Xiao Fan thought to himself that once his skills reached advanced levels, he might truly have the qualifications to challenge Lu Tianjue. The cooldowns for all skills in the secret realm were reduced to laughable levels. Lightning strike, fired once per second, while Palm Thunder and 5 elements True Thunder only had 3-second cooldowns. In such an exhilarating environment, he naturally wouldn't waste any time. He would also practice sword control, chi sword technique, and demon subduing seal. After all, each strike was an instant kill, so proficiency increased rapidly. Boom. Hiss. Whoosh. Inside the trial cave, wooden training dummies were suffering relentless bombardment. At the center of the cave, Xiao Fan repeatedly targeted a level 100 practice dummy. The dummy's defense was paper-thin, instantly destroyed by his overwhelming damage output, providing a fixed 5 proficiency points per hit. With each gesture, Xiao Fan unleashed lightning bolts, sword energy, and mystical seals in succession. The crisp feedback from successful hits made this skill training experience incredibly smooth. The dummies respawned every 3 seconds, and accounting for casting and recovery time, he could land approximately 16 hits per minute, totaling 80 proficiency points. With a full 240 minutes of training time, he could theoretically gain 19,200 proficiency points. After calculating the proficiency requirements for each skill upgrade, he reached a sobering conclusion. Maxing out all skills in one session was completely unrealistic. Palm Thunder and 5 elements True Lightning were too high quality with terrifying level caps, requiring massive amounts of proficiency that couldn't be filled in just a round or two. Chi Sword technique looked flashy and had decent quality, but each level provided limited improvement, so he didn't practice it intensively. Demon Subduing Seal was currently his only control ability, so he first upgraded it to level 2. Only to discover that leveling only increased damage without extending the control duration. The base 20-second stun was already sufficient, so he stopped there. His final allocation was 1. Lightning Strike max to level 4. 2. Palm Thunder train to level 4. 3. Sword Control and 5 elements True Lightning each push to level 3. 4. Great Dao Tribulation Light, with its extremely high chi consumption, only dared to reach level 2. After 4 grueling hours, his skill panel showed. Lightning Strike, 44, deals 189 chi power as lightning damage to single target. Mastery complete, final damage increased by 10. Palm Thunder, 45, deals 193 chi power as lightning damage to primary target, with Chain Lightning dealing 57 chi power within 10 meters. 5 elements True Lightning, 36, deals 231 chi power 1400 lightning damage to single target. Demon Subduing Seal, 24, deals 138 chi power damage to single target and stuns for 2 seconds. Basic Sword Control, 3, deals 192 chi power for initial strike. Subsequent strikes deal 122 chi power each. Great Dao Tribulation Light, 2, deals 475 chi power damage to single target. When the countdown reached 0 and teleportation light flashed, Xiao Fan was transported out of the cave. His level jumped to 61, gaining 63 chi power points. Impressive numbers given the 3-second dummy respawn rate. I'm really strong now. I'm itching to test myself against a boss. He glanced at his attribute panel, feeling restless inside. Having such a rapid power increase without any opponents to fight felt like marrying a wife, but having to sleep in separate rooms utterly frustrating. There were still 3 hours until the demon elimination missions refreshed, leaving a rather long gap. Fortunately, the sect had internal missions that, while offering less experience than demon elimination, provided contribution points, so he decided to check them out. The mission board was located in the front mountain plaza, similar in design to Thunderclap City's bulletin board, with rows of wooden plaques hanging neatly. Xiao Fan circled from the back mountain to the front mountain and opened the available mission list. What he saw nearly drove him to despair. Sweeping simple task, 1 contribution point. Clean the areas and pathways around important locations within the main peak, including the square, Lingxiao Hall, Danfu Hall, Lingbao Hall, and the Scripture Pavilion. Cooking simple task, 1 contribution point. Go to Luoxiao Peak to assist the Kitchen Brothers for 120 minutes. Weeding and pest control simple task, 1 contribution point. Remove weeds and pests from the spiritual herbs in the medicine fields, covering at least 1 acre. Watering simple task, 1 contribution point. Water the spiritual herbs in the medicine fields, covering at least 10 acres. Patrolling simple task, 1 contribution point. Patrol anywhere within the main peak area for 120 minutes. There were many more similar menial tasks, all just odd jobs. Although they provided contribution points and experience, the amounts were pitifully low. Xiao Fan scrolled through the entire list and finally found only one task that wasn't classified as simple. Demon Extermination normal task, 2 contribution points. Go down the mountain to find any sheep-type monster of level 30 or above, bring back its intact corpse, and deliver it to senior disciple Mingfian. Bringing some Sichuan peppercorns would be even better. What kind of strange task was this? What did his senior sister want with Sichuan peppercorns? Reading the task description, Xiao Fan was completely puzzled. Most importantly, the task contact person was Ning Fian. No way he couldn't let anyone else take a task issued by his senior sister. He had to handle this personally. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan immediately accepted the task. Ding, you have accepted the task, Demon Extermination. Please complete it within 240 minutes, or it will fail. Failure penalty, none. Sheep-type demons and Sichuan peppercorns. Where was he supposed to find these? Xiao Fan wondered to himself. He had never encountered any sheep-type monsters before, so he'd have to use his connections and ask around. Opening his friends list, he saw all his friends were online. It wouldn't be appropriate to bother Yuexia, so he clicked on Tianyi Faxian's avatar and asked, Boss Faxian, do you know where I can find level 30 sheep-type monsters? And where can I buy Sichuan peppercorns? Tianyi Faxian was currently grinding monsters for experience. Hearing this question, he looked confused and asked back, why are you asking about this? Are you trying to level up your cooking skills? No. I just accepted a sect mission that requires these 2 things. I see. Wait a moment, let me ask around in my guild. Xiao Fan waited for a few minutes, during which he had already walked to the mountainside, preparing to descend. After a while, Tianyi Faxian told him, I found out. Someone spotted level 50 one-horn mountain goats at Baizhang Mountain, northwest of Jinglei City. As for Sichuan peppercorns, they're available at the market in Jinglei City very cheap. It seemed the task wouldn't be too difficult. Xiao Fan opened his map to check. Baizhang Mountain was 40 kilometers northwest of Jinglei City, about 200 kilometers from Lingxiao sect. Now that he had lost his swift step ability, traveling would be slower, but the marrow cleansing elixir had given him 100 agility points, bringing his movement speed to 2,223. His travel speed could reach around 130 kilometers per hour when not fighting monsters, so he had plenty of time. He replied, thanks, and quickly descended the mountain. After leaving the mountain gate, he remembered that Lu Tianjue's threat hadn't been resolved yet. However, that old guy had just been seriously injured today, so he probably wouldn't come back for revenge so soon. He also remembered that he still hadn't completed the message delivery task that Zhao Tianjun had entrusted to him. Earlier, during the skill transmission, Daoist Kuanglei's expression had soured due to his poor comprehension, so he hadn't dared to bring it up. He'd have to wait for next time. At worst, I'll drop 3 levels. I'm still number 1 in level rankings. What's there to fear? Xiao Fan thought to himself as he took off running, sprinting down the mountain path at full speed. He was still thinking that if Lu Tianjue killed him, he'd immediately use a return scroll after respawning to fly back and ask his senior sister for help. Together, they could take down Lu Tianjue and loot his equipment. A level 140 Overlord boss, getting 5 experience last time was already incredible, but if they could kill him directly, he might gain over 10 levels. Only 4 updates today, taking a little break. After the defense of Jinglei City concluded, players eagerly returned to their grinding routines. The brief 3-hour event had boosted most participants by 5 levels or more, with mainstream players now hovering around level 40 perfectly positioned to tackle the Crimson Stronghold and higher-tier field bosses. The level 5,060 monsters around Lingxiao Sect's main peak bore the brunt of this. Surge the Mountains base teamed with grinding parties as aberrant beasts and pine forest tigers fell one after another, their corpses and gleaming equipment drops creating a spectacular yet brutal scene. Between grinding sessions, everyone kept their eyes peeled for elite and boss respawns, hoping to upgrade their gear. Compared to this frenzied slaughter, Xiao Fan's approach seemed completely out of place. While others wielded blades and cast spells, he resembled a lightning-fast delivery driver, whooshing past the battlefield's edge in a blur. Am I seeing things? Was that a level 61 big shot who just passed by? Wow, that's the legendary Xiao Fan. So fast. He's burning swift travel talismans non-stop just to travel. What a whale. Ordinary players, witnessing his wind-like speed, assumed he kept mobility talismans constantly active. The reality, however, was quite different. Xiao Fan had completely forgotten to buy swift travel talismans before leaving the city, and had even neglected to check if he had any return scrolls. Fortunately, with his current attributes, running at full speed served as decent agility training. After sprinting for a full hour, he had circled halfway around from the east gate before turning back toward Jinglei City, covered in dust and sweat. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the defense battle's punishment, the city felt unusually deserted. Most players had rushed outside to grind monsters, leaving the streets so empty that wind could be heard whistling through them. Xiao Fan headed straight for the talisman shop to check his current purchase options. Alongside the original 3 basic talismans, 6 high-tier talismans available only to Qi refinement cultivators had appeared. Qi Spirit Talisman, Strength Talisman, Golden Bell Talisman, Thunderfire Talisman, Swift Wind Talisman, and Return Scroll. Except for the Return Scroll, the first 5 talismans had identical effects to those exchanged at the Pill and Talisman Hall, but were uniformly priced at 100 taels of silver, making a single return trip cost over 1,000 yuan in real money, an outrageous price. Xiao Fan calculated the exchange rate. While the Jinglei City defense had generated massive amounts of copper coins for everyone, the trading post was server-wide, so prices wouldn't fluctuate based on individual cities. The copper-to-cash ratio remained 1 copper 2.4 yuan. Using another calculation, 1 spirit stone 10,000 taels of silver, 100 sect contribution points 1 spirit stone, meaning 1 contribution point 100 taels of silver. The Pill and Talisman Hall required 10 contribution points per talisman, 10 times the cost of buying directly in the city. Only someone like him, sitting on hundreds of thousands of contribution points, could afford to spend so freely at the Pill and Talisman Hall. As for his cash reserves, he felt no concern. His recent boss and monster kills had boosted his silver to over 700 taels. Since ordinary talismans could be exchanged back at Lingxiao sect anyway, he only needed to stock a few return scrolls in the city. The same logic applied to medicine sect products were superior, so there was no rush to waste money here. After testing his Chaos Body's medicinal enhancement effects, he became even more confident. Chaos Body provided a 10-fold amplification to medicinal healing, and while Qi refinement stage cultivators received half effectiveness from body tempering stage low-grade medicines, that still meant 5 times the benefit. A Qi restoration powder that normally recovered 40 true Qi points restored 200 points when he consumed it. Having finished his calculations, Xiao Fan promptly pulled out 300 taels of silver and purchased 3 return scrolls on the spot, tucking them into his inventory for emergencies. He then made a trip to the market. The marketplace was completely devoid of players now. This place should normally be bustling with people who had chosen cooking as their secondary profession, but since all players in the city were currently under penalty and couldn't purchase anything, it was eerily quiet. "Boss, do you have Sichuan peppercorns?" Xiao Fan approached a stall and inquired. The vendor was a woman in her 40s who responded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes, yes. How much would you like, young hero?" Xiao Fan thought for a moment. Since this was his senior sister's task, he should definitely get her plenty. "I'll take however much you have. Also, other seasonings like cumin, chili powder, ginger, and such, give me some of everything. The more the better." "Oh my, what a big order. Please wait a moment, young hero." The vendor excitedly jumped up to prepare his order. "Old Wong, come help," she called to an elderly man, and together they began hauling sacks from the back room onto the street. The scene resembled dock workers unloading cargo. Before long, a mountain of goods appeared in front of Xiao Fan, all spices and seasonings. 50 pounds of chili peppers, 40 pounds of Sichuan peppercorns, 220 pounds of ginger, 80 pounds of cumin powder, 2 sacks of salt, 1 sack of star anise, 1 sack of angelica root, 3 sacks of garlic. To add even more to the pile, the vendor had run to other stalls to gather additional supplies. "Young hero, will this be enough?" the vendor asked cheerfully. It should be sufficient." Xiao Fan was somewhat taken aback. However, he didn't refuse the massive quantity because future sect missions might require similar items. It was better to prepare in advance and not hand everything over at once to surely have opportunities to use them later. When the time came, he could accept and complete tasks immediately. How wonderful would that be? "How much in total?" he asked. The vendor replied cheerfully. "Not expensive at all. The total comes to 199 taels and 700 coins, but let's round it up to 200 taels for you, young hero." "You're rounding up instead of down?" Xiao Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed there were quite a few people in the world who liked to round to a whole number. However, he wasn't short on money now, so he directly handed over 200 taels to the vendor and stuffed all 20-plus varieties of seasonings into his small samu ring. Many of these items couldn't be stacked. Each sack took up 1 slot, occupying over 40 spaces total. But with his large inventory space, he could afford to be extravagant. The task item of Sichuan peppercorns was secured. Now he just needed a sheep. Xiao Fan wasted no time, leaving Jinglei City through the north gate, sprinting toward Baizhang Mountain, as Tianwei Feixian had mentioned. His Qi refinement stage aura deterred small monsters along the way from attacking him, making his journey very smooth. Half an hour later, he arrived near Baizhang Mountain. The mountain lived up to its name, 100 zhang tall, with steep cliffs and rocky outcrops everywhere, leaving few passable areas. Upon arrival, Xiao Fan spotted a sheep with a single horn on its head, about the size of a calf, perched on a cliff face. One-horn mountain goat. Level 50. Health 3, 9003, 900. Skills: charge, kick. This monster had quite a high level. Those level 40-something pine forest tigers had no prestige in comparison. However, the one-horn mountain goat was very fragile, with health lower than level 40-something monsters. Xiao Fan circulated his true chi, raised his hand, and pointed. Sword. Whoosh. A sword light flew out, the very chi sword technique that Ning Fian had used many times. Thud. 48,920. The sword chi struck the one-horn mountain goat, dealing damage that the poor creature couldn't withstand even if it had 10 lifetimes. Bah! The goat cried out miserably and fell from the cliff. Crash! Xiao Fan rushed over to look and found the corpse in a rather gruesome state. Falling from over 200 meters had shattered it into pieces. The task required an intact sheep, and this mangled mess definitely wouldn't work. Sigh. He tried using his gathering skill. Gathering successful. You obtained fresh mutton X5. His gathering skill guaranteed success on common quality items. Fresh mutton, tender and delicious ingredient. Shelf life, 24 hours. I stayed up too late watching the game and didn't write enough. I'll update more tonight. There's actually an expiration date. Xiao Fan continued searching for his next target. The quest only required 5 portions of mutton, roughly 5 pounds, but that was nowhere near enough compared to a whole sheep. Baijiang Mountain had complex terrain with steep slopes, and since he couldn't fly at his current level, climbing up to catch sheep directly wasn't realistic. Monsters were scarce here. He wandered around for a full 3 minutes before spotting a second unicorn mountain goat. Learning from his earlier mistake, he retreated all the way to the foot of the mountain before raising his hand to release a sword strike. Whoosh! The sword energy hit its mark, killing the goat instantly. The carcass tumbled down the mountainside. Xiao Fan had anticipated the landing spot and rushed over, spreading his arms wide to act as a cushion. Thud! The system displayed 30,000, wiping out half his health in one blow. A 100-pound goat falling from 25 feet up was obviously dangerous. I'm literally risking my life for this quest. He grimaced with self-mockery, dragging the entire goat into his inventory. He waited several more minutes for the respawn timer to pass. After confirming the goat in his bag hadn't disappeared, he finally felt safe to prepare for the return journey. He pulled out a Lingxiao sect return talisman. Just as he began channeling spiritual energy into it, a frail, elderly voice suddenly called out for help. Help? Is anyone there? Someone please save me. An NPC? Xiao Fan immediately canceled his teleportation and ran toward the voice. Who's calling for help? I'm over here. Someone come quickly. The voice carried panic. Following the sound, he pushed through a thick cluster of bushes. Behind the bushes was a pit trap covered with thick fallen leaves, about 25 feet deep. An old man lay at the bottom, clearly having fallen through. Medicine Gathering Elder. Level 50 Chi Refinement Stage. Health 14, 00070,000. Description: a country doctor who still gathers herbs himself. His stats weren't weak, but being elderly and having fallen from such a height, he was naturally badly injured. Elder, are you alright? I have some medicine, perhaps I can help. Xiao Fan called down. My legs are badly hurt. Ordinary healing potions won't work, only a lesser recovery pill can heal me. Young man, could you find one for me? Ding. Accept quest. The herb gatherer's plea. Quest objective: find a lesser recovery pill for the medicine gathering elder. Quest reward: 100,000 experience points. Xiao Fan happened to have a lesser recovery pill in his inventory. He immediately accepted and tossed it down. Elder, here's one catch. Thank you so much, young man. The elder caught it with trembling hands and swallowed it. Moments later, his health jumped back to 21,500. His complexion visibly improved, and he was able to stand by supporting himself against the pit wall. You have completed the quest, the herb gatherer's plea, and gained 100,000 experience points. The herb gathering elder's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability 20. 3 system messages pop up. The quest prompt quickly refreshes. First stage completed, but unfortunately the elder is trapped in a pit 7 to 8 meters deep, lacking rope to escape. The elder looks up, his voice hoarse yet earnest. Young man, if you're going to help, see it through to the end. Find me some rope to pull this old man out. Ding. Do you accept the quest herb gatherer's plea for help part 2? Quest objective: find a way to rescue the herb gathering elder from the trap. Quest reward: 200,000 experience points. This was merely a small chain quest, yet it offered a full 200,000 experience. Xiao Fan had spent 4 solid hours chopping wooden stakes in the trial secret realm and was just a sliver away from level 62. Completing the second stage would be enough to level up. He immediately nodded. Alright, elder, please wait. I'll look for vines nearby. Quest accepted. The surrounding vegetation was dense, but ready-made rope was nowhere to be found. Xiao Fan looked around and spotted a bundle of thumb-thick vines hanging from a nearby rock wall. He rushed over, grabbed one end, and yanked hard. The vine proved extremely resilient and was pulled down roots and all. Collection successful. You obtained purple bark vine X1. The length was still insufficient, so he pulled several more bundles of the same purple bark vines. To prevent loose connections, he tied knots at each joint, then separated 2 strands and twisted them together with the first vine into a 3-strand thick rope, repeatedly tugging to confirm its sturdiness. After spending 10 minutes, he finally braided a rope of sufficient length. Returning to the pit, he wrapped one end around his waist and gripped the vine rope tightly with both hands. Elder, come on up. With over 400 points in strength, pulling up a person was effortless for him. The elder responded from the bottom of the pit, his withered but surprisingly strong arms making quick work of climbing to the edge. Phew, finally saved. System notification, second stage quest completed. Gained 200,000 experience. Accompanied by cascading light effects, Xiao Fan reached level 62. Before he could exit the quest panel, he smiled and inquired. Elder, is there anything else you need help with? This old man was quite generous with rewards if there was a third stage. He wouldn't mind continuing to farm experience. The herb-gathering elder squinted with a smile, wrinkles gathering on his kindly face. There actually is something. This old fool is refining a longevity pill, but lacks one main ingredient. I wonder if you could help me find it. Extend lifespan? What material do you need? Xiao Fan's eyes lit up with interest. He had just learned the divine calamity curse today, which cost lifespan to use. If he could obtain such a pill, it would be like timely aid in a snowstorm. The elder's smile deepened, but a cold purple light flashed in his eyes. I still need a kind heart. Before the words finished, his withered right palm surged with purple-black demonic energy as he suddenly thrust towards Xiao Fan's chest. Squelch. 28,989. The attack came too close and too fast for Xiao Fan to dodge. His armor's appearance shattered instantly, 5 finger bones piercing into his chest. Searing pain burned through him as his health bar evaporated by half. He instinctively stepped back, but his foot found empty air and he tumbled into the trap. Danger. The sudden turn of events caught Xiao Fan completely off guard. Never expected the seemingly frail old man to transform into a monster so abruptly. Fortunately, he kept his composure. While tumbling through the air, he quickly pulled out a minor restoration pill and popped it into his mouth. The system notification immediately appeared, 150,000 10x medicinal effect bonus, and his depleted health bar instantly filled to maximum. The next second, with a dull thud, he crashed heavily into the bottom of the pit, his health bar plummeting by 80 again. Damn it, that hurt like hell. The wound in his chest where his heart had nearly been torn out burned with pain, and combined with the fall damage, the agony made him gasp. He couldn't wait. Grabbing the remaining medicine from his backpack body, tempering realm spirit grass, Dude tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Since instant healing and continuous regeneration had different cooldowns, he got another chance at survival. The notification bar flickered continuously. 1,250, 1,250, 1,250. His chaos body talent multiplied the recovery by 10. Although body-tempering realm medicines had reduced effectiveness for him, the numbers were still steadily climbing. As the medicinal power surged through his limbs, he looked up toward the pit's opening. The herb-gathering elder's information panel had completely refreshed. Bloody Alchemist Lord. Level 100 Foundation Establishment. Health 1, 000, 0001, 000. Description: an evil alchemist who has fallen to the demonic path. It's actually a boss, and level 100 at that. Xiao Fan's heart sank. At the edge of the pit, the old man had already recovered his vigor, looking down with a sinister grin. Nice reflexes, kid. Didn't die from the fall, eh? Even better hearts dug out while still warm make the finest medicine. Before he finished speaking, he leaped down like a blood-colored eagle diving for its prey. His earlier weakness had all been an Acthi lurked here to ambush travelers, specifically to harvest their hearts for alchemy. If the old man got close, Xiao Fan would surely die. Even as a player who would only lose one level upon death, who would want to have their heart carved out while still alive. In this critical moment, Xiao Fan's right hand flicked out his flying sword treasure, Soul Slayer, while his left hand simultaneously flung the Qian gold bracelet from his wrist. Qian Yuan bind. The Qian gold bracelet expanded into a massive golden ring the moment it left his hand, flying straight toward the plummeting alchemist. What? The opponent's expression changed drastically as he frantically channeled his qi to defend. Clang, the supreme-grade treasure shattered through the protective qi barrier, and the old man, unable to change direction midair, was caught perfectly by the ring. The golden bracelet suddenly contracted, binding his waist tightly, as the treasure's special power sealed his dantian. Xiao Fan saw red text appear below the boss's health bar. Debuff. Qian Yuan bind 5 seconds remaining. With nearly a 40-level gap between them plus an entire cultivation realm difference, the Qian gold bracelet could only restrain him for 5 seconds, but that was enough. You old bastard. How dare you deceive this innocent young man's feelings? Die. Rage boiling over, he pulled out a chi spirit talisman and slapped it against his chest. The talisman exploded in flowing light, instantly granting him the 500 chi force enhancement. In the next instant, Soul Slayer sang like thunder as he poured all his strength into his ultimate technique. The Great Dao, Tribulation, Light. His most powerful skill, which he had only used once before in the Trial Realms cave, remained completely untested elsewhere. This was the first time he would truly unleash it in real combat. Thunder roared. His sword pointed straight toward the heavens as he flicked his wrist, causing the winds and clouds above to churn instantly. In just 1 second, the sky turned pitch black, and a thick bolt of lightning, condensed like a beam of light, came crashing down with a thunderous roar, striking the bloody alchemist trapped at the bottom of the pit with perfect precision. Arg. Even as a Foundation establishment cultivator, the bloody alchemist convulsed violently under the assault of this Great Dao Tribulation Light. A terrifying damage number of 237,599 appeared floating in the air. Before he could even react, a second bolt, a third, more lightning strikes followed in rapid succession. 5 elements fire thunder technique. Palm thunder. Lightning strike technique. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds of electricity rang out continuously, the blinding white light nearly searing their eyes. 157,705, 96,015, 102,211. In mere seconds, Xiao Fan unleashed every high-damage lightning technique at his disposal. Lightning and sword energy tore through the air simultaneously. Having cultivated the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, his lightning techniques were naturally domineering, and with the flying sword's additional 935 points of chi enhancement, each strike carried devastating force. The 5-second window of sealed true chi passed in a flash, and the bloody alchemist's health had already evaporated by 60. How is this possible? A mere chi refinement cultivator has beaten this old man to such a state in the blink of an eye. The bloody alchemist was utterly horrified. Having finally broken free from the Qian gold bracelet's restraints, he gritted his teeth, mobilized his true chi, and struck toward Xiao Fan's face with his palm. However, a golden red light suddenly descended. Demon Subduing Seal. The talisman seal, massive as a small mountain, came crashing down. Smack. 58,020. Stunned. The demon subduing seal, which could normally control for 20 seconds, was compressed to 5 seconds due to the cultivation gap, but it was still enough for Xiao Fan to strike again. Basic sword control technique. Chi sword technique. Fire burning technique. 99,355. 86,455. 72,150. 800 burn. 3 magical skills slammed into his opponent, and simultaneously, a menacing large blade materialized in his hand. Bloodlight, Blade Chi. 37,156. Heavy Strike. 50,520. He unleashed both available physical techniques, as well, further depleting the bloody alchemist's health bar to less than 1, barely 10,000 points remaining. As the stun wore off, the old man's eyes turned blood red, his Foundation establishment aura erupting outward. Die! With a hoarse roar of fury, his withered palm carried deadly force straight towards Xiao Fan's forehead. Wild charge. Xiao Fan suddenly lowered his stance, his head ramming toward the old man's chest like a raging bull. In the narrow trap, there was nowhere to dodge. The chain of movements sent the bloody alchemist bouncing around with loud thuds, finally slamming him hard into the stone wall and grinding him back and forth several times. Ugh! The excruciating pain made the old man scream in agony. That palm strike never managed to land on Xiao Fan, as his last bit of health reached zero first. Damn brat. I really shouldn't have. Come down. In his fading consciousness, he could only repeatedly chew on these words of regret. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. He had been rescued from this very trap by Xiao Fan, and now in this same trap, he met his end by Xiao Fan's own hand. You defeated the bloody alchemist and gained 2,655,000 experience points. Immediately after, another system notification popped up. You defeated a level 100 Lord monster and gained 60 reputation points. With both messages combined, a brilliant pillar of leveling light instantly enveloped Xiao Fan. Level 63. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. The experience contributed by the level 100 Lord boss had perfectly filled his progress bar. The tense feeling of holding his breath finally dissipated as he instinctively raised his hand to touch the Qianjin bracelet on his wrist, his heart still racing with lingering fear. Without the 5-second immobilization from the Qianjin bracelet and the additional 5-second stun from the demon subduing seal, he would never have had the chance to unleash all his skills except for the hunting trap, let alone reduce this level 100 Lord boss, the bloody alchemist, to smithereens while it was still at full health. As the bombardment ceased, the sound of copper coins cascading like clinking filled his ears, resembling fine sand hitting the ground. With the bloody alchemist's form completely disintegrating, his status was fully restored from leveling up, and a pile of loot simultaneously crashed to the ground. The intertwined scent of metallic texture and medicinal fragrance hit him as Xiao Fan bent down to collect the spoils of war one by one. The first thing that caught his eye was a small pile of gleaming copper coins over 120 taels, nearly 300,000 in cash, enough to buy a decent car in reality. However, this amount of money was merely small change in his view. Besides that, there was also a silver quality ring, several bronze equipment pieces, a medicine bottle, and a neatly folded piece of paper. Xiao Fan wasn't lacking in equipment for the time being. He was already loaded with a bunch of level 100 or even higher bronze and silver gear, so there was no need for replacements in the short term. What truly piqued his interest were the medicine bottle and that piece of paper. The medicine bottle's label read, Blood Rose Pills 5 Semi-Finished Product A miraculous medicine created by the Bloody Alchemist. Can be further processed after finding the appropriate pill formula. Can also be consumed directly to permanently increase health limit by 10,000 points maximum of one use per person. There were indeed only 5 pills in the bottle, consumable even during the chi refinement stage. The direct consumption effect was already quite impressive, and if processed into the finished product, the results would only be stronger. And that piece of paper was precisely the alchemy formula for processing the Blood Rose pills. Xiao Fan had already checked on the forums. The official free releases only covered the most common medicine recipes. The truly valuable high-quality pills all required formula items to learn. Without the formula, even memorizing the recipe by heart wouldn't allow successful refinement. This piece of paper before him was exactly that type of rare item, and of extremely high quality at that. Formula title, Blood Spirit Longevity Pill Foundation Establishment Stage Medicine Spiritual Grade Pill. Effect, permanently increases lifespan by 50,300 years upon consumption. Learning requirement, Alchemy Skill Level 5. Below the formula, for main materials were listed in detail. 1. Blood Rose Pills. 2. Sacred Grade Chi Pills. 3. Spirit Beast Inner Core. 4. Demon Heart or Immortal Heart. None of the 4 materials were cheap. The notes section provided further explanation. Blood Rose Pills require over 30 types of rare medicinal herbs and demon beast blood to refine. Sacred Grade Chi Pills are top-tier pills that also require Alchemy Skill Level 5 or above to craft, with extremely high costs. Spirit Beast Inner Cores must come from level 100 or above. Spirit Beast forum notes indicated that any creature rated as a Spirit Beast grade was at minimum a Overlord class, making their acquisition difficulty imaginable. Demon Hearts and Immortal Hearts were even more perilous, requiring extraction from the hearts of level 100 or above immortal or demonic cultivators, and for optimal effects, it would be best to use hearts from nascent soul stage powerhouses. The Bloody Alchemist likely sensed his lifespan was running short, and lacking the strength to obtain high-quality immortal or demonic hearts, he resorted to using inferior substitutes in a desperate gamble. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong target and encountered Xiao Fan. That freak of nature not only did his pill refinement fail, but he ended up losing his own life in the process. Xiao Fan picked up the pill formula with a calm expression, secretly noting that this recipe would prove invaluable in the future. His current cultivation level wasn't sufficient to handle it, so he could only store it in his spatial ring and wait for the right conditions. Once he advanced to the Golden Core stage and hunted down some powerful spirit beasts and demons to gather premium materials, he could attempt to refine a higher quality, Blood Spirit Longevity Pill. Such a pill could extend one's life by a full 300 years for someone cursed with divine calamity like himself. Every single year of lifespan was extraordinarily precious. I came out here to catch a sheep for a simple task, and stumbled upon such a treasure. Me luck is absolutely heaven-defying. He glanced up at the cave opening. The rock walls were steep, making climbing out nearly impossible. Fortunately, he carried a return talisman that could teleport him with just a thought. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. Every time I fall into a pit, I have to teleport my way out. I really need to learn a flying technique. With that thought, he activated the talisman, his form enveloped in white light before vanishing instantly. As the light faded, he found himself standing in the small quarters assigned to him by the Lingxiao sect. The room was simply furnished, doors and windows tightly shut, so quiet he could only hear his own breathing. He pushed open the door and stepped out, heading to the adjacent room where he knocked gently. "Senior sister, are you cultivating? I've brought back what you requested." Inside, Ning Fian heard his voice and paused her cultivation technique. Opening the door, she was greeted by a cheerful, handsome face. She blinked. "What I requested? I didn't ask you to bring me anything." Xiao Fan looked momentarily confused, then explained, "I saw the demon extermination task on the mission board at the sect plaza. It said to kill a sheep-type monster and bring peppercorns, and that it had to be delivered to you." "Sheep? Peppercorns?" Ning Fian suddenly understood and shook her head with a laugh. "It must be my master or your master having a craving again. Give me the items, I'll prepare it, and we can deliver it together." Clearly, this wasn't her first encounter with such a situation. Xiao Fan thought to himself that he'd guessed correctly and immediately released the one-horned mountain goat. The goat had snow-white fur and horn like black iron, docilely restrained by the binding spell. Ning Fian lifted it in her arms, testing its weight, and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Nice and plump. Little junior brother has good taste. You'll definitely feast well this time. I also brought some seasonings. Xiao Fan smiled as he produced peppercorns, salt, scallions, ginger, and other ingredients one by one. Ning Fian's face lit up even more as she gathered everything and headed out to prepare the goat. Ding! System notification appeared. You have completed the demon extermination task and gained 300,000 experience points. You have gained 2 sect contribution points. Though the rewards weren't particularly generous, the task difficulty was also low, so Xiao Fan was quite satisfied with this gain. By now it was past midnight, refreshing to a new day, and his 3 daily demon-slaying task cooldowns had reset. But before rushing off to new missions, he planned to cook a fine meal with his senior sister and deliver it to Elder Quan Lei and the other seniors, hoping to improve his image in his master's eyes. He remained deeply concerned about his poor comprehension abilities, fearing that Elder Quan Lei might one day grow tired of his slow progress and refuse to teach him advanced techniques. Ning Fian carried the unicorn goat down the grassy slope outside the door and arrived at the riverside. She swiftly drew a gleaming knife from her robes, and with practiced movements, she skinned, gutted, and butchered the animal in one fluid motion, tossing the inedible parts into the river. In the blink of an eye, the unicorn goat was completely cleaned and prepared. Come on, let's make a feast for our masters and earn some contribution points. She handed the prepared meat to Xiao Fan, giving him a chance to participate. NPC disciples also needed to accumulate contribution points. Slaying demons was one path, but serving their elders with good food was another. If they could truly please their masters, precious treasures might be directly rewarded. The two left Sunset Peak and headed straight for the main peak, arriving at the small courtyard where Taoist Xuanhua and Taoist Quanlei practiced their cultivation. Though it was still deep night in the game world, the dim lighting didn't hinder the player's vision. Master, Uncle Master, your disciples have brought you something. Ning Fian called out cheerfully. 2 wooden doors creaked open simultaneously. Taoist Xuanhua sat cross-legged on his meditation cushion without even lifting his eyelids, saying indifferently, "It's not mealtime yet. You're early." Taoist Quanlei had just stopped his cultivation practice. Glancing at the plump, prepared goat in Xiao Fan's arms, his throat moved slightly as he thought. This boy has incredible comprehension, just learned the 5 Thunderheart Sutra, and already understands I haven't eaten enough, especially bringing an entire goat. How thoughtful. Outwardly, he merely agreed. Senior brother is right. Ning Fian's lips curved slightly. After more than 10 years as a disciple, she had thoroughly figured out her elders' personalities. They complained about the early hour, but were desperately craving food inside. Since the elders needed to save face, she smoothly said, "Master and Uncle Master have been cultivating all night. Junior brother Xiao was worried you might be tired and hungry, so he came early with me, hoping to prepare some food to show our filial respect." This way, both elders received face and goodwill. You children, really? Taoist Xuanhua sighed deeply. Fine, fine. Since you're already here, we can't disappoint your kind hearts. Junior brother, junior sister, please join us. Very well. Taoist Quanlei put on a reluctant expression. Xiao Fan and Ning Fian nearly broke character laughing. The adjacent door also opened, and Taoist Ruoshui emerged with a gentle, chiding smile. Someone must have secretly issued missions again. Eating meat every day, what a sin. Absolutely not. Impossible. Taoist Quanlei quickly waved his hands. Though Taoist Ruoshui spoke of sin, she showed no signs of refusing. In truth, nascent soul stage cultivators wouldn't starve even without eating, but dining itself was a form of enjoyment. If they could avoid going hungry, who would want to deprive themselves? The 3 elders took their seats in Taoist Xuanhua's room. A complete set of brand new cooking utensils appeared out of thin air, neatly arranged on the table. Senior brother, light the fire. Taoist Quanlei urged. Cultivators didn't need charcoal for hot pot. They could choose from True Samadhi fire, Pure Yang Mystic fire, or Looting Divine fire, all of which had cooking effects comparable to spiritual elixirs. Xiao Fan and Ning Fian immediately got busy, preparing half hot pot and half barbecue, with sizzling, aromatic oil filling the room. Cultivators could eat as much or as little as they wished, so there was no worry about leftovers. Xiao Fan hadn't learned any cooking skills in the game, but he could cook in real life, so helping his senior sister wasn't a problem. He rolled up his sleeves and started chopping vegetables and stir-frying at the stove. Oil sizzled and popped as a spicy aroma quickly filled the air. Amid the clatter of the wok and spatula, he carefully spoke over his shoulder. Master, I cultivated for 2 hours in the trial secret realm yesterday and gained some insights into the 5 Thunderheart Sutra. I feel like I've improved a bit. I'll work even harder in the future, so please don't be disappointed in me. Upon hearing this, Taoist Xuanhua frowned slightly and turned to look at Taoist Quanlei. Junior brother, what are you dissatisfied with about Xiao Fan? Nothing at all, senior brother. I'm extremely satisfied. Daoist Quan Lei quickly waved his hands. Xiao Fan's words left him just as confused. Xiao Fan sighed deeply, believing his comprehension was poor and that his master was only protecting him to save his martial uncle's face. He lowered his voice. I'm just a bit slow and have poor comprehension, but my physical constitution is decent. Today I just killed a foundation establishment cultivator who had fallen to the demonic path. He had originally wanted to mention that he was a chaos body to make his master happy, but this statement left all three elders and his senior sister stunned. What did you say? You killed a foundation establishment cultivator. Daoist Ruoshui's eyes widened. Ning Fian tapped his forehead lightly. Don't boast in front of your elders. A chi refinement disciple claiming to have slain someone at foundation establishment was simply absurd. Even a peak chi refinement cultivator might have a chance against the weakest foundation establishment cultivator, but Xiao Fan had just entered the chi refinement stage, and he'd only learned the Five Thunder Heart Sutra yesterday. How could this be possible? While everyone was shocked, Xiao Fan actually felt relieved. If his comprehension wasn't enough, his chaos body constitution would make up for it still had cultivation value. He quickly added, it's true, I wouldn't dare lie. That cultivator had just entered foundation establishment. I trapped him with the Qianjin bracelet and unleashed several techniques within 10 breaths, barely managing to succeed. If I'd been a moment slower, I would have died. He got to the point and openly mentioned comprehending the treasure technique, Great Dao Tribulation Light. After hearing the full account, the elders exchanged glances, all thoroughly shocked. Seeing his detailed and coherent description that didn't seem fabricated, Ning Fian was even more amazed. Is this real? Is this what a heavenly mandate cultivator is like? I thought I had decent talent, but compared to junior brother, Xiao Fan seized the opportunity to add. Yes, we players are indeed special in certain aspects, so please don't give up on me just because of my poor comprehension, master. I will definitely become a powerful cultivator. Alright. Daoist Quan Lei nodded woodenly. Daoist Xuanhua furrowed his white brows and transmitted his voice secretly. Junior brother, what's really going on with this disciple? Does he really have comprehension problems? Daoist Quan Lei replied. Huge problems. Hiss. Could it be that he has a heaven-defying constitution, but is foolish? No. My disciple is a great genius with a heaven-defying constitution. Then what's he worried about? He doesn't know his comprehension is good mistakenly thinks he's very stupid. The two elders looked at each other, then turned to Xiao Fan with suddenly strange expressions. The soup in the pot bubbled and rolled, fragrant, spicy, and mouth-watering. After a moment, Daoist Quan Lei transmitted again. Since he's misunderstood, let's not explain. Let him work even harder. A desperately striving genius will be enough to scare those fools from the Heavenly Tribulation sect and Panjun Mountain to death. A gleam flashed in Daoist Xuanhua's eyes as he nodded repeatedly. Makes sense. We'll go with the flow, pretend he's really mediocre, push him to strive harder, and he'll become a peerless expert in the future. Exactly, but we need to let little Yin know so she doesn't let it slip. I understand. The two old men smiled at each other, appearing righteous on the surface while their minds were full of scheming. After the hot pot started cooking, Xiao Fan ran off to handle the roasted lamb and didn't notice the two old men exchanging meaningful glances. At that moment, Ning Fian, who was busy adding firewood and ingredients, felt her ears twitch slightly as she quietly received an instruction through her master's divine consciousness. She glanced up at Xiao Fan, a strange smile flickering at the corners of her lips before instantly returning to calm. All right, master and uncle masters, it's ready to eat. She skillfully extinguished the true samadhi fire. The lamb in the snow-white porcelain pot had already been stewed to tender perfection, and the spicy, numbing aroma rode the night breeze in all directions. Oh my, little Yan's cooking skills keep getting better, said Daoist Ruoshui as he picked up a piece with his chopsticks, his eyebrows relaxing with satisfaction. The three elders began eating one after another, and the table full of red oil and steam instantly warmed the wooden cabin. Ning Fian picked up a bowl, ladled a generous portion of tender lamb and broth, and steadily handed it to Xiao Fan, who was cleaning up the grill. Junior brother here. Xiao Fan was stunned. Senior sister, what's this for? Her tone was gentle, but her smile carried a sharp edge. After you finish eating, go cultivate. Don't waste time. The less talented someone is, the harder they need to work, or they'll be looked down upon. These words nearly made Xiao Fan choke with tears. This meal was supposed to be his golden opportunity to curry favor with his master, but right after finishing his work, his senior sister was shooing him away. Go on now. Ning Fian waved her hand, her tone brooking no argument. Sigh. Xiao Fan let out a long breath and reluctantly left the table. Creak. The moment he stepped out, the wooden door immediately closed behind him. Holding the steaming bowl of lamb, Xiao Fan looked at the dim sky and inwardly groaned. But on second thought, his senior sister's words weren't entirely wrong. Those who were less gifted couldn't afford to slack off. His current combat power relied almost entirely on his chaos body constitution. Without this physique, Forget about foundation establishment cultivators couldn't even defeat small bosses of the same level. True powerhouses never relied solely on talent or treasures to dominate. Those were merely icing on the cake at best. External things could be gained or lost, but only cultivation was truly solid. If he could train his level to 500 or even 1,000, even without the chaos body or any magical treasures, he could easily crush everyone and even take down all the demons in the entire Great Black Mountain. Conversely, without sufficient level, even with heaven-defying talent and piles of treasures, he'd struggle against nascent soul cultivators, and even golden core experts could pin him down and grind him into the dirt. No excuses for myself. I won't eat this time to level up. Xiao Fan steeled his resolve and was about to head down the mountain to train. But then he looked down at the bowl of bubbling lamb and red oil. This was made by his senior sister's own hands, and it represented her thoughtfulness. It would be a shame to waste it. I can leave after finishing this. He picked up his chopsticks and quickly began eating. As the lamb entered his mouth, the fresh flavor mixed with the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns and the fierce heat of chili peppers, instantly igniting his taste buds. Even though this is just a game, this taste is absolutely incredible. He couldn't help but praise. Though Ning Fian appeared even younger than him, her cultivation was unfathomably deep. She could cook, and she constantly traveled around subduing demons and eliminating evil clearly, making each day count as two. I'm a player. Me leveling speed leaves NPCs in the dust. How can I let her stay ahead of me? I must catch up and even surpass her. With this thought, his fighting spirit ignited like saltpeter, crackling and shooting sparks. Just as he was eating enthusiastically, he suddenly remembered Zhao Tianjuan's commission. So he spoke to those inside. Master, yesterday I encountered a cultivator named Zhao Tianjun, who serves as a squad captain in the Thunder City Guard. He has a brother called Zhao Rongjuan. They are the very brothers you rescued 16 years ago in the Western Wasteland. Xiao Fan continued his report. They have now successfully established their foundations and are determined to follow you in protecting the people and slaying demons. He asked me to convey his gratitude for your life-saving grace all those years ago. Inside the house, Taoist Quanlei was holding steaming spiritual meat, mentally calculating how to urge Xiao Fan to level up faster. Upon hearing the words 16 years ago, his chopsticks froze midair, his fingertips trembling slightly. After a moment, he suppressed his surging emotions and said flatly, "Tell him I understand." His voice was low, and he said no more. Junior brother. Taoist Xuanhua looked over with concern. Regarding the bloodshed and chaos of that year, everyone had always kept silent, fearing to touch Taoist Quanlei's wounds. Today, his disciple's innocent remark had inadvertently reopened old memories. Taoist Quanlei met his senior brother's gaze, took a deep breath, and showed a bitter smile. It's fine, it's all in the past. Good that it's past, good that it's past. Come, let's drink. Only then did Taoist Xuanhua feel relieved. He brought out his treasured 300-year-old sword-dwelling spring wine, pouring a full cup as the wine's fragrance immediately filled the small house. Outside the door, Xiao Fan leaned against the eave pillar, feeling secretly guilty. He couldn't break his promise to Zhao Tianjun, yet he didn't want to cause his master distress. Soon, cheerful laughter resumed inside the house. After serving the last dish, he bowed respectfully to the three elders and his senior sister in turn, then left the meditation grounds. I need to level up. Upon stepping out of the small courtyard, Xiao Fan clenched his fist in determination. After playing for several days, he was only level 63. Though he still held first place on the level rankings, before the nascent soul veteran players at levels 2 to 300, he was as weak as a blade of grass. Thinking of his chaos body's next trait and the attributes he could improve, he wished he could immediately charge into a pile of bosses. But bosses weren't available whenever one wanted to fight them. Today, accept demon-slaying missions and check if the Black Wind monster had respawned in Black Wind Cave. Tomorrow, join the Moonlit Solitude Guild's World Boss Raid. His leveling strategy remained the same, fighting monsters and completing quests. Sect missions gave little experience. Demon-slaying missions were the real prize. Before returning to the city for missions, he needed to visit the Scripture Pavilion to select a proper cultivation method. Melee combat skills would eventually become obsolete. In the game, both players and monsters generally had higher physical resistance than spiritual resistance. Combined with his 0 strength point allocation, his final path would inevitably be purely Taoist. The Scripture Pavilion was only a few small paths away from the meditation grounds, taking just a few minutes to reach. This stone pavilion was overseen by Taoist Ruoshui, though when she occasionally entered seclusion, stewards would take turns managing it. Xiao Fan entered the main hall and followed a steward through rows of jade shelves to the area marked Qi Refinement and below. Here were displayed all the Qi refinement cultivation methods and skills from both Taoist and martial sects, ranging in quality from ordinary to advanced, up to the rarest spell skills. There were fewer heart methods, with the highest being only advanced grade. To learn higher tiers, One could only seek instruction from masters after becoming their disciple. All manuals could be exchanged using sect contribution points. With his now abundant resources, he directly targeted the highest quality spell skills. His current melee skills numbered 4: Hunting Trap, Wild Charge, Bloodlight Blade Chi, and Heavy Strike. Wild Charge provided mobility, so he'd keep it for now. The other 3 would all be replaced. Dense arrays of bamboo slips, jade tablets, and beast hide scrolls packed the shelves, enough to dazzle anyone. Fortunately, the categorization was clear, making searching straightforward. Comparing attributes, incantation requirements, and considering cooldowns and combinations, he spent over 10 minutes buried in selection before finally choosing 3 most favored skill books, exchanging them with his contribution points. 3 spell skills cost him 6,000 contribution points, barely any cheaper than buying skill books from the Dao Palace. However, Xiao Fan never lacked contribution points, and this expense was merely a drop in the bucket for him. The 3 skill books corresponded to 3 completely different abilities, and he had selected them with great care. The first skill, Minor Rain Summoning Spell, was a standard area effect attack. Skill description: command the heavens to bring down heavy rain, dealing continuous damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius of the designated area. Damage per second equals Chi Force 26.5500, lasting 10 seconds. Within the rain-covered area, fire-type skills have their power halved. Level 1, maximum 6, proficiency 01000, casting cost 60 true Chi points, casting interval 30 seconds. Under the amplification of his chaos body, the 10-meter drizzle directly upgraded to a torrential downpour with a 100-meter radius lasting 100 seconds, with damage increased accordingly. Truly a divine skill for large-scale area clearing. The second skill, Celestial Blazing Sun Spell, focused on high burst damage. Skill description: condense celestial energy, let the blazing sun shine down, dealing damage equal to Chi Force 198 to enemies. If the target possesses demonic aura, damage is additionally increased by 20. Level 1, maximum 6, proficiency 01000, casting cost 30 true Chi points, casting interval 10 seconds. After enhancement by his chaos body, the additional damage against demonic targets skyrocketed from 20 to 200, instantly becoming triple output. One palm strike was enough to completely shatter a demon's skull, and with a 10-second cooldown, this devastating blow could be used almost continuously. The third skill, Spirit Armor Technique, was a rare life-saving measure. Skill description: use true Chi as a shield to form spirit armor on the body surface. Shield value 30,000, during which time it increases one's own spirit resistance by 500 points, lasting 30 seconds. If the shield is broken prematurely, all damage received will be fully reflected back to the target that dealt the final blow. Level 1, maximum 6, proficiency 01000, casting cost 35 true Chi points, casting interval 30 seconds. The Taoist class inherently lacked hard crowd control and defense, making this shield particularly precious. In Xiao Fan's hands, after amplification by his chaos body, the shield value shot straight up to 300,000, equivalent to several lives of a Foundation Establishment stage player. With this, his area attack, single target burst, and survival capabilities were comprehensively upgraded, and Xiao Fan's confidence in solo fighting bosses multiplied. Just today, he had slain a level 100 Foundation Establishment stage lord, and now, assessing his own strength, he felt he had decent odds even against the level 140 Overlord Lu Tianjue. Time to head down the mountain and level up. He sat cross-legged in meditation, quickly learning all 3 skill books, then opened the level rankings to scan the leaderboard. He still held the top position firmly, but changes had appeared in the top 10 list. It was no longer exclusively players from Thunder City. Among the 108 cities, each place would have a few people with good luck and strong abilities, like the previously encountered indestructible sacred body and infinite primordial scripture. These players are absolutely insane, each one more outrageous than the last. They can get ahead of others, unlock main storyline content, defeat high-level bosses, and gain massive amounts of experience with lightning-fast leveling speeds. There are even rumors that other server regions are also experiencing large-scale events like monster sieges, causing player levels nationwide to skyrocket. Thunder City's progress is only slightly ahead, but once the outside catches up to the pace, the overall level gap will naturally even out. Xiao Fan collected his thoughts and pulled out a return scroll. The monsters in Blackwind Cave wouldn't respawn for at least a few more hours, so he decided to first complete the 3 demon-slaying quests for stable experience, then try his luck to see if he could trigger the Chi Refinement Stage main storyline dungeon. Ding, the friend channel lit up. The message was from Sister, please spare me. Big bro, wanna do demon-slaying quests together? We'll be an unstoppable team, totally dominating. Not interested. Xiao Fan's reply was blunt. This guy turned into a lovesick fool. Whenever he saw a beautiful woman teaming up with him would lead to constant misunderstandings. Don't be so heartless. I learned the three divine fires technique. I'm really powerful now and won't hold you back. The other party continued promoting himself. No thanks, I'll do solo once. The three divine fires manual was the same quality as the five Thunder Heart Sutra, but Xiao Fan possessed the chaos body and was higher level, completely overpowering the other player. He shut him down with one sentence, leaving the young man to send only a dejected emoji. Fine, I was going to take you to a great place after finishing the demon-slaying quests, but I guess I'll have to go alone. Great place? What great place? Xiao Fan asked casually. I'm not telling you unless you take me on demon-slaying quests. Sister, please spare me, played coy, keeping it mysterious. Xiao Fan scoffed coldly. Probably just a brothel. I have no interest in such vulgar entertainment. It's not, the young man quickly explained. It's a cave with a sealed, injured demon lord. I thought we could team up, defeat it, and split the equipment. But since you're too high and mighty, I guess I'll have to enjoy the spoils of victory alone, humph. Xiao Fan became interested. What level? Will it fight back? Level 300. And it won't fight back. Xiao Fan immediately shook his head. That's even worse. The realm suppression is too great. Even if it only had 10,000 health left, we couldn't scratch it. Level 300 is at least peak nascent soul or even divine transformation stage, with terrifying damage reduction and even more terrifying health regeneration. But it won't attack, so even fighting for 3 days and nights would be profitable, the young man persisted. Xiao Fan chuckled. Good luck to you. Trying to take on a level 300 enemy at just over level 50 was pure suicide. He couldn't be bothered to persuade him further, channeling true chi into the return scroll. With a flash of white light, he appeared in Thunder City's plaza. In front of the plaza, a long queue had formed before the steward NPC who distributed demon-slaying quests, with Sister Please Spare Me mixed in among the crowd. Seeing Xiao Fan appear, his eyes lit up. Big bro, won't you really reconsider? It might drop Immortal Technique books. Xiao Fan still shook his head. Can't win, no point. The other player looked dejected and sighed, then suddenly spoke in a low voice. All right, actually, I lied to you. That's not a demon king, it's a treasure chest monster. I found an ancient treasure map, and as soon as I started digging, a level 150 Foundation Establishment stage boss jumped out and killed me in one hit. It disappears after 3 hours, so I wanted to find help to try our luck. Treasure chest monster? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. He'd never encountered one while treasure hunting before. Perhaps only higher quality treasure maps had such surprises. The map was tucked inside the technique manual the city lord gave me, and I finally managed to dig it up. The young man grew more excited as he spoke. If we could defeat it. Before he could finish, he suddenly let out a wolf-like howl. Wow, a goddess. Drool nearly hit the ground. A black line appeared on Xiao Fan's forehead as he followed his gaze. As expected, it was Moon Drinker and Celestial Fairy, along with Mountain Swallower, who had also returned to pick up demon-slaying quests. Ketunshan River snorted coldly. You little brat, didn't learn your lesson last time, huh? Looks like I need to teach you a real lesson offline. Sister Spare Me quickly wiped his drool and apologized. Hey, big brother, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't mean it that way. It's purely a conditioned reflex. A conditioned reflex. It's normal for guys to salivate more when they see a beautiful girl. But this guy was really too over the top. Xiao Fan was speechless for a moment. He had originally developed some interest in the treasure chest monster, but this guy's behavior completely killed it. Teaming up with someone like this would really be beneath him. Xiao Fan, why are you with this person again? Drinking alone under the moon jogged over, casting a disgusted look at Sister Spare Me. She was quite happy to run into Xiao Fan, thinking they might be able to tackle some high-difficulty quests together. But seeing Sister Spare Me with that infatuated look on his face ruined her good mood. I came back to the city to prepare for a quest, and just happened to run into him, Xiao Fan explained to her. As soon as he finished speaking, Flying Immortal from Beyond picked up the conversation. What a coincidence. We're also doing quests. If you don't mind, Xiao Fan, could you help us poor low-level players out? Sure. I'll agree on behalf of my big brother. We happen to have 5 people, so after we finish the quest we can go hunt that treasure chest monster together. Before Xiao Fan could respond, Sister Spare Me was nodding frantically and agreeing for him. Who said anything about 5 people? Get lost. I hate people like you the most. Disappear from my sight right now, or I'll get someone to beat you into the hospital. Ketunshan River waved his fists, which were as big as cooking pots, and spoke menacingly. Don't be like that. Meeting is fate, and we've encountered each other twice now. This is a bond cultivated over 100 years. Who has any bond with you? If you don't leave, I really will call people to beat you up. Ketunshan River barked at the young man like a gang boss. Sister Spare Me looked aggrieved. At this moment, Flying Immortal from Beyond said, Mountain River, wait a moment. Then she stepped forward and asked with interest. Kid, what you just mentioned was a treasure chest monster. Yes. A level 150 treasure chest monster. Very valuable. Seeing a beautiful woman talking to him, Sister Spare Me nodded frantically, his drool about to flow again. Xiao Fan couldn't help but cover his face. This guy really had no dignity. Good thing their relationship wasn't deep, or he'd be too embarrassed to show his face. Flying Immortal from Beyond's eyes lit up slightly. She turned back and added Xiao Fan to their team. In the team channel, where only the four of them could hear, she said, I heard from an NPC that only treasures of exceptional quality are guarded by spirit beasts. If we can defeat the spirit beast, not only will the items in the treasure chest be priceless, but the guardian spirit beast itself will drop many top-tier items, plus tons of experience. Drinking Alone Under the Moon frowned, but he said it's a level 150 monster. Can we even beat it? Xiao Fan replied, we definitely can't beat it if it's at the Golden Core stage, but he said it's at the foundation building stage, so we might have a chance. Originally, his interest wasn't particularly strong, but when Flying Immortal from Beyond mentioned spirit beasts, it made him somewhat tempted. One of the materials for the Blood Spirit Longevity Pill was a spirit beast's inner core. If the treasure chest monster was a boss-level spirit beast, that would be one material secured. Such things were rare opportunities, and stockpiling some early would be very useful once his alchemy skills improved. So you mean? Seeing that Xiao Fan was somewhat interested, Drinking Alone Under the Moon also became curious about participating. Katunshin, he said unhappily, it's just a treasure chest monster. We can encounter one ourselves. I hate these perverted guys the most. I really want to punch his stupid head off. Hey, you can punch him after we finish the treasure chest monster. Tianhui Feishian raised her hand to stop him. Your sister is so beautiful. What's wrong with letting people take a few more looks? Xiao Fan is looking too. Why don't you punch him? Don't say such things. Yuexia Dujua's pretty face turned red, her voice barely audible. Xiao Fan had always been steady, and at this moment he just smiled faintly, not afraid of being teased. However, he didn't approve of the suggestion to backstab someone after they fell. He voluntarily shared the boss with us. If we take the rewards and then turn on him, that would be too disgraceful. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Tianhui Feishian quickly waved her hands. Our Wendao Hongmeng is the most honorable guild. Seeing Xiao Fan nod, she turned and walked toward Jijia Raoming with the air of a seasoned leader. I convinced Xiao Fan. He's willing to help. If more than 2 items drop, he gets first pick. Yes, no problem. Jijia Raoming was so excited he could barely speak coherently. Big brother picks first. Then you guys pick. I'm fine with anything. His eyes were glued to Tianhui Feishian's heroic profile, so infatuated he forgot to think. The three of us don't want any items. We're just here for the experience. Tianhui Feishian shook her head. Only then did he snap back to reality. Sure, whatever sister says goes. He continued staring at that beautiful face with a foolish expression. Everyone understood the situation. The three of them combined couldn't match Xiao Fan's strength, and were essentially just freeloaders for experience points. It wouldn't make sense for freeloaders to also claim treasure. Besides, items that could be bought with money weren't particularly valuable to Yuexia Dujue anyway. Xiao Fan chuckled to himself. Everyone appreciates beauty, but surely not to this exaggerated extent. Fortunately, Jijia Raoming wasn't completely hopeless. As soon as Katunshin he approached, he wiped away the drool that had slightly escaped due to his loss of composure and regained his composure. Let's form the team. I just checked the bulletin board. There's a nightmare-level quest nearby, not far from the treasure chest monster. We can do it on the way and save a return scroll. You lead the team, walk in front, and don't look back. Tianhui Feishian sent out team invitations, then transferred leadership to Jijia Raoming. She didn't mind being admired, but Katunshin he was very protective of his sister. If this pervert kept looking around, he might actually get beaten up offline. Sigh, all right. Though disappointed, Jijia Raoming obediently agreed for the chance to travel with the ferry. The 5 of them headed toward the bulletin board together. Jijia Raoming selected the Qi Refining Stage Nightmare-level quest, Evil Dragon in the River, as their second objective, then announced their departure. Before leaving, he asked, the place is quite far. I'm very fast. Oh, you want some swift travel talismans? No need. We have group formation. Katunshin he immediately refused. Xiao Fan's lips curved slightly. When it came to speed, he feared no one. Even a full agility swordsman without speed buffs couldn't catch up to him. Let's go full speed ahead, he urged softly. Jijia Raoming nodded, but ultimately didn't dare look back at the ferry and could only run forward with his head down. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.